Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 41, Merchant's District 3, The Snake That Swallows Gold. Dieta, she is a well-known merchant in Cambria. Although eccentric and often acting on whim, her sole focus is always on gold. A life for gold only. Her interest, hobbies, concerns, everything ultimately aims to earn more gold. A girl seemingly born only for gold. Some say she has the makings of a great merchant, while others point fingers at her as a money grubber. Many have their own opinions about Dieta, but there's a common consensus. Dieta Arbinia is a natural-born merchant. Her talent as a merchant is genuine. No one can deny that fact. Dieta has proven it with her life. 5 years. That's how long it took Dieta to become the head of a leading merchant guild in the city. From an abandoned girl of the family, she achieved this feat without relying on her family's power. An undeniable success story, unbreakable by any means. However, the path she took to establish such a feat was anything but beautiful. She did not hesitate to employ any means necessary to earn gold. Hence, she earned the derogatory nickname, the snake that swallows gold. A girl living only for gold, a swindler in a girl's guise. At least in this merchant's district, no one is unaware of Dieta Arbinia being such a figure. Following Dieta, Najin felt a sense of discomfort. The fact that no one approached him was not strange, given the presence of his benefactor, but their gazes are too sharp. The stares felt chillingly hostile, not just wary, but often contemptuous. Najin was familiar with such looks. It was the same look given by the upper world people who visited the underground city, Atman. Najin silently watched Dieta. Today, as he was Dieta's escort, she walked a step ahead of him. Her back was lively and spirited. Humming a tune, Dieta walked lightly through the merchant streets. Occasionally looking back, she smiled at Najin as if the piercing stares didn't bother her. Somehow, Najin found her smile eerily familiar. Where had he seen such a smile? Contemplating this, Najin silently followed Dieta. Tusks, a clicking sound. It wasn't made by Dieta. Both Dieta and Najin stopped walking, looking towards the source of the sound. There was a man approaching from the opposite side, dressed in clothes reserved for nobility, accompanied by a knight bearing the family crest. Najin recognized the man as a noble. He had often encountered such figures in the city. Although Cambria was relatively loose in social distinctions, and nobility held less sway, basic recognitions were still made. There was no need to bow to a noble, but Najin knew it wasn't wise to cross them or provoke their displeasure. Best to keep a distance from nobility. That was the common talk among adventurers. Interactions with nobility, requiring formalities, were generally unwelcome for an adventurer. While ambitious ones might seek associations with nobility for significant quests, more often than not, it ends badly. After all, to the inherently noble, adventurers are just disposable tools. Hence, when a noble appears, adventurers usually wait for them to pass by. But Dieta was different. Even though she was a noble's offspring, she had been abandoned by her family. She didn't wait for the noble to pass, but continued walking. Thud. As Dieta and the noble were about to cross paths, the approaching noble clicked his tongue again. Cambria must be pleasant indeed. Looking at Dieta with disdain, the noble muttered as he glanced at her. A whore abandoned by her family, standing tall in front of nobility, that's unimaginable in the capital. A clear insult to Dieta, a vulgarity unimaginable among nobility, but Dieta's face, turning to meet the noble's eyes, was utterly serene. "Do you know me, son of Count Fronkel?" Dieta spoke in a soft voice. She knew every noble who entered the city, their family and background. The young noble before her was Danner Fronkel, the son of Count Fronkel, a noble from a family insignificant compared to the Arbinia ducal family. But as Dieta was a foreigner discarded by her family, Danner provoked her. Yet, Dieta only smiled in response to his cheap provocation. She had heard it all before. Why? Am I wrong? Dana sneered with a twisted smile. Despite using your looks to win the favor of Duke Arbinia, you were ultimately discarded. Everyone knows you're no different from a whore, aren't they? Danner scoffed, and his accompanying knight also let out a laugh. Dieta just smiled in the face of their insults. Danner clicked his tongue and turned away, not getting the reaction he wanted. Shameless wench without honor or dignity. As Danner was about to leave, Najin spoke up. Ah, I remember now, the guard beside Dieta, Najin exclaimed, surprising her. Dieta turned her head to look at Najin. He had been watching Dieta's face all along, seemingly oblivious to Danner and his knight. Najin now smiled in a peculiar way, mimicking or remembering something. Dieta's eyes widened as she saw his smile. Though physically different, Najin's smile resembled hers. It was the same smile Najin always had in the underground city, Atman. Familiar indeed. A reflection he had seen in mirrors, spilled blood and glass cups. A resigned, contemptuous smile, unusual for the top merchant of the city, which is why Najin hadn't recognized it immediately. You, Dieta, with wide eyes, was about to speak when such frivolous men, birds of a feather, flock together. Just because you carry a sword doesn't make you a knight. Najin's voice stopped Danner and his knight. They halted and turned to look at Najin. What did you say? Danner questioned, but Najin didn't respond. Instead, he looked at the knight and muttered, respect your opponent, avoid mockery, shun insults and embrace humility, the virtues of a knight. Aren't these the virtues a knight should uphold? Najin spoke emotionlessly. You've just violated at least 4 of them. Are you sure you're a knight? The knight, incredulous, opened his mouth. You dare discuss knightly virtues before me? Well, do you need to be someone special to recite virtues? Such an insult. A non-knight discussing knighthood before a knight is, you don't seem to have become a knight by skillful swordsmanship. What kind of knight are you? What? Najin's eyes half closed as he pointed at the knight's waist. The sword tied there showed no signs of use. A sword untouched. Provocation and insult. The knight's brows furrowed and his master's expression crumpled. Realizing the situation had escalated, Najin pressed on. Why is your tongue so loose? Najin tapped the hilt of his sword, speaking flatly. If you're so confident, come at me. And so the situation reached this point. The knight, sword drawn in the middle of the main road, and Najin, nonchalantly flicking the tip of his sword at him. Watching this were Dieta and Danner, the knight's master, with contrasting expressions. Danner's face was twisted in displeasure, while Dieta, though taken aback by Najin's sudden action, couldn't help but let a smile slip through. The situation was peculiar. It was an insult that could have been ignored as usual, an insult always heard and could have been brushed off as always. But Najin's response to such an insult was refreshingly new to Dieta. There wasn't much to gain from acting this way. Why was Najin behaving so erratically? Dieta couldn't understand. It didn't seem like he stepped in just because his master was insulted. Come at me. Boy, I'll pass this time. What? Amidst Dieta's confusion. I believe I handle a sword better than you. You insolent, the duel began. The infuriated knight lunged at Najin. No matter his confidence, he'll soon be humiliated. With a master like that, her subordinates can't be any better. Confident of victory, Danner sneered, ignoring his smug voice. Dieta watched Najin. Was he always like this? Wasn't he more reticent and reserved? Dieta had thought of Najin as a rigid and emotionally restrained individual, but the Najin before her was different. Lighter, more provocative, with a livelier smile. As if something had triggered his true nature to unfold. The trigger wasn't hard to guess. The smile he had shown her earlier. Dieta silently recalled that smile, surprisingly similar to her own. A smile of shared sentiment. It was hard to believe it was merely an imitation. What exactly? Dieta looked at Najin, a youth with likely a false name and age. But the smile he showed at that moment was real. Clang! Nadjin's and the knight's swords clashed. Obviously, the knight, though having reached the level of a sword expert, didn't draw his sword aura. His pride wouldn't allow it. He intended to bring down this audacious boy purely with swordsmanship, to show the difference to this impudent youngster. With that thought, the knight swung his sword, but Nadjin easily parried it. As he did, his expression grew colder. The knights I know are not like this. Their swords are not this light, nor this frivolous. The knights Nadjin knew and saw were not like this. Aren't knights supposed to be noble beings with honor and pride? The knight before him showed no honor, nor pride. Only stubbornness was evident. As Nadjin stopped merely parrying and stepped forward, the knight was pushed back. Nadjin continued to advance, and the knight, sweating, began to retreat. Watching this, Danner's complacent expression vanished. The knight's face too contorted. Clang! Clang! Nadjin's swordsmanship was already in full swing. His eyes easily read the trajectory of the knight's sword. To bring down Nadjin with pure swordsmanship would only be possible for priests dedicated to swordsmanship from the Order of the Sword, not for a knight who neglected his training. Nadjin's sword was neither light nor sloppy. Ah! The cornered knight's sword flickered, a gleaming radiance. Seeing the knight break his stubbornness to draw out his sword aura, Nadjin clicked his tongue. Just as the sword aura was about to form, Nadjin reached out, and grabbed the knight's wrist. Then, in a single breath, the budding sword aura scattered. The spectators, even the knight himself, didn't understand what happened at that moment. Wow! Only Merlin realized what Nadjin had just done. This guy is insane, isn't he? Merlin chuckled. Using his mana cultivation technique that absorbs external mana, Nadjin intercepted the mana surging from the knight's body towards his sword. Confused by the failure of his sword aura, the knight's wrist was twisted by Nadjin. Then, using the pommel of his sword, Nadjin struck down on the knight's hand. Ugh! The knight dropped his sword. Nadjin, still holding his sword, and the disarmed knight. The outcome was overwhelmingly clear, even without anyone declaring it. The murmuring of the spectators grew louder. What is this? Danner's face turned red. The wide-eyed knight. Amidst the determined winner and loser, Nadjin walked towards Dieta, who was watching him. He looked at her quietly. Her expression was a mix of bewilderment, exhilaration, and disbelief. Looking at Dieta's natural expression, unmasked, Nadjin spoke briefly. It's quite all right. What? I said it's better than your face earlier. Dieta blinked blankly. Even after his victory in the duel, Nadjin had remained expressionless. But seeing Dieta's changed face, he smiled. Nadjin's reason for causing this trouble was simple. He just didn't like it. He didn't like seeing Dieta, who shared the same smile as his former self in the underground city. Only after seeing her changed expression did Nadjin feel genuinely relieved. He extended his hand to the seated Dieta in a casual escort gesture, as taught by Paisian. Data was always the one to extend her hand first, but this time it was Nadjin. Dieta blinked in surprise, then burst into laughter. Chapter 42, Merchant's District 3, The Merchant Street turned chaotic. Defeated, the knight and his noble master, Danner, turned red-faced, pointing fingers at Nadjin. A worthless tale, buoyed by pretense and status. Even the crowd gathered in the street knew this was the flailing of a loser, a noise unworthy of attention. It's gotten noisy. Dieta had no desire to listen to such noise, nor did she want it to interrupt this moment. Having stood up with Nadjin's escort, she whispered to him, "Shall we run away? Is it okay to run? We can deal with the aftermath later. I'm enjoying myself right now and don't want that spoiled." "I don't want to think about that right now." Nadjin nodded at Dieta, who seemed to say just that. He scanned the street and then glanced at Dieta's shoes. They were not suitable for running. Nadjin crouched down and showed his back to Dieta. "Will you carry me? Didn't you say we're running away? It's hard to run in those shoes." Nadjin's tone was indifferent, devoid of any personal sentiment. Hesitating for a moment, Dieta carefully climbed onto his back. Startled, Dieta trembled slightly as she placed her palms on Najin's back. She hadn't realized it before, but his back was surprisingly firm. Muscles, cracked and hardened, could be felt through his thin leather garment. "Hold onto my shoulders, not the clothes." Najin muttered this as he stood up, voices of the noisy crowd, the noble and the defeated knight pointing fingers and growling. Najin took a step forward, leaving all that noise behind. And then, with a thud, "Ah!" Dieta's body lurched forward suddenly. Najin had started running in a crouched position. Holding onto his clothes felt like she might fall off, so Dieta wrapped her arms around Najin's shoulders. "Have you thought about where to go?" "Anywhere, somewhere with no people," Dieta shouted from atop the shaking back. The sound of the wind whistling past her ears, the landscape flying by. Dieta pressed herself closer to Najin's back. "This isn't so bad." It felt like she was the heroine in a fairy tale. That thought was brief, as Dieta soon realized. Fairy tales were just that, tales. In reality, fleeing wasn't so romantic. Hick! The continuously shaking back, the rapidly changing scenery, the up and down barbing view. The sprint of a sword expert-level warrior was too much for Dieta to handle. "I feel like vomiting." To avoid the disaster of throwing up on Najin's back, Dieta had no choice but to bite her lip. "We've arrived." Najin stopped. From midway, Dieta, unable to endure the motion sickness, had closed her eyes and buried her head into Najin's neck. She slowly lifted her head. Dieta wiped away the saliva on Najin's neck with her sleeve and patted his shoulder. "Let me down, please." With shaky legs, Dieta stood on the ground. Taking deep breaths, she patted her chest. Her stomach was still churning, but taking deep breaths seemed to help. Dieta looked around. An open view. They were on a small hill overlooking the city of opportunities, Cambria. The open view and the cool breeze were quite pleasant. Was there such a place in the city? To Dieta, who always lived near the bustling merchant street and central guild, this was a rather unfamiliar place. It seemed to be a hill on the outskirts of the city. Dieta silently glanced at Najin. Najin, too, was silently looking down at the city. It was a familiar sight. After all, Najin was essentially a taciturn man with little change in expression. But because of that, the smile Najin had shown earlier was unforgettable. It was like looking in a mirror. Dieta, flicking her lips, spoke up. "Why did you do that?" At Dieta's question, Najin tilted his head. Looking at her as if it was obvious, he replied, "I told you, I just didn't like it." "My laughter." More precisely, "I disliked your resigned attitude. It was all too familiar," Najin said. "I'm used to being treated this way. I've had enough of it. It doesn't bother me anymore. They expect me to get angry, but I never will. I'll keep smiling." The boy, who always faked a smile in the underground city, murmured, "That kind of smile, that's what it was." Dieta was silent. "I'm not bothered by it." "That's a misconception. You think you're not bothered because you're used to it." Najin cut her off. Looking straight at Dieta, he said, "Strangers say it. If you ignore them, it's over, isn't it? Just move on. That's all bullshit. What can't be said with words." Najin scoffed. "That works once or twice, but keep doing it, and it builds up, continuously." From the age when he could read expressions and thoughts, Najin had always lived like that, humbly bowing his head, living in resignation. There's no one who isn't affected. You just leave it be until it eats away at you. So I just didn't like that." Najin sighed. "It might have been needless meddling, but it was just suffocating to me. Watching it just annoyed me." "Is that all? Do I need more of a reason?" It was a trivial reason, and yet it was significant. Dieta looked at the young man standing in front of her, her eyes half closed. A faint smile formed on her lips. "Is this who you are, this kind of person? What are you talking about? I thought you were silent, thorough, unemotional, and calculative." Dieta wasn't wrong in her judgment. The side of Najin that Dieta had seen was a fragment of his time as a hunting dog in the underground city. a time when he suppressed his emotions and lived in resignation, even if he shook it off after leaving the underground city. That fragment still remained in Najin. However, it couldn't be said that it was his true nature. That was just a mask Najin wore. The real Najin was impulsive and emotional. I didn't realize you were this impulsive. My true nature is closer to this side. Najin let out a faint laugh. Just like you wear a mask, I too am just wearing one. Everyone wears a mask. It's just that the masks of these two were particularly thick. Masks to hide their unfortunate childhoods. Therefore, we're similar. You and I, Dieta and Najin, felt a sense of kinship with each other. Dieta exhaled a long breath as she gazed down at the cityscape of Cambria, the city of opportunities. Masks, huh? It was the perfect description. Dieta smiled wryly. She had run away from her family, bearing the stigma of being the abandoned child, constantly on the move. 20 years. The mask created over her 20-year life was thick and sturdy. In front of the family head, her sisters, the servants, even her own mother, Dieta had always lived with a fake smile. A mask forged over 20 years. It wouldn't break easily. However, just moments ago, the young man in front of her had pried into the cracks of her mask, glimpsing what lay beyond. Dieta's face, awkward yet refreshingly honest, revealed her true self. Dieta took a deep breath and looked at Najin. He seemed a bit more relaxed than usual, wearing a light expression. That must be the real him, the abandoned whore of Armenia, the gap in the stripped mask. As she faced Najin through that gap, the noble's words from earlier echoed in Dieta's ears. "Excuse me. Go ahead. Aren't you curious why I'm the abandoned child?" "Not really." That was a quick response. It didn't seem necessary to dig into that. Najin replied nonchalantly, "If you want to keep it hidden, why should I pry?" The nameplate he saw when they first met. Seeing the scratched word Armenia on it, Najin guessed. To Dieta, her family was a past she wanted to shake off. Was there really a need to know? It was perhaps a form of consideration, indifference, or a defense mechanism. Like Dieta, Najin had many pasts he wanted to hide. However, his indifferent attitude was refreshing to Dieta. It's intriguing somehow. So it seems. The sunset was approaching, the end of the day. The time Najin had promised to escort her was until sunset. With the descending twilight, their noisy stroll was coming to an end. "I had fun today," Dieta said. "It was different than what I expected, but it was refreshing. Like you said, sometimes it's good to just go with the flow." Dieta's hair shimmered in the sunset light. She looked at Najin against the backdrop of the sunset. She pondered, then let out a long breath. Along with a sigh, the fake smile and sly snake-like impression dropped from her face, revealing Dieta's true self. The unmasked Dieta looked at Najin. "I hope we can maintain a good relationship." 28-year-old adventurer, Mr. Ivan, perhaps a false identity. Yet the laughter and actions Najin showed now were not false. Najin, revealing his true nature, smiled faintly and extended his hand towards Dieta. Not a hand for escort, simply a hand for a handshake. Najin offered a handshake to the real-faced Dieta. She cautiously clasped his hand. Her fingers, smelling of gold coins, met his calloused hand, hardened from wielding a sword. "There's something I wanted to say but couldn't last time." Holding hands, Najin spoke. "Since coming to the city, I've received a lot of help from you. You said it was mutually beneficial, but," Najin knew that everything was in his favor. He was aware of the ulterior motives, but still, it was a fact that Dieta had helped him. "Thanks to you, I could settle quickly and rise in ranks. That's due to your skills. Even with skills, the opportunity came thanks to you, rising quickly, participating in the red-eyed mercenaries mission. All were possible because of Dieta's help. I owe you, so, just once, any time," Najin said. "I will help without question or judgment, as long as it doesn't stray too far from my principles." "That's a vague promise," Dieta chuckled. She disliked these kinds of verbal promises. Often, People would twist their words or fail to keep them, as she had witnessed countless times. Preferably, they should write a contract to leave legal evidence with precise conditions. Typically, Dieta would have said that. But today, she didn't want to. She liked the view from the hill, the cool air, and more than anything, the refreshing smile of the young man before her. Don't go back on your word later. I tend to keep my promises. Knight of the Schulhosser family, Verhagen, the legend of King Arthur's Round Table, the voice echoed in a square that seemed modeled after that legendary table. He has murdered my master. He had broken the code of loyalty to his master. He has slain my comrades. By betraying his comrades, he had broken the code. All his methods were dishonorable ambushes, and the sword he wielded held no pride. A sword without pride or honor, a sword wielded in violation of the code. Lastly, he conspired with a demon. He stole a sealed artifact from the demon and gained power through a pact with it. The voice grew louder. Anger resonated in the voice, echoing across the square. Verhagen has lost his honor. He has discarded his pride. By conspiring with a demon, he has trampled upon the testament of the Night King. Can such a being truly be called a knight? The answer came swiftly. The knights gathered in the square unanimously declared, absolutely not. He could no longer call himself a knight, nor should he be addressed as one. Verhagen has tarnished the honor and pride of a knight. The verdict was delivered. Therefore, we shall judge Verhagen, the one standing in the center of the square, the most knightly of knights, the leader of Atanga, Godif, proclaimed, the tainted name of a knight can only be cleansed by a knight's sword. Those who abide by the old knightly code, the knights who judge other knights. The knights of Atanga gathered in the square, pounded the emblem of Atanga engraved in their respective places, some on armor, others on swords, some on spears, and some on shields. Pursue and execute Verhagen. The judgment was passed, and Atanga moved into action, to uphold honor and pride. In an age where the weight of the word knight had seemingly lessened, it was still important to signal that there were lines that should not be crossed. Chapter 43, The Demon Knight Verhagen, 1. It was noisy. That was Nadjan's first thought as he entered the Central Guild. Usually, he would visit the Central Guild to undertake quests, but today, he noticed an unusual commotion. What's happening? Nadjan asked a nearby adventurer. This was an adventurer who had participated in the Dartzenberg forest clearing operation, someone he knew. Back then, this adventurer had viewed Nadjan with hostility, but now things were different. They recognized him as a fellow professional. Ever since the day he fought the blood troll and the rumors about it spread throughout the city, nobody doubted Nadjan's capabilities anymore. He had proven his skills through his achievements. Oh, isn't that Ivan? As expected, the adventurer greeted Nadjan warmly. After exchanging brief greetings, Nadjan pointed towards the crowd and continued, what's all the commotion about? Oh, a major quest came in from outside. A major quest? Yeah, what was it? Something about the escape route of a criminal passing near Cambria, the adventurer explained. A bunch of quests poured in from the next head of the Schulhosser family and the nobles from the territories around the Schulhosser family. The bounty's no joke. What kind of quest is it that's causing all this fuss? That's the problem. Look at those guys gathered there. They all rushed over for the bounty, but shook their heads when they saw the details. He said with a wry smile, shrugging his shoulders. This quest is beyond our capabilities. Even the Knights of Atanga have issued the quest that says it all. Knights of Atanga, Nadjan narrowed his eyes. That name was not something he could just ignore. After escaping the underground city, the first information Nadjan sought was about Atanga, the Knight Order Ivan belonged to, the place Ivan always longed for, a group formed by those who uphold honor and pride, adhering to the ancient knightly codes. The mention of their name allowed Nadjan to guess the nature of the quest. The Knights of Atanga usually moved for one reason. Is the wanted criminal a knight? Yeah, his charges are no joke. Why don't you check it out? Najin nodded and walked towards the crowd. There, among the numerous quests from the nobles, was the quest from Atanga. Najin, blending in with the adventurers, checked the contents. Wanted. Verhagen, it was a wanted poster. Under the portrait that captured his appearance, his crimes and distinguishing features were densely listed. Former commander of the Schulhosser family's Knight Order, armed with a sword, close to the skill level of a sword seeker. Charges: murder of the head of the Schulhosser family, murder of servants, private soldiers, and knights belonging to the Schulhosser family. Turned the mansion into a sea of blood overnight and fled. Just reading this far, the gravity of his crimes was evident. However, the line that followed made the previous charges pale in comparison. Special note: suspected of having contracted with a demon. A contract with a demon. Evil, secretive, and humanity's sworn enemy. That was what demons were. In imperial law, contracting with a demon was a grave crime, and demon contractors were to be killed immediately, without exception. But a knight contracting with a demon, it was clear why the Knights of Atanga had stepped in. It was an act that tainted a knight's honor and trampled upon their pride. A knight, contracted with a demon. Merlin's voice echoed in Najin's ears, trembling with faint anger. What kind of madman does that? A knight making a pact with a demon, joining hands with a demon, a knight, a knight. Merlin repeated the same words several times, as if she couldn't believe it. Then, she screamed in frustration. Najin's shoulders jerked in response. A knight, one who swore to slay demons. For centuries, under the name of Knight King Arthur, knights have slain demons, and now a knight makes a pact with a demon. This damn nonsense of Camlan. Merlin took deep, heavy breaths. The weight of the name knight might have changed over the past few centuries, but there were lines that should never be crossed. For Merlin, this was an unacceptable situation. Try to calm down for now. Who? Who? Merlin slowly regulated her breathing in response to Najin's calming words. While Merlin was catching her breath, Najin gauged the atmosphere among the surrounding adventurers. As he had heard earlier, those blinded by the reward had gathered, only to click their tongues in disapproval upon learning the details. A quest beyond their abilities, one that should not be touched. It seemed. It wasn't hard to guess the reason. The target was close to the level of a sword seeker and, moreover, was suspected of having made a pact with a demon, a quest too daunting for anyone of average skill. This needs a white rank to take it on, the adventurers murmured among themselves. Their opinion was logical. To confront such a formidable adversary, the top tier of adventurers in the city, the white rank, would be needed. But even they would likely not step forward. That's what the adventurers thought. The risk involved in this quest was too high, and there was nothing to gain from being entangled with a demon. The demonic energy emitted by those affiliated with demons erodes the human mind, consuming souls, and often engraves curses. And that wasn't all. Those affiliated with demons often wield unknown sorcery, powers referred to as the might of demons. In other words, unpredictable variables in combat. The risk, compounded by these variables. For those who valued their lives, it was a quest best left untouched. Of course, the quest was not solely about extermination. The task of killing a knight who had conspired with a demon fell to the Knights of Atanga. Most of the quest involved stalling for time or finding traces for investigation. Just that even that is too dangerous, so they're avoiding it. Najin contemplated the adventurer's mood as he stroked his chin. He didn't yet have the sense of mission to slay demons, nor the responsibility as a descendant of Arthur to punish a knight who conspired with a demon. For such heavy burdens, Najin had only just started his journey. However, apart from such considerations, Najin felt intrigued by this quest. He was interested in the Knights of Atanga, to which Ivan belonged, and the existence known as demons. Merlin, Najin muttered inwardly. You said that once I reach the pinnacle of Cambria, The next place I should go is surely the demon realm, the demon realm, the land of demons, adjacent to the battlefield of the stars, the place where Arthur headed after leaving Cambria, the stage where Arthur began to be called a hero in earnest. Right. And what I will have to confront, there will be demons. That's likely. A moment of contemplation. It didn't take long to reach a conclusion. It wouldn't hurt to gain some experience beforehand. Najin made his choice. He took a big step forward. Merlin affirmed Najin's decision. With Merlin's voice cheering him on, Najin made his way through the crowd of adventurers to the front of the bulletin board. All eyes were on Najin. Receiving the stares of the adventurers, Najin reached out his hand toward the quest that everyone else was just watching, too intimidated to touch. And then, snatch. Najin tore off the quest paper with the emblem of the Knights of Atanga from the bulletin board. This action signified one thing: he was taking on the quest. As Najin did this, someone let out a hollow laugh. Another muttered about him not valuing his life, and yet another clicked their tongue. However, none of them mocked him. The act of confidently seizing such a perilous quest. It was reminiscent of their own past selves when they first stepped into the city of opportunities, Cambria, overflowing with confidence and ambition. It was indeed the mark of a true adventurer. "Aren't you ashamed, Verhagen?" It was someone's outcry. Hearing the resounding voice, Verhagen slowly opened his eyes. His vision was blurred due to the contract with the demon, and he could properly see only out of one eye. The fusion with the demon was not yet complete. His darkening eyes were blurry. Verhagen blinked several times, trying to focus on what lay ahead. So many have come. There were his pursuers. They were knights from the Schulhosser family he once belonged to and from neighboring territories, as well as mercenaries. Verhagen narrowed his eyes. He did not see the emblem of Atanga. They probably hadn't caught up yet, considering he chose the farthest route from the Knights of Atanga's stronghold. Verhagen exhaled deeply. "Ashamed? Why should I be ashamed? You have violated the pride of a knight." The pursuing knights shouted. The mercenaries aimed their bows and crossbows at him, while the knights' swords gleamed with sword aura. Verhagen smirked in front of the shining sword auras. Bang! The knights charged forward. The mercenaries released their bowstrings and pulled their crossbows. Arrows and sword strikes surrounded by sword auras flew from all directions. Verhagen did not move an inch. Thud! An arrow lodged into his body. Swoosh! The sword auras grazed his skin. But the moment they swung their swords, the knights realized something. Despite their sword auras, they couldn't inflict a fatal wound on Verhagen. The sword strikes were shallow. Why? His body was no longer human. Becoming a physical embodiment of a demon, merging with the demon, Verhagen's body had acquired resistance. Verhagen's lips split into a wide grin as he caught a sword with his body. "Honor, pride, that damn code." The demon-contracted knight sneered. Crack! Crushing the sword with his bare hand, he reached out. He grabbed the face of the knight in front of him. Human skulls couldn't withstand the grip strength that shattered swords. The knight's helmet crumpled. Unable to bear the pain, the knight screamed. The mercenaries shot their arrows, and the surrounding knights swung their swords. But Verhagen paid no attention to them, exerting more strength in his hand. Crack! The helmet crumpled. Blood and other matter spilled out from the gaps in the helmet. No more screams were heard. The knight's eyes widened as they witnessed their comrade's head explode. He was much stronger than they had anticipated. They realized Verhagen was no ordinary demon contractor. The rank of the demon he was rumored to have contracted with was undoubtedly underestimated. In this desperate situation, the knights clenched their teeth. Some were enraged, and others felt fear. But still, they were knights. They might not have always lived with honor and pride, sometimes indulging in debauchery, but at least they took pride in being knights. Different from a knight who conspired with a demon, the option to flee did not exist for them. They charged with their swords, repeatedly widening the wounds left by their fallen comrades' sword auras, thrusting their blades into them. Such foolishness! Persistent attacks. Realizing the situation had gone awry, the mercenaries had already fled, but the knights swung their swords until the end. Unemotionally, Verhagen crushed their heads, tore off their arms, and pierced their hearts. No need for a sword in all this. Verhagen felt exhilaration in this fact. Sword auras from 7 knights and 10 well-trained mercenaries. A battle that would have been difficult not long ago, with slim chances of survival. But now, he overpowered them all without drawing his sword, overwhelming everyone with bare hands. What does pride and honor give? What do you gain by keeping them? Mere pretense. Utterly useless. Soaked in exhilaration, Verhagen muttered. He looked at a knight whose arm had been torn off, blood gushing out. The knight's face turned pale from blood loss, but still, the knight clutched his sword, the last remaining knight. He charged over his comrades' bodies and drove his sword into Verhagen's shoulder, the sword deeply embedded in the wound opened by the 7 knights. However, this did not signify victory. Verhagen was unaffected. Even this wound would heal overnight. He ripped off the knight's remaining arm. He kicked and shattered the knight's knee. The knight, now armless, collapsed. Grabbing the knight's hair, Verhagen brought his face close. Why cling to something that gains you nothing, you foolish friend? Verhagen smirked. He expected the knight's face to be filled with fear and despair, but the knight only grimaced in pain, not in despair. The knight sneered at Verhagen amidst groans. There's nothing to gain. The knight's laughter echoed through the blood foam. It has value, a demon conspirer like you wouldn't understand. That was the knight's last testament. Crack. Verhagen crushed his head. Shaking off the blood on his hand, Verhagen looked indifferently at the knight's corpse and kicked it away. Boring. Verhagen pulled the sword from his shoulder and sighed. He moved on, heading towards the demon realm. He needed to be quick before reaching his destination. Ordinary pursuers didn't scare him, but the Knights of Atanga did. They specialized in slaying demons. Facing them in his incomplete fusion state could mean he couldn't guarantee victory. Verhagen hastened his steps. Chapter 44, The Demon Knight Verhagen. 2. What are demons? Hundreds of years ago, when demons blackened half of this continent and reigned supreme, a certain mage who experienced that era described demons like this. What kind of beings are they? They're the kind to be killed without question or hesitation. Ah, burning them to death is better. It's cleaner that way. To kill without question or hesitation. Indeed, this statement is at the very top of the Knight's Code, imperial law, and the doctrine of the Holy Church, and for good reason. Demons are humanity's archenemy, but aren't there good demons too? If there were such things, would they be called evil and demon? Merlin, who burned countless demons alongside Arthur, the hero who ushered in the era of humans after defeating numerous demons that blackened the continent, let out a hollow laugh. I've burned demons numbering in the 5 digits, and not one of them ever made sense. They're just created that way from the beginning. Merlin said, they are beings who respond to mercy with betrayal. It was advice and a tale of experience. Najin nodded. He had no intention of doubting that demons were malevolent beings. What mattered was how to deal with such demons. The Demon Knight, Verhagen. Before pursuing him, Najin planned to thoroughly prepare. Facing a stronger opponent required meticulous preparation. According to the information from the books and Merlin's stories, Najin began to jot down on paper the necessary items. Holy water blessed by the church, silver daggers, antidotes, and items that could increase resistance to demonic energy. All right, the list was complete. Now, all that was left was to gather these items. Well, well, Merlin's voice echoed in Najin's ears. Do you think you'll find that stuff here? You'd have to go to the church to get those. They aren't easily available anywhere. Sigh. I figured as much. And you know, Merlin spoke indifferently. You don't really need those things, do you? What do you mean by that? What's the most troublesome aspect of dealing with demons? It's their demonic energy, the evil aura emitted by demons or things related to them. It pollutes the air and mana around it, eventually blackening the environment. Demonic energy is like poison to ordinary living beings. This applies to both criminals and warriors alike. Even a high-ranking warrior might fully resist demonic energy, but that's something only a swordmaster level or higher could achieve. Demonic energy continuously accumulates in the body, corrupting both flesh and soul. At first, you won't notice anything, but as it keeps accumulating and reaches a critical point, it's too late to turn back. Unless you regularly receive baptism from the church, there's no way to resist demonic energy. Even that's not perfect. That was why humans and demons couldn't coexist, and why the Empire abhors demons. However, as Najin listened to Merlin, he tilted his head in confusion. If that's the case, don't I need these items even more? Oh, kid, have you forgotten what you possess? Merlin chuckled. Najin already had something much more powerful than church blessings, holy water, or silver weapons. Excalibur bestows blessings of purification and healing upon its owner. It's sensitive enough to react even to alcohol. Wouldn't it react to demonic energy? Then that means, Najin muttered doubtfully, and Merlin nodded, affirming his guess. You're completely immune to demonic energy, and as long as you possess Excalibur, you're a natural enemy to demons. Merlin murmured. Najin didn't immediately grasp the full meaning of her words. Certainly, King Arthur in the tales had slain many demons, but wasn't that just because he was exceptionally great? To Najin's musings, Merlin could only respond with a bitter laugh. It seemed the boy didn't fully understand the essence of the artifact, Excalibur. The twilight, just before dawn, Najin began his pursuit. Although the expected route of the demon knight was somewhat outlined in the quest, it was too vague to be of much help. It only gave a rough direction, but for Najin, that was enough. As he tracked the trail, Najin suddenly felt a churn in his stomach. His heart beat violently, and a sharp instinct moved his body autonomously, as if responding to the malevolent energy. Thus, he instinctively turned his head towards where his steps led him and found traces of the demon knight. Becoming the owner of Excalibur means, while Najin was feeling uneasy about this fact, Merlin whispered in his ear, you become the Sheath of Excalibur, merging with Excalibur, sharing its nature. Merlin said this and took a long breath. That includes sharply reacting to evil things. It might be weak now, but pursuing someone who blatantly spreads such energy shouldn't be hard, right? Just trust your senses as always. Merlin advised, and Najin slowly nodded. Taking a deep breath, Najin quickly moved towards the direction where the traces led. He ran through the forest before dawn. The blowing wind was chilly, and the air tickling his nose was mixed with the smell of blood. Najin frowned. It was a terrible stench, one he was all too familiar with. Thud. Najin's pace slowed as he ran through the forest. Although it was still dark before sunrise, Najin's eyes, accustomed to night vision, could clearly see the forest scene: uprooted trees, broken and snapped branches, bloodstains scattered all around. Following these signs would inevitably lead to one thing: the result of a battle that had taken place here. Najin's pace eventually came to a halt amid the vibrating stench of blood. He silently observed the surroundings: a knight with a burst head, a knight with arms and legs torn off, a knight with a hole in his heart. Knight, knight, and knight. The corpses of beings who would be called powerful littered the forest. Najin swung his sword to drive away the beasts feasting on the bodies. He was walking silently among the corpses, broken swords and puddles of blood. Helmets and armor were crushed without their owners. As he walked past the corpses that met a pitiful death, breathing could be heard. Rough, labored breathing, breaths that seemed about to cease at any moment. Passing pine trees drenched in blood, Najin soon reached the source of the breathing. There, leaning against a tree and clutching his abdomen, was a knight. Huff, huff, at a glance. It was a fatal wound. The knight's breath was ragged, and around him pooled dark red blood, his complexion deathly pale. Najin stopped in front of him. As his shadow fell over the knight, he slowly tried to lift his head, but it seemed too difficult, and he coughed up blood foam. Najin silently bent down to meet the knight's eye level so he didn't need to lift his head. Thus, eye to eye, Najin spoke. "Let me help you. I will take you to a nearby church." "Appreciate the offer, but—" The knight smiled bitterly. "I refuse. I know my body well. I'm not in a state to survive, even with treatment." He slightly lifted his hand, which was pressing on his abdomen, revealing a large hole and flesh rotten from demonic corruption. It was too late for any recovery. That damned Verhagen, an old comrade, but without any righteousness. He pierced a hole in my stomach, saying I should die in agony, and then left. How despicable. The knight chuckled weakly. His light-hearted demeanor contrasted with his pale face and cold sweat, making it sound anything but a joke. "Huff!" The knight took a moment to catch his breath and glanced at Najin's attire. He didn't look like a knight, more like a mercenary or adventurer, but his equipment seemed top-notch, probably a well-known adventurer in Cambria. "Did you take on the quest?" Najin nodded and pulled out the quest paper from the Knights of Atanga to show the knight. "I see. You took Atanga's quest. An honorable man. I admire your courage and spirit," but, coughing up blood-tinged saliva, the knight continued. "You're not his match. Inform them his level has been misjudged. He's surely contracted with at least a mid-tier demon and is undergoing demonization." He warned about the incorrect information and advised, "Keep your distance in pursuit and regularly send messages to the Knights of Atanga. That would be the best course of action." Not content with just that, he barely lifted his hand to point in the direction of the dawn. His fingertips trembled. "He went that way. Take this." Murmuring so, the knight handed something to Najin, probably a means to communicate with Atanga. Silently, Najin accepted what the knight offered. Only then did the knight relax his shoulders and exhale, as if he had done all he could, as if he had laid down the burden he was carrying. "Do you have any last words?" Noticing the weakening breaths of the knight, Najin asked. The knight only managed a bitter smile at that question. "A sharp kid," he murmured, then struggled to open his mouth. "Knight of the Trebash family. Gilbert." He slowly removed his hand from his abdomen. Gilbert had been enduring the pain to pass on information to any pursuer like him who might come along. The pain of flesh rotting from demonic energy is unbearable for a mere mortal. Despite his mental discipline as a knight, there's a limit. Considering his slim chances of survival, it might have been better to slit his own throat with the dagger he carried. But Gilbert struggled until the end, to pass on information for the sake of his fallen comrades. "Though I regret not being able to deliver good news to my lord, I am only sorry for the dishonor of delivering bad news." Gilbert laughed. "Please convey my regards to my lord, if possible. Add that I remained a proud knight until the end. Maybe that will give some worth to my name." A frivolous joke. Chuckling, Gilbert coughed up dark red blood. With a short convulsion, Gilbert's body slumped. Lifeless, he might not have always lived as a proud knight, but in the end, he chose to die as one. Najin silently reached out to close Gilbert's staring eyes. Najin stood up. He looked in the direction Gilbert had pointed. Dawn was breaking, signaling the end of the twilight. Looking at the light spreading through the forest, Najin started walking. A knight who faced death as a knight. Many live as knights, but few choose to be knights until their last moment. It's not easy to remain honorable when cornered, especially in an era where the weight of the title knight has lessened significantly. Debauched knights, knights who betray their lords for money, knights who are mere swordsmen drunk on their power, knights without honor or pride. It's an era full of such knights. Most prioritize tangible goals like power and money over vague concepts like honor or pride. Because of such an era, Najin thought, and Merlin spoke, such knights shine. Those who choose to be knights despite gaining nothing, those who wish to be knights even in their last moments. Najin had seen such a person somewhere. Go. Najin, stand at the highest point and shout. that the night of the stars, Ivan, was at your starting point. In the image of the night just past, Nagin saw a glimpse of his benefactor. He still didn't understand the concepts of honor and pride, but he knew they deserved respect, because he understood. Merlin, Nagin spoke. My plan has changed. He firmly gripped the sword at his waist. The original plan was to keep a distance and observe the demon knight, then hold him at bay when the knights of Atanga arrived. He was a formidable opponent beyond him. He had no reason to risk his life. He intended to use the battle as a learning experience, but his thoughts changed. He realized he shouldn't approach this matter so lightly. I guess I have to catch him myself. Nagin's eyes were cold and resolute. The declaration wasn't born from the arrogance of a talented genius, but a resolve and a sense of determination. To grasp what honor and pride are, honor and pride, those cherished by a knight. The boy admired knights. The first knight he saw had instilled that dream in him. I am Ivan, the knight of Atanga. Ivan, the boy does not forget the pride shown by the one-eyed knight. He does not forget the honor that Ivan longed for until the end. That was the first star the boy ever saw. The pride in Ivan's eyes was the brightest star. Nagin wanted to understand why Ivan risked his life for such superficial values. I don't know why. Nagin exhaled deeply. His intuition was shouting. By confronting the demon knight with all my might, I think I'll understand what kind of knight I want to be, what honor and pride mean. Ironically, by confronting someone who has forsaken it all, he felt he could understand. You're impulsive. That's right. Are you going to stop me? Nagin asked. To that, Merlin burst into laughter. What nonsense are you talking? Merlin exclaimed. What are you waiting for? Go now. I thought you'd say that. Nagin began to move. He started running, following the trail of the demon knight. The demon knight. Verhagen. He turned around at the sound of footsteps. There was someone walking straight towards him, not even bothering to hide his presence. How foolish. Revealing himself instead of hiding and ambushing another knight. That's what Verhagen thought as he turned his head. However, there was no knight. Instead, a young man dressed in what seemed to be stitched together from monster hide stood there. A mercenary. It seemed a quest had been posted in the city as he passed near Cambria. It was a pointless endeavor. Verhagen sighed and began to speak. Hey, mercenary scum, mind your own boo. Your name. The young man cut off Verhagen's words. Clang, he drew his sword and pointed it at Verhagen. With the sword tip aimed, he asked his name. As if asking for the name of his opponent before a duel, Verhagen let out a scoff. Verhagen, the demon knight revealed his name. Then the young man with the sword should also reveal his name. Soon, the young man's lips parted. Nagin, his real name, not a false identity, was pronounced. The squire of Ivan, the knight of Atanga. Sword aura blossomed from Nagin's sword. Chapter 45, The Demon Knight Verhagen, 3. At the very mention of Knight of Atanga from Nagin's lips, Verhagen's eyes wavered. Had the Knights of Atanga already pursued him this far, that seemed impossible. Anxiety and unease shook Verhagen's mind, but even a rotten tree may bear fruit. Verhagen was also a knight. Having held the position of a knight commander, it didn't take long for him to organize his thoughts and regain composure. He said he's a squire, a vanguard of the knight order, or just mere bravado. It didn't matter. The young man before him seemed insignificant. The right thing would be to quickly dispose of this interloper and escape. Judgment and conclusion. The time taken to reach this decision was barely 2 seconds. It was a quick decision and response. However, time is always relative. Nagin's declaration wasn't a bluff to test Verhagen, but a straightforward statement of his identity before the battle. In other words, the moment he uttered that sentence, Nagin was ready for battle. Bang! 2 seconds. It was more than enough time to close the distance. Nagin had covered over 10 steps in a single moment. By the time Verhagen made his decision, Nagin was already swinging his sword right in front of him. It was fast, faster than expected. Verhagen's eyes widened. There wasn't enough time to counter, pulling his arms inwards. Verhagen protected his neck and heart. As long as those weren't hit, he could regenerate indefinitely. Swoosh! Najin's sword, charged with sword aura, grazed Verhagen's forearm lightly. As expected, it was shallow. Realizing his arm wasn't severed, a smile formed on Verhagen's lips. The speed was impressive, but he realized the sword aura wasn't a threat. However, his thoughts were short-lived. GGGRR. Verhagen's eyes bulged in pain. The cut from the sword aura burned as if on fire. Sparks flew in his brain. Accustomed to pain and with a body numbed by demonization, this was a type of pain Verhagen had never felt in his life. Pain as if the soul itself was burning. The demonic energy within him churned violently. Poised to counterattack, Verhagen's stance was disrupted by pain. Najin wouldn't miss this opening. He struck Verhagen's knee with a kick, and Verhagen's stance crumbled completely. Clasp. Najin, gripping his sword firmly, brought it down towards Verhagen's head. A guillotine-like sword strike. A bright white sword aura drew a single line. This damned brat, however, the sword didn't split Verhagen's head. He had raised his arm in time to block Najin's sword with his forearm. The sword, halfway into his arm, was pushed out by swelling flesh. With his face twisted in pain, Verhagen reached behind his back. Sensing danger, Najin's instincts warned him, retreat and create distance. That decision proved right. As Najin retreated, Verhagen grabbed a sword hilt protruding over his shoulder. Then, unsheathing it, the sword, breaking free from its scabbard, left a dark trace in its wake. Whoosh! The sword aura split trees in its path. Wind howled. From a distance, Najin observed the sword in Verhagen's grasp. A blade, 2 to 3 times thicker than a normal longsword, resembling a greatsword. To wield such a sword, at such a speed, it was a threatening strength, and the dark sword aura wrapped around the greatsword was equally menacing. The dark, murky sword aura seemed ominous. Crack, crackle. Verhagen loosened his shoulders. Initially, he hadn't intended to draw his sword, but his thoughts changed the moment he received Najin's attack. The sword aura emitted by the young man was unusual. Verhagen concluded. The power of the sword aura itself wasn't threatening. The issue was the soul-burning pain felt when cut by the sword aura. It doesn't seem to carry any special properties. A sword aura with unique properties and forms is a symbol of a sword seeker. In Verhagen's eyes, Najin didn't seem to be at the level of a sword seeker. However, it was certain that the sword aura he wielded was special. Dragging the fight out wouldn't be beneficial. That is what Verhagen had decided. Clang. Positioning his greatsword on his shoulder, Verhagen adopted a new stance. His presence shifted in an instant. Verhagen, former knight commander of the Trebash family. Even before contracting with a demon, he was at the very top of the sword experts. Now, with exponentially enhanced physical abilities due to the demon contract, he was as strong as a sword seeker in the early stages. Thus, Verhagen was confident in his victory. At best, his opponent was only a sword expert. He was agile, but that's all. He believed that the level of combat skill was absolute. That's generally a correct judgment, but not always does a disparity in skill determine victory or defeat. Sometimes, subtle nuances, not categorized by skill level, become the deciding factor. Huff! And Najin, the boy who had survived in the underground city, always created those nuances with his own hands, seizing victory. This time was no different. Najin exhaled deeply and widened his eyes filled with determination. In those eyes reflected a momentary future. Since arriving in the city of opportunities, Najin had grown. His growth was steep and unimpeded, but he was still a sword expert. Naturally, he was weaker than Verhagen, who was close to a seeker and lacked in absolute strength, technique, physical strength, and various other aspects. Most likely, he was inferior in all those respects. But if there was one area where Najin didn't fall short, it was his senses and vision. Sharply honed senses and chilling eyes that captured everything. The boy, always unparalleled in seeing, had realized his talent several months ago. Najin's eyes existed beyond ordinary understanding, almost mystical. The world seen through those eyes was incomprehensible to mere mortals. Only Najin could understand that landscape. Rustling grass, breathing, the moving eyes of Verhagen, the grip on the sword, dark particles rising from the sword aura, and the twitching muscles. The moment Verhagen stepped forward, Najin had already sprung off the ground. When Verhagen swung his sword, Najin had already infiltrated his side. Swoosh! As Verhagen's greatsword tore the ground, Najin's sword sliced Verhagen's flesh as he moved past. The wounds were shallow, but Najin didn't stop there. With bulging eyes, he read Verhagen's movements and inhaled deeply. Mana surged. Mana cultivation technique that absorbs the surrounding mana. Normally, in a battle against a demon, Najin's mana cultivation would be akin to self-harm. If he absorbed mana filled with demonic energy, his body would break down. But Najin was the owner of Excalibur. The moment mana entered his body, the demonic energy was completely purified. He then channeled all the absorbed mana, along with his body's existing mana, into physical enhancement, an amount of mana that would have been unbearable in the past. But now, he could withstand it. Crackling, acceleration. The sword, scattering afterimages, slashed Verhagen's body. One opening led to 3 cuts on Verhagen's body. With his teeth gritted, Verhagen stomped on the ground. Dust flew up. He knew these superficial wounds posed no real threat to his life. Acknowledging this, he chose a strategy of sacrificing flesh for bone. His greatsword sliced through the air. Najin hastily leaned back as the greatsword narrowly missed his head. Despite the broad swings, Verhagen's movements were flawlessly tight. Before completing a full arc with his sword, he twisted his waist. The trajectory shifted. The greatsword halted unnaturally and lunged at Najin. Having read the move in advance, Najin threw himself backward to dodge. However, he couldn't fully escape the sword wind generated by the greatsword. Dust and shattered stone fragments enveloped Najin. Ouch! His troll leather armor protected his body, but not his face. Blood splattered from a cut on his skin, his vision blurred momentarily by dust. From within the dust cloud, Verhagen's knee emerged, aimed at Najin's abdomen. Bang! Najin hastily pulled his sword for defense, but the force cracked his forearm, holding the blade. The superhuman strength was evident. Najin frowned. Sliding backward, Najin caught his breath. Reading movements is one thing, but being able to counter them is another. His forearm throbbed, and he struggled to grip with one hand. "You're damn slippery," creak, crack. Gritting his teeth and contorting his face in an effort to endure the pain from the sword aura, Verhagen brushed off the dust. Swinging his greatsword to clear his view, he smirked at Najin. "What guts do you have to challenge me? Did you not see the corpses of those knights on your way here? Didn't their pathetic deaths give you a clue?" Sneering, Verhagen stomped the ground. His inhuman strength allowed him to close the distance to Najin in an instant. He swung his greatsword, laughing mockingly. "You're not a match for me." The greatsword was wrapped in black sword aura. In front of the imposing blade, Najin raised his sword expressionlessly. "I know," sword auras clashed. Despite buckling under the weight of the greatsword, Najin's sword didn't give in. Feeling something amiss, Verhagen sensed unease. Clang! Najin countered Verhagen's sword. Straining to maintain his stance under the weight, Najin parried the blows. Clang, clang, bang. The weight of the greatsword cried out against Najin's body. Yet, Najin faced it head-on, sometimes using the Empire's swordsmanship, other times using the deflecting techniques shown by Ivan. "I know that, but still." Najin lifted his head. In that moment of eye contact, Verhagen felt a chill. Najin's eyes, filled with determination, resembled those of a predator, shining sinisterly, ready to bite at the slightest lapse. Overwhelmed by those eyes for a moment, Verhagen swung his sword fiercely to push Najin back. Then, with a heavy thud, he gripped the sword hilt tightly. Crunch, crunch. He appeared to be compressing his strength. Pulling the greatsword back, Verhagen unleashed it horizontally with a shout, a technique symbolic of his days as the commander of the Trebash family's Knight Order, a sword technique that bisected trolls with a single stroke. The greatsword, wrapped in black sword aura, carved a crescent trajectory. As the sweeping sword met Najin's, a blast of wind followed. Trees on either side of Najin split with a loud crack. Najin, unable to fully withstand the force, slid backward. He was pushed back over 10 steps, stopping only when he hit a tree. He withstood that. Verhagen's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he have withstood a blow that could bisect trolls, especially with enhanced strength? Verhagen had no way of knowing the peculiar movements Najin used against the swinging greatsword. I had something to ask. Catching his breath away from the tree, Najin spoke. His breathing was rough. With his right arm broken from the last strike, Najin lifted his sword with one hand. Pointing his sword at Verhagen, Najin asked, "What is a knight to you?" Perhaps it was a question Najin posed to himself. What is a knight? Hearing the question, Verhagen let out a hollow laugh. Was he trying to buy time? Verhagen saw no point in answering. He took another step towards Najin. "What is honor and pride to you?" Najin asked, assuming a stance. Bang! The greatsword dug into the ground. Unwilling to play along if Najin was stalling, Verhagen relentlessly pressured him. As Najin was pushed back, he lowered his posture. "Answer me." With sudden acceleration, Najin moved faster than Verhagen, slicing his wrist. The cut didn't sever the wrist, but it was deep enough to draw blood. Splash! Blood splattered, and Verhagen grimaced. The wound quickly closed, but it hindered his ability to wield the greatsword effectively. He kicked Najin away. Najin didn't immediately rush in. He just kept asking, "What is a knight to you? What is honor? What is pride? I need to hear your answer." Laughing bitterly, Verhagen exhaled deeply, pretending to engage in this meaningless conversation until his wrist healed. He began to speak. "You asked what a knight is," Verhagen responded. "A knight is a means to climb the social ladder. It's nothing more than a tool to gain money, power, and strength." That was his view of a knight. As a commoner, it was his way up, allowing him access to wealth and power unattainable otherwise. And honor and pride are the same. Verhagen smirked. They gain immense value when sold or discarded. They're worthless otherwise. You'd be surprised how much a knight's pride sells for. You wouldn't understand. Kid, when betraying his lord, selling his lord's weaknesses to nobles of other territories, or turning a blind eye to the disloyalty of the family's retainers. Each time, he was paid handsomely under the guise of sacrificing his knightly pride. Nothing is gained by preserving them, but betraying them brings sweet gold. Pride, honor, rules. You must have seen on your way here. Right, how those fools clinging to worthless things ended up. Look at me. By abandoning all of them, I gained this much power, didn't I? As a knight, he sneaked into the depths of the family, stealing an artifact where a demon was sealed. Under the pretense of knightly pride, he lured his colleagues and killed them. Fools clinging to honor and pride. He knew there was nothing more enjoyable and easier than deceiving such people. A smile spread across his face. The young man before him wasn't a knight, but he shared the same foolishness. Like you. When Najin sliced his wrist, if he had kept attacking, he could have wounded him more. But instead, he chose to listen to his musings about honor and pride, giving him time. Such foolishness. Verhagen sincerely thought so. Listening to him, Najin bowed his head. Was he angry or despairing at being overpowered by someone who disregarded honor and pride? Neither. Najin lifted his head, smiling. "Why are you smiling?" "I'm just realizing how lucky I was." Najin spoke with a smile. I'm glad the first knight I met wasn't someone like you, a knight who knows honor and pride, even when fallen to the bottom, who didn't lose his dignity, choosing to be a knight until the end, a knight of Atanga. The first knight he met, the knight who planted a dream in him. It was fortunate for Najin that his first encounter was with Ivan, not someone like Verhagen. Hearing Verhagen's tale, Najin finally understood what kind of knight he aspired to be. What Najin envisioned was the first knight he ever met, a star. In the starless underground city, that knight's eyes held stars. Najin remembered that night. No matter where I fall, even if plummeting endlessly, even if falling to a place where no stars shine, longing to reclaim what I've lost, preserving my remaining pride, remaining a knight, never forgetting my essence. A knight chasing stars, a knight pursuing the stars in the night sky. That's the kind of knight Najin wanted to be. A knight bearing honor and pride, chasing stars, honor, pride, and stars. The concept of a knight, incomplete in Najin's mind, paradoxically became complete upon encountering someone farthest from a knight. A goal forms, a complete picture, that moment. Najin's sword aura surged brilliantly white. His sword aura's output spiked suddenly, an operating method he had unconsciously mastered during his decisive battle with Ivan but had never used since then. But now, differently from that time, there were no platinum particles in the fiercely surging sword aura, because right now, Najin was thinking not of a star, but of a certain night. Chapter 46, The Demon Knight Verhagen, 4. The longsword was wrapped in a pure white sword aura. Such a powerful sword aura seemed too mighty to be drawn by a mere sword expert. It was not just enveloped in light, but as if the blade itself was made of light, an unbelievable output of sword aura. However, it didn't possess any special form or properties. Of course, it didn't. Najin was still a sword expert, not yet at the level of a sword seeker. What Najin had done was simply push the output of his sword aura beyond its limits in a way only he could. Najin's mana cultivation technique was unique. The mana stored in his body was minimal, and most of the cultivated mana was used to strengthen his body and the pathways through which mana flowed. There was no need to store mana inside the body. After all, Najin could immediately utilize the mana floating in the air around him. He could draw the mana floating in the air and instantly weave it into his sword aura. His sense of handling mana was different from others who had to manage only the mana stored within them. That's why, Najin knew. There's no limit to mana itself. Mana floating outside. The raw flow circulating the world. Najin, who manipulates this flow, is like standing in the middle of a vast ocean with a cup. He only had a small vessel to scoop the water, but he knew that if he enlarged the vessel, he could scoop as much as he wanted. Here's one thing. Just before leaving the underground city during his decisive battle with Ivan, Najin unconsciously stumbled upon a special method of usage unique only to him. It wasn't about scooping water with a vessel. It was about jumping into the ocean. Even at the risk of drowning, he would throw his body in just to snatch a victory. That was the gamble Najin discovered. At this moment, he was making the same bet. Merlin was startled by Najin's method of using mana. The paths etched in Najin's body, the channels where mana flowed, began to creak. Mana, in quantities too vast to be contained, was filling up inside Najin. Operation of mana beyond its limit. The circuits creaked, broke, cracked. Mana that couldn't be contained in the circuits began to leak. The raw mana that leaked started to lash out inside Najin's body, drawing in more mana than he could handle, stepping beyond the allowed limits, damaging his body and circuits in exchange for overwhelming output. A reckless method without regard for the future, even with the recovery powers of Excalibur. Cough, cough. The pain of being torn apart from the inside by rampant mana was something only Najin had to endure. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite the excruciating pain tearing him from within, his grip on the sword tightened. With bloodshot eyes, Najin glared at Verhagen. His eyes, glowing with the hue of sunset, held a yearning for victory. Clenching his teeth, Najin slammed his foot down. Merlin remained silent, the method of operation born from Najin's desire for victory. Incidentally, it was also something Arthur had used, a technique that no one had ever taught him, and nowhere recorded. Arthur, who fought countless strong adversaries, yearned for it, a strike to tear the throats of the powerful, a strike to break his own limits, always challenging those stronger than himself, risking his life for victory. Arthur, who struggled even in dire situations to snatch victory, had developed this method during his journey. Despite the mana churning inside, tearing his body apart, despite the excruciating pain from the twisting circuits, he would never back down, vomiting blood while charging at his enemies to cut their throats. Merlin saw a resemblance between Arthur's image and Najin. Without anyone's guidance, Najin had independently discovered the same method as Arthur, solely driven by his determination to win. Really? Merlin burst out laughing. "You're crazier than I thought." Najin dashed towards Verhagen, his white sword aura blazing brilliantly. Verhagen's eyes wavered. The man who seemed almost dead had suddenly come back to life. Not only did he revive, but his speed increased, and the sword aura wrapping his blade surged more fiercely. It was as if he had been hiding his strength all along. Kang! At the moment of the sword's clash, Verhagen was pushed back. Despite having the upper hand in terms of the weight of the sword and physical strength, he was overpowered in terms of output. The rebound from the violently surging sword aura pushed Verhagen's greatsword back. "What is this?" Verhagen's eyes widened in shock. His grip on the sword ached, and Najin's sword struck, continuously clashing it. Previously, Verhagen had protected his neck by raising his forearms, but this time he shuddered. No, it won't work. He can't take it with his bare body. Belatedly, Verhagen twisted his body. Najin's sword, aiming for his neck, grazed Verhagen's shoulder. At that moment, Verhagen confirmed his decision to dodge was right. The shoulder wound was deep. If it had hit his neck, it would have almost severed half of it. Amidst the burning pain from the wound, Verhagen locked eyes with Najin. Those eyes were shining with bloodlust and sunset hue, eerily intense eyes. Verhagen had a feeling the situation had completely changed. Najin's sword aura was strong enough to slice through his demonized body. He could no longer block with his body. "What are you?" He wasn't just a sword expert. It's impossible for a sword expert to unleash such a powerful sword aura. It was unthinkable for him to move like that. "What are you?" Really, cold sweat ran down Verhagen's spine. With each clash of swords, with every charge of Najin's sword aiming for his throat, Verhagen clenched his teeth and had to fend off the attacks. Previously, he had toyed with Najin, but now he had to confront him as an equal. If he couldn't block, he would die. The difference in level was no longer meaningful. Victory and defeat were decided by skill and momentary judgment. Each swing of Najin's sword was imposed upon Verhagen. Death, blood, flesh, blood splattered, flesh was scattered. It wasn't just Najin bleeding anymore. Blood began to spurt from Verhagen's body as well. The pursuit team of the demon knight Verhagen, Argo, the leading knight of the Knights of Atanga pursuit team, pulled the reins of his horse. The last location where the signal was detected. Argo stopped there and looked around, then heard the clashing of swords. Kang! He signaled the following knights and moved towards the source of the sound. Pushing through the bushes and passing the dense trees, he reached an artificially cleared area in the middle of the forest. Trees uprooted and split lay scattered around the clearing, likely created by cutting and uprooting trees that hindered the duel. At first glance, it seemed like a dueling arena in the midst of the forest. Kang! In that arena, two swordsmen clashed. One was Verhagen, the demon knight chased by the Knights of Atanga, and the other, a young adventurer. Wasn't there talk of an adventurer in Cambria taking on the mission? Presumably, that young man was the adventurer. Intending to express gratitude to the young man for excellently carrying out the mission, Argo drew his sword to ease the young man's burden and to subdue the demon knight. As he was about to step forward, Argo frowned, sensing something off. Verhagen's movements, the sword aura he wielded, and the intense demonic energy. In Argo's eyes, Verhagen's level seemed much higher than reported. Was the assessment of his strength wrong? Surprising, but not a problem. I moved, anticipating such possibilities. Argo was a warrior who had reached the level of a sword seeker. Furthermore, behind him were his proud colleagues from the Knights of Atenga. He was confident that they could handle any unexpected situations that might arise. Thus, Verhagen's unexpected strength wasn't a concern, but something else caught Argo's attention. It was the movements of the young man clashing swords with Verhagen. The young man, wielding a sword wreathed in a pure white sword aura, displayed an astonishing level of swordplay. Chart. The untainted, pristine white sword aura repelled Verhagen's dark-tainted sword multiple times, sometimes smoothly, sometimes boldly. The young man's steps were light yet precise. His sword strikes didn't miss any openings. His stance seamlessly transitioned between movements. Based on the order of the sword's techniques, the young man's style seemed to blend various sword techniques. While the swordplay itself was admirable, what was most astonishing was the young man's instantaneous decision-making. Bold. Not just parrying but boldly piercing to inflict wounds and never missing any openings revealed by the opponent, like a fierce beast. Thus, the young man matched Verhagen, engaging in a duel with Verhagen, who was presumed to be at the level of a sword seeker. Despite the young man's impressive skills, Argo had never seen him before. As Argo looked at the young man's face, he gasped. It was because he saw the young man's eyes, eyes that only focused on Verhagen, burning intensely with a strong desire for victory, eyes that seemed to draw one in, eerily captivating. Upon seeing those eyes, Argo silently sheathed his sword and signaled the Knights of Atanga to halt. The young man had a firm resolve to deny his opponent, with an intense desire for victory. He was fully committed to the duel. It was something that should never be interrupted or disturbed by others. Argo, ready to intervene at any moment, was captivated by the duel between Najin and Verhagen. It was not just a watchful gaze, but one that was snatched away. The young man wielded a raw sword, an unrefined, incomplete sword technique and sword aura. Yet it was precisely because of this rawness that it was captivating. There was an intensity only found in something unrefined. Gag. Sword auras clashed, sparks flew, and the tip of the sword grazed, causing blood to burst and evaporate upon touching the blazing sword aura. Rising blood, the sound of clashing swords, chaotically intertwined footsteps. The perfectly balanced scale began to tilt in Najin's favor. Unlike Verhagen, who was merely treading water, Najin continued to grow even amidst the battle. Quagic. Verhagen's greatsword tore into the ground. As the heavy impact shook the ground, Najin was already not on the ground. With a light leap, Najin spun in the air, and upon landing, struck down towards Verhagen's sword. Kang! Najin's longsword struck the greatsword, driving it deeper into the ground. Then, following the slanted blade of the greatsword, Najin swung his sword. Gag. The sound rang as his blade aimed for Verhagen's neck. CK. Verhagen hastily let go of his greatsword and reached out to grab Najin's sword, but Najin's sword aura was beyond any resistance. Verhagen's palm, stretched forward, was severed by the sword aura. From the little finger to the index finger, the flesh and bone were sliced as Najin's sword continued unimpeded. The blood that erupted evaporated, and Najin's sword neared Verhagen's neck. At that moment, Verhagen sensed his imminent defeat. He felt an unavoidable death approaching. Therefore, he resorted to his last hidden move. Verhagen let out a monstrous yell. His eyes flipped, and a momentary burst of black smoke erupted from his body, engulfing both him and Najin. A scene that unfolded in an instant, too fast for even the Knights of Atanga to react. Verhagen's last resort. It was a move he had saved for the battle against the Knights of Atanga, something he could use only once. A power obtained through a contract with a demon, a one-time opportunity lent by that power. Verhagen used it to kill Najin, convinced that he would die otherwise, his face contorted with rage. I shouldn't have used it on someone like you. The artifact managed by the Schulhosser family for generations. Though it was known to contain a mid-level demon, Verhagen knew it was not just any ordinary being. From centuries ago, the ancient era. The entity in the artifact was an ancient demon active in that era. Having stolen the Schulhosser family's secret texts, Verhagen knew this and contracted with the demon inside the artifact. Darkness and fear. The demon symbolizing blindness. The ancient demon, Arkand. That power was manifested through Verhagen's hands. The rising black mist quickly transformed into a dome-shaped barrier, enclosing both Najin and Verhagen. Although the original Arkand could engulf a small territory, Verhagen's extent was limited to this. However, he knew this was sufficient. While the barrier's range was limited, its properties remained the same. A complete disconnect from the outside world, creating a completely sealed space, unreachable even by starlight, and the amplification of demonic energy. Verhagen's wounds instantly healed. Flesh regrew, and fingers sliced off regrew tainted black. His body overflowed with strength, incomparable to moments before. The greatsword, now wreathed in black sword aura. In this space, Verhagen held an overwhelming advantage. Even if it were the Knights of Atanga, he was confident they couldn't match him. In fact, he was sure they couldn't stand against him. The sensation of omnipotence, the overwhelming power felt. Verhagen smirked, looking at Najin. The pure white sword aura that had been shining was now dimmed by the darkness of the barrier. It seemed unlikely to blaze again, as the barrier not only strengthened Verhagen, but also weakened his opponent. This is the end. Boy, Verhagen smirked, looking at Najin. In the darkness created by the demon, the light produced by a mere human seemed pitiful. The white sword aura, now seemingly on the verge of extinction, made Najin's figure look pathetic. Verhagen was sure of his victory. He pondered how to crush Najin, how to give this insolent man a miserably fitting end. As he moved towards Najin, Verhagen locked eyes with Najin. There was no fear in those eyes, no wavering. They were eerily calm. Feeling a dissonance, Verhagen frowned. Was that color there before? Najin's eyes, which were sunset-colored moments ago, were now shining platinum, like the stars in the night sky. You finally used it. Merlin's voice echoed in Najin's ears. The voice was full of laughter. Chapter 47. The Demon Knight Verhagen. 5. Demon Knight Verhagen. He belonged to the Schulhosser family, and the demon-containing artifact he was known to have stolen was also managed by the Schulhosser family for hundreds of years. Information on the request form. From the moment that information was confirmed, Merlin understood everything about the demon Verhagen had contracted with. Its true name, the concept it governed, it was impossible not to know. The Schulhosser family existed even in the era when Merlin was active. A high-ranking demon governs the concepts of darkness, fear, and blindness. True name, Arkand, a demon from ancient times, existing hundreds of years ago during the era when Merlin and Arthur were active. Sealed by a borderland hero known as Schulhosser at that time. Remembering this information about the demon, Merlin smiled. Arkand is a powerful demon. There's no denying that fact. Even if it weakened over the centuries of being sealed, Arkand's power is not to be underestimated. From the moment he used his power, Najin had no chance of defeating Verhagen. Any attempt would only lead to a brutal death. Within the barrier, Verhagen possesses a strength overwhelming even the upper echelons of sword seekers. In contrast, Najin's body weakens, and his mana output decreases, a barrier that weakens the opponent and strengthens oneself. Within this barrier, Najin could never defeat Verhagen. It's an absolute disparity, a rule. Yet, Merlin didn't stop Najin because he chose to confront Verhagen alone. Arcane's power is complete isolation from the outside. That's the nature of Arcane's power, creating a space that no one else can see into. That's the ability of Arcane, a space completely isolated from the outside. No starlight, no sunlight, nothing can reach inside. In such a space, paladins who swing swords with the blessing of stars lose their light, and mages who cast magic with the support of the mage tower become utterly powerless. That's why Arkand was infamous. But for Najin, this barrier has a completely different meaning. Isolation means no eyes are watching you. There's a demon to be slain. There was no need to hide his power anymore. Let that ancient demon know. Merlin laughed. Najin slowly sheathed his longsword, that their nemesis has returned. Click. Najin sheathed his longsword. Then he reached out towards the sky. After 1,000 years, your nemesis, the one who brings eternal death to you, has returned. His hand raised to the sky. The constellation on his wrist shone. Again, it must be said, inside the barrier, Najin can't defeat Verhagen. It's an absolute gap, a rule of the barrier. But Najin possesses something, something that exists above all rules, a tremendous variable that can overturn all disparities, a brilliant light that won't be obscured by any darkness conjured by demons. Clutch. Najin clenched his raised hand, 13 constellations floating in thin air. Immediately after, starlight flooded the darkness. Demon Knight Verhagen saw it. Najin suddenly sheathing his sword. Sheathing his sword while the enemy approaches. Has he given up on resisting? No, looking at his eyes. It didn't seem like giving up. His eyes still yearned for victory. Obsession with victory visible in his eyes. Even in the darkness, the platinum-colored eyes didn't lose their light. Feeling uneasy the moment he saw Najin's eyes change from sunset to platinum color, Verhagen was troubled. Najin extended his hand towards the sky. The moment 13 stars on his wrist lit up. Starlight flooded the darkness in an instant. Whoosh! Even the darkness devouring light couldn't obscure the starlight created by Najin. At this moment, the light Najin grasped couldn't be obscured by anything. The light shone even in the deepest depths below the earth, untouched by starlight, even in the demon-infested realm, even in the land of Camlan where stars fall. In any place, it never lost its light, symbolizing a hero, illuminating humanity's path, and symbolizing victory. It was that sword after all. Clutch. The moment Najin clenched his hand towards the sky, the overflowing starlight transformed into a sword, burning away the surrounding darkness, the shining sword alone. It was impossible for Verhagen not to recognize it. The sword of the stars, Excalibur, a holy sword forgotten for hundreds of years, now brought into reality by the hand of a boy. Googluser content. com/v. XGTNLNLQ, DJGQZH9ZOZJZA, and CW61. ZIMT3HSPQWKT ACOM, FUK-EQ8PVD-BHVGLL. For example, XZ3NDT9, W92HMLIN, EQYPQAIDCBLEO. 1R-ZMID Divisart, JCYTM82KLRD7Art10T MHIL NN0. 8ZGM HT5X88LZ is FH-CZ0. Verhagen's eyes trembled. The light created by the sword of the stars burned away all darkness. The barrier, trying to engulf the star risen from the darkness, rippled, but the light of Excalibur could not be obscured by anything. Not even the Witch of Camlan could obscure this light, nor could the dragons of the abyss swallow it. A mere demon's darkness couldn't veil the light of Excalibur. The sight shook Verhagen's vision wildly. Excalibur. Unbelievable. Why was that holy sword in his hands? Wasn't Excalibur drawn by one of the three sword masters? Imitation, fake, illusion, lie. It was impossible to even consider such a possibility. Burning away the darkness created by a demon in this way was impossible even for the sanctified artifacts of the Order. Cold sweat ran down Verhagen's spine. His fingers gripping the sword trembled uncontrollably. It was a fundamental fear. The fear Verhagen feels is not his own, but that of the demon fused with his body. The ancient demon Arkand feels fear. It's the fear etched into the very race of demons, a fear of their natural predator. The sword of the stars, Excalibur. This holy sword fractures the minds of demons. It burns the souls of demons. It makes the paradox of killing the immortal beings, the demons, possible as long as I live. There is no place for you on this land. Holding the sword that exists above all laws, Arthur, who swept away hundreds, thousands of demons, is remembered by Arkand. Fear this light. Remember, this land is not yours. After centuries, Arthur has reappeared in this world. Arkand, trembling with fear, seeks to flee, but there is nowhere to run. Sealed in the artifact, Arkand can only escape through his contractor, Verhagen. Arkand felt fear. A demon, an immortal being, experienced the fear of death. In this paradoxical situation, Verhagen faces Najin. In front of the brilliantly shining sword of the stars, the black sword aura enveloping Verhagen's sword burns away. The omnipotence flooding his body also fades. Kriak, the darkness that weakened Najin's body and bound his mana, also burned away in the starlight. Exhaling deeply, Najin felt the blessing of the holy sword strengthening from the moment he summoned Excalibur. The injuries sustained in the battle with Verhagen begin to heal instantaneously. Wounds closed and new flesh grew. The upset stomach from overusing mana beyond its limit began to normalize. It's a miraculous recovery power. The blessing now was incomparable to what it was in the underground city, astonishing even Najin. It's because you've grown stronger since then. Merlin smiled. Since arriving in Cambria, Najin has grown, his body had developed, and his soul had matured. Excalibur testified to this growth. There's no need to prolong the fight. How long this barrier can withstand Excalibur's light is uncertain. So Merlin says, "You know what I'm trying to say." "Right, I understand." Najin steadied his breath and takes his stance. "End it with one strike. Isn't it exactly that? Ending a being who has contracted with an ancient demon and even wields its power with a single strike is something not even a sword seeker can achieve." But Najin calmly took his stance. Whoosh. Excalibur was enveloped in sword aura, amplified several times. The pure white sword aura was crowned with platinum particles. The resulting platinum sword aura was something only Arthur in history could wield. "You, who exactly are you?" Verhagen stumbled backward. Facing the fearful Verhagen, Najin exhaled. What came to mind now was the most powerful strike he could deliver. There's only one technique that came to mind. Verhagen. Najin bends his knees and raises his sword. He speaks out because he now understands the significance of the technique he's about to unleash. "You have forsaken your honor. You have lost your pride." The sword technique of Atanga, the sword shown by Ivan, the knight pursuing stars. Therefore, you have sullied the name of a knight. A sword to punish those who have lost honor and pride. Najin declared against Verhagen, who stood in stark contrast to the knight Najin envisioned in his mind. "I am Najin, the squire of Ivan, a knight of Atanga, though not yet a knight, lacking in honor, but now understanding what pride is. I will strike you down." That was enough. Enough reason and justification to wield the sword of Atanga. Googluser content. com/1at 7du61. PLBD ZG EDG ETL W toy PFJ NZDLD KKED JXFBFRA. PSI-IRZ CFXB6 OSA GRW and CVKD Haj QUSGL 5 FK SB DI DRZV0 C1 SFJKR REMXD 72X DO T0 P1 SQTL.TC SIP YN0 For example, Z4, SCXQ, MWCZ, DSHM, W8. Declaration to strike down the false knight. Najin, holding the sword of the stars, took the stance of Atanga, reciting its creed. It was the oldest rule, proclaimed by Arthur, once known as the King of Knights. Cut down the demon. Punish those who tarnish the name of a knight. The rule declared by Arthur centuries ago was now spoken again by his successor. In front of that declaration, Verhagen realized that he could not escape. There was no turning back. Verhagen made his choice. Screaming, he charged at Najin. The demon-empowered body remained strong. With each step, the ground shook and the darkness rippled. Quoom! Slamming the ground, Verhagen swung his greatsword horizontally, his proudest and most symbolic technique, the most powerful strike he could deliver, capable of splitting even giant trolls in one blow. The sword, wrapped in darkness, accelerated with the wind pressure. Verhagen's ultimate strike, encapsulating all his being. Najin doesn't think of deflecting, avoiding, or interrupting it halfway. He would break everything head-on, because it was Atanga's sword, Ivan's sword. As Verhagen's greatsword reached top speed, Najin moved. Verhagen couldn't comprehend the movement. Najin's sword, trailing starlight, made a swift advance. Swoosh! The sound that resonated was a serene slicing. Verhagen's greatsword, reaching top speed, was easily split by Najin. The sword didn't stop there, plunging into Verhagen's flank. The star sword cut through the darkness. The holy sword slashed the demon. The sword that pierced Verhagen's left side cut across to his right shoulder and surged upward. The sword strike had no hesitation. The resistance of a demon's body was meaningless before Excalibur. A perfect Atanga sword technique that crushes the opponent's technique and overwhelms them. Najin cleaves the demon in a single strike. The trajectory of Excalibur's cut released a burst of starlight. The light incinerated the soul and mind of the demon, eradicating its existence. The ancient demon Arcand, housed in Verhagen's body, disintegrated into ashes. Quoom! Verhagen's upper body tilted along the severed line. He met his death without a scream. Quoom! His body fell to the ground. Beyond that, Najin saw the long sword scar on the ground. The sword that split the greatsword and cut Verhagen didn't stop there. It etched a lengthy mark on the land. Observing the trace, Najin sheathed his sword. With Verhagen's death, the power-wielding barrier blurred and darkness began to fade. Najin, feeling a bit of regret, stored Excalibur. The starlight-turned Excalibur was sucked into the constellation on his wrist. Who? As Najin steadied his breath and collected the thrill of battle. Enter, enter, a clamorous voice is heard from outside the barrier. The barrier, dissipating with Verhagen's death, crashes open from the outside. Someone breaks through the barrier and steps inside. They were knights in armor. Emblazoned on their armor was the emblem of Atanga. To save the brave young man battling the demon knight, they had leaped into the demon's barrier. Protect the young man. Form ranks to pressure Verhagen. The words of Argo, the knight of Atanga leading the charge, remained unfinished. The sight of Verhagen's bisected corpse and the unharmed Najin silenced him. Whoosh. The barrier collapsed entirely and sunlight poured through. Under the glaring sun, an awkward silence lingered. Chapter 48, The Demon Knight Verhagen. 6. The Knight of Atanga Argo. A knight renowned within the Atanga for his strength and ability to make quick decisions without panic in any situation. However, at this moment, Argo was feeling perplexed. The situation before his eyes was that absurd. Argo was considerably startled when the demon knight Verhagen used his power. It was a surge of demonic energy far beyond his expectations and a type of power he had never encountered before. A power that created a barrier and completely isolated it from the outside world. Still, he could quickly adapt to that. Gritting his teeth, Argo made his decision. The young man fighting the demon was in danger. Although they had been evenly matched until now, it was unlikely to remain so inside the barrier. He needed to help. Break the barrier, a method to counter and attack the demon's power. Atanga, being primarily responsible for managing knights and demon subjugation, possessed extensive knowledge about demons. Yet, interpreting and countering the barrier required a significant amount of time. Crack. At some point, the barrier weakened, and they shattered it, entering the interior. Even as he entered, Argo couldn't hide his bitterness. If so much time had passed, it was highly likely that the young man had already met his demise. Yet, Argo shouted, "Protect the young man! Protect the young man and kill the demon knight. Even if the young man had already passed, protect his body from desecration." With this thought, Argo raised his voice, but form ranks and pressure Verhagen. What they encountered inside the barrier wasn't the demon knight, nor was it the corpse of the young man. What welcomed them was the bisected corpse of the demon knight Verhagen and, what? With eyes wide open, a young man looking at him in surprise. Crack. Eventually, the completely shattered barrier gave way to sunlight. The warm sunlight shone down. On the floor, face down, lay the bisected corpse of Verhagen, and standing unscathed was Najin, a situation that defied all expectations. To maintain composure and make a rational decision even in such a situation. What on earth is this situation? Indeed, even for someone like Argo, it was an unreasonable demand. And so, the situation had led to this moment. Najin saw the ones who had broken into the barrier. He reflexively reached for the hilt of his sword at his waist, but soon relaxed his guard. He recognized the emblem on their armor, the emblem of two crossed swords and a shield drawn above them. Najin knew this emblem. Ivan had once told him about it, and he had looked it up in books when he came outside. The Knights of Atanga, beings who uphold the ancient code of knights, and the knight order Ivan once belonged to. With wide eyes, Najin watched the knights. They, too, were looking at him. Each carried a different meaning in their gaze, but regardless, the knights and Najin faced each other. Najin was the first to move. Lowering the hand that was about to draw his sword, he asked them a question. "By any chance are you the Knights of Atanga?" "I am Argo, a knight of Atanga," the knight at the forefront. Argo, the leader of this mission, stepped forward. He raised his hand and pointed behind Najin. There lay the bisected body of Verhagen. "I am the commander of the pursuit team dispatched to eliminate that man. It seems there's no need for further pursuit." Though, feeling bewildered, Argo lowered his hand. He glanced at Najin standing before him. To think a youth of such tender age had achieved this level of prowess. The output of sword aura I saw earlier. He shouldn't be able to achieve that at his age. Argo's eyes narrowed. It was truly regrettable for the young man, but those who achieve such abnormal feats were likely associated with demons. Argo is a ranked sword seeker. His eyes could see through the mana flow within someone's body. Even if the mana was not clotted with demonic energy, but mixed with impurity, it might indicate a connection with demons. But it's clear, extremely so. The purity of the mana was unparalleled. There was no hint of impurity, clear like the water in a deep mountain stream. This meant he was definitely not related to demons. Moreover, there was no sign of contamination by demonic energy. Astonishing, truly. Argo marveled inwardly. Such pure mana was a rarity. The absence of clotted demonic energy suggested he might have a means to resist demonic energy itself. He had many questions, but Argo knew what should take precedence. Clang, sheathing the sword he had drawn, he pounded his chest with his fist. Pounding the emblem of Atanga on his armor with his fist, Argo spoke. "I express my gratitude to you. A proper thing to do. That was none other than to offer thanks. In place of Atanga, I respect you for punishing one who tarnished the name of a knight." Following him, the sound of clang echoed. The knights of Atanga behind him saluted Najin. The sound of armor and gauntlets rubbing together resounded. Receiving their salute, Najin felt his heart leap for some reason. In fairy tales, Through his master's stories, he had heard of the knights of this era, and now they stood before him. "It is an honor." Awkwardly, Najin also saluted. As Najin finished his salute, Argo nodded. "May I ask for an explanation of the situation?" "Yes, gladly." Najin exhaled deeply and began his story. He had already decided how to explain it. The story wasn't long. He was pursuing Verhagen. During the pursuit, he encountered a knight who had previously encountered Verhagen and heard his story. Verhagen had been exhausted and injured from his earlier engagement with the knights. He exploited this to gain the upper hand. He did not lie, but he also did not tell the whole truth. It was still too early to fully reveal his identity. So, after hearing the story, Argo summed it up. "You pursued Verhagen, who was critically wounded, and defeated him here. Is that right?" "That's correct. You exploited his weakness even inside the barrier." "Yes. The wound on his shoulder." Najin pointed at Verhagen's bisected body. "Indeed, there was a scar on that shoulder." "Indeed." Argo stroked his chin. It made sense, but there were several dubious aspects. Above all, Argo had seen it. The overwhelming output of Sword Aura Najin had shown before the barrier was erected. Suspicious, but he had no grounds to pry further. Even if the other party was concealing their strength, he had neither the right to investigate nor the right to reprimand. If the young man before him had relations with demons or was hiding some evil scheme, then questioning him would be justified, but he did not appear so. Then, there was only one question Argo needed to ask the young man before him. "May I ask you one question?" Argo spoke, and Najin nodded. Argo looked straight at Najin and asked, "Why did you slay Verhagen?" "You're free to answer, whether you say it was just fulfilling a commission for a reward or anything else." As he spoke, Argo added, "Whatever answer you give to my question here, I swear I will not harm you. This is purely out of curiosity." The oath of a knight of Atanga. Najin was not ignorant of its weight. Therefore, at least for this question, he could answer honestly. Najin slowly opened his mouth to speak. "I did not like him. Did not like him. During the battle with Verhagen, I asked him a question. 'What does being a knight mean to you?' Najin said. Verhagen answered, 'A knight is just a position for advancement. Honor and pride,' he said, 'are things that gain value only when discarded.' The values of knighthood as held by Verhagen, as spoken by Najin." At this, Argo's expression wrinkled. The knights of Atanga behind him clicked their tongues and contorted their faces. "I did not like that," Najin continued. "That's not what a knight is to me." "What do you think a knight is?" Though he had said he would ask only one question, Argo found himself compelled to ask a second. He wanted to hear what the young man who had slain a demon knight thought about knighthood. "I don't think it's a story fitting for the knights of Atanga. I am not a knight." Normally, it would be laughable for one who is not a knight to discuss knighthood, but you are an exception. Whatever the reason, by defeating the demon knight, you have proven your worth. Speak freely. The knights of Atanga, who uphold the long-standing traditions of knighthood and swear only to be knightly. They all looked at Najin, listening intently to what he would say, and Najin spoke. "One who does not lose their pride." Najin spoke his answer to "What is a knight?" gained during the duel with the demon knight. "One who struggles to protect what has not been lost and to regain what has been lost." What is a knight? In front of the knights of Atanga, the knights among knights, Najin was stating his answer. "A seeker of high ideals," Najin said. "One who embraces pride and honor, chasing the stars in the lofty sky. That is the knight I think of. No, that is the knight I aspire to be." There was a moment of silence. Then laughter broke from behind Argo. The knights of Atanga burst into laughter, though not laughing aloud. A smile also appeared on Argo's lips. It wasn't a laugh of ridicule. Quite the opposite, it was far from ridicule. Argo raised his hand. At his signal, the knights stopped laughing. They looked quietly at Najin. Their eyes were softer than before, and their gazes towards Najin were friendly. Speaking for them, Argo asked Najin, "Is that a sincere belief, without any falsehood?" "Yes, I believe you," Argo smiled pleasingly. Najin's eyes did not hold the look of one who lies. "No matter where you fall, no matter if you lose your honor, and even if you have fallen, to struggle to regain them, some may mark it as ugly," Argo smiled. "But we think it is beautiful. It means you still aspire to be a knight. You seem to have in mind an image of a knight as you say those words. I don't know who the knight in your mind is, but he is certainly worthy of emulation. A knight worthy of emulation, as spoken by a knight of Atanga." Najin felt a stirring in his heart. He thought about how he wanted to tell this story to Ivan. How nice it would have been if Ivan had been here. Chasing the stars with honor and pride. It resonates well. Indeed. Argo removed his helmet. With the helmet off, facing Najin, he scratched the back of his neck. Revealed was the face of a young man. For a sword seeker, physical age was just a number. Though I said I'd ask only one question, I find myself asking more. Facing Najin barefaced, Argo laughed sheepishly. "What is your name?" It was probably written on the commission. However, Argo wanted to hear the name directly from the young man himself. At this question, Najin was silent for a moment. "I hope that the conversation we had here was, and remains to be entirely truthful." After the silence, Najin spoke. "Therefore, I cannot tell you my name. To say his name would be to tell a lie." "I see." Najin spoke indirectly, and Argo understood. He didn't ask Najin's name again. Then, the answer to today's question. Argo tapped his armor. "I'll hear it when you have become a knight. When you have become a knight full of honor and pride, then you can tell me your name, can't you?" Najin nodded. Argo, with a broad grin, patted Najin's shoulder. It was a very satisfied smile. "I look forward to the day that comes soon. You may go. We will take care of things here. I will visit again soon." Najin bowed his head and then moved on. He didn't add more words, but Argo knew what Najin would have added. "Next time, I will meet you as a knight like you." After Najin left, the knights of Atanga dealt with the demon knight's corpse, recovered the relics he had likely stolen, and gathered the bodies of the knights he had slain. They felt sorrow for the bad news that would reach each family as they finished the cleanup. "Lord Argo," Argo's squire asked him a question. "Why did you not ask more? It seemed he was hiding a lot." The squire, not yet a knight, talented but young with a limited view of the world. To the girl's question, Argo stroked his chin. There was no need to ask more. "May I ask why?" "Of course. You are my squire, and it is my duty to answer your questions as your master." Argo opened his mouth. "It's because that young man's intentions were pure. They were pure, so there was no falsehood in his words. Pure. Yes. That young man preferred to downplay rather than emphasize his achievements. He said it was possible because of the injuries the knights had inflicted earlier, because of advice from a knight, because of good luck, and so on. If he had desired money or fame, he would have exaggerated his contribution and not mentioned the knights. But that young man deliberately mentioned the knights who had fallen before him, downplaying his own achievement. It's an unbelievable story." Argo laughed bitterly. "Not lying doesn't mean it's the truth. He's a being who made a contract with a demon capable of wielding such power. Even if those injuries helped, they couldn't have been decisive. In other words, that young man had fought and won against a fully capable Verhagen. Yet he downplayed his achievement and wished to hide his power. So Argo didn't probe further. There was no need to. He did not like the words of one who was unknightly. That was the young man's answer. "I did not like him. Therefore I slew him." It was a straightforward answer, genuine and refreshingly clear. Argo smiled. The young man's level of ability and the means by which he defeated the demon remained enigmas. But that was all right. The knightliness the young man spoke of, the kind of knight he aspired to be, these were, for Argo, a knight of Atanga, more important than anything else. Having heard that answer, Argo was satisfied. Do not forget the knightliness that he spoke of, Flange. It's a tale worth remembering and pondering. Yes, Lord Argo. Argo's squire, Flange, nodded. Argo, looking back at the girl returning to help with the bodies, sighed deeply. The image of the young man he had just encountered lingered in his mind. He wanted to recruit him into the Knights of Atanga, but Argo felt it was not yet time. At the same time, Argo had a premonition. Someday, that man would come to the Knights of Atanga of his own accord, chasing the stars with honor and pride. How magnificent a dream is it to hang my star in the highest sky. If one is a man, if one claims to be a knight, shouldn't one dream big? Argo chuckled ruefully. Listening to the young man's words reminded him of a comrade and promising member of Atanga, a man who would have surely become a sword seeker if he were still on earth. Ivan, Argo murmured the name of his old friend. You seem to have trained a disciple. In Argo's hand was the commission. The name of the young man who had taken the commission was Ivan, a common name, but it couldn't just be a coincidence. Argo exhaled deeply. No matter where you fall, no matter if you lose your honor and everything, to struggle to regain what you've lost. The knightliness that the young man had spoken of, surely recalling someone as he spoke, Argo realized who that story pointed to. At the same time, he understood that his old friend Ivan had not abandoned being a knight, even there. So typical of you, muttering to himself. Argo stood up. It wasn't a story to share with others, so he would keep it to himself. Ivan, a former knight of Atanga, was a convicted man. What circumstances allowed the young man to meet Ivan, and what relationship they had? Someday, he would hear it along with the young man's name. Hoping that day would come soon, Argo fondled the hilt of his sword. Chapter 49, Sword Master Karen, 1. The Demon Knight. Verhagen. Several days had passed since Najin had slain him. During these days, Najin had been incredibly busy, a development he hadn't anticipated. I thought it would be over once the commission was completed. As usual, after receiving his payment at the Central Guild, he thought he would fill his stomach with delicious food, and then proceed to train. Considering the insights gained from the battle with Verhagen, he expected progress in his training. With such a light-hearted mindset, Najin headed to the Central Guild only to face an unexpected reality. He was greeted by countless gazes and knights from noble families waiting at the Central Guild. What Najin had overlooked was that this commission was entangled with nobility. Of course, the commission Najin had accepted was only issued by the Knights of Atanga. However, it was Najin who had slain the Demon Knight. You are the one. I am a knight of the Asbelly House. Lord Triam wishes to express his gratitude to you, the bounty placed on the Demon Knight by the nobles. Najin was to receive it, and in the process, naturally, he attracted the attention of numerous nobles and adventurers, being called here and there, promising future meetings with nobles, receiving invitations to balls and such. After a few days of bothersome, cumbersome, and formal activities, Najin felt utterly drained. Only today could he finally enjoy a leisurely morning. Sigh. On a bench outside his lodging, Najin leaned back and gazed at the blue sky, exhaling deeply in the increasingly chilly weather. It's been a while since I had a leisurely morning, hasn't it? Indeed, I didn't expect it to be this bothersome. Well, isn't it better than you thought? Merlin chuckled. The Knight of Atanga, Argo. Thanks to that knight understanding your intentions, it didn't become more troublesome. Right, Najin laughed wryly. Merlin's words were true. Najin had subtly indicated to Argo that he wanted to keep his achievements and power hidden. Argo, appearing to be quite skilled, must have roughly gauged his abilities. Argo turned a blind eye to Najin, hiding his strength as if it wasn't his concern. He just publicly declared. Verhagen was weakened by injuries inflicted by the knights pursuing him, and the adventurer Ivan finished him off. Thanks to that, it ended there. Najin muttered to himself as he pulled out a letter from his pocket. While other nobles' names didn't impress him much, This letter was different. The Travache house. A letter from Count Edelmer. It was from the house to which Gilbert, the dying knight Nadjin had encountered while pursuing Verhagen, belonged. A few days earlier, a knight from that house had visited Nadjin, to whom Nadjin had conveyed Gilbert's last words, stating that Gilbert had remained a knight until the end and that his help was instrumental in hunting Verhagen. The knight from the Travache house thanked Nadjin and promised to convey Gilbert's last words and Nadjin's message to his lord. This letter arrived a few days later. It was an extremely elegant letter. As Nadjin unfolded the letter bearing the Travache house's seal, there was a personal message from Count Edelmer. The content was lengthy but straightforward. You have my gratitude. I thank you for conveying my knight's last words. Whenever you visit the Travache house, I will welcome you as an esteemed guest. Count Edelmer did not force Nadjin to visit using his authority. He simply sent an invitation to visit whenever possible. With a faint smile, Nadjin carefully tucked the letter away. I haven't met him, so I can't be sure. But it seems the knight reflects his lord. I must visit there. Murmuring to himself, Nadjin stood up from the bench. While a leisurely morning was nice, his body was getting restless. He hadn't had proper training for days due to being busily summoned around. Crack, crack. Nadjin stretched his body roughly and took a deep breath. He planned to start training lightly with mana cultivation. When Merlin first taught him this cultivation method, he screamed in pain, but not anymore. He even felt the wild mana bouncing inside as ticklish. Well, you've experienced the agony of twisted chi and internal tearing, so this must be nothing. Merlin muttered incredulously. The mana operation that Nadjin had shown in the battle with the demon knight. Accepting mana beyond his limits brought excruciating pain of twisted, impure chi and internal tearing. Nadjin endured that pain soberly and even continued fighting. His formidable mental strength left even Merlin in awe. So, did you gain some insight? Merlin noticed the unusual intensity of Nadjin's mana cultivation and asked. Nadjin smiled. I didn't understand what it meant to infuse sword aura with sentiments, what it meant to reach the level of a sword seeker, Nadjin said. Now I think I'm starting to get it. Nadjin infused mana into his drawn sword. Thinking of a knight's sword, a pure white sword aura, devoid of platinum-colored particles, swirled around Nadjin's sword. It was a complete sword aura, not just fragments. Normally, a complete sword aura appears platinum-colored, so Nadjin had been limiting his to control it, but not anymore. Platinum-colored sword aura and pure white sword aura, he could now distinguish and handle both. This meant he could freely unleash his sword aura without restraint. Pleased with this, Nadjin playfully waved his sword aura around. The platinum-colored aura was drawn by thinking of stars, and the pure white aura by thinking of a knight. Is this what it feels like to imbue sword aura with sentiments? He felt that, with a bit more progress, he could even change the form of the sword aura. Merlin sighed, for what felt like the umpteenth time, as she watched. Now it's getting so commonplace it's not even surprising, using distinct sword auras, changing the color of the aura based on sentiments. Really, these were not feats a mere sword expert should be able to perform. There were challenges even for a sword seeker, difficult even for them. Handling distinct sword auras. Projecting a single sentiment is difficult enough, requiring tremendous effort to form it. Managing two different sentiments, let alone distinguishing between them, is no easy task. To do the difficult with ease. Watching Nadjin perform these feats almost naturally evoked laughter. Merlin chuckled as she watched Nadjin swinging the pure white sword aura through the air. Whoom, whoosh, as Nadjin practiced his swordplay in the open air, someone suddenly leaped over the wall and landed in the training area before his lodging. Who? The figure who stepped into the training ground. As Nadjin turned to see who it was, he tilted his head in surprise. It was an entirely unexpected guest. Roslyn. Ah, yes. Long time no see, Nadjin, the leader of the red-eyed mercenaries, the pinnacle of the city, Roslyn Ascalo. She responded with a trembling voice. Not just her voice was trembling. Her eyes were also shaking wildly, as if struck with fear. Tap, 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 tap. She hurriedly approached Najin and gripped his shoulders tightly. Even Najin couldn't help but be taken aback by this. What's wrong? There's a visitor looking for you. We need to go quickly. They're waiting at my mercenary group's base right now, shaking eyes, trembling voice. Rosalind spilled out her words, pleading as if begging for help. The visitor is looking for you. Quickly, come with me. Her tone was almost imploring. Najin nodded in response. Only then did Rosalind seem to breathe a sigh of relief, exhaling deeply. Clasp. Rosalind grabbed Najin's hand and pulled him outside the lodging. Being dragged along, Najin couldn't help but wonder. Who was the person in front of him? The pinnacle of the city, Rosalind Ascalo, a skilled sword seeker, a noble with a title of honor, the leader of the powerful red-eyed mercenaries. Nobles themselves wouldn't dare provoke Rosalind, so who could scare her so much? Moreover, who was this person looking for him? Unable to contain his curiosity, Najin finally asked, "Who is this visitor exactly?" Rosalind didn't stop walking. Turning her head swiftly to meet Najin's gaze, she spoke with a distressed face. "It's Sir Karen." "What? Say that again." "Sword Master Karen, Karen of the Order of the Sword, a sword master with 6 stars, the epitome of the sword, an individual who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, was looking for Najin," Rosalind conveyed. A few hours before the incident, upon hearing that the trade route mainly used by the Garcia Trading Company had been occupied by monsters, Rosalind immediately mobilized her mercenary group and headed to the location. Since the Garcia Trading Company sponsored them, they had to handle this situation. Arriving at the site, she found a road buried under debris as if a landslide had occurred, and monsters were occupying the area around the roadblock. Tesk, clearing the roadblock will take some time. Dealing with the monsters was not hard, but restoring the collapsed road would take some time. Rosalind assessed the situation and looked back. There, the Garcia Trading Company merchants were sighing in front of their carriages, halted by the blocked road. They seemed to be returning from a business trip. As Rosalind approached the carriage to explain the situation, she noticed something unusual. Ha! She spotted a pair of individuals in distinctive attire among the merchants. 2 men dressed in priestly robes, seemingly members of the Order of the Sword. Who are they? We were selling necessities to the Order of the Sword, and on our way back, these 2 priests said they had business in Cambria and joined us. The merchants replied. Rosalind was about to move past them, having just heard their explanation, when she felt a chilling gaze, a gaze that seemed to pierce through her. Rosalind quickly turned around. There stood the 2 priests of the Order of the Sword, one a middle-aged man, and the other, of indeterminate age, deeply hooded in his robe. It was the hooded priest whose gaze she had felt. His eyes were fixed on echoing swords, the masterpiece Rosalind wore at her back. The focus of his attention was not very pleasing to her, so Rosalind spoke sharply. "You seem quite interested in the masterpiece, don't you?" The hooded priest let out a short sigh. "Apologies, I was just intrigued by the unusual form of the sword." He smiled awkwardly. "So you are the mercenary hired by the trading company. I heard the road is blocked and the carriages can't pass." "That's the case for now. It might take a while, so I suggest the priests wait and rest." "How long might it take?" "Excuse me." Rosalind narrowed her eyes. She didn't quite appreciate the priest's tone, but decided to answer him anyway. "Roughly half a day, I suppose." "That's unfortunate." "Well, that won't do." The priest grimaced slightly. "I'm in a bit of a hurry. Please excuse me." He brushed past Rosalind, just as she was about to ask what he meant. The priest drew his sword with a clang. The movement was incredibly smooth and flawless. Certainly a priest of the Order of the Sword. His posture is quite well formed. That was as far as Rosalind's thoughts got. Her eyes widened in shock. She hadn't sensed any presence from the priest before, but the moment he drew his sword, an overwhelming aura pressed down on the area. The mercenaries all stopped in their tracks. The chattering merchants fell silent. Time and space seemed to be gripped by an odd sensation. In that feeling, the priest alone moved. He walked through the frozen mercenaries and stood at the front. The debris blocking the road and the monsters perched on it didn't even blink as he approached. Unable to blink, unable to breathe, unable to move. Among those frozen, the priest swung his sword. The act of swinging and sheathing the sword was indistinguishable. When one thought he had swung it, his sword was already back in its sheath. Immediately, the overwhelming pressure and intensity vanished. SSSH. What was heard was a tranquil slicing sound, just a single slice. There was no sound of monsters being cleaved, no rumbling of the earth, no crashing of debris, not a single sound. After that one slice, only the aftermath remained. The mound of dirt and debris blocking the road, and the monsters that had occupied it, all had vanished without a trace, as if by magic. The merchants, with their eyes wide open, were in shock, and the mercenaries, releasing their held breath, were equally astonished. None of them understood what had just happened. They only knew that the priest had swung his sword once, and the roadblock and monsters had disappeared without a trace. Oh my, only Roslyn, who had reached the level of a sword seeker, somewhat grasped what had just transpired. She had seen it at the moment the priest swung his sword, a fleeting flash of brilliance. It was more like a massive swarm of light than sword aura, a sword aura of such an unbelievable output that no human body could possibly handle. The moment the sword was swung, the sword aura struck down everything in its path like a guillotine, and that was the end. Everything touched by the sword aura vanished without leaving any trace. Only the finest particles fluttering in the air were proof that the monsters and debris had ever existed here. I couldn't even see it properly. Even Roslyn, with her keen eyesight, had only perceived a brief flash of light. This realization sent a chill down her spine. Belatedly, Rosalind turned to look at the hooded priest. He was also looking at her, the face visible through the gap in the robe. Rosalind Ascalo recognized that face. Her complexion turned pale rapidly as she realized the identity of the person standing before her. The sword saint of the Order of the Sword, a being who had reached the pinnacle of mastery with the sword. Sword Master, Karen, Chapter 50, Sword Master Karen, 2, the first sword saint, who founded the Order of the Sword, classified the realm of swordsmanship into three major categories: sword expert, sword seeker, sword master. These categorizations, primarily distinguished by the quality of sword aura, were as clear and distinct as they could be. However, this was only true for the stages of sword seeker and sword expert. Sword masters are different. They are, in a sense, entities of another kind. There was such a vast gap between seekers and masters that there were arguments about the need for an intermediate stage. Sword seekers often say that they feel a massive wall is placed before them. As they hone their skills and diligently pursue mastery, they approach this wall. The wall they eventually face is so immense that no matter how high they look, its end is nowhere in sight. In front of this wall, many sword seekers end up laughing bitterly. All this talk of experts and seekers, they often feel a sense of futility, questioning the utility of these classifications and wondering if their years of training have been meaningless. The towering wall before them seems to say, the world is simply divided into two: sword masters and everyone else. Superhumans transcending human limits and mere mortals. Even those who have reached the level of sword seeker are reduced to mere mortals in their presence. These are the sword masters, entities beyond clear definition. How do you distinguish a sword master if sword experts are recognized by their ability to draw out sword aura and sword seekers by infusing their sword aura with sentiment? Someone once asked this question to the first sword saint. He burst into laughter and responded, Is there even a need to categorize? Simply, he replied, the moment they draw their sword, you'll know. Ah, this guy is a sword master. As people read this record, they were puzzled, but as time passed, they had no choice but to accept the words left by the first sword saint. There was nothing else that could more accurately describe it. The moment a sword master draws their sword, even if you dislike it, you come to realize the person standing before you is at the pinnacle, a superhuman who has reached the ultimate limit of the sword. This was true for sword masters throughout history and the three sword masters guiding the current era. And now, someone was experiencing this firsthand. Gasp! Gulp! Sword seeker Rosalind Ascalo's intuition was screaming in alarm. The man standing before her was a sword master. The sword saint, Karen. Breathing was difficult. Cold sweat ran down her back. Karen took one step, then another towards Rosalind. In a terror akin to death's approach, Rosalind lowered her head. Then the sound of his footsteps stopped. A massive presence was felt right in front of her. Then, tap, tap. Karen gently patted Rosalind's shoulder. Slowly lifting her head, Rosalind saw Karen, still hooded, smiling at her. Ah, I finally remember. Where have I seen you before? You're Rosalind Ascalo, aren't you? Karen spoke as if he was pleased. A young sword seeker, known for wielding a masterpiece and being a renowned mercenary. I've always wanted to cross swords with you. Pleased to meet you. I am. Ahem. Just as Karen was about to say his name, a coughing sound came from behind Rosalind. There stood mid-rank priest Volkman, clearly uneasy. Karen had said he would accompany her incognito. However, seeing Karen seemingly unconcerned about revealing his identity, Volkman was sweating. An unofficial visit by a sword master would bring about truly, truly troublesome matters. I've been rude. There's a situation where I can't reveal my identity. KK Karen, sir. It's an honor to meet you. Oh dear. Karen touched the back of his neck awkwardly, his expression showing he had been caught, and glanced at Volkman. Volkman wiped his face and sighed deeply. Well, now that it's come to this, Karen exhaled briefly. Do you know an adventurer named Ivan? Excuse me. I've come here to see him, if you know where he is. Could you arrange a meeting? I'll make sure to compensate you. Sword Master Karen. The Lord of the Order of the Sword, a sword saint. A request from a figure considered a giant among giants. Of course, from Karen's perspective, it was a simple request, and refusal wouldn't matter much, but that was just Karen's view. I'll do my best. For Rosalind, this was a mission she had to accomplish as if her life depended on it, as urgent as if a meteor had fallen from a clear sky. I'll arrange it. Thus, the situation had come to this, led by Rosalind's hand, the moment Najin arrived at the headquarters of the red-eyed mercenaries. As he opened the door on the first floor and stepped inside, the gazes of the gathered mercenaries instantly focused on him. Gasp! He's finally here. Quick, to the boss. They looked at Najin as if he was a savior, rejoicing at the prospect of liberation from the stifling atmosphere, and pushed him towards the stairs. The top floor in the office. Quick, as fast as possible. Najin, clueless about the situation, was pushed forward by them. As he climbed the stairs and glanced back, he saw Rosalind, who had collapsed onto a chair, gasping for air. You guys, I've had too much going on. Seriously, it's been so tough. Rosalind's lament and the mercenaries' agreeing voices echoed as Najin ascended the stairs. Sword Master Karen had come looking for him. The reason was unknown to Najin. Could he have noticed that I pulled out Excalibur? Definitely not. Merlin stated emphatically. Even I didn't notice that. At this point, it seems more likely there's something about that underground city where you were. Najin steadied his breath and moved forward. With the sword master already seeking him out, fleeing was no longer an option. While the magnitude of a sword master's strength was unclear to him, escape seemed improbable. Ascending the stairs to the top floor office, Najin reached the door and knocked gently before pulling the handle to open it. As he was about to step inside, his senses heightened alarmingly. A sensation like lightning racing up his spine made his eyes widen and his pupils dilate. Ah, he finally arrived. A voice sounded. Najin turned towards the source of the voice. There sat a familiar face, mid-rank priest Valkman, accompanied by someone else, a young man in his late 20s. Najin intuited that the man, now unhooded and revealing his full face, was Sword Saint Karen. Despite not exuding any overt presence, just being in the same space as Karen set Najin's senses off alarmingly. "I am Ivan." Najin, having barely managed to control his breathing, spoke. "I heard you were looking for me." "Ah, yes," Karen stood up. "Pleased to meet you. You might have heard of me already, but my name is Karen. Now that we've been formally introduced, how about a handshake?" Karen extended his hand. From Najin's perspective, this was a nerve-wracking situation. The man before him was none other than Sword Saint Karen, the head of the Order of the Sword. His honorary title and power alone far exceeded that of a duke, and at times he could even dine with the emperor himself. Even the most skilled warriors can't obtain power without playing politics, but that's only an issue for those not skilled enough. This was true for the Empire's sword master Gerd, the executioner of the order, Yule Razian, and now the man before him, Sword Saint Karen. Yule has been changed to Yule. Apologies for the inconvenience. This significant figure was offering him a handshake. But who was Najin? He was a man who didn't even flinch in the presence of Merlin, the transcendent being of the night sky. Gathering his composure, Najin accepted Karen's handshake. "I've heard about you from Valkman. They say you're an exceptionally talented swordsman," Karen said with a smile as they shook hands. "I don't have a significant reason for seeking you out." A sincere smile, intent clearly visible in his eyes. Karen's gaze was fixed only on the sword hanging at Najin's waist. "I thought it might be good to cross swords with you. I could invite you to the Order of the Sword, but that would draw too much attention to you, so this will have to do," Karen shrugged. "That's all I have to say." "Yes. Don't you have anything else to add?" Karen seemed to be asking if Najin had any more questions, if there was anything else. He should speak up quickly. Confused by Karen's attitude, Najin tilted his head. Valkman, sitting behind, just gave a bitter smile. "If there's nothing more," Valkman's bitter smile made sense to Najin after a short while. "Let's exchange some swordplay then. I saw a nice spot on my way into the city." Karen said this and started packing up to leave. His baggage was only the single sword he had propped against the wall. Dumbfounded, Najin blinked. Sword Master Karen. The fact that such a figure came looking for him solely for the desire to clash swords was not something Najin could easily accept. Surely there must be another motive. As Najin was assessing Karen, the sword saint turned his head sharply. His expression suggested an itch to cross swords immediately. Valkman approached Najin and whispered, "He's always been like that." "Really? Sorry about this, but it might be a good opportunity for you, so please forgive us." Valkman patted Najin's back reassuringly. After a brief carriage ride and passing through a forest, they arrived at an open field. Najin, Karen, and Valkman disembarked from the carriage. During the ride, Karen hadn't uttered a single word, as if no further conversation was necessary, as if any questions would be asked through the sword. Stepping out of the carriage, Najin glanced at Karen, who was casually stretching. After rotating his arms, Karen exhaled briefly. Then, clang, he drew his sword. However, he didn't raise the drawn sword. Instead, he planted it into the ground and held the scabbard in his hand. Swinging the scabbard a few times in the air as if getting a feel for it, he suddenly swung it with force. Siarak. The ground tore open in a straight line. Najin's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend what Karen had done. He was baffled. It didn't seem like Karen had surrounded the sword with sword aura, so how? While Najin was perplexed, Karen rotated his wrist, smiling contentedly as if to say, "That should do." He then turned his head to look at Najin. What's the matter? Aren't you drawing your sword? Karen jiggled the scabbard, urging him on. Having witnessed Karen lightly swinging the scabbard to tear the ground apart, Najin envisioned a future where a wrong move could mean instant death. Could this be an attempt to kill me rather than a sparring match? It was a reasonable suspicion for Najin. He sighed and drew his sword with a clang. Regardless of the situation, it remained a valuable opportunity. Then I ask for a good match, an opportunity to experience the pinnacle. Determined to extract as much as he could from the situation, Najin took his stance. You must be the only madman who thinks about milking an experience from a sword master. What? What did you say? Never mind. Just do what you normally do amid Merlin's incredulous voice. Najin stepped forward. Chapter 51, Sword Master Karen 3. Sword Saint Karen is an anomaly. Who would dare to call a transcendent sword master an anomaly? Yet, that was the only way to describe Karen. One day he would suddenly vanish into the demon realm, returning with the heads of high-level demons. Another day, he would cross the boundary near Camlan, slaughtering the cursed beings that ventured over. And sometimes he would be seen wielding his sword on the battlefield of the stars. But that's not all. Fancying a good drink, he would stride into the sanctuaries of the constellations in the night sky to stir up a commotion, or effortlessly scale the city walls to share a drink with the emperor, eyes of the gods wide with shock. An unpredictable character, indulging in eccentricities. Karen isn't perceived as dangerously unpredictable by the world despite being such an oddity among oddities. His values are crystal clear: sword, righteousness, and chivalry. Just as the knights of Atanga bind themselves with honor and pride, the sword saint binds himself with righteousness and chivalry. He immerses himself in what he believes is right, indifferent to power or fame, obsessed only with the sword, indifferent to politics and power. His motives are inscrutable, yet Karen has a purpose. He always says he must ascend to the extreme. He must acquire more stars, become stronger. It's not just about challenging his own limits. Why this thirst for strength? To that question, Karen once answered, to fulfill the hidden mission of the Order of the Sword. The world knows not what this mission is. Only Karen and the previous heads of the Order know the true nature of this mission. It's more a duty, a destiny, than a hidden mission. Karen ponders over this mission. To achieve it, he needs a monster, one even more extraordinary than himself, deemed a genius. Ordinary means won't suffice to approach the Order's mission. Thus, Karen is on a quest, seeking an existence that might surpass him, one that could show him the next step. So, what about you? The sword saint gazed at the young man before him. It was time to scrutinize. How much talent did this young man possess? Could he be the existence Karen had been seeking? And if so, how should his value be judged? The answer was absurdly simple: with the sword. If there's something to be confirmed, confirm it with the sword. That was the way of the Order of the Sword. Najin gazed at Karen, holding the scabbard. Karen remained motionless, as if inviting an attack. It wasn't arrogance, but the ease of a true strongman, an undeniable fact Najin couldn't refute, because it was the truth. Even if Najin exerted his full power and drew Excalibur, victory seemed unlikely. The gap between him and Karen was too vast, not even the holy sword could bridge it. The epitome of swordsmanship, a force to be reckoned with, equal to the constellations in the night sky. He possesses 6 stars, right? Yes, he could ascend to a constellation at any time, but he chooses to remain on Earth. Najin took a deep breath and relaxed his sword arm. It was a rare opportunity to experience the pinnacle. Despite being thrown into the situation, he understood the invaluable nature of this chance. Knowing this, he had no intention of holding back. One deep breath. The currents within Najin surged. No longer needing to hide his ability to use sword aura, he let it envelop his sword in pure white. Valkman, observing their duel, widened his eyes in surprise. It was unbelievable for someone to awaken sword aura in just a month. The correct assumption would have been that Najin could already handle it when they first crossed swords. He was concealing his strength. Valkman smiled. He wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, he was curious to see how far Najin could push Karen. And Karen, he still hadn't drawn his sword aura. He simply held the scabbard, watching Najin. Thump! Najin lunged at Karen with a speed surpassing a sword expert. Swoosh! In an instant, Najin's sword swung, a swift strike. The posture, the trajectory of the sword, were flawless even in Valkman's eyes, but not for Karen. With a casual flick of the scabbard, he deflected Najin's attack. The scabbard's speed wasn't fast or slow. It was just right to meet Najin's shoulder. Karen then thrust it forward. That alone shattered Najin's stance. His sword's path skewed, balance broken, and Najin stumbled backward, barely avoiding a fall. His eyes were shaken. Tap! Quickly regaining his stance, Najin charged at Karen again. But once, twice, 5 times, the same scenario played out. Karen lightly flicked the scabbard, and with that, Najin's stance crumbled. It wasn't a proper strike or a swift one. Karen's speed seemed similar or even slower than Najin's. Yet, he effortlessly disrupted his stance. How exactly? Najin knew. Vulnerabilities in the stance, unstable points, imperceptible flaws invisible to ordinary eyes were precisely targeted by Karen. Then, Najin exhaled shortly and regripped his sword. It's begun. Valkman, watching, clicked his tongue. Duels with Karen usually go like this. Moving at equal or slower speeds, Karen limits his sword, yet it's futile. Karen thoroughly dominates. Picking vulnerabilities, shattering sword paths, reading and breaking stances, parrying every attack from his position. Being overpowered by someone swinging slower is hardly pleasant. The feeling of having your sword negated, feeling invalidated. That's why many hesitate to duel with Karen. Though there's much to gain, the time it takes to rebuild a shattered ego is immense. What about this young man? He's aware of his own talents. The impact must be substantial. Valkman contemplated this as he observed Najin charge at Karen with the same posture as before. Was he unable to accept his own flaws? As Valkman sighed at this thought, the moment Karen thrust his scabbard, Najin's movements changed. The flaw had already been exploited once. The moment it was targeted, Najin had mentally sorted how to patch it, how to adjust his stance. For Najin, reconfiguring his actions was not a difficult task. Karen's intended target was now blocked. Unfazed, Karen lightly swung his scabbard again. For the first time, Najin's sword and Karen's scabbard collided. A sword without aura cannot block a sword enveloped in aura. A basic understanding. Yet sword masters reign above such logic. Karen's scabbard, devoid of aura, effortlessly redirected Najin's sword. It was the flow along the scabbard that made it possible. Clank! But Najin didn't fluster. He instantly adjusted his stance and unleashed a flurry of strikes at Karen. Amidst the accelerated sword swings, Karen's scabbard penetrated Najin's vulnerabilities repeatedly, knocked back, tumbling to the ground. It happened just once. Najin didn't expose the same flaw again. Although it said that once a stance becomes habitual, it's hard to correct. There are always exceptions. What is this? Valkman, witnessing Najin's real-time posture adjustments and covering his vulnerabilities, was astounded. Indeed, Karen smiled slightly. He began to understand why Valkman had highly rated this young man. Certainly, a remarkable talent. He knows how to control his body. And then Karen's gaze sharpened. He felt Atanga's swordsmanship in Najin's swings, saw the roughness of mercenaries, and sensed Valkman's style too. Najin's swordsmanship was a mix of many, yet not fully harmonized, merely imitating others, not truly his own swordsmanship. Talented in imitation. Is he? Let's see about that. Having probed enough, Karen adjusted his grip on the scabbard. What he demonstrated was the Order's swordsmanship. The title of Sword Saint, the pinnacle of the Order of the Sword. is not just given for reaching the sword master level. It's awarded to those who ascend to the extreme of all swordsmanship and stances present in the order. Among the three existing sword masters, if it comes to pure swordsmanship, no one can beat Karen. His achievements in swordsmanship were that extraordinary. Finally, Karen began his technique. Najin's eyes widened. Not a skill that transformed or endowed properties to sword aura, but one purely executed through physical movement. A technique that can be mimicked if seen. If only observed, it can be replicated. Najin was confident in this. He had always succeeded in doing so and had never failed before. Absorbing Karen's swordsmanship as his own style, Najin focused intently. I've seen it, pictured it in my mind. Receiving a blow, Najin was pushed back, surely different from Volkmann's. Although from the same order, the level of mastery varied significantly. Naturally, if one could wield a sword like that, their own would seem full of flaws. Mulling over the pictured stance, Najin grimaced. If Volkmann's swordsmanship was depicted in about 30 pictures, Karen's was well over 100. Drip, blood trickled from his nose. His eyes, strained to their limit, stung. Just picturing a single stance had overloaded his mind. Imitation is your forte, I hear. Karen looked at Najin, flicking his scabbard. Steal all you can, imitate all you want, he smiled. As long as you can steal, I'm prepared to show you all the swords I possess. Challenge accepted. Karen's message was clear, wiping blood from his nose. Najin returned the smile. If Karen was so forthcoming, there was no reason to refuse. Click. Grinding his teeth, Najin moved. Following the images in his mind, he swung his sword. However, he soon realized that his body and the envisioned images slightly misaligned. 34th, 41st, 56th. 7 images were misaligned. Though it seemed minor in the grand scheme, to Najin, Karen's sword trajectory appeared perfect. However, both Najin, swinging his sword, and Karen, observing, knew the gaps created by the misalignments, the incompleteness of this strike. Karen easily thrust his scabbard into these gaps. Najin, his posture broken, tumbled to the ground. Sitting dazedly, Najin blankly stared at his sword. The images had misaligned. It was the first time he had experienced such a discrepancy. He pondered over the misaligned images, the feeling of incongruity in motion. No matter how he moved, some aspects in the images were unattainable. As Najin chewed over this, he stood up. You seem to think it's impossible. Karen thrust his scabbard at Najin. Isn't it obvious? He spoke indifferently. This is my sword, tailored to my body, my breath, my speed, my own unique sword. He spoke as if stating the obvious. Even if stolen, could it ever truly be yours? It's mine, uniquely mine. He narrowed his eyes. Your talent for imitation is clear, impressive, but mere imitation is pointless. With a flick, Karen whipped his scabbard. Najin's hastily drawn sword's trajectory was effortlessly shattered. Najin gazed at the scabbard inches from his neck. Where is your sword? Karen questioned, the sword saint inquiring about the sword. Show me your sword. If you haven't found it yet, create it here. If you can't, Karen's eyes turned cold. This duel is worthless. If all you can do is copy, your sword will never reach its limit. And I have no time for pointless duels, Karen declared. In response, Najin momentarily fell silent, then chuckled. Karen had instigated this duel and now arbitrarily judged its worth. Najin could have easily dismissed Karen's words as nonsense and ignored them, but swoosh. Instead of ignoring, Najin reached for the scabbard pointed at his neck. This sudden move, as Karen furrowed his brows to retract the scabbard, clasp. Najin's hand grasped the scabbard, a movement seemingly anticipating its trajectory. Karen narrowed his eyes at this action. If this duel gains value, Najin questioned, holding the scabbard. What can I gain? A brazen question. To this, Karen burst out laughing. Najin, unflinching before the sword master, speaking his mind, was refreshingly bold. My trust and a mentor. Mentor. As in, I'll become your teacher. Of course, only if you wish. Najin smiled. I like that idea. Releasing the scabbard, he stepped back. My own sword, he asked, dismissed as merely imitative. Indeed, as Karen said, he never considered his own style. But Najin wasn't the type to let such an affront pass. He was determined to throw a curveball at Karen to see him surprised. His own sword was unclear, but a variable. Something unique he had, his vision and snap judgment. Now extending to a momentary foresight. Najin's eyes glinted with a sunset hue. Chapter 52, Sword Master Karen, 4, The Sword Saint Karen, felt an anomaly. He looked at the young man standing before him. Najin's eyes, reminiscent of a sunset, were bloodshot, his pupils constricted to their limits. His eyes resemble those of Sword Master Gerd, the Empire's Sword Master. Gerd, the supreme human warrior, surpassing him in every aspect except swordsmanship. In Najin's eyes, Karen glimpsed Gerd's, different in appearance, yet similar in the chilling sensation they evoked. Karen silently observed his scabbard. Moments ago, Najin had grasped Karen's scabbard as if foreseeing the immediate future. The movement displayed by Najin in that instant was distinctly abnormal, a move predicting the future. And then, the ability to replicate others' movements with a bizarre level of accuracy after a single observation. When Najin imitated Karen's movements earlier, the aspects he couldn't mimic were minimal. Parts were completed after Karen attained the sword master level. Beyond human capabilities, almost everything else was precisely mimicked by Najin, an eerily accurate reproduction. It was imperfect without its own perspective, yet the precision was undeniable. Imitation and a temporary foresight. Information clicked together in his mind. Surely not. Connecting the dots, Karen chuckled at the conclusion. If his thoughts were correct, Najin's true talent wasn't solely in the sword itself. A smile formed on Karen's lips, meeting Najin's intense gaze. Karen was about to open his eyes but then firmly gripped his sword. Not yet. He needed to observe a bit more. Show me. Karen flicked his scabbard. Whatever it is, show me. Show me your uniqueness, your worth. The world looked different. The landscape, seen through bloodshot eyes, had changed. Having grown through countless experiences in Cambria, Najin had evolved. Naturally, the world, as perceived by those eyes, had to differ. Constricted pupils, bloodshot eyes. The world reflected in those eyes was a mass of information. Waves of data flooded Najin's mind, but as always, he discarded the irrelevant information, focusing solely on his opponent. The sword saint, Karen, his breath, posture, minute muscle movements, fluttering clothes, and eye movements. Based on this information, Najin predicted the near future. His extraordinary insight and vision made this possible in the underground city, in the city of opportunities, during the battle with the demon knight. In battles, escapes, pursuits, Najin had trusted his eyes. This time was no different. However, he also sensed something. I can't maintain this for long. During the battle with the demon knight, he could maintain this view, but now, the time he could sustain it was limited due to the overwhelming amount of information. Before him stood a sword master, a superhuman, transcending ordinary humans, a being like an entity reigning over common sense. Even with Najin's exceptional vision, fully predicting Karen's movements at his current level was impossible. The volume of information was just too immense. Drip. The halted nosebleed resumed. His head pounded. Nonetheless, Najin laughed it off, stepping forward. Then, with a thrust, he charged at Karen. Karen responded to Najin's movement, intentionally reacting a beat late. As Karen moved, the future Najin foresaw wavered. Unlike previous opponents, Karen's movements were not clear, but blurred, a sign he was yet beyond Najin's grasp. So what? He sees it. Vaguely, but it's there. That was enough. Najin's eyes moved rapidly, ducking as Karen's scabbard whooshed overhead. He closed in, mixing the order's swordsmanship, and his own, developed in the underground city, Najin executed his swordsmanship. Karen had called it incomplete, lacking worth. He doesn't deny it. He's still immature, adjusting others' techniques to his body, compensating the stance but not quite his sword as Karen meant. He knew that. In fact, I couldn't mimic the sword saint's swordsmanship. Complete control over one's body, a swordsmanship uniquely theirs. Not just mastering, but fully internalizing and optimizing. Karen's swordsmanship was such which Najin couldn't steal. No matter how he adjusted, the pictures didn't align. Karen's swordsmanship couldn't be interpreted in Najin's way yet. Najin was still too inexperienced. He lacked a deep understanding of the sword and hadn't internalized numerous swordsmanship like Karen. He was lacking and immature. He didn't plan to deny it. But Karen seeks a variable, something uniquely Najin's. He knew he could show that, even if it weren't his own sword. Swoosh. In a split second, Najin accelerated his sword. Karen's scabbard, too, sped up in response, clashing with a cacophony. Karen's scabbard effortlessly guided and blocked Najin's sword. Karen still moved easily, but Najin, unlike before, neither rolled on the ground nor got completely overpowered. Stubbornly persisting, he swung his sword. There were no verbal exchanges, but Karen read Najin's intent through clashing swords. How long will you only target weaknesses? Without that, I can't learn anything either. His sword seemed to speak. Karen responded with a hearty laugh to Najin's unspoken proposal. All right, let's show you more. Karen pushed back Najin's sword, advancing for the first time. Boom. Slamming the ground, Karen swung his sword. It was a guillotine-like strike from above. A perfect motion and a perfect breath were combined in this strike. Najin, despite anticipating it, had to force himself to block. Just knowing where it would come from didn't make it easy. His knees almost buckled upon impact. His fingers trembled on the hilt. Crack, the ground splintered under his feet. Clash, crash, crash. However, it didn't end with a single strike. As Najin blocked the sword, Karen's scabbard flowed like a river along Najin's blade and reached for his neck. The transition from a slash to a thrust was incredibly smooth. Najin, having foreseen it, twisted his sword just in time to disrupt the flow. But the flow had already shifted. The order of the sword's technique creates momentum, cornering the opponent through a series of connected stances. Some say the order's swordsmanship is like a giant tree. Starting from one root, it branches into hundreds, thousands, even millions of forms. It's practically equipped to handle any conceivable situation in a duel. The Order has spent centuries refining these techniques, the way of linking sword moves, responding to an opponent's block, shifting from defense to offense, countering and retaliating against an aggressive opponent. In any given situation, there are dozens of ways to respond. All these techniques, tens of thousands of stances, memorized and mastered by a sword saint, make a duel merely a process of selecting the correct answer. It's like a wave. Receiving the sword saint's blows, Najin felt as if he was in the midst of a vast sea with waves crashing over him. A feeling of being swept away, on the verge of sinking. This is the swordsmanship of a sword master. This is the pinnacle of the Order. Even in his duel with Valkman, Najin sensed the flow created by his opponent, but Karen's swordsmanship was incomparable, an unyielding current created by Karen. Even predicting the future, he couldn't resist the flow. Najin's eyes screamed in agony. The future he saw became blurry, like a white fog. He was continuously pushed back, yet Najin engraved it in his memory. Karen's sword, the pinnacle of swordsmanship he witnessed. Even if he couldn't replicate it yet, it was a valuable lesson, a rich fertilizer. I envy it, the swordsmanship of the sword saint, the understanding of that sword, the beautiful art of his swordsmanship. More, much more. Najin wanted to see more. However, he couldn't draw out the sword saint's sword on his own. So he decided to gamble instead of being swept away. Najin's eyes widened. Blood vessels burst, coloring his vision red. But for that brief moment, Najin precisely read Karen's sword. He saw the clear future, the trajectory of Karen's scabbard. What swordsmen at the pinnacle call the sword path was witnessed by Najin. Najin's sword reacted belatedly. Yet, it effortlessly received Karen's blade, visible trajectory. He knew exactly where to block. When Najin blocked, Karen's eyes widened in surprise. Najin, still with wide eyes, took a step towards Karen, 3 times more. With his throbbing eyes, he could only manage 3 more times. Intending to land a blow within those 3 opportunities, Najin had witnessed and experienced the pinnacle, a valuable experience for anyone. After the duel, he would review the content of the duel, refining his understanding. Alone, facing a wall, swinging his sword based on the reviewed content. This process is a path to enlightenment for swordsmen, but Najin didn't need such cumbersome methods. Enlightenment could come even in the midst of battle. There was no need to postpone it. So then, hundreds of pictures formed in his mind. Dozens, hundreds of pictures shown by Karen unfolded in Najin's mind. He understood how Karen swung his sword, when to apply and release force. Just like this. Understanding it. Swoosh. Najin mimicked Karen's sword in his own way. It wasn't enough to be called exclusively Najin's sword yet. It was still imitation, not creation. But even so, Najin's single strike. It didn't seem worthless in the eyes of the sword saint. At least there was no way to block it at the same level. Hence, Karen laughed. He recognized the value in Najin's effort. The last strike you showed was excellent. Karen had seen a commendable sword strike, so he owed a response. Showing even that much would benefit Najin. Releasing Najin's sword, Karen moved toward where his real sword was planted before the duel began. Securing his scabbard at his waist, Karen reached for his embedded sword. And the moment he drew his real sword, the air changed. The flow reversed. Despite the distance, Najin felt as if a blade was pressed against his neck. Not just him, but even Volkman, observing from afar, felt the same. Karen gripped his sword. The energy rising from it was Karen's sword aura. Looking at Najin, he warned, "Don't move." It was a single warning. Immediately after that, Karen swung his sword. Chapter 53, Sword Master Karen 5. Don't move. The voice of the sword saint echoed in Najin's ears, and before he could comprehend its meaning, his body became rigid, unable to move a muscle or even breathe. The master of this realm hadn't granted permission. It was a sensation similar to when Merlin had restrained him. Although he could have moved with effort, Najin chose not to. Instead, he widened his eyes, determined to witness what was about to unfold with his own eyes. Blood vessels in Najin's eyes were bursting. Blood pooled at the corners of his eyes. Swooshing, rain poured down over the field. Each drop that hit the ground splashed up. In the elongated moments, Najin saw the sword saint swinging his sword. Even straining his eyes to their limit, even in the stretched timeline, Najin couldn't clearly see the sword saint's movement. The sword, once pointing skyward, was now aimed at the ground. It was at that moment that Najin realized. Drip, 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 drip. The falling raindrops split apart, scattering as if colliding with something invisible. Cutting through the rain, something approached. Water droplets were tossed into the air, parting the downpour. It advanced, pushing aside the blurring rain. Regardless of the physical distance of tens of meters between Najin and the Sword Saint, it meant nothing in this realm. This was the domain of the Sword Saint. His sword's swing naturally cut through anything in its path. Thus, the burst of light emitted from the tip of the Sword Saint's sword surged unimpeded toward Najin. To the average eye, it was a mere flash. But to Najin, it was visible. A giant beam of light, like a guillotine, slashing down in a straight line. Screech. The sound of slicing through the air came a beat later. The sound reverberated as the giant blade halted just before Najin's nose. It was a massive sword aura reaching the sky, which Najin belatedly recognized as the Sword Saint's sword aura. The sword aura was reflected in Najin's sunset-hued eyes. He witnessed the strike of one who had reached the pinnacle. Merely watching it caused his head to throb in pain. Whoosh! Then, the sword aura dispersed. The wind brought by the sword aura hit Najin moments later. His hair fluttered, and his clothes rippled. Thud, 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 thud. Raindrops split by the sword aura pelted Najin's body. Through the rain hitting his face, Najin exhaled the breath he had been holding. He pressed his fingers against his eyelids, which throbbed with pain. It was a momentary instant. Yet in that fleeting moment, the Sword Saint's strike was etched in Najin's mind. Even with closed eyes, the image was vividly drawn. The strike of the Sword Saint etched a dividing line in Najin's mind. A line dividing ordinary humans and superhumans. A massive wall dividing the world into sword masters and those who are not. The strike shown by the Sword Saint was akin to such a boundary. Najin touched his neck. The sensation he felt when the Sword Saint drew his sword. A chilling feeling, as if a blade rested against his neck. It wasn't an illusion. Najin realized it was no mere illusion. This entire area belonged to the Sword Saint. Realizing this, Najin couldn't help but laugh. Slowly opening his eyes, Najin looked down at his feet. A deep, straight line cut into the ground. A single strike that had split the ground and raindrops, shot from the Sword Saint, seen but not understood. Incomprehensible, thus alien, alien, thus an immense barrier. Normally, facing such a massive wall, most would feel despair or hopelessness in front of a realm they could never reach. But this was limited to ordinary swordsmen. Najin was an anomaly. He had provoked constellations, pulled out Excalibur, and staked his life in gambles, an anomaly among anomalies. Ha! Therefore, facing the wall, Najin laughed. He felt his hand trembling, not from fear, but from awe and exhilaration. Confronting the pinnacle he must reach someday. No, not quite. Najin gripped his sword tightly. It wasn't a place he must reach someday. It was a realm to be trampled and surpassed. Najin's goal was the highest point in the heavens. Reaffirming his goal, Najin lifted his head. Locking eyes with the Sword Saint burst into laughter. Najin's gaze did not waver. As promised, I'll teach you the sword, the Sword Saint spoke after the duel ended. I have many obligations, so I can't visit often, but I'll try to make time at least once a month. You're worth that effort. Once a month. A familiar proposition to Najin. Only the mentor had changed from a mid-rank priest to the master of the Order of the Sword. Obviously. I don't plan to make this public. You wouldn't want that either. Besides, I have a fair number of enemies. The Sword Saint chuckled bitterly. If word gets out that I've taken a disciple, surely Yule Razian, the executioner of Starblood sect, will sniff you out. Definitely. That one is definitely the kind who would do something like that. The executioner of the Starblood sect, you mean? Another sword master with 6 stars. Yule Razian, the murderer, as they call her. Najin had some knowledge about Yule Razian. He could easily find basic information about the sword master's backgrounds. She must have killed many to reach the sword master realm, an eccentric sword master. Yule Razian was seen as an object of disdain and fear, not respect among swordsmen. She wants to strike me down. If she learns I've taken a disciple, she'll definitely take an interest. Even if not her, the world's attention will focus on you, the Sword Saint smirked. Do you want that? I won't stop you if you do. I'll respectfully decline. Najin politely refused. The Sword Saint nodded as if expecting this answer. Well, I wouldn't recommend it either. Aren't you the master of the Order? The Order of the Sword is a good place, but it's not ideal for gaining varied experiences. The Sword Saint stated plainly. You need diverse experiences, so the Order doesn't suit your style. I won't force you. In fact, I'd recommend becoming a wandering swordsman. Crossing his arms, the Sword Saint gazed out over the rain-soaked field. His eyes seemed to be looking beyond the field, contemplating something far greater. Carrying only a sword, wander the world, see much, experience much, and interact with numerous people. Through that journey, the sword is perfected. I did the same, and so did the very first sword saint, unbound by anything, walking wherever the path leads. Najin nodded in agreement to Karen's words, as his own path was similar. While listening to Karen, Najin slightly parted his lips. Sword Saint. There was something he was curious about. Najin looked straight at Karen. In Najin's eyes, Karen appeared different from Valkman. He seemed to view training a talented swordsman not as a goal, but merely a means to achieve an end. Why do you wish to teach me the sword? Hence, Najin posed the question. Why teach me the sword? What are your intentions? At this, the sword saint gave a bitter smile. Teaching the sword to a talented individual is a duty of the master of the Order of the Sword. It would be nice to answer that way, but it's not the whole truth, Karen replied briefly. It's to fulfill the secret mission of the Order of the Sword. That's all I can say for now. I can't go into details. Please understand. The secret mission of the Order. Najin expressed his doubt but nodded in acknowledgement. Ha! Merlin's breathing echoed in Najin's ears. It sounded a bit surprised. Merlin continued after exhaling. A bit unexpected. I didn't think anyone who remembered that still existed. Do you know what the secret mission of the Order is? Of course, it's related to Arthur. Merlin's voice became solemn, unlike usual. Her voice lacked any playfulness or laughter as she spoke. Liberation of the first Sword Saint. That's the Order's secret mission. The first Sword Saint, an hero from the era of King Arthur. He's either dead or a constellation by now. Not dead. More accurately, he's unable to die. Merlin's voice carried a heavy tone. She sighed and continued. He became a ghost of Camlan, in the carriage returning to the Order of the Sword. Mid-rank priest Valkman glanced at his friend sitting opposite him. Sword Saint Karen. He seemed more content than ever, meticulously tending to his sword. You seem impressed by that young man, too. Would it be only my impression? Valkman's question was met with a shrug from the Sword Saint. Place any sword master there, and they'd have the same reaction. He had that much potential. The potential Karen spoke of wasn't limited to mere talent, Valkman knew. Karen, who had refused to teach countless geniuses, claiming they didn't catch his eye. He wasn't frightened even after seeing my sword. There was no hesitation. Did you see his eyes at the end? Really, it's unbelievable, Karen murmured but couldn't help smiling. He looked at me, not as a summit to reach, but as a hurdle to overcome. Can you imagine a mere sword expert thinking of surpassing a sword master? There's power in one's gaze. Eyes reveal intentions. And audaciously, that young man showed a desire to challenge the sword Karen had displayed. He saw it not with admiration or awe, but as a target to surpass. What an absurd notion. Yet, that's why he liked it. That was exactly the kind of person Karen was looking for. He had no interest in those who idolized him as a goal, one to surpass him, one to rise higher than him. That's who Karen had been searching for. I won't teach him anything but the sword. You should cooperate too. What does that mean? It means I won't interfere in his life. He would only teach the sword. He had no intention of meddling in the young man's life. He wouldn't provide support or rescue him from crisis. That would be pointless. He must overcome crises on his own, face trials, break through dead ends, survive deadly battles and grow. He had no intention of intervening in that process. Even if he liked the young man, he wouldn't protect him. He would teach only swordsmanship, and the rest was for the young man to fill with his own strength. If he dies in the process, that's all he was meant to be. Sword masters are twisted in their own ways. Even among the three sword masters, Karen, considered the most normal, lacked human aspects. Sharpening his sword, Karen recalled his goal, the secret mission of the Order of the Sword. It might sound grand, but if one were to simplify it, it was straightforward. Kill the first Sword Saint. That was the mission of the Order. Put more gently, grant rest to the first Sword Saint, But isn't it essentially the same? Karen mused over the order's purpose, recalling the land of the abyss, Camlan. Despite having 6 stars, despite reaching the realm of sword masters, the image of Camlan, isolated and alone, haunted him even with closed eyes. The land of the abyss, Camlan. In that sealed space created by Arthur, cursed beings breathe and wait for the seal to break. Swallowing dragons, witches of the fallen, traitors of the round table, fallen stars, and the sword ghost of Camlan. Each time Camlan's barrier trembles, a blurred swordsman can be seen. Dragging his sword, he cuts down everything, ally or foe alike. Resembling a ghost wielding a sword, he was called the Sword Ghost. But no one knows the true identity of the Sword Ghost. It's only known as a swordsman gone mad, wandering the cursed land. Only a few constellations and past sword saints of the Order know his true identity. Karen pictured the figure of the sword ghost he had faced at the boundary of Camlan, looking at his own sword. The sword ghost is the first sword saint, worn out over hundreds of years, left alone in Camlan, cutting down the cursed for centuries, a hero from the past who lost to madness. Liberating him was the secret mission of the Order, the reason Karen began wielding his sword. Karen sighed deeply, sheathing his sword. Would the young man he met today fulfill his secret mission? Only time will tell. Karen hoped that one day he would reveal this truth to the young man. The first sword saint, who turned into the sword ghost of Camlan. You'll have to strike him down someday. To be more precise, Merlin spoke to Najin. Only you can do it. There was a complexity in her voice. He can only be struck down with Excalibur. Chapter 54, The Snake That Swallows Gold. 1. The sword ghost of the abyss can only be killed with Excalibur. Could it be some sort of demon then? I heard demons can only be completely eradicated with Excalibur. That's not what I meant. The sword ghost of the abyss doesn't have immortality or demonic traits. The reason I said Excalibur is needed, Merlin added, because that guy also wields a holy sword. A holy sword. A sword that becomes holy or demonic depending on its user, the sword grammar. The only weapon that can withstand his sword is Excalibur. Essentially, a capable weapon was needed. But this didn't quite make sense to Najin. If ordinary swords don't work, what about magic or arrows? Aren't there various methods? There seemed no need to confront it with a sword specifically. You wouldn't mention them if you knew that man. Merlin chuckled wryly at Najin's inner thoughts. The sword ghost of the abyss is a being beyond common understanding, a figure who stood shoulder to shoulder with Arthur and accompanied him to the end of his journey, even though he wasn't a knight of the round table. The final destination reached by the first sword saint. Remembering this, Merlin sighed deeply. It wasn't a memory she wanted to revisit. Changing the subject, her voice returned to its usual tone. There's no need to know about the sword ghost for now. Forget about it. It's a problem for much later, a foe you'll meet eventually. That aside, she murmured and chuckled. You got yourself a proper swordsmanship teacher, huh? No need to look for another one now. Learn swordsmanship from the sword saint and magic from me. Najin, about to nod, suddenly tilted his head. A word caught his attention. Magic. Yes, magic. I can use magic too. Why not? But it's common knowledge that swordsmen can't use magic. That's just what ordinary people say. Merlin smirked. At the very least, basic magic is a matter of culture. It's good to learn. It helps when dealing with mages, learning how to counter mages. Indeed, Najin hadn't yet encountered a mage. Rubbing his chin, he sighed deeply. There's a long way to go. You know it's been only 2 or 3 months since you pulled out Excalibur, right? Listening to Merlin's incredulous voice, Najin chuckled. Sword Saint and Valkman had left long ago. Left alone, Najin lay sprawled in the field. That's what I mean. It had been just a few months since he left the underground city. Recalling the events of these months, Najin looked up at the sky. The rain had stopped, and the dark clouds parted, revealing the blue sky. What he once struggled to see was now familiar. the high sun, the stars in the night sky. He had made connections with the city's magnate, left a good impression on the city's top adventurers, defeated the demon knight, and even made connections with the knights of Atanga. And now, he was about to learn swordsmanship from the Sword Saint. Time really flies. Such events were unimaginable in the underground city. He had experienced so much in such a short time. Just when he thought it would take long to adapt, he found himself accustomed to the new experiences. Is it just time that's flying? Your growth rate is absurdly fast, too. With Merlin's amused voice in the background, Najin stood up. The day wasn't over yet, even after the Sword Saint's storm-like visit. It was time to head back and look for new quests. Najin walked towards the City of Opportunities, Cambria, with light steps. The day after the duel with the Sword Saint, at noon, Najin stood in the square, waiting for someone. He had agreed to meet someone there. As he stood under the clock tower, many eyes were drawn to him. That was to be expected. From his accomplishments in the Darchenberg forest skirmish, to his promotion to a heretic, to being the hero of the Demon Knight skirmish, Najin was the man of the hour. At this point, it would be strange if he didn't attract attention. The most notable adventurer in Cambria, the first choice for recruitment by many merchants and medium-sized guilds, his stock had skyrocketed beyond measure. That was Najin's current standing in the City of Opportunities. With him standing in the middle of the square, it was natural to attract attention. Yet, no one dared approach him easily, because they knew who had their sights set on Najin. Just then, Najin turned his head, looking at a corner of the square. Those watching him followed his gaze. There stood a girl, accompanied by a single knight, stepping into the square. The snake that swallows gold, Dieta Urbina. With her flowing, silky light brown hair and captivating yellow eyes, Dieta's beauty stood out, even among many noble ladies at a ball. Even after being abandoned by the Urbina ducal family, her beauty didn't fade. Instead, she seemed even more radiant, walking confidently. However, her outfit was different than usual. It was not the uniform of Dieta Trading Company, nor the luxurious dress of a noble lady, but a casual dress, accompanied only by a shawl and a parasol. Her relaxed appearance was unfamiliar to the adventurers of Cambria. It was as if she was dressing to meet a close friend. Dieta stopped right in front of Najin, under the clock tower. "Am I late?" "I've only been waiting for a short while." Watching them, the merchants clicked their tongues. They thought he was marking his territory, showing off that he's close enough to Dieta to meet her privately, dressed in casual clothes. To them, Dieta's actions implied such intentions. But to the guard Paisian, it appeared differently. Having served Dieta the longest, Paisian saw in her smile not just an act. There might be some intent to show off their closeness, but "Shall we go then?" Dieta looked genuinely relaxed and happy, her body slightly relaxed, not just putting on an act of enjoyment. Above all, Paisian vividly remembered how Dieta, frowning while dealing with business early in the morning, suddenly brightened up the moment it was time to meet Najin. It was an unusually pleasant sight of her mistress. What exactly happened during that last escort? Though he had heard rumors about shattering a noble, it was clear there had been more to their interaction. Paisian cast a wary glance at Najin and clicked his tongue. Regardless, Dieta hummed a tune, strolling through the square with Najin. Her mistress seemed happy, so Paisian soon withdrew his gaze. After all, seeing Dieta smile so comfortably was rare. After the meal, sipping her tea, Dieta suddenly looked up. Across from her, Najin was sipping his coffee, puzzled why anyone would drink such a bitter thing. Amused by his expression, Dieta asked, "Should I order something sweeter for you?" "No need. Why do people drink this?" I knew someone who was always sipping coffee. In a place where such luxuries were hard to find, I wondered why they would drink such a bitter thing. So, I'm just trying it out of curiosity. Nibbling on the served snacks, Najin spoke. Listening to his story, Dieta idly played with her teacup. She had been interested in the man before her from the start, but as the snake that swallows gold, her interest was of a different kind. A human who seemed like a profitable venture, an adventurer worth befriending for future benefits to her trading house. Through Dietta's eyes, which converted everything into gold, Najin was an unmined gold mine, a treasure trove that promised gold with just a few strikes of a pickaxe. Hence, her interest as a merchant. But then, I hear you vanquished the demon knight recently. Could you tell me about it? I'm curious. After their last joint venture, after the day she had dropped her mask in front of Najin, Dieta found herself intrigued by the human being he was. His personality, his habits, his mannerisms. Simply put, she wanted to know more about the man before her. Whether this was a merchant's desire or just Dieta's own curiosity, she couldn't distinguish. The reason I didn't wait for the Knights of Atanga, nothing extraordinary, I just didn't like it, that's all. Didn't like it. I mean the story of the knights. The demon knight, Verhagen. As he spoke, as Najin continued, Dieta nodded along, sometimes smiling. She felt she had a good grasp of how he thought and acted. Like last time, he was quite impulsive, seemingly without plans, often acting on the spur of the moment. For him, the most important thing was his belief, even if it meant dealing with consequences later. The recent battle against the Demon Knight was an example. Waiting for the Knights of Atanga, coordinating an attack with them would have been strategically sounder, but he plunged in alone. Why? To hog all the glory. When asked, his reason was simply just because. Such emotional reasoning, leading to such rash actions, made her think he was refreshingly straightforward or foolish. Either way, Dieta knew she couldn't possess such traits. Ah! As Dieta listened and laughed, a question suddenly piqued her curiosity. What was Najin's goal? She paused, teacup in hand, and asked, "By the way, yes, what's your goal? To inscribe a star." Najin replied without hesitation, declaring his goal to inscribe a star in the sky. Dieta was momentarily speechless at his straightforward answer. A star? You mean the stars held by constellations? Inscribing a star in the sky is my goal. It wasn't a goal you'd casually mention. Too grandiose, almost fantastical. Owning a star meant achieving feats worthy of becoming a constellation. A childlike fantasy, really. Are you serious? Yes, there's no reason to lie about this. Yet Najin was earnest about it, indifferent to others' opinions. And then he added, "And besides, I promised to do so." As he spoke, Najin wore a bittersweet smile, one that spoke of many stories. "What about you? What's your goal?" The same question was posed back. Dieta sipped her coffee, replying easily. Her goal was straightforward. Wasn't it to amass gold, to grow my trading house and gather more gold? That's my goal. Isn't gold just a means? Sharp of you. Dieta put down her cup, her narrow eyes fixating on the coffee residue. Yes, Najin was right. Gold is a means, not an end. So what was her end goal? Dieta pondered over her surname, Dieta Arbinia. The Arbinia Duchy, the cold mansion of her childhood. Recalling it, she spoke. "It's how I raise my worth." Warriors raise their worth with swords, achieving titles like sword expert, sword seeker. Status and treatment change with rank. Not just warriors, mages, rangers, and knights do the same. They prove their worth through self-improvement. A very tangible means personal combat prowess. But not everyone is born with martial talents. So how do they prove their worth? For some, it's politics. For others, knowledge or amassed power. Dieta knew there was a more tangible measure of worth, something even more straightforward than combat prowess. Gold, money, wealth, assets. Isn't it the most direct measure of worth? The more you have, the more your worth increases. The origin of all value. Politics, knowledge, power, they all require money. Throw enough gold, and everything else follows. That's why Dieta swallows gold, to increase her worth, to become undeniable. That's the snake that swallows gold's purpose. Gold is my value. just as you inscribe stars to increase yours to me. Stars are just gold, increasing her worth, a plausible life goal. But listening to her, Najin narrowed his eyes. He sensed more to it, collecting gold, raising worth. These seemed mere means to an end. He didn't ask further, sensing she didn't want to delve deeper. Perhaps it was related to her sensitive spot. Well, that's just how it is. Dieta shrugged, exhaling deeply. But before she exhaled, Najin saw it. The venom in her eyes, in her breath, when speaking her goal. A venom common in those who have crawled from the bottom. Dieta, too, harbored that venom. Its true nature was beyond Najin's knowledge. Then, see you again. At dusk, Dieta waved warmly at Najin and walked away. Pajan, who had kept his distance, joined her side. It seems you've taken quite a liking to that young man. Of course, it's so interesting to hear him talk. It's like watching a novel's protagonist. Dieta chuckled. He acts spontaneously, ambitiously aiming for the top. If he dislikes something, he confronts it head-on. He's refreshing and romantic. She sighed as she walked. I thought we were alike, but only our childhoods were similar. He's completely the opposite. Someone similar yet different. Similar childhoods, yet entirely different life approaches. Dieta felt an indescribable emotion toward Najin. Someone living in a completely different world. Whether it was admiration, envy, or simple curiosity, Dieta couldn't tell. But it wasn't unpleasant to feel this fluttering emotion. At least with him, she could be just Dieta, not Dieta Arbinia. Someone who knew her true self. She enjoyed talking to such a person. As Dieta returned to her office, still somewhat elated, she was greeted by her sweating secretary, holding a letter. The ornate lettering on the envelope spoke of its luxurious origin. Taking the letter, Dieta's smile vanished. The mask she had relaxed during her conversation with Najin clicked back into place, her eyes turning ice cold. Arbinia Duchy. The letter was from the family she had fled from. Chapter 55, The Snake That Swallows Gold. 2. From the moment of birth, some lives are predetermined. If born to a traitor, one would live under the stigma of treason for life. Born among slaves, one is likely to remain a slave forever. Yes, life is determined from the moment of birth. Dieta Arbinia realized this truth on her 7th birthday. She was the child born between a maid and the head of the Arbinia Duchy. Naturally, the looks she received were far from kind. There were numerous torments, but she thought she could endure them. That was until her mother hanged herself on Dieta's 7th birthday. Her mother's body was a gruesome sight, with burn scars marring her face. Although the immediate cause was the noose around her neck, it was the scars that drove her to it, the scars that eroded her worth. How could a mere maid have relations with the head of the house and even aspire to be a concubine? It was all thanks to her exceptional beauty. Unlike the head's other wives, Dieta's mother had neither the wealth, family background, nor connections. Her worth was solely her beauty, and so she was easily destroyed. A fire, staged as an accident, ravaged her face. Priests arrived too late to offer blessings, and the scars could not be fully erased. The long, burn marks on her face, the distorted skin. The fire took her beauty. It burned away the only value she had. The head of Arbinia was a cold man who lost interest in a woman devoid of worth. He no longer summoned her to his bedroom and began to take back what he had given her. As if she was nothing but a pastime, he banished her and her daughter Dieta to a separate house. Her mother, once proud, became withdrawn. She wore a veil over her face. Her once commanding voice became meek. The woman who shattered her predetermined fate with her shining worth fell to the ground, losing all her value. And as it often ends, miserably. Dieta, staring at her mother's hanging corpse, had to realize the protective fence around her had shattered. All that was left for Dieta was her mother's beautiful looks and the label of an abandoned child. Value, value, value. The young girl faced reality. Was it misfortune or fortune? The girl had a talent. She inherited her beauty from her mother, but her eye for value came from her father. The girl was a prodigy, yet still a child. Her mind wasn't mature enough to accept the world, too young to endure the venom and torment, so she wore a mask. Behind the mask, she leveraged her beauty, packaging herself for the world. Behind the mask, she flattered, played the fool, and sometimes lived as if dead among the indifferent. She knew opportunities would come eventually. On her 15th birthday, the day when no one cared about her anymore, Dieta fled her family. She ran and ran towards a place where she could use her talents. That place was none other than the city of opportunities, Cambria, where anyone with talent could rise. Dieta spent 5 years in this city. 5 years have passed. Dieta leaned back in her chair. Everything she had built from the ground up over the last 5 years was here. A major trading company among the top 3 in the city. It was her achievement. And now, Dieta looked at the letter. Her eyes were wavering. Why? All of a sudden. They hadn't contacted her when she ran away, when she established her trading company, or even when it started to thrive. They had never shown interest or concern, so why this sudden letter? Dieta examined the letter. Though lengthy, the essence was clear. Come to the estate immediately upon receiving this letter. We have matters to discuss face to face. A letter penned by the Duke of Albania himself. It was a summon. Dieta sighed deeply as she read the words, knowing she had no grounds to refuse. To refuse meant to oppose, and the Albania Duchy was not a house that Dieta's trading company could afford to provoke. Knowing this, Dieta stood up with a sigh. Pajan, get ready. Understood. With a stern face, Pajan went to prepare the carriage. Dieta stood before a mirror, looking at her reflection. The joyful and relaxed smile she had while talking to Najin was gone. Her lips were rigid. Touching the corners of her lips, Dieta let out a bitter laugh. It was the same mocking tone, the same resigned laughter as always. The summons from the Central Guild. Najin arrived at the guild with a light heart, only to be met by officials at the exclusive counter for higher-ranked adventurers. Waiting with stern faces, Najin was puzzled. Green rank adventurer. Ivan, the officials began. We recognize your achievements and propose a promotion to the red rank. Do you consent? An unexpected promotion to red rank. Najin blinked in surprise. Naturally. I never applied for a promotion, though Najin hadn't requested any promotion. Within just 2 months of setting foot in the city, Ivan, a 28-year-old adventurer, achieved the rank of green. The Central Guild of Cambria kept a close eye on him, as his growth was extraordinary. Not only did he single-handedly subdue a blood troll of red threat level, but he also set a record score in the Darchenberg forest extermination. His performance on significant quests was impressive, and his ability to complete smaller tasks was equally remarkable. Clients were exceptionally satisfied, often commenting, "The adventurer's work is quick and clean." He was particularly praised for bounty quests. His efficiency in returning stolen goods alongside capturing the criminals was unparalleled. Definitely worth noting, thought Supervisor Juberoa, eyeing the man before him. This adventurer, whom Roslin Scalo had taken an interest in, was quickly becoming a person of interest. And now, he had done something unthinkable yet again. The protagonist in the defeat of the Demon Knight, Verhagen. Before the shock of his solo blood troll defeat and his promotion had even faded, this young man had sent another shockwave through the adventurer city. At this point, the Central Guild could no longer sit idly by. Ivan's capabilities clearly surpassed the green rank. Of course, the next rank, red, was not to be taken lightly. It represented the Guild's elite forces, effectively the city's ambassadors endorsed by the Central Guild. Though the promotion process was notoriously stringent and complex, given the uniqueness of the quests you've completed and your exceptional performance, we've decided to proceed with a special promotion test for you. A special case had to be made for the man before them. Baron Orves, Viscount Tram, Viscount Tascanelli, Viscount Epista, Count Turnian, the Demon Knight expedition. This adventurer had essentially resolved numerous noble quests in one fell swoop. There were more than 7 quests from nobility alone, tangled with the demon Knight Bernhagen. Although the Knights of Atanga haven't commented, considering the reputation of the Knights of Atanga and many nobles, the Central Guild felt compelled to grant this adventurer a special exception. Furthermore, most importantly, you come highly recommended by Duke Edelmer of the Trebash family. He personally sent a letter of recommendation, so be thankful for his favor. Listening quietly, Najin nodded. Of course, the red rank promotion test will be extremely rigorous, conducted under strict criteria over 3 days. The first test will be supervised by me. Juberoa, do you have any objections? At that question, Najin nodded in agreement. Then let's proceed. Following Supervisor Juberoa, who had risen from her seat, Najin moved forward. As they walked, Juberoa began to explain the test he would oversee. I'll be assessing instantaneous judgment, as well as subduing and escorting a target. From now, you will escort me to a designated location. The test will proceed at my pace, and any contact with me will result in a penalty, so be mindful. She glanced at Najin as she moved. Without a word, Najin simply nodded in response to Juberoa's instructions. Also, inflicting serious injury on attackers, adventurers acting as assailants for this test, will also result in a penalty. Remember, it's about subduing, not injuring. After finishing her explanation, Juberoa clapped her hands. With the echoing clap, she announced, "The test begins now." Juberoa set off along a predetermined route, followed by Najin, who narrowed his eyes, sensing movement. Instinctively reaching for his sword handle, Najin soon relaxed his grip. Inflicting injuries was forbidden, so it seemed best not to use his sword. With this thought, he had taken only a few steps when thump! Someone leapt from a rooftop, charging at Juberoa. It appeared to be one of the hired adventurers mentioned earlier. One, two adventurers rushed at Juberoa, one of them targeting Najin. Observing their movements, Najin stepped forward. The attacker wielded a wooden sword, dulled to prevent injury. Though it was safe to grab with bare hands, this was, after all, a mock combat scenario. Reading the attacker's motion, Najin extended his hand, seizing the adventurer's wrist. Once caught, the wooden sword could advance no further, halted by Najin's grip. Startled by his strength, the attacker was swiftly flung aside by Najin. As he tumbled to the ground, his accomplice was greeted by the same fate. Ah, ack, cough. Choking under Najin's grasp, the adventurer tapped Najin's arm a few times with his palm, signaling surrender. Najin then relaxed his grip, which could have easily rendered the man unconscious with a bit more pressure. One subdued. Turning, Najin looked behind. There stood the adventurer he had just thrown, appearing somewhat baffled but signaling a truce. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed. Adventurers employed as attackers for the test simultaneously charged at Najin and Juberoa. Adventurers hired by the guild for the role of attackers. They were part of a medium-sized mercenary group called Pavlet. Their individual ranks varied between blue and green, but their extensive experience in completing numerous quests together effectively placed them at a red rank. Therefore, when they were assigned this task, the members of the Pavlet group were somewhat puzzled. Even if he's the talk of the town lately, isn't this asking too much? Protect the target, subdue attackers without causing serious harm, and even respond instantly to ambushes. Naturally, the use of sword aura was out of the question. With such restrictions, how could they properly face the challenge? With these concerns, they embarked on their mission. And now, 3 minutes into the ambush, the leader of the Pavlik group couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. This is absurd. 8 mercenaries. It took merely 3 minutes for all of them to be subdued. The leader reflected on the recent events. 2 had approached as a test. When one was so easily overpowered, he immediately gave the order, attack from all sides, with the remaining two providing backup. As they converged on Najin from every direction, one was grabbed and thrown. Another was kicked into a wall. As one attempted to swing a club, Najin kicked the club from his hand and flung him backward. Four were subdued in an instant. The rest didn't even realize how they were overpowered. They thought they were attacking from a blind spot, but suddenly found themselves on the ground. Thud. Somehow Najin had managed to grab the last two who were attempting to provide cover and dragged them forward. Ah, ack, cough. As one choked, he tapped Najin's arm, signaling surrender. Najin then loosened his grip, sparing them from unconsciousness. Having subdued one group, Najin glanced back. There stood the adventurer he had just flung, who, despite looking slightly bemused, gestured in defeat. With that, a series of thuds resounded. Adventurers participating in the test as attackers launched a coordinated assault on Najin and Juberoa. Chapter 56, The Snake That Swallows Gold. 3. The Arbinia Duke's Mansion. With its vast gardens, splendid buildings, and a number of servants too numerous to take in at a glance, it truly befits the reputation of a duke's household. Dieta, having alighted from the carriage, sighed in front of her home, returning after 5 years. The ancestral home, the place where she was born and spent her childhood. There was not a speck of comfort or coziness that one might feel upon returning home. For Dieta, this mansion held no particular memories, at most those with her mother, but such memories had long been forgotten. When she saw her mother's corpse hanging in front of her, all memories turned into nightmares. Dieta had thrown away all such depressing recollections. Phew! After a long exhale, Dieta stepped into the mansion. Unlike her brothers and sisters, who paraded around with numerous vassals, Dieta was accompanied only by her bodyguard, Paisian. She moved forward under the gaze of the servants. "We welcome you, Miss Dieta." Following the servant's lead, Dieta moved forward. Unlike the time she wore fancy dresses and walked as if dead, Dieta was now walking through the mansion's corridors dressed in the uniform of a merchant lord. Not as Dieta Arbinia, but as the merchant lord. Dieta, therefore, there was no need to bow her head. Her destination was the reception room. As the servant opened the door, the one waiting for her inside was the master of the Arbinia household, Osman Arbinia, Dieta's biological father and the head of the Arbinia ducal family. His eyes bore the same yellow hue as Dieta's. For a moment, as their gazes met, Osman Arbinia smiled brightly. "It's been a long time, Dieta." At Osman's smile, Dieta inwardly cursed, acting from the very start. However, there was no need to reveal her true feelings. Dieta responded with a smile and sat down in the chair prepared in the reception room. "It has been a long time, father." "Yes, it's been 5 years since you left the family to see the wider world. When you disappeared with just a letter, I was so worried." Osman continued after a brief pause. "But you were with a trustworthy knight, and I heard you were doing well in Cambria, so this father could finally relax." The image of a father worried about his daughter who had left home. His tone was natural, and his expression was too natural. However, Dieta knew all too well that this was just a facade. She remembered Osman, who coldly viewed her mother's cold body and ordered it to be removed with a click of his tongue. And she hadn't forgotten the way Osman's eyes appraised her, standing by his side. Dieta still smiled and nodded. "Yes, I have been living my best not to tarnish the name of Arbinia. It's an honor that such news has reached you, father. To think you rose to the position of a merchant lord, controlling a city from the ground up in just 5 years. I am truly proud of you." Osmond smiled. "Merchant Dieta, I've heard a lot about the trading company you named after yourself. Though there are nasty rumors in the world about you being the abandoned child of Arbinia, how could I abandon you? You're the only thing she left behind." Lies were exchanged, and false smiles were shared. Both were conversing while wearing masks, when the conversation was ripe enough. The reason I called you today is none other than to commend your achievements. Osman Arbinia broached the main topic. Dieta looked at Osman. She was on edge, trying to understand the meaning behind each of his words. I was quite surprised by the trading company you built with your own efforts, not relying on the family's power. It's something that deserves praise. Up to this point, it was as she expected. Dieta bowed her head. Why had she been called back to the family? After pondering over it during the carriage ride, Dieta had come to a few conclusions. The trading company was sufficiently on track, a feat that even the head of the Arbinia ducal family would acknowledge as an accomplishment. Dieta had proven her worth, and Osman Arbinia assesses the value of people. In his eyes, Dieta was too valuable to discard, a talent that could bring greater value if embraced. So, he would want to create a connection with the trading company and Arbinia. Now, was he trying to correct the rumors of an abandoned child and accept her as part of the family? Of course, she wasn't that optimistic. It's a bait. If it were Osman, he would create a connection with the trading company and gradually take control of it. And eventually, he would swallow the trading company whole. Even expecting this, Dieta had come here. The reason was simple, because she was confident. If it was just that level of trickery, she could overcome it and use it as a stepping stone to elevate her trading company even higher. That was her resolution in coming here. Unlike your siblings, you have achieved great feats at a young age. It's truly remarkable, however. Do you know what your brother has been up to? He's smart like me and sits in a fairly high position, but he lacks experience and achievements. It's regrettable that someone with talent hasn't been recognized yet. This was something she hadn't expected. Why was he talking about her brother? Feeling a sense of unease, Dieta raised her head. There stood Osman Arbinia, looking down at her. His yellow eyes were chillingly cold. Dieta Arbinia, Osman uttered Dieta's name. You are my child, a member of the Arbinia family. You are not an abandoned child. You are part of Arbinia, and family should help each other out. Blood is thicker than water, as they say. Dieta understood the situation. She grasped Osman's intentions. Hence, a hollow laugh escaped Dieta's lips. Osman Arbinia was saying, hand over the trading company to your brother. For the sake of a line or two in your brother's resume, who needs achievements, hand over the trading company you've built over 5 years. That's what Osman was implying. You are mistaken, Duke, Dieta spoke. She referred to him not as father, but as Duke. The trading company is maintained under my management. It won't run smoothly just because someone else takes the position of the merchant lord. Above all, Dieta let out a bitter laugh. Do you think my worth is only that much in the eyes of the Duke? It took me 5 years to reach this position. Aren't you curious to see how far I will climb after another 5 years? You are misjudging my value. It's worth more than just that. According to Osman, Dieta had achievements. Because of these achievements, Dieta challenged Osman back. This was a wrong judgment, like cutting open the goose that lays the golden eggs. Rather, create a connection with the trading company and take control of it slowly. Isn't that your way? Wouldn't it be a loss for you to cut me off just to swallow one trading company? You've grown a lot. Dieta, Osman only smiled in response to Dieta's words. His mask remained trading company. You have received many marriage proposals. Many prestigious families desire you. Perhaps they highly value you for establishing the trading company in Cambria. He does not answer the question. He only tells the stories he wants to tell. And, as with those who converse with Osman, they value you highly. Many are willing to offer much for a marriage alliance with you. Listening to the story, Dieta understands Osman's intention. Osman Arbinia assesses value, and he did not belittle or ignore Dieta. He simply assessed the value Dieta possesses and its peak. The trading company Dieta built was already on track. Her age was suitable for marriage, and her appearance had bloomed beautifully. Both the trading company and Dieta herself are at their highest value. Sell when the value is highest. That was the merchant's principle and common sense. Osman Arbinia was both a noble and a merchant. He believed politics was nothing more than doing business under the guise of justification. Do you remember the annex where you lived with your mother? Wait there. I will call you separately when the guests arrive. The annex located at the edge of the domain, far from the ducal mansion. The place where her disfigured mother, having lost her value, was banished. Dieta knew what that annex was called, Arbinia's birdcage, a prison to banish or confine those who lost their value, preventing them from escaping. Dieta's expression twisted as she read Osman's intention. The second day of the test also ended smoothly. Leaving behind the examiner, who marked him pass with an incredulous expression, Najin headed back to his lodging. Walking along, Najin shifted his gaze. A splendid carriage was passing through the split crowd. It's quite the spectacle. It seems a noble is on the move. Najin squinted at the carriage's emblem, a snake-like figure. He had seen this emblem somewhere before. Arbinia. Do you recognize this emblem? Yeah, back in my day. There was one who bore this emblem on their flag on the battlefield. Listening to the story, Najin stroked his chin. Arbinia. Arbinia, he sighed briefly as he remembered. The abandoned child of Arbinia. When a minor dispute occurred with the nobility, they certainly referred to Dieta in that way. So, was it Dieta's family who had sent someone? With that thought, Najin watched where the carriage was heading. The carriage was heading towards the trading company. Eventually, people alighted from the carriage that had come to a stop. 4 knights in shining armor and a man in splendid uniform, unlike Dieta with striking blonde hair. The man, accompanied by the knights, made his way towards the trading company's building. 4 knights followed him, and behind them, a knight in shabby armor joined. It was a familiar figure. Dieta's bodyguard, Pajan. Click, he suddenly looked back. The moment Pajan's gaze met Najin's, it wavered. But that was brief, and with gritted teeth, Pajan followed the man into the trading company. The trading company's name changed from Dieta to Arbinia the next day, and a letter from the Arbinia Trading Company arrived for Najin. An invitation from the Arbinia Trading Company. Holding the invitation, Najin headed to the trading company. Although the building itself hadn't changed much, knights were standing guard on the stairs leading to the office. They stepped aside when Najin showed the invitation. Up the stairs to the top floor. Unlike before, servants were bustling about on the top floor. A servant, recognizing Najin, knocked and opened the door for him, sparing him the need. Inside the office, the brown-haired girl who always warmly greeted Najin was not there. Instead, a blond young man and 2 knights were sitting in the office, one of whom was Dieta's bodyguard, Pajan. Oh, a distinguished guest has arrived. The young man sitting in the main seat smiled. As Najin stared blankly at the young man, the knight standing beside him glared. Show respect to Lord Aegizio. Bow and introduce yourself. The knight looked ready to pounce at any moment. Najin frowned at the knight's command, his gaze towards the knight full of disdain, just as the knight was about to reach for his sword at his waist. Ha ha ha! The young man burst into laughter. Indeed, a renowned adventurer from Cambria should be like this. Sir Filion, there's no need to be so strict. This is the city of opportunities. Cambria, I am Aegizio Arbinia, the eldest child of the Arbinia ducal family. I'm a green rank adventurer, Ivan. Ah, I've heard some stories about you. Apparently, the former head of the trading company, my sister, had a good relationship with you. Continuing the conversation, Aegizio flicked his finger. Sit down. If I keep looking up at you for a few more seconds, Sir Filion might break your knees to force you down. The knight standing beside Aegizio, glancing at the glaring knight, it indeed seemed like he was about to charge. Najin exhaled shortly and sat down in the chair before him. Well, the reason I called you here isn't so grand. Now that I've taken the seat of the head of the trading company, I've been checking the ledgers and sorting things out, and there's quite a bit written about you. Investment in talents by the trading company. Among them, the investment related to Najin was personally written by Dieta. Armor made from the skin of a blood-red troll and numerous items that were planned to be supported. Dieta's assessment of Najin was written as a talent worthy of eyeing the White Rank adventurers. He didn't believe all the assessments, but they were worth considering. Indeed, the rumors about the adventurer in front of him had reached Aegizio's ears beyond Cambria, the protagonist of the Demon Knight subjugation. I've heard a bit about you. Even the Knights of Atanga mentioned your name, so it would be strange not to know. Aegizio laughed with his arms crossed. As you can see, I've taken the seat of the head of the trading company. But I don't plan to stay here long. It's just a temporary position, but I don't intend to take it lightly either. He looked directly at Najin. Wouldn't you make a deal with me? A deal? You say? Yes. I'll only be in this city for a few months at most, but during those months, I intend to gather talents. There's a need to invest in the future and achieve some accomplishments. He extended his hand towards Najin. Aren't you too talented to be in such a city? The Albania ducal family will stand behind you. Besides, you seem to aspire to be a knight. Egizio Albania smiled. Knighting is not a difficult task. Chapter 57, The Snake That Swallows Gold. 4. She had misjudged. Inside the swaying carriage, Dieta looked out the window. The scenery whizzed by. Inside the carriage heading to the distant annex from the mansion, Dieta couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. I didn't know it was this rotten. The reason Dieta obediently came this far, it was because there was nothing to gain from going against the ducal family and because she trusted Osman. Of course, that trust differed from the trust one places in a colleague or companion they could rely on. It was trust in a fellow, someone who shared the same eyes and could see the world from the same perspective, a trust in a fellow and a competitor. The Osman that Dieta knew was a cold politician and a merchant. Dieta had judged that such an Osman would not cut open the goose that lays the golden eggs. In her eyes, the decision Osman had made now was utterly foolish. Marriage proposal, valuing highly, much to gain. It was laughable. She thought he would know. The growth of the Dieta Trading Company was still ongoing, and it was planning to expand beyond Cambria in the near future. By then, the value of Dieta herself and the trading company would be incomparable to now. And at such a time, to change the head of the trading company, Dieta Trading Company revolved around Dieta, centered on her. The moment she was removed, the trading company could not possibly run smoothly. It'll fall apart soon. Even if the ducal family poured in their funds, seeing any profit would take a long time. That means a loss. The Osman that Dieta knew was not someone who would do such a thing for immediate gains. Had he grown old and senile? Had those yellow eyes of his grown dim? Dieta sighed deeply. If she had known this would happen, she would have torn up the letter when it arrived and taken a stand. The trading company would have suffered a big hit, but there would have been more options available than now. Did I overestimate Osman? With a sigh, Dieta looked out the window. The carriage was slowing down. It meant they were almost at their destination. Dieta looked at her reflection in the window, tightly pursed lips, cool eyes. The mask was intact. She was still holding on to her reason. Although emotions were stirring, they were still manageable. So, let's make a rational judgment. The situation had escalated to the worst, but I wasn't unprepared. There were still hidden moves. There were ways out. There were still means to use. The only reason the trading company could be swallowed up like this was because Dieta bore the name Albania. If a normal trading company had been swallowed up by a ducal family in such a manner, there would naturally be backlash, political criticism, checks from hostile forces, and even under imperial law, Dieta pieced together the puzzle in her head. Information about the Albania family, hostile forces, and the moves left to her started to fit together. It's okay, not yet. Preparing for the worst of the worst is a merchant's virtue. Dieta took a deep breath. She needed to stay sharp from now on. There was still a chance to turn things around. Screech. The carriage stopped, and the door opened. Knights were waiting outside for Dieta. Knights appointed by the Duke under the guise of escorts. But Dieta knew they were merely watchers, not escorts, since her bodyguard Paisian was not here. The Duke had first separated Paisian and her. There were no trustworthy people, no allies. This was deep within enemy territory. Dieta stepped out of the carriage and raised her head. She looked at the poorly maintained family annex, her lips twitching. Ah, the place where her mother had hung herself. The memories of her childhood spent in this cold annex flashed through her mind. Suppressing the surging emotions, Dieta walked into the annex. Aegizio Arbinia, a scion of the Arbinia ducal family, he knew how to handle people. At least, Aegizio thought so. What is the way to handle people? Simple. Give them what they want, the thing they desire the most, the thing they cherish the most. The balance will naturally even out when you place it on the opposite scale. Aegizio had enough power and wealth to give what others wanted. The position of the first child of the Arbinia Duke was not a light one. A knighting ceremony is certainly possible. Thus, Aegizio Arbinia was confident. The knighthood of the Master One does influence to some extent, so being a knight of the ducal family should be respectable anywhere. Right, he believed the adventurer before him couldn't refuse the offer. Didn't this person aspire to be a knight? While the title of a knight wasn't light, it was a trivial matter for Aegizio, a scion of the ducal family. Of course, my offer isn't anything grand, Aegizio said, as if bestowing a favor. He was in a position of advantage here. Starting with light demands and gradually shackling the limbs was Aegizio's specialty, hanging a sweet bait where the other party couldn't refuse. Once bitten, it's over. Aegizio continued with a chuckle. The adventurer before him was outstanding in both reputation and skill in this city. He judged it wouldn't hurt to swallow him up. Cooperate with me, and while I stay in this city, maintain a friendly relationship, and occasionally, however, he made one mistake. Not everyone in the world moves according to a few coins, powers, or titles. Even in a city full of gold-chasing adventurers, there are always exceptions, and Najin was an exception among exceptions. Honor, pride, and chasing stars. He was like an endangered species in an era where such things were fading away. The characteristic of such exceptions is that they often give answers beyond the other party's imagination. I refuse. Najin cut off Aegizio's words, an act of disrespect, interrupting a noble speech. If this were not Cambria, it might have been punishable by death. But Najin's actions did not stop there. Najin stood up. Aegizio's gaze shifted upwards. The scene where a mere adventurer looked down on a noble and a noble looked up at an adventurer was created. I've said all I need to, so I'll take my leave. Before Aegizio could continue, Najin turned around. Despite not being granted permission by the noble, he walked away, showing his back. At this, Aegizio let out a hollow laugh, but the knight beside him couldn't laugh. Aegizio's escort knight, Filion, glared. He hadn't liked the adventurer who stood tall before his master from the start. He had endured several times because his master held him back, but this was clearly crossing the line. Under imperial law, this was enough for execution. There's a minimum level of respect that must be shown to nobles, even in Cambria. Boom, Filion took a step forward. The heavy footsteps from his robust build shook the office. Aegizio did not stop Filion from advancing. A lowly, gold-hungry mercenary scum, he strode towards Najin. The moment Najin turned to look back, Filion reached out his hand swiftly. Intoxicated by your own reputation, have you forgotten your place? Does the Arbinia ducal family seem a joke to you? Filion grabbed Najin by the collar. Lifting him by the collar, Najin's feet dangled in the air. Bang! And with that, Filion pressed Najin against the wall, glaring at him. As long as his master didn't stop him, Filion intended to teach this insolent brat a lesson. Sometimes a whip was the remedy for beasts too proud of themselves. Watching this, Aegizio let out a smirk. This should have subdued him, just as Aegizio was about to raise his hand to stop his knight. "Hey!" Najin raised his hand. He grasped the wrist of Filion, who had grabbed his collar. "Remember, you're the one who struck first." "What?" The mercenary spoke rudely to the knight. Before Filion's anger could erupt, Najin exerted force on the hand he was holding, twisting Filion's wrist. Najin slipped out of the collar grab. "Scum!" As Filion moved to act, he realized too late that Najin's foot was already on his armor, pressed against the breastplate covering his abdomen. How did it happen so quickly? In an instant, energy flowed through Najin's body, a moment of physical enhancement, wrapping his entire body with mana in an instant. Najin's mana manipulation speed was not something even an expert could keep up with. Filion belatedly tried to muster his mana, but it was already too late. Crack! Najin extended his bent leg, kicking Filion's abdomen with full force. The robust Filion was sent flying into the air. The unexpected blow, without any mana defense, was lethal. Crash! Filion, sent flying, wreaked havoc in the office as he rolled across the floor. Tables and chairs for guests were shattered, creating a loud noise. Cough! Crashing into a cabinet, Filion gasped for air. The breastplate, directly hit by Najin's kick, was grotesquely deformed. Filion slowly tried to get up, but the unexpected blow threw off his balance. Aegizio's eyes widened as he saw Filion, who had flown to his side and crashed. He was momentarily flustered. Thump, thump, thump. Noticing the commotion, knights rushed up the stairs. The arriving knights forcefully opened the door and assessed the situation. Filion crumpled on the floor and Najin standing upright. Clang! The knights aggressively drew their swords, aiming them at Najin. Amidst the swords pointed at him, Najin simply rested his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist, ready to draw at any moment. The one who attacked first was that man, Najin said with an expressionless face. While I don't mean to disrespect the authority of the Albania ducal family, this is the city of opportunities, Cambria, showing a minimum level of courtesy to nobility. That's more of a recommendation than a legal obligation. It's just advice from the Central Guild to avoid troublesome situations. Of course, a lower-ranked adventurer would need to bow and show utmost respect in front of a noble. But Najin is a green-ranked adventurer, and his promotion to red rank is confirmed for tomorrow. He is a person whose identity is guaranteed by the Central Guild, and depending on the situation, he could receive protection from forces that respect Cambria's laws and uniqueness. A red-ranked adventurer is worth that much. I merely retaliated after being attacked. Even surrounded by knights, Najin didn't shrink back in the slightest. His eyes, looking straight at Aegizio, posed a question. "Are you going to continue?" "I have no intention of backing down," a truly audacious attitude. Watching him, Aegizio couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course, Aegizio could use the authority of the ducal family to punish Najin right here and now, trample him and force him to kneel in retribution. But that would inevitably lead to backlash. If the word spread that the ducal family's scion, who had suddenly arrived in the city, had used his authority to make a well-known high-ranking adventurer kneel, Aegizio himself would be the one to suffer. His standing in this city would become precarious, and undoubtedly, troublesome situations would arise. Was this all calculated? If so, it's indeed remarkable. Smiling, Aegizio gestured to the knights. It was a signal to sheathe their swords. "My overzealous knight has committed a discourtesy," Aegizio said, looking straight at Najin. "Consider my proposal positively. There's still plenty of time." Najin didn't respond. Pushing past the knights blocking his path, Najin moved outside the building. Watching him, Aegizio covered his eyes and burst into laughter. Truly a madman, a reckless adventurer who bites at everything. Just like a rabid dog, he's even more intriguing now. Egizio tapped the table with his fingers. The person was more interesting than he had anticipated. Above all, the level of force demonstrated was overwhelming even for Egizio, who was far from a warrior. He coveted it. He wanted to make it his own. Thinking of a way to do so, Egizio narrowed his eyes. If the bait doesn't work, there are other methods. Having left the trading company's building, Najin exhaled deeply. He wasn't in the best of moods. The words spat out by that insufferable blonde had irked Najin. I can easily grant you a knighthood. If you want, I can arrange a knighting ceremony. Egizio's attitude, casually offering it as if doing a favor, greatly displeased Najin. If it weren't for Egizio being a scion of a ducal family, Najin would have thrown a chair and stormed out long ago. Sigh. Exhaling deeply, Najin was moving when he sensed someone approaching. Turning around, he saw Paisian, who seemed to have hurriedly followed him. Dietta's bodyguard knight. Just as Najin was about to ask where Dieta had gone and why that unbearable blonde was sitting there, Paisian handed him something. This is a gift from Lord Egizio. It's a sign of goodwill. It would be wise to accept it. As Najin frowned and was about to refuse, Paisian whispered in a voice only Najin could hear. 19 o'clock, eastern outskirts, sector 37. Najin narrowed his eyes and glanced at Paisian. Paisian, having delivered his message, patted Najin's shoulder a couple of times and left. At 19 o'clock, as the sun set, Najin headed to the designated location. Paisian, wearing a hooded robe, was waiting for Najin there. Making sure no one was watching, Paisian led Najin deep into an alleyway. So, Najin broke the silence. Why did you call me out here? And what happened to Lady Dieta of the trading company? There's something I need to tell you about that. Paisian took a deep breath and removed his robe. In the dimly lit alleyway, under the flickering small lantern, Paisian began to speak. Ivan, Najin's alias. Using that name, Paisian slowly lowered his posture. He bent his knees, bowed his waist, and lowered himself to the point where his bent knees touched the ground. In an alleyway littered with trash. Ignoring the filthy ground covered in refuse, Paisian willingly let his knees touch the ground. Even if his armor got dirty, he willingly knelt. Paisian is no ordinary knight. He does not kneel or bow to just anyone. He understands honor. He knows pride. He considers it an honor to protect his master and would never betray someone he has sworn loyalty to. He volunteered to be Dieta's guardian knight to repay the kindness he received from her mother, though he couldn't protect her mother. At least, he wanted to protect her daughter. Honor, pride, and loyalty. Each knight values these three virtues differently. For Paisian, loyalty is the highest value. For loyalty, he could throw everything else aside. That's why he knelt. That's why he bowed his head to Najin. Lady Dieta has fallen into a trap. His master had a hidden move, knowing that, but forcibly sent to the adventurer city following Egizio, Paisian couldn't hide his anxiety. Right before leaving the ducal family, he overheard Duke Osman murmuring orders to his subordinates. Osman's command to break and ruin Dieta, the order he gave to his subordinate afterward. In the face of that, even the hidden move prepared by his master would become useless. Knowing this, Paisian wanted to act immediately, but he couldn't leave the city. The family's knights were watching him. I must inform her that it's all a trap, he said through gritted teeth. I know it's a lot to ask, but would you listen to my story? I will give my all. Please, listen to my story. Chapter 58, The Snake That Swallows Gold. 5. The Arbinia Ducal Family. In front of Osman Arbinia, the master of the ducal family, a knight bowed his head and spoke. As you commanded, Lady Dieta has been taken to the villa. Reliable knights have been sent to guard the villa, so there should be no need for concern. Is that so? Osman, with his chin propped up, responded. Have the orders been conveyed to the knights and servants? That too has been done as you commanded. Well done, Sir Griffin. May I ask a question? The knight Griffin, who had been bowing his head, raised it. Griffin appeared to be in his early to mid-30s, but Osmond knew he was older than that. Griffin had been a knight by his side since he was young, the captain of the Arbinia ducal family's knights, sword seeker. Griffin, he posed a question to his master. I wish to inquire about the rationale behind your orders. A question that might be deemed rude. If posed by an ordinary knight, it might have been brushed off with a laugh or left unanswered, but Griffin was Osmond's most trusted knight, almost like a long-time friend. Therefore, Osmond willingly answered, It's because it's dangerous. Osmond smiled. Griffin, do you remember when I was young? I do. Osmond, who was the third son of the family, pushed out of the succession competition. He was a person no one paid attention to. Yet, in the end, it was Osmond Arbinia who took the seat as the head of the ducal family. Eliminate obstacles. Pull down those climbing high, and once they are pulled down, ensure they are broken and can never rise again. By the end of the fierce succession battle, Osmond was the only one standing. The rest were either crippled, had lost their will, or had fled somewhere. Griffin had witnessed the whole process up close. Mulling over the memories, Griffin nodded. That means, Dieta, that child, has the makings of a power holder, as much as me, or perhaps even more talented than I am. I do not deny that fact, Osmond said, propping his chin. Aegizio and the other children are not without talent, but compared to that child Dieta, they fall significantly short. It's regrettable that the one who inherited my blood the strongest is, unfortunately, that child. Osmond Arbinia looked at his own eyes reflected in the teacup, the yellow eyes. These eyes, which assess value, were his most cherished. That child is right. The value of that child is too precious to be sold off in a mere seasonal trade. Give it another 5 years. That child's trading company will grow even more, to the extent that even the ducal family cannot easily intervene. Surely it will. Then, that's why. Sir Griffin, Osmond narrowed his eyes. The yellow eyes shimmered like a serpent's. While the child's value is high, he tapped the teacup lightly. It's not something I can swallow. The larger it grows, the more it becomes a serpent that will swallow me. The child resembled him more than anyone else. Those eyes were like his, who had eliminated all competitors and secured the seat as the head of the ducal family. That child would surely sink its fangs into my neck one day and swallow the ducal family. It was a conviction and trust. Just as Dieta considered Osmond a kin, Osmond also regarded Dieta as someone akin to himself. So, shouldn't I swallow it while I can? I don't have the hobby of raising a beast that will bite my neck one day. Osmond laughed out loud. To raise a beast, one must pull out its claws and teeth, and whenever it tries to climb up, beat it to imprint who is above. And Osmond knew very well how to do that. Still unripe petals, a beast that has not yet fully grown. Osmond Arbinia had trampled and destroyed such beings several times to sit in this position. Crush it thoroughly so it can never rise again. You know how, don't you? Osmond muttered indifferently. People break easier than you think, especially girls of that age. Lady Dieta has fallen into a trap, kneeling in the muck. Paisian spoke. Nadjin listened attentively to his words. Paisian relayed the internal affairs of the Arbinia ducal family and the situation Dieta was currently in. At the end of the explanation, Paisian drew a conclusion. The goal wasn't just to swallow the trading company. The trading company is just a bonus. Duke Osmond's true aim is to crush Lady Dieta. Having overheard the Duke's orders, Paisian was certain the Duke was not underestimating Dieta. Rather, it was the opposite. He considers her a threat and wants to crush her. Therefore, Dieta's safety is in danger now that she has been moved to the villa. Dieta might be plotting a more long-term goal and waiting for an opportunity, but if the Duke's plan proceeds, that opportunity will never come. We need to inform her of this fact, and Lady Dieta needs someone to act on her behalf. The isolated Dieta. What she needs now is someone who can move in and out of the villa and act as a messenger. However, Paisian, who should be fulfilling this role, is under surveillance, and it's not easy to find another capable person who can be trusted with such a task. Someone who will stand by Dieta, and someone with at least sword expert level skills. While finding someone who meets the second criterion is easy, finding someone who meets the first is hard. Especially in this city full of gold-chasing adventurers, it's unlikely to find someone willing to take the risk of crossing the ducal family for such a task. I know it's an unreasonable request, an unreasonable and dangerous request. The benefits of undertaking it are minimal, and the risks involved are too high. Paisian did not hide this fact. Now, kneeling and asking for help, it was only right for Paisian to provide truthful information to the person before him. Evading the night's surveillance to sneak into the villa and establish communication is a difficult task. Of course, I will provide the map of the villa and the location of hidden passages, but the benefits you gain by undertaking this task are, therefore, the explanation becomes difficult. Adventurers weigh benefits and risks. Paisian knows that such a request would not be accepted. Paisian bowed his head a little more. I cannot guarantee anything right now. If things go well and Dieta returns to the trading company, there would be many benefits to guarantee. However, Paisian couldn't know how things would unfold. He was even considering the possibility of fleeing with Dieta. He clenched his teeth. What can be offered on the scale now is not visible benefits. The only thing he can offer right now is one thing. The only reward I can guarantee is my personal honor and everything. As collateral, he offers his life. Regardless of the success or failure of the task, if you end up being pursued by the ducal family, I will take all the blame. So, Najin cut off Paisian's words. What's at stake is honor and everything. Having heard that much, there was no need to listen to the rest. Looking up and meeting Paisian's gaze, Najin continued, "Where is it, that villa?" "What? Where is it, the villa?" Najin extended his hand towards Paisian, as if to help him stand up. Paisian, with a bewildered expression, took Najin's hand and stood up. "Are you accepting the request? Let's not call it a request, but accepting a favor." Najin picked up the knight's sword lying in the mud. While picking up Paisian's sword, Najin said, "I've accepted a knight's oath and a favor. That's enough. As for the rest, we'll figure it out." It's not something to say from the position of asking for a favor, but this is a task that might put you at odds with the ducal family. If we don't get caught, that's the end of it. Infiltration is one of my specialties. Muttering so, Najin then let out a smirk, reminded of his master who had prepared to oppose the whole world for the sake of keeping one oath. And one more thing. Shaking off the mud from Paisian's sword and handing it back to Paisian, Najin said, "I have a promise to keep too, a debt to repay." Najin, who had promised Dieta to repay that debt, still remembered that promise. "So you're going to do it?" "I plan to." Infiltration route and the villa's layout, and even the location of the villa were all relayed to Najin, who was organizing the information in his head. He needed to have a plan before setting out. Infiltrating the ducal family, you know it's madness. Right, it's not the ducal mansion but a villa, isn't it? Whether it's a villa, an outbuilding, or even the ducal stables, it's all the same when it comes to opposing the ducal family. You're aware of that, aren't you? I am. Najin didn't know the full extent of the ducal family's reputation, but he was aware of what they could do under the guise of justice. If they set their minds to it, beheading a wandering adventurer would be no trouble at all. The gap between adventurers and the ducal family. It's no different from the gap between the residents of the underground city and those living above. And yet, you still intend to do it. Yes. Why? Like I said, because I promised. Merlin's response was one of incomprehension. To this, Najin let out a long sigh. Merlin, you already know it. Right, that I'm not the type to be hung up on justice or to risk my life to correct wrongs. Najin had lived in the underground city. To survive, He had killed countless people and didn't hesitate to commit evil deeds when necessary. Just because he pulled Excalibur and left the underground city didn't erase all that. Najin had no intention of sugarcoating himself. He didn't plan to cry out for justice while acting hypocritically, nor did he plan to preach his values to others. Whether they commit evil deeds or not, that's none of my business. I have no intention of correcting them. If they haven't wronged me, what right do I have to judge them or impose justice on them, especially when I'm no saint myself? But just one thing I can't stand. There's just one thing I can't stand. Najin handled his sword. Knights, those who uphold honor and pride, and the stars he saw in the underground city. I can't stand seeing those who bear the title of knight acting like that. I hate it when the name of a knight is tarnished and when knights are taken lightly. It felt like his dream was being sullied. The stars and knights he dreamed of in the underground city weren't like that. Perhaps this was the stubbornness of a boy who could let go of everything but his dream. Keep the words you speak. Don't take oaths and promises lightly. Act on what you believe is right. The code of knights. The knight Najin wanted to become. I just wanted to witness that being upheld. So, I intend to keep the promise I made. Besides, I don't particularly like that Arbinia ducal family. Did that make any sense? With those words, Najin spoke. When no response came from Merlin, Najin laughed bitterly. It must seem foolish. For someone without a knight's title, acting this way to uphold the code of knights is laughable. Even among knights, those who uphold the code are called foolish. You're obsessed with something worthless. Merlin, who had been listening to Najin's monologue, spoke up. You try to uphold something that doesn't need to be upheld. Even though there's nothing to gain from it, you risk your life to protect it. Yes, as you said, it's foolish. Merlin said. But you know what? She smiled. The king I served was the most foolish person in the world. The person who now hangs the highest star in the sky was a fool, a foolish knight. Merlin continued. What I wanted to confirm wasn't whether your actions were right or wrong. Then, whether you made that choice knowingly, whether, even knowing the risks, you're determined to carry out your beliefs. That was it. Now that I've confirmed it, that's enough. A short exhale. Then, with a satisfied voice, Merlin whispered, Do as you wish. The path is yours to walk, and preparing for the worst is the guide's role. Najin chuckled, draping the robe he received from Pasian over himself and covering his face. Najin moved on. Ruining a person is simple. Dieta was acutely aware of that fact. She numbly stared at her ankle. Remembering what the knights did to her as soon as she was brought into the villa, Dieta couldn't even muster a smile anymore. The moment she entered the villa, the knights changed. The moment the villa's door closed with a creak, the knights grabbed Dieta's limbs. They forced her to kneel, stuffed a cloth in her mouth, and then drew their swords to slash at her ankles, severing the tendons. An injury that could be healed with potions and priests. But for Dieta alone, it was an irrecoverable injury. Until she could leave this prison-like villa, Dieta wouldn't be able to walk without someone else's help. To this extent, to go this far. Ah, Dieta's lips twitched. She thought she had donned a mask and armed herself with an iron will, but at the moment her ankle was slashed. She let out a disgraceful scream. She had no resistance to pain. From that moment on, Dieta had to realize this place was meticulously designed to trample and break her. A cage to break a bird's wings. In this villa, Dieta had to doubt everything. The sleep disturbed by the throbbing ankle, the unidentifiable food, the harassment from the servants and the windows nailed shut to prevent even sunlight from entering. The empty rooms slowly gnawed away at Dieta's sanity. Ruining a person is easy, no matter how strong her will was. Dieta was just a young woman who had just reached adulthood. She wasn't a knight trained to withstand countless tortures, nor was she resistant to pain. If they were determined, breaking her was no difficult task. Osmond's mocking laughter seemed to echo in her ears. Her mask was shaking. The means at her disposal were diminishing. She knew she needed to find new methods. but her mind wasn't functioning properly. Dieta clenched her teeth. She couldn't even tell how much time had passed in the solitary cell. She was merely clinging to her slipping mask. What she didn't know was, behind the villa, in a small forest, flames were rising. Unaware of the servants rushing out to extinguish the unexpected fire. And amidst the chaos, an adventurer was moving. She was unaware. Chapter 59, The Snake That Swallows Gold. 6. Her mother hanged herself to death in front of her. It was the story of her 7th birthday. The daughter of a harlot, the abandoned child, the filthy blood, whispers of the servants, and the ridicule of her siblings echoed in her ears. At the dinner table where no one came, she ate the cold food, no different from always. It's the story of her 8th birthday, the harassment by the servants, the lies of her brother, the testimonies of her sisters, locked in a room for something she didn't even do. She spent the day looking at the setting sun beyond the window. The story of her 11th birthday. No one, 12, came, 13, slander, lies, things she didn't do, harassment, cold food, ridicule, mockery, the daughter of a harlot, the abandoned child. A day filled only with mockery. 14. In solitary confinement, Dieta faced the mirror and smiled. 14. The mask was complete. Even in front of Mother's grave, her eyes no longer wavered. She was certain she could just laugh everything off. And so, on her 15th birthday, Dieta left the household, swearing an oath to return one day and swallow them all. In a dark, solitary cell where not a sliver of sunlight entered, hugging her knees, Dieta curled up, her ankles hurt. Due to lack of proper sleep for the past 3 days, her eyes kept closing, but the throbbing in her ankles woke her up. Lack of sleep, pain, and hunger, meals reeking of drugs, murky water handed over without any attempt to hide its contents, not daring to touch easily, not knowing what was mixed in or what had been done to it. Everything in the villa was suspicious. There were no allies here. Everyone was an enemy, and everything was a trap. The sharply heightened nerves brought fatigue, but there was no way for Dieta to relieve that fatigue now. The mind, worn down over the past 3 days, began to reveal its bottom. The mask wavered, and muddled thoughts messed up her head. Plan, a way out, any means available. The usual her might have found a way, but even in this moment, pushed to the limit, it wasn't possible. Thoughts didn't connect properly, as if her mind was clouded. Eventually, Dieta reached her limit. Finally, the mask hiding her face was stripped away. The snake that swallows gold, the young merchant who wrote a success story in the city of opportunities, a genius in investment, a prodigy among prodigies with the qualities of a target. The splendid adornments that decorated Dieta Arbinia began to strip away one by one. The mask, the merchant's uniform, the expensive accessories, everything she had built up to increase her value, all fell away. And what remained after everything was stripped bare? Not the snake that swallows gold, not the abandoned child of Arbinia, not even Dieta Arbinia. What remained was just a girl, huddled up, a girl adorned and made glamorous to hide her wounds, her brokenness, her decay. Dieta curled up a little more. Hugging her knees, she buried her head. Her lips quivered and her eyes twitched. Soon, tears flowed down her cheeks. She couldn't remember the last time she cried, but once the tears started, they didn't stop. The emotion suppressed by the mask poured out, laughing off, ignoring, pretending as if nothing mattered. Such trivial things had found their moment and overflowed. Shaking slightly, Dieta clenched her teeth. The mask had been stripped off. A new mask was needed, a stronger, more intricate mask that would never be stripped off again. Cornered, Dieta began to break down. This was Osman's intention in planning this situation, but there was one thing Osman misunderstood. A broken person doesn't necessarily give up. Dieta is the toughest of the tough. She can be broken down, but not broken. Gritting her teeth, Dieta monologued, "I won't trust anyone anymore. If tonight, after shaking off all remaining emotions, I wear a new mask, I will never take off this mask again." planning to sell me off in a political marriage, to extract value from me till the very end. Go ahead, try all you want. I'll sell everything that can be sold. I'll use every means available, even if it means throwing myself into a pit of fire. I promise the next, I will definitely return here and swallow you all. In hardship, trials, and pain, children become adults. Black flames rose from Dieter's yellow eyes. Once again, let me say, Dieter Arbinia is a genius. It is not yet at its complete stage, but her talent in controlling the flow of money and grasping the value, clutching gold coins, is unparalleled. Given enough time, she possesses the qualities of a target to rise to the highest position, holding the reins of commerce and the traits of a power broker to influence people. But what she couldn't let go of, for completion, was humanity, the existence of Dieter behind the mask. A genius who has experienced failure learns from that failure. There's a saying that the pain that doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Contrary to her knight's worries, Dieter does not choose the foolish option of ending her own life here or crumbling in despair. She will become more thorough, more perfect, more tenacious. But that also means the death of Dieter as herself. After tonight, the girl named Dieter will be nowhere to be found. Only the snake that swallows gold will remain in her place. But still, one night should be okay. The night that came to the solitary cell, where the flow of time was imperceptible, was long and drawn out. The snake, yet to shed its old skin, decided to spend its last day as Dieter, pouring out its emotions, crying miserably, trembling, burying her head in her knees, releasing blocked breaths. Then, drip-drop, wooden chips fell onto Dieter's head. Slowly, Dieter lifted her head. In the solitary cell where not a single light leaked in, there was a twinkling white light on the ceiling. And then, screech. The light moved. Along with the light tracing a square trajectory, a part of the ceiling was torn off. Only then did Dieter realize that the shining thing was sword aura. Thump! Someone came into the room through the hole in the ceiling. The figure landed softly on the floor, their face unseen due to the darkness. Only their presence was felt. Dieter gasped in fright at that moment. Whoosh! The unidentified figure pulled out a lamp from within. The twilight-colored ore dimly lit the room. In the dim light, Dieter's eyes met with the intruder's. Ivan, gray hair and twilight-colored eyes. An unexpected figure stood before her. Dieter blinked blankly. Was she seeing a hallucination? Why was that person here? There was no reason for him to come here. No way he could. Your knight, Pajan, asked me. Najin spoke to Dieter, who was still blinking. He placed the ore lamp in front of Dieter and kneeled down to meet her eyes. He asked if you could become a communication tool, to allow you to communicate with the outside. I came to fulfill that role, but Najin's eyes narrowed as he looked at Dieter. The sight of her emaciated appearance and the severed tendons in her ankle caught his attention. After a long breath, Najin continued, "Is there something you would like to request?" "How could?" Dieter murmured in a trembling voice. The man who suddenly appeared before her. Dieter was considerably startled by the appearance of Najin. Pajan's request, to become a communication tool. Dieter blinked as she chewed over the words Najin had uttered. Her mind wasn't working properly. Sitting here right now was just Dieter, not the snake that swallows gold. The girl couldn't keep up with the sudden situation. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have missed such a golden opportunity that had come her way. "Why?" the girl muttered suddenly. "Why did you take on the request? Was it because she had a fondness for the man before her, or because he was the only one she could comfortably interact with? Or perhaps because the time she spent with him in Cambria was genuinely enjoyable? Or was it all of the above?" Dieter asked with a trembling voice. "There's no benefit for you. It's dangerous. You'd be risking your life if you get involved with a ducal family." It was inevitable. For a moment, she felt joy that he had come for her, but then she thought he shouldn't get involved with her. Why? Dieter knew. She knew the price one had to pay for this. It was a direct confrontation with the Arbinia ducal family, and it might even cost him his life. Not as a merchant who never misses an opportunity, but just as Dieta, a human being. She thought she shouldn't drag this man into this situation, because if he got involved with her, he too would fall. Dieta didn't want to see the man, who was similar yet walking a different path, to fall. Above all, it was unfamiliar. She had never experienced such kindness, such good fortune, the kind of stories that only appeared in fairy tales. That's why Dieta still asked the question in such a situation. Why did you do it? She had to ask for the reason. Why do you ask? And to that question, Najin replied as if it was obvious. There was a promise last time, remember? A promise. I said I'd help you once without asking any questions. We made that promise. Remember, there was such a time. A promise not written in a contract, not left with any trace, only remembered through a conversation while watching the sunset. Just for that, one thing. To fulfill a promise that nobody would blame him for breaking, a promise that was just a few words. Unable to comprehend, Dieta blinked, and Najin continued. So, just say it without worrying about the before and after. Why, how, we can talk about the complicated stuff later. Ask for help, if you say so. Then I'll help you, regardless of compensation. Risks, dangers, the Arbinia ducal family, I'll help because I decided to. You just have to say the word. It was too straightforward, too convenient. But the moment Dieta's eyes met Najin's, who was looking straight at her, her lips moved. With a face marred by tear streaks, Dieta murmured as if letting out her true feelings. "Get me out," Dieta said. "Please get me out of here." Her voice was small, as if crawling into itself. The moment Najin heard that voice, he nodded briskly. He didn't ask if she had a plan, what she would do once out, or if there was a method. Najin simply replied, "Let's do that." Najin stood up. He turned off the oil lamp with a click and tucked it away, plunging the room back into darkness. Dieta blinked in the suddenly darkened solitary cell. Boom! The wall shook. Dieta flinched and slowly opened her eyes. Through the rising dust, she saw it. The moonlight, or perhaps starlight, leaking into the dark solitary cell. Najin had kicked the wooden boards nailed to the window and shattered them. Stunned by such a refreshingly bold action, Dieta blinked blankly. The leaking moonlight, or starlight, the platinum-colored light made Najin's grey hair sparkle. Let's decide on the destination slowly. Let's go. Saying so, Najin approached Dieta. Thump, thump, thump. The commotion Najin caused seemed to stir the footsteps in the corridor. Probably the knights were coming. But Najin seemed not to care as he bent down and picked up Dieta. Carefully, so as not to touch her ankles, but firmly enough not to let go. Najin, holding Dieta, leaped out of the window. Amidst the shaky scenery, Dieta looked up at Najin's face. His face wasn't clearly visible because of the deeply hooded robe, but his eyes were visible. Twilight-colored eyes. Dieta, as if enchanted, stared blankly at Najin's eyes. "Do you expect me to believe that?" Greffin, the commander of the Arbinia ducal family's knights. He slammed the table after gathering all the knights sent to the villa and receiving a report on the incident that happened the previous night. Not only did someone break into the villa, but they also carved out the ceiling and shattered the window to escape, and you're telling me no one saw him. Do you think that makes any sense? The servants could be excused. The villa was in chaos due to the sudden fire, and it's understandable that servants wouldn't notice a highly skilled warrior sneaking in if they were determined to hide. But the knights are different. It was absurd to say that trained knights didn't notice the intrusion. I asked if it makes sense that not a single one of the 7 knights who were guarding saw the intruder. 7. 7 well-trained knights. Could it really be plausible that they all missed a kidnapper openly abducting a confined noblewoman right under their noses and ears? Griffin stood up, rubbing his face. "Move, I'll check it out myself." He sighed and started walking. The situation had twisted oddly. It was an unexpected variable, and Osmond's eyes widened the moment he received the report. After all, something unimaginable had happened, breaking into the ducal family's villa to kidnap a noblewoman. How absurd that one sentence was, how much turmoil it would bring, was hard to predict. It was a major incident directly related to the reputation of the Arbinia ducal family, a story that must not leak out. The issue had to be resolved before it escalated. Griffin, clutching his throbbing head, verified the remnants left in the villa. He narrowed his eyes upon confirming the path the intruder seemed to have taken. 7 sword experts. To bypass 7 experts without making a sound and kidnap the noblewoman was no easy feat, even for Griffin, a sword seeker. It would be much simpler to just barge in and wreak havoc. A ranger. The first plausible suspect was a ranger. Did Dieta Arbinia have a ranger she could command? Certainly. There are a few skilled rangers in Cambria. The first name that comes to mind is Captain Theases. Captain Theases, a ranger from Techo Mountain, considered on par with a sword seeker. If he had cooperated with Dieta, surely tracking them would be impossible. However, it didn't seem like that man would get involved in such a matter. What kind of lunatic? Griffin sighed deeply. The plan had gone awry, and the situation had overturned. In such a situation, quick judgment and action were needed more than ever. Griffin, having roughly gauged the severity of the situation, made a decision. He called one of the knights following him. "Tell Duke Osmond," he said. "I will organize a pursuit team to chase down the scoundrel who infiltrated the ducal family. And I will lead the pursuit team," he declared. Chapter 60, Moonlit Night's Escape Drama 1. Dieta suddenly thought it was like a scene from a fairy tale. You know, those cliched and childish stories commonly found in fairy tales, about a princess trapped in a tower and the handsome knight who comes to rescue her. Of course, Dieta doesn't like such stories. She's long past the age where she could find charm in fairy tales that simply line up good scenes without considering the context. But that's only when such stories are encountered as fiction, when you pull a fairy tale into reality. Why, surprisingly, Dieta had to admit that her heart was racing, thinking about herself, confined in the ducal family's villa, and the handsome knight who came to rescue her without considering the consequences. He's not exactly a knight, but he's handsome nonetheless. Dieta gazed at Najin with dazed eyes. His face wasn't clearly visible under the robe, but from below she could somewhat make out his features. Was he always this handsome? Was it the situation, her dazed mind, or perhaps the moonlight and starlight acting as a filter? Najin seemed more handsome than usual, making Dieta gulp down her saliva. Her heart raced inappropriately for the situation, probably because she was startled. With that thought, Dieta huddled herself a bit more. The night wind was quite cold. Her body kept shaking, making her dizzy. With such lame excuses, Dieta clung tightly to Najin's robe. Under the brilliant moonlight, the escape drama continued for a while. Let's take a break here, far from the villa, in a small cave within a dense forest along the boundary of the territory. Najin entered. After gently setting Dieta down, Najin took off his robe. Proper pursuit can only start after dawn anyway. Even if they're good with night vision, grasping the situation and regrouping will take some time. At the very least, we have time to catch our breath. After all, the knights don't know where Najin fled to or where he's heading. Najin was already skilled at masking his presence and disrupting his tracks. So, let's rest for a bit. Najin glanced at Dieta. He could run through the night without any problem, but Dieta wasn't in the best condition. She was sweating cold and looked pale. Najin handed his removed robe to Dieta. "Wrap this around you." "Me. It's cold. I can bear it, but it will be tough for you." Najin glanced at Dieta. Her attire was thin and flimsy, not suitable for the weather. Dieta slowly nodded and wrapped the robe Najin offered around her shoulders. "I'm afraid I didn't bring anything to treat the ankle. It's not something a potion can fix." So we'll have to postpone that, Najin muttered while rummaging through his adventurer's bag. Then he pulled out a rolled-up blanket and an oar lamp from the bag. He spread the blanket in front of Dieta and gestured for her to lie down. Try to get some sleep. You look tired. I'm still okay. Don't be stubborn and rest while you can. We'll have to run for our lives once dawn breaks. Muttering so, Najin struck the oar lamp with his fist. The lamp flickered upon impact. Soon, a twilight glow filled the cave. Only then could Dieta properly see her disheveled state. Her pajamas, clinging to her sweaty skin, revealed her body's outline, and her hair was a mess. Though she couldn't see her face, it was surely stained with tear marks. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Dieta tightened the robe and wiped her face with her sleeve. Are you very cold? Eh? No, I mean no, I'm fine, Dieta hiccuped. She wasn't really cold. It was just the heat rising to her face. But to Najin, Dieta's tightly gripping the robe's hem seemed like she was shivering from cold, and her face seemed oddly red. Could she have caught a cold? After all, she had been injured. Without proper meals or sleep for days, it wouldn't be surprising if her immunity had hit rock bottom. Is your head dizzy? You can't even maintain eye contact. Dieta's spinning eyes and her ears turning bright red. To Najin, Dieta appeared simply as a patient, but the reality was a bit different. Thump, thump, thump. Dieta pressed down on her wildly beating chest and bowed her head. For some reason, it was hard to meet Najin's gaze. Avoiding his eyes, Dieta crawled under the blanket. Why am I acting like this? And why is my heart racing so wildly? She had lived her whole life wearing masks, focusing solely on growing the trading company. So, the feelings Dieta was experiencing now, with her mask off, were utterly foreign. Dieta pulled the blanket over her head without even recognizing what this feeling was. The thoughts that crossed her mind. Could it be? But Dieta quickly shook her head. She told herself she couldn't possibly feel such emotions, let alone be such an easy woman now. Isn't it natural for the heart to flutter a bit in such a situation? A strange denial and rationalization. Inappropriately, with her heart still fluttering, Dieta closed her eyes, just before dawn. The early morning when the twilight of dawn is about to break. Blink. Dieta opened her eyes. She wondered if she could sleep with her heart racing and ankle throbbing, but contrary to her worries, she slept soundly. Rubbing her eyes, Dieta looked across. There was Najin, holding his sword, leaning against the cave wall with his head bowed. Had he been guarding her all night like that? Blinking her still drowsy eyes, Dieta stared intently at Najin. How long had she been watching him when, are you awake? Gasp! Najin, whom she thought was asleep, lifted his head. Startled by the sudden voice in her ear, Dieta shuddered. Were you awake the whole time? I don't sleep much. I was thinking it's about time to wake you up, but you're already up. Najin exhaled long and stretched his shoulders. You've probably sorted your thoughts out after a night's rest. Do you have any plans in mind? Pajan the knight said. Dieta had prepared measures, and if he played the role of a messenger, she would surely navigate through the situation. It turned out he just brought her along, but it probably didn't make much difference. Thanks to you, Dieta smiled, just as Najin said. After a good night's sleep, her mind started functioning normally. Still, it was hard for Dieta to meet Najin's gaze directly, so she slightly lowered her eyes. I've come up with quite a few methods, such as... It's a bit complex and involves a tiresome battle of justifications, but we can overturn the situation. I didn't want to resort to this measure, but now that it's come to this, we have no choice. Dieta sighed deeply. My trading company is one of the top 3 in the City of Opportunities, Cambria. It's a large-scale trading company. Normally, when a trading company of this size is targeted by a ducal family, there's bound to be backlash. However, there wasn't much opposition in this case. There's no significant reason for that. The reason there wasn't much backlash this time, the reason the opposition wasn't strong, it's because I belong to the Arbinia family. The ducal family has a justification. who would say anything if the ducal family swallows a trading company raised by its own child. Dieta smiled bitterly. The name Arbinia. She hadn't been able to let go of that name, which still held some sentimental value, and now it was holding her back in this way. Then the solution is simple, she said. We just need to inform the Central Guild, and even more importantly, the Cambria Foundation, about the entire situation. And while we're at it, I might as well change my surname during this opportunity. What happens then? The Arbinia ducal family won't be able to swallow the trading company anymore. They would have to be cautious about touching me, considering external perspectives. Osman had confined Dieta knowing this fact. If he pushed the situation to the point where Dieta couldn't take any action, even the Foundation couldn't do anything about it. It's ultimately a battle of justifications. And then, Dieta continued. The Foundation's justification won't be inferior to that of the Arbinia ducal family. The Cambria Foundation, a foundation formed by several nobles to preserve the tradition and uniqueness of Cambria, the city where King Arthur's journey began, and the legitimacy of the foundation was guaranteed by the emperor himself. No matter how high and mighty the Arbinia ducal family might be, they can't directly confront a foundation backed by the emperor. Above all, the justification is on this side. If a trading company of significant size in the city is swallowed up in this manner, and if such a precedent is set, it would tarnish the reputation of the Cambria Foundation. Moreover, the Foundation views me quite favorably. What do you mean? How diligently I've been paying my taxes. Tax evasion, book manipulation, false listings. I've never played such tricks on the Foundation. Of course, you might say that's expected. Dieta shrugged her shoulders. In our industry, paying all your taxes makes you a fool. But it's better to be seen as a fool by the Foundation. The fact that there hasn't been a single complaint in the 5 years I've grown this scale is all thanks to me being a diligent taxpayer. So, if she asks, they would listen. Dieta was confident of that. But there's a small problem, Dieta sighed. Informing the Central Guild would delay the situation, and I need to directly visit a noble family associated with the Cambria Foundation, and that too, the higher-ups. But just showing up won't necessarily open doors for me. She smiled bitterly. Currently, I have no means to prove myself. No badge, no trading company master uniform, not even a messenger bearing the trading company master's name. All that was present was Dieta, merely a girl. So, it seems we'll need to stop by Cambria first, but Duke Osman won't just stand by and watch. He'll try to block the way by any means, complicating things. About that, Najin, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. Which noble family is at the core of the Cambria Foundation? What's the name of that family? The Count Ostrom, the Count Klopsch, the three noble families at the heart of the Foundation. Among the most renowned families, Dieta last mentioned, and the Duke Trebash, a name familiar to Najin. As Dieta spoke, Najin smiled. Then it seems we won't need to make a detour to Cambria. What do you mean? Najin pulled out a letter from his belongings. It was a letter he had kept deep in his bag. Dieta's eyes widened upon seeing the seal on the letter. After all, it was the Trebash family's emblem. As if to say it's too early to be surprised, Najin unfolded the letter and handed it to Dieta. It was a letter personally written by Duke Edelmer of the Trebash family. It stated that Dieta was welcome to visit any time and would be treated as an honored guest if she visited the Duke's residence. How did you? The Demon Knight subjugation. I met a knight there. I got connected while delivering his last will. Gilbert, a knight of the Trebash family. Najin hadn't expected the connection made during that conversation to be of help in this way, but the invitation now proved to be quite useful in the current situation. Really? Looking at the invitation, Dieta burst out laughing. You're a unique person, really. Still, I can't deny that I made an inefficient choice. It would have been better if I stayed captive in the villa. I'm sorry. I judged wrongly at that moment, that single emotional outburst. Dieta felt a bit embarrassed about her past self, who had asked to be taken out of this cage surrounding her. Of course, thanks to that, she could rest and felt good. She couldn't deny that she was happy to experience her heart racing, but it wasn't a rational decision. She knows it wasn't a decision her usual self would make. I was a bit emotional. There could have been a more rational, efficient, and better way. People can't always be like that, can they? Najin cut off Dieta's words. While packing his gear and preparing to erase their tracks, Najin looked at Dieta, who can always move efficiently and rationally. Sometimes you just have to go for it. Be emotional. It's tiring to always chase efficiency. Najin smiled. And Najin bent his knees and showed his back to Dieta, signaling her to get on. Dieta, somewhat flustered, brushed her hair and cautiously got on Najin's back. Who says this isn't the best option? Eh? Isn't it the best if we reach our destination this way? Better than being confined in a villa and treated like that. Isn't this better? As Dieta wrapped her arms around Najin's neck, Najin stood up. In an instant, with a whoosh, Dieta clung tightly to Najin's back. Isn't it? Well, that's true. Whether it's the best or not can only be known after reaching the end. Najin was saying that if they reach their destination this way, that would be the best. In front of such a refreshingly simple logic, Dieta couldn't help but laugh. Are you confident? Escaping with someone on your back doesn't seem easy. It's not that heavy, besides, Najin chuckled. Escaping is my specialty, having been chased more than once or twice. Chapter 61, Moonlit Nights Escape Drama 2. The knights of the Arbinia ducal family were pushing through the forest in pursuit. The sun was already high in the sky, yet they hadn't found any significant trace. Perhaps this was to be expected. There was no information to aid their pursuit. They hadn't seen the intruder's face, let alone his body shape or outline. As if a ghost had come and gone. There was not a single trace in the villa that could hint at the intruder's identity. They could only speculate that the intruder might be a skilled ranger or someone of equivalent capability. But this speculation was of little comfort. For a ranger capable of hiding his presence from a knight, evading capture would be exceedingly difficult. The only slight consolation was that the target was carrying an injured hostage. He couldn't have gone far. Knight Palazon ventured deeper into the forest. It was the forest one must cross to reach the city of opportunities, Cambria. Circumventing this forest would require a considerable amount of time. It was likely that the target would attempt to pass through or bypass this checkpoint to flee to Cambria. Therefore, Palazon, along with a few other knights, were combing through the forest as if hunting for a mouse. The commander of the knights went ahead with the first pursuit team across the forest. If he can block the path ahead of the pursuer, his role was to find traces and block the retreat. Palazon hadn't forgotten his duty. Despite the sun being high, the dense foliage cast deep shadows in the forest, making it dim. He walked through the dark woods, startled. Suddenly, Palazon stopped. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. He hadn't sensed any presence, but his sharp intuition warned him. Something was near. Not a judgment based on rational evidence, but a cry from animalistic intuition. However, looking around, there was nothing to be seen. Just the wind rustling through the trees, the crackling of fallen leaves, and the sound of birds. Was his intuition wrong? It's not often correct. He was thinking this when a shadow was cast overhead. Palazon's eyes widened in an instant as he jerked his head up. His hand reached for the sword at his waist. But just as he was about to draw his sword, he saw something. A piece of clothing. What fluttered above him was a robe, a discarded robe. Distracted by the robe fluttering above him, Palazon heard a thud as something kicked the ground. The moment Palazon turned towards the sound, it was already too late. The stolen sight, the delayed reaction, all gave way to a fatal opening. Just as Palazon was about to draw his sword, Najin had already closed the gap right in front of Palazon's nose. Najin extended both hands forward, his left hand towards Palaisen's face, and his right hand towards the sword Palaisen was trying to draw from his waist. The extended hands almost simultaneously achieved their purpose. With a grip and a clang, Najin's left hand covered Palaisen's eyes, grabbing his face, while his right hand struck the emerging sword, pushing it back into its sheath. A sudden attack, obscured vision, a sword that couldn't be drawn. Yet even in this situation, Palaisen responded. He was, after all, a well-trained knight. Palaisen gathered mana and tried to shake off the attacker gripping his face. This was the best decision he could make at the moment, but the situation had already strayed far from the best the moment the attack was allowed and his vision obscured. With a jolt, he felt an impact on his leg. The sound of armor crumpling was heard. An overwhelming grip felt like it would burst his head. Pain, noise, the sensation of his body tilting. Thud, a dull impact was felt at the back of his head. Palaisen's body jerked briefly, but the impact didn't stop there. Still blinded, something repeatedly struck Palaisen's temples. The blows that shook his head came several times. Crack, crack, crack. His outstretched hands were deflected by something, and the legs he tried to flail were pinned to the ground as if trampled. The difference in reaction speed was evident. The physical capabilities were different. In the pitch-black view, the attacker struck Palaisen's temples several times. Ah! No matter how well-trained a knight he was, he couldn't withstand concentrated blows to the temples. Just as he was about to groan, something striking his temples hit his jaw. His mouth closed and the scream was cut off. A brief blackout. But even that blackout didn't last long. Sparks flew in the pitch darkness, and pain surged up his spine and shook his brain, waking Palaisen. He wanted to scream, but something stuffed in his mouth prevented any sound. He couldn't grasp the situation with something covering his eyes. Eventually, the presence disappeared. Palaisen, with his barely functioning hands, removed whatever was covering his face and spat out the cloth stuffed in his mouth. This damn! And then he faced it, completely ruined greaves and an ankle twisted at an odd angle. He couldn't move. A sharp pain from his ankle made him groan. "Is there anyone at all?" he shouted. No response came back. No, that wasn't quite true. There were sounds, the sound of something being struck, suppressed screams, and then a chilling snap. A sinister sound echoed through the forest. The sound coming from afar made Palaisen grit his teeth and crawl on his palms. The sound echoed from all directions. After crawling for a while, what Palaisen faced at the source of the sound was a knight with his plate armor completely crushed, stuck against a tree. Crawling a bit further, he saw another knight lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and another knight screaming while clutching his ankle, including Palaisen. 4 knights had been dispatched to this forest. All 4 of them had their ankles shattered. Palaisen's face turned pale. The 4 knights had been defeated without putting up a proper fight, each one overpowered and their ankles crushed. They could have been killed, but they weren't, meaning, what in the world? It was chilling. Along with fear, the question arose. Palaisen and the other 3 knights couldn't understand why they lost or how they were overpowered. It wasn't a defeat by an absolute realm. It felt as if they had been toyed with from start to finish. They were ambushed with their vision stolen, allowed the first strike, and from the openings created, they were thoroughly trampled. They couldn't comprehend the series of events, the reaction speed surpassing a sword expert, the eyes that read movements and anticipated the next move, the ability to quickly gather mana, and the decisive judgment to strike boldly. Najin, possessing all these, was unmatched within the same realm, especially in a forest full of hiding places. Of course, the ducal family's knights had no way of knowing this. Dieta looked at Najin with disbelief. "So, you're saying you smashed 4 knights?" "Yes, they were scouting the path to Cambria." "Why bother? We're not even going that way." "That's why." Najin, who had said he'd be right back, disappeared and then returned, repeating this process. And upon his return, he claimed to have crushed knights far away. Our destination, the opponents can't be sure of it. Can they? They'll likely think it's highly probable we're heading back to Cambria. Guess so. Moreover, the opponents don't know our location or even what I look like. It must be frustrating for those chasing us. I didn't leave any traces. So he decided to add to their confusion. Najin replied like that. If knights investigating traces in a forest they thought we had already passed through were attacked, what would the opponents think? Are they nearby? Are they close? Does it confirm they're escaping this way? Many thoughts would cross their minds. All those speculations would have reasons. Or they might think it's all a decoy, but nothing was certain. They won't be able to make a proper judgment, and it's an effective strategy to weaken the pursuing forces. Wait, just a moment. Dieter interrupted Najin's words. To do that, it requires a lot of conditions, doesn't it? She murmured while folding her fingers. No trace should be left behind, and no advantage should be given away by revealing their faces or physiques to the knights. Moreover, the ability to quickly traverse from there to here is also required. Each condition was absurd. However, upon hearing these conditions, Najin simply tilted his head. Isn't that obvious? Don't worry. I took care of all those conditions. He said it so nonchalantly, as if keeping all those conditions while launching the attack was a given. Dieta sighed in disbelief. What kind of person is this man? Of course, for Najin, this was nothing unusual. He had escaped from that infamous sect for days and had killed more than a dozen of its members. Najin was confident that he would never get caught by the knights if he was alone. It was only because Dieta was with him that he had to buy time and take periodic rests, hence the use of such methods. That aside, Najin glanced at Dieta's ankle. He carefully unwrapped the bandage around her ankle while she sat on a suitable rock. Dieta flinched every time Najin's fingers touched her skin. Does it hurt? A bit. Dieta's face turned slightly red. Najin thought to be more careful and slowly unwound the bandage. The wound on her ankle, oozing pus, came into Najin's view. Please bear with it a little. He wiped the pus from the wound with a clean cloth and placed a gauze soaked in potion on the wound. Dieta flinched during the process and clutched Najin's robe tightly. Her head bowed. It was a painful procedure, but necessary. If the injury couldn't be healed, at least preventing it from worsening was crucial. After changing the bandage, Najin stood up. Dieta rubbed her face with her sleeve. With slightly reddened eyes, Dieta looked at Najin. It does hurt a bit. It's supposed to hurt. It would be better to get proper treatment soon. But then we'd be caught. It's okay. I can still endure it. Dieta smiled faintly. Najin silently looked at her, then exhaled shortly. It's not much of a revenge. Excuse me. I did smash the knight's ankles. Concerned about the hassle of dealing with the aftermath if he killed the knights of the ducal family, Najin settled for crushing their ankles. Such injuries could be healed later. I could have smashed their knees, but I thought, why not the ankles while I'm at it? Najin glanced at Dieta's ankle. He wondered if any of the knights he attacked contributed to cutting the tendon in Dieta's ankle. Thinking about it made him slightly regret not crippling them further. Blink. Dieta blinked several times while looking at Najin. Then, as if she finally understood the meaning of his words, she covered her mouth and chuckled. Thank you. It's somewhat comforting. You don't look very comforted. Well, it's not like I gain anything from them suffering the same fate as me, so it's not particularly thrilling. Dieta looked at Najin with a smile, but since you did it for me, I'm a bit happy. Is that so? Yes, it feels good. Dieta stretched her arms towards Najin with a bright smile. Shall we go then? Dieta was gradually getting used to being carried on Najin's back. Although she initially felt embarrassed, she now enjoyed the ride on Najin's sturdy back. Click. Dieta pressed close to Najin's back and wrapped her arms around him, calling out with a voice tinged with laughter. Let's go. You seem oddly happy. The nighttime escape drama is more fun than I thought. I'm in debt, so it's a bit embarrassing to say, but I can't help but enjoy it. It's broad daylight now. Let's overlook the minor details. Najin chuckled and went along with Dietta's pace. Seeing her bright face now compared to the dying expression she had in the villa, he found this much more pleasant. With Dieta on his back, Najin started running. 4 knights were defeated, and they were found with their ankles shattered. Traces were discovered. The discovered traces were scattered. The direction was unclear. It seemed as if the traces were intentionally left. News keeps coming in with each piece of news. Griffin, the commander of the Albania ducal family's knights, frowned. What kind of person is this? There's no way to track the direction. The skill in erasing traces was profound. Just when they thought they had an estimated route, unexpected traces would appear, and knights would even be ambushed. It's impossible to understand the intent. This isn't a skill honed from 1 or 2 experiences, but what was most incomprehensible was the process of subduing the 4 knights. The knights who claimed to have been attacked one by one in the forest. None of the 4 knights had seen the appearance of the attacker. They were ambushed. Their vision was obscured. They were beaten unconscious with something covering their faces. When they came to, their ankles were shattered. What an absurd testimony. They are not just any men, but knights. Knights who had reached the realm of sword experts. The Albania ducal family wasn't a martial family, so the knight's level wasn't exceptionally high, but it was still a ducal family, meaning they were above average. How could such knights be so easily defeated? Could they really be sword seekers? To subdue them so cleanly, one would have to be at least at the level of a sword seeker. Captain Theses, is it really you? Griffin, suspecting the most renowned ranger in the adventurer city, inadvertently clicked his tongue. No, if it were him, he would have sniped the knight's ankles from afar. Sigh, the pursuit team is growing. If they continue to deploy more troops, rumors will start to spread and suspicion will arise. With a throbbing headache, Griffin lit a cigarette. Enough time has been wasted. They couldn't afford to dawdle any longer. Just as Griffin was contemplating his next move of beep, a messenger bird landed beside Griffin with a cry. Griffin unfolded the letter tied to the bird. It was a letter personally written by Duke Osman. He read the letter in silence. After reading, he muttered as expected, Count Ostrom, Count Klopsch, Duke Trebash, 3 potential destinations. The letter contained a map marking the routes to these destinations and the waypoints they might pass through. Osman, piercing through Dietta's strategy with precision, had narrowed down the potential destinations. Not Cambria, but focus on the paths leading to these 3 places. That was Osman's message. Griffin reorganized the pursuit team and prepared to depart. After giving orders, he mounted his horse and headed towards the most likely route. Knight Commander Griffin. His destination was Duke Trebash's residence. Chapter 62, Moonlit Night's Escape Drama 3. The moonlit escapade continued for a while. Since only Dietta's face was known, Najin was relatively free to move around. He obtained food from nearby villages and checked the knight's routes, gradually adjusting their escape path. It wasn't a particularly difficult task. Even though he was with the injured Dieta, the situation was at least twice as good as it had been in the underground city. Sometimes they spent the night in the forest, and at other times they hid in alleyways to continue their escapade. On the 4th day, speaking of which, as Najin was striking a luminescent stone deep in the forest, Dieta suddenly spoke up. That's quite a unique luminescent stone, isn't it? Is that so? The luminescent stones carried by adventurers aren't this color, and they're not this weak in output either. Looking at the frame that holds the stone, it seems a bit old-fashioned. You seem to know a lot. It's a product we deal with at the trading company. Dieta shrugged. Where is this luminescent stone from? The light isn't bad. I'm thinking of getting one for myself. It's from my hometown. It'll be hard to find. It's quite isolated from the outside world. So, Rangers from the Techo mountain range use something like this. Ha! Najin blinked in surprise. Dieta smiled knowingly. Even if he pretended not to know, she was aware of everything. I know everything. You're from the Techo mountain range, aren't you? No wonder you're so skilled. With stealth abilities like yours, you couldn't be anything but a ranger. At this point, it's obvious. You're mistaken. What? His tone was firm, without a hint of lying. Dieta blinked in confusion, and Najin calmly stated, I don't even know where the Techo mountain range is, and I'm not from anywhere that grand. Well, you might be surprised if you hear it, but Najin let out a long sigh. I don't want to reveal it just yet. Is that so? It's not a particularly nice place to be from. You must have your own circumstances, too. Dieta didn't ask any further questions. It was the same situation as in Cambria. They didn't delve into each other's depths, allowing the conversation to naturally end. Dieta didn't dislike such light conversations, but listen. Was it because of the moonlight, or because they were spending the night in the deep forest, relying on just one luminescent stone? Driven by the peculiar situation, Dieta, who had been swinging her legs while sitting on a suitable rock, looked at Najin. Her yellow eyes gazed at Najin, without the mask, not as the snake that swallows gold, but as Dieta herself. She faced the man before her. Will you listen to my story? Dieta stepped into the next part of the conversation that had been cut off. The night was still deep. Sleep hadn't come yet, and she wanted to talk a bit more. The snake that swallows gold, Dieta. She had never shared her story with anyone. It was a given. To her, everything in the world was merely an enemy, and sharing her story meant revealing her weaknesses. It was a kind of defense mechanism, a scar carried by a child who had to grow up too soon. She had to be thorough to survive, trust no one, and use everything. That's why Dieta always wore a mask, never revealing herself. She had been doing so since her 7th birthday. But the serpent, now without her mask and having put everything aside, began to talk about herself. Under the moonlight, in front of the dimly glowing luminescent stone, Dieta spoke of her life. That's how I lived. So, she said, that's how I've lived. Honestly, I have no regrets. Climbing up means stepping on someone else, right? I have no regrets about that, but she smiled as she looked at the luminescent stone. Sometimes, when I wear the mask, hide myself, and live like that, I often think that smile was bitter and a bit sad. Where am I in all this? Once you asked me what my goal was. When I answered it was to accumulate gold, you asked again what I would do with the gold, right? I did. Back then. I dodged the question by saying it was to increase value, but Dieta ran her fingers through her hair. Actually, my goal was revenge. Is that so? Yes, my goal was to become a serpent so large that it could swallow the duchy, accumulating and increasing my gold to that extent. Najin listened quietly to her words. It seemed she wasn't expecting an answer. To think that crushing the duchy would compensate me. What are you talking about? For the time I had to wear the mask, for the things I had to endure, for the moments I had to laugh off, build up and just endure, I thought I could be compensated for those years. It's so absurd, right? Dieta murmured. To think that even if I crushed the duchy, those times wouldn't return. She sighed deeply and looked up at the sky. The moon that she had often looked up at from the duchy's mansion. Looking at the moon in the night sky, she smiled bitterly. Really foolish, isn't it? Why is that foolish? Dieta lowered her head. Their Najin's eyes, glowing with the same hue as the luminescent stone, were staring straight at her. Revenge is foolish. It's useless to do it because you won't get anything back. There are people who say that, but it's all nonsense. Why wouldn't you get anything back? Najin chuckled. All that talk about enduring, breaking the cycle of hatred. What bullshit, as if the shitty past becomes prettier by doing that. Harsh words spilled out. The hunting dog that lived in the underground city began to spit out raw words. Even if there's nothing to gain, if you feel refreshed after taking revenge, isn't that reason enough? Najin lowered his gaze. That gaze was directed at the luminescent stone glowing with artificial twilight, just as the moon did for Dieta. The light from this luminescent stone reminded Najin of the past. I'm the same. I need to rise to a high place, to a position where no one can ignore me. I have enemies that I need to take revenge on. The Starlight faction. Swallowing that name, Najin said, it feels like I can only move on after doing that. The next step. To smash, burn, trample, whatever the method. I need to tie up loose ends definitively to move on. Dieta suddenly looked at herself. She hadn't thought about what would come after growing large enough to swallow the duchy. The next move, I'm not sure yet. You don't need to think so hard about it. Najin looked at Dieta. Do you always have to wear a mask? Sometimes. Just take a breath. Do what you want. If you want to get angry, get angry. As you live like that, it naturally comes to you what you want to do next. Najin smiled. That's what I did. The two similar individuals looked at each other. Following Najin, Dieta also smiled. It's nice to see. Smile more often. That. That's so. Why are you stammering? You said it looks nice. Yes. Nothing. Dieta let out a long sigh. Stretching as much as she could, she relaxed her shoulders and then blurted out, on the fifth day, the end of the chase was in sight. In the distance, the lands of the Trebash Duchy could be seen. Crossing those gates would mark the end of the pursuit. After all, even the knights of the duchy couldn't freely disrupt the territory of the Marquis. How is your ankle now? Well, one side feels somewhat better. Dieta limped as she walked. Thanks to various potions acquired from the village, one of her feet had recovered enough to bear weight. It was painful to walk, but she could stand, which Dieta decided was significant. Then, let's go. Najin began to move with Dieta in his arms. However, their progress was short-lived. Just a few steps forward, Najin slowly came to a halt. Someone was blocking the path. At the only passage leading to the Marquis's territory stood a knight adorned in armor bearing the crest of the duchy's family. As if he had been waiting for them, he blocked their way. I have come to escort you. Miss Dieta, he spoke. Dieta's eyes flickered as she looked at him from Najin's arms. She knew who he was. Sir Griffin, the commander of the duchy's knights. A sword-seeker-level warrior and the duchy's sharpest blade. Dieta swallowed hard and touched Najin's shoulder. Najin gently set Dieta down, holding onto Najin's arm. She stood on the ground and faced Griffin, who was blocking their way. This was one of the worst-case scenarios Dieta had considered. Though it was a moment to panic, her eyes, which had wavered, soon steadied. It seems a knight commander has been dispatched. The Duke holds you in high regard. Let us return together. And if I refuse, you know the answer. Griffin rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. Dieta sighed deeply and looked at Najin. They had already discussed this situation. Sword Seeker, Sir Griffin, a warrior beyond sword expert level. Among the knights deployed for the chase, the only one who could surely overpower you is Griffin. There are 3 more sword seekers, but they probably weren't mobilized for this chase. In the deep forest as night fell, if you ever face Griffin, leave me behind and you go to your destination. It would be easier to persuade them with me there, but it's not necessary without me. I'll buy us time. Dieta had said so. No matter how skilled Najin was, facing a sword-seeker-level warrior and securing a victory was unlikely. This was a logical decision from Dieta's perspective. She didn't want Najin to die. Go on, she whispered and released Najin's arm. Then, she took a step forward, facing Griffin. She intended to buy time by engaging in a verbal duel. I will, but there's a condition. You're not in a position to make demands. Then let's call it advice. Dieta pointed to Najin behind her. This man is a guard hired from Cambria. He acted according to the contract, and any problems that arose during the process should be the responsibility of Cambria. So, let him go. That's impossible. The duchy's knight commander kills a red-ranked adventurer from Cambria, and near the territory of the Trebash Marquisate, which oversees the Cambria Foundation. Dieter's lips curled up. She had donned her mask again. As the snake that swallows gold, her eyes narrowed. "Can you handle that? Sir, he's a criminal. He broke into the duchy's estate. That fact wasn't publicized. Moreover, the duchy's position isn't exactly honorable either, is it?" With that, Dieter gestured, a signal for Najin to run. However, Najin didn't move, as Dieter tried to buy more time in her anxious state. Najin grabbed Dieter's shoulder. Startled, Dieter turned around. There stood Najin, quietly gazing at her. Their eyes met, and suddenly she remembered. "I'll buy us time." Escape. What had Najin replied when she said that? Najin hadn't said anything. He just looked at her with eyes like now. Najin pushed Dieter back and stepped forward. His action had a simple meaning. Standing in front of Dieter, Najin pointed towards the road leading to the Marquisate's territory. "Go ahead," Najin said. "I'll buy us time." Dieter's eyes wavered, but soon she realized that Najin wouldn't change his mind. Then there was only one thing she had to do. "Don't die." Clenching her teeth, Dieter began to walk. Dragging one leg, she started to move. Her pace was slow, but she was doing her best. It would take quite a while to reach the gates of the Marquisate. "Ha!" Griffin sighed as he watched her. "What kind of farce is this?" As Griffin was about to step towards the retreating Dieter, clang! A shiver ran down his spine. Griffin turned his head. There stood Najin with his sword drawn. A white sword aura blossomed along the blade, pointing his sword at Griffin. Najin's stance seemed to say, "If you take even one step." He was ready to charge and strike at Griffin's neck. Griffin narrowed his eyes at the intensity. Judging by the form of the sword aura, Najin was a sword expert-level warrior, a warrior below his own level. Though Griffin could easily defeat such a warrior if he set his mind to it, he couldn't ignore that determination. Unyielding, clinging on even if it meant biting ankles to buy time. Such a strong will was evident in this man. Griffin silently drew his sword, not towards the fleeing Dieter, but at Najin. It was a tribute to the will shown by the man. "I won't ask your name." A sword aura with form bloomed on his drawn sword, a privilege of sword seekers, a step beyond sword aura. "The Duke has commanded me, secure Miss Dieter and kill those who aided her escape," he declared. "I am the Duchy's sword, a knight who follows the Duke's orders. It doesn't matter who the target is, whether it's a noble with a title, a famous adventurer from the city, or someone too significant to kill. Yet, I speak this out of respect." Griffin pointed his sword at Najin. "For your choice." Though they served different masters, had he been Dieter's knight, he too would have acted the same. The man before him, unknown and unverified as a knight, showed a nobility that Griffin respected. Najin quietly raised his sword. He didn't deny the knight before him, serving one's master with unconditional loyalty. That too was a kind of knighthood. That's what Griffin considered loyalty. Yet, he raised his sword because Najin had his own lines he couldn't cross. Dieter had asked him to escape that mansion, and Najin was obligated to fulfill that request. They had made a promise, and there was no room for compromise in that promise. It was simple, but that was the entire reason Najin challenged a sword seeker-level warrior. Chapter 63, Moonlit Knight's Escape Drama 4, Sword Seeker. They do not merely weave mana to extract sword aura, they infuse their very essence into the sword aura, ascending to a realm where the swordsmanship they wield diverges from the ordinary. It goes without saying. The sword aura produced by a sword seeker possesses its own unique form and nature. Some mirror the flames, while others scatter an aura akin to snowflakes. Even when wielding the same swordsmanship, the scope and domain of the blades cut vary depending on the form of the sword aura. Swinging their swords, they incinerate the flora. Swinging their swords, they cleave foes from afar. Standing between the realms of humans and superhumans, their blades sometimes defy common sense, just like now. SSSHHRRK, Najin staggered backward. Blood was profusely flowing from his shoulder. Despite thinking he had fully blocked the attack, the gushing blood forced Najin to grit his teeth. Najin is by no means weak. He stands at the pinnacle among sword experts, unmatched by anyone within that rank. His physical prowess and output of sword aura have long surpassed an expert's, and his snap judgments are not inferior even to a sword seeker. Yet, Najin remains a sword expert. He has not yet reached the realm of a sword seeker. Though not all battles are decided by one's realm, most are determined by the levels of strength accumulated. SSSHHK. Pressing down on his bleeding shoulder, Najin lifted his head. Before him stood Knight Commander Griffin, his sword drawn with aura. The sword aura rippling over his blade was crimson. The red sword aura took the form of a thorny bush, its sharp branches extending outwards. Keeping his distance, Najin narrowed his eyes. I thought I had blocked it. The moment he blocked the sword, the extending sword aura deeply cut into his shoulder. Najin, who had only fought against those with fixed-form sword auras, found the changing nature of this aura unfamiliar. Unfamiliar, but something he must get accustomed to. This was not a training exercise devoid of life-threatening intent, but a real battle where lives were at stake. Naturally, there was no room to simply observe. There was no option to flee. He had to stand his ground. He wouldn't let Knight Commander Griffin reach Dieta. He would stall for time against his opponent until his goal was achieved. That was the mission bestowed upon Najin. With that engraved in his mind, Najin moved. Regulating his breath, he adjusted his grip on his sword. By the time Najin steadied himself, Griffin was already advancing towards him. Thud. It was just one step forward, but Najin found himself facing Griffin, who had closed the distance in an instant. Reflexively, Najin swung his sword. Clang, 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 clang. Sword aura clashed against sword aura. Despite his growth to a point where he had no equals among experts, Najin couldn't fully withstand Griffin's sword aura. He was outmatched in density, output, and the cohesion of the sword aura itself. Each time he blocked, his sword aura was whittled away. Even as Najin struggled to maintain his stance, Griffin's strength shattered it. With each swing of his sword, Najin's body shook violently. Crash! Eventually, his stance completely broke down. Najin's arm, holding the sword, was flung backward, unable to withstand the recoil of the sword aura. And thus, Griffin's kick, fully exposed to Najin's torso, exploded against him. Though visible, it was unavoidable. Crack! The kick, reinforced by greaves and military boots, delivered a shock greater than any blunt weapon. The breath Najin had been holding was forcefully expelled, and his eyes widened as his body was launched backward. Swoosh! The sound of air being sliced whistled past Najin's ears as he flew through the air. At the level of a sword seeker, one's physical abilities have reached a realm beyond human. Even as an expert, Najin could send a large knight flying with a kick. It was no surprise that Griffin, a sword seeker, could do the same or more. The landscape flashed before Najin's eyes. The figure of Griffin, who had been standing before him, receded. No, it wasn't receding. Griffin, having extended his leg for the kick, slammed it down to the ground. As Griffin stomped, his receding figure instantly closed the distance. He was in hot pursuit of the airborne Najin. Damn it, this is insane. Cursing inwardly, Najin clenched his teeth. If he stayed like this, he would be sliced open. Twisting his body midair, fortunately, they were in the woods, and there was something to grab onto even while flying. Clutch. Najin reached out and grabbed the trunk of a tree he was passing by. Twisting his body, he evaded the sword swung by the pursuing Griffin. The blade, missing Najin by a hair's breadth, cleanly sliced through the base of the tree he had been holding onto. There was no time to rest even after dodging. The tree, its base cut, toppled. Kicking off the falling tree, Najin escaped the range of Griffin's sword. SSSHHRRK, landing smoothly on the ground. Najin caught his breath. His abdomen throbbed from the impact. It felt like one or two ribs were broken. Spitting out a mixture of blood and saliva, Najin glared at Griffin. Rumble, the tree crashed to the ground, kicking up dust. Emerging from the settling dust, Griffin's eyes were fixed squarely on Najin. There was no sign of fatigue, and the crimson sword aura emanating from his sword was eerily chilling. Truly a monster in its own right. More than a demon knight that regenerated no matter how many times it was cut. The knight before him felt more terrifying to Najin. No fancy swordplay, no dazzling tricks, no special movements. He simply pressed on with straightforward sword swings. Yet, it was sufficiently threatening. This is a sword seeker. This is the realm Najin has yet to reach. Struggling to steady his uneven breath from the blow to his abdomen, Najin let his sword hang low. Use the terrain to your advantage, Najin thought to himself as he pushed off from a tree, avoid a head-on confrontation and aim for the blind spots in his opponent's vision. He had a rough understanding of how to face someone stronger than himself. It was at that moment he attempted to move. Thump! Griffin took a step forward. The ground shook. Gripping his sword with both hands, he pulled it back behind him. The crimson sword aura swirled and coalesced into one. Najin's eyes widened. His instincts sounded an alarm. His heart pounded fiercely for a moment. Instinct, reaction speed, and immediate decision-making. All were called upon, as Najin indiscriminately absorbed more mana than his body could normally handle. The tumultuous mana caused severe pain within him, but that was of no concern at the moment. He needed to move. Having drawn in more mana than his capacity allowed, Najin could push off the ground and leap high into the air. As he did, Griffin swung his sword, and the crimson sword aura whipped out like a lash. Crack, crackle, and then a thunderous crash. Najin, who had leapt into the air, opened his eyes wide. Below, the sight that met his eyes was akin to a giant's sweeping hand having cleared the trees to one side. With a single swing, Griffin had obliterated all the trees within a 20-step radius. Insane! Had he not enhanced his body and jumped at that moment, he would have ended up like those utterly destroyed trees. Landing in the clearing created by the demolished trees, Najin couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Griffin, standing at the center, merely looked at Najin, maintaining his silence. He said nothing, but Najin could tell what he meant. There's nowhere to run, no place to hide. If you thought this terrain was to your advantage, discard that thought. All the tricks Najin had relied on thus far, the movements utilizing the terrain, the techniques sneaking into blind spots, none of them worked against the man before him. The difference in their realms meant he could surpass all those with ease. Indeed, I can't win. Unless he drew the Excalibur, winning was out of the question. While he might have to draw it if truly cornered, Najin hadn't considered that yet. But I can stall for time. Winning would be ideal, but Najin's primary goal was to delay. If Dieta reached the gate and showed her invitation, the knights of the Marquis family would come rushing here. If he could hold out until then, it would be his victory. So think, keep thinking. Najin moved in sync with Griffin's steps. The moment Griffin raised his sword, Najin accelerated his own movement. Closing the distance before Griffin could fully swing, Najin's sword struck Griffin's blade. Clang! Amidst the loud noise, Griffin and Najin's eyes met. Griffin narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. The man before him was undoubtedly an expert, but that movement was not of an expert's. The sense of dissonance didn't stop there. Najin moved first, even before Griffin could swing, and he persistently found and exploited openings as if reading the other's movements. Although the blade wasn't threatening, its nuisance was undeniable. And above all else, what was noteworthy was crack, the young man's momentary judgment. Griffin was pushed back. The armor covering his chest was dented. Najin, having closed the distance, had struck with his elbow, pushing with the elbow to create distance. He then swung his sword. The fluidity between movements was smooth. Witnessing Najin's sword aiming for his neck, Griffin felt a sense of astonishment. He hadn't anticipated an attack at that moment. Griffin swung his sword, deflecting Nadjin's blade, to charge in even after witnessing such a strike that obliterated a swath of the area. Charging in despite such a strike, closing the distance, was something not possible with ordinary courage. It would be normal to maintain distance, wary of the technique, which is what Griffin had intended. He could sweep a larger area if the distance increased, maintaining his advantage. Yet, the young man's decision to close the distance without fear, despite such a technique, was unforeseen by Griffin and, in fact, the best decision. Close up, exploiting openings and thrusting made it impossible to use large techniques. While I can respond, a moment's miss could turn it into a lethal blade. Despite facing a weaker opponent, Griffin acknowledged he couldn't afford to lose focus. Even compared to his long years of wielding the sword, the young man's judgment was not lacking. In fact, in terms of reaction speed and judgment, he was superior. He was not an opponent to be taken lightly. Therefore, he couldn't be killed lightly. Griffin adjusted his stance with respect for the young man before him. Any further delay was undesirable for him as well. Chapter 64, Moonlit Night's Escape Drama, 5. Griffin raised his sword in the clearing created by the destruction of the surrounding trees. Above the raised sword, branches of red extended high into the sky. The sword aura shaped like a red thorny bush. In the midst of the forest, a red thorny bush had taken root. Griffin's movements, while slow in raising his sword, were flawless. Nadjin, attempting to find and exploit any openings, furrowed his brows. There were no openings to be seen. Nadjin sensed something different from what Griffin had shown before. This was not basic swordsmanship. It was the martial art that a warrior had honed over a lifetime. Griffin's stance exuded such momentum and precision. Nadjin's instincts screamed at him to retreat immediately. Creating distance from an opponent unleashing a powerful technique is certainly a bad move. However, if there was no way to receive that sword, a bad move had to be made. Thud. Nadjin stomped the ground to halt his momentum. Unable to overcome the speed, his body leaned forward, but he forcefully pushed off the ground to leap backward. And ultimately, that decision proved correct. Griffin swung his sword. The red thorny bush extended its branches. The sound that accompanied the swing was not the swoosh of a cutting blade, but a crack, as if something was being split apart. The wind blew, and dust rose. When the dust settled, the ground was seen split apart. Where Nadjin had stood moments before, the ground around Griffin, within a 5-step radius, was marked with the shape of a thorny bush. Sword scars etched into the earth, and Griffin's sword did not stop. Rooted to the ground, he swung the thorny bush. It seemed less like a knight swinging a sword and more like a giant uprooting and wielding a massive tree. Crack! The ground split. The longsword in Griffin's hand, roughly 120 cm in length, extended its reach and breadth more than threefold once wrapped in the red, thorny sword aura. But since the sword aura had no weight and only recoil, its speed was no different from that of swinging a longsword. Starting from Swordseeker, one begins to defy common sense. Nadjin had to personally experience the phrase he had once read somewhere. A greatsword, over 3 million in length, was being swung at the speed of a longsword. The moment one came into contact with those extending branches, not only would the skin be sliced, but the bones would also be cleaved. Rolling on the ground, pushing off the earth, widening his eyes to preemptively read the movements and react. But evasion alone couldn't avert the situation. An unavoidable attack was coming. Facing the horizontally swinging red thorny bush, Nadjin thrust his sword forward. Even with his sword aura's output pushed to its limit, the moment it collided with Griffin's sword aura, Nadjin's was rapidly diminished. Clash! He was overpowered in the recoil, overpowered in density. Despite gripping the sword tightly, the violently shaking hilt felt as though it would slip from his grasp. Crack! His fingers bent, It was impossible to receive it. Continuing like this would result in all 10 fingers being broken. Gritting his teeth, Najin pushed off the ground. The moment he lifted off, he was pushed sideways through the air, having decided it was better to be blown away than to try and withstand the attack. Crash! Najin, thrown far away, barely managed to roll and stand up. His arm was numb, his fingers throbbed. The sword aura, greatly diminished, could no longer emit a fierce light. It flickered briefly like a torch burning out. Cough, Ka, Najin, who had taken in more mana than his body could handle and was whipping his body to maintain balance, was in disarray. His insides screamed, and from the deep cut on his shoulder, dark red blood flowed incessantly. The situation was dire. He was cornered, and his opponent was unscathed. Sweet whispers echoed in Najin's ears. Draw the Excalibur. If you do, you might be able to win. Right, but Najin had no intention of succumbing to those whispers. That was a last resort, a power far too great for him to wield yet. Relying on such power, pulling it out whenever cornered, would hinder his growth. Moreover, drawing it in such a situation would only lead to greater trials later. Najin steadied his breath and thought, think, find the answer, come up with a way to survive against this formidable knight. What I lack is sword aura. He could compensate for the other factors somehow. The inability to receive the opponent's sword was the biggest issue, the difference in sword aura. The only way to bridge that gap was one: imagery, the scenery engraved in the mind, a concrete shape to infuse into the sword aura. If he couldn't conjure it up, he would die. Walking the tightrope between life and death, Najin gripped his sword anew. But how? How to interpret and understand the vague notion of infusing imagery into sword aura? No need to overthink it. That moment came. Merlin, who had been silent all this while, spoke up. You already know what to do. You have already experienced the catalyst, Merlin said. The pure white sword aura you were able to draw forth after your battle with the demon knight. That was a fragment of your imagery. She was sitting in profound darkness. It was Najin's inner self, still incomplete. Imagery is essentially the scenery drawn in your mind. When Merlin opened her eyes, which had been closed all along, what she saw was the landscape of Najin's inner self, his imagery. The memories that strongly remain in your mind, what you want to emulate, what you desire, all these form that landscape. When Merlin first took her place here, all she saw was darkness stretching beyond the horizon, but not any more. Now she could see. The landscapes that had started to take shape in Najin's imagery, especially after the battle with the demon knight, were visible to her. Walking among these landscapes, Merlin whispered to Najin, "What was your starting point?" As if answering her question, the landscape stirred. The previously vague outlines became clear. It was the scenery of the underground city, the dim and gloomy appearance of the underground city. The place Merlin was wandering had transformed into the city located at the lowest point of the world. At best, it spanned about 10 steps. A very narrow range of landscape was engraved. It was far from enough to fill this vast space, but for now, this was sufficient. Greed shouldn't be indulged from the beginning. Merlin continued to whisper to Najin, "What did you want to become? Stars, knights, pride, honor." Mull over the words that have taken root in your mind. Visualize them as a landscape. A light flickered. You said there was a knight who shone even in the lowest places. The shimmering light emerged in the middle of the underground city. It was a pure white light, a light symbolizing a knight who, because of his unwavering pride, could shine until the very end. You swore to that light, to hang a star in the highest place. Yes, you dreamed of stars in a place where no stars could be seen. Another light ascended. The light that rose shone brightly in the high heavens. The pure white star hung in the lowest place, and the platinum star in the highest. Looking at the two stars supporting Najin's imagery, Merlin smiled. In a place where no stars can be seen, the landscape of the underground city became clear, the oath with the knight who didn't lose the star. The low-hanging pure white star flickered intensely, the star shining from the highest place. The high-hanging platinum star shone brilliantly. And what's in your hand is a sword. It may not be the Excalibur, but does that matter? You were chosen by the Excalibur, recognized by the sword of selection. And inside you there are two shining stars. So Merlin whispered, with the star in mind when you swing, that becomes the star's sword. Merlin stopped walking. Before her was a pure white star. The intensely flickering star, for a moment, shone brightly. With a flash of light, the surrounding scenery evaporated, but Merlin knew that didn't mean it was destroyed. The scenery hadn't vanished into Nadjan's inner self. It had merely shifted to Nadjan's sword. Merlin closed her eyes again. When she did, what she saw was through Nadjan's eyes, the world as Nadjan saw it. Through Nadjan's perspective, Merlin saw the sword he held. The sword aura blooming over it was pure white. That sword aura somewhat resembled a star. The sword aura, resembling a pure white star, scattered bright particles. The battle did not easily come to an end. Griffin frowned. Even after employing the swordsmanship of the war hero Arta Trigadian, the battle dragged on unexpectedly. The young man was evading the sword through all means, bleeding and wrecking his body to buy time. Though he wouldn't be defeated if the fight dragged on, he couldn't complete his mission. That was as good as defeat for Griffin. Fulfilling the mission given by his lord under any circumstances was what he considered knightly. Griffin stepped forward, intending to settle the matter. It was time to conclude. Therefore, Griffin recalled the fundamental scenery of his imagery. It was the stark thorn bush in the garden of the Arbinia ducal family. The thorn bush had always been there since Griffin was young. The knight who had made Griffin a squire had called that tree the guardian tree of Arbinia, the thorn bush that had stood its ground for over 300 years. Looking at that tree, Griffin swung his sword. Over the years, his mentor retired. Griffin became a knight, reached the realm of sword seeker, and eventually rose to the position of knight commander. Decades passed, but the guardian tree of Arbinia still stood its ground. Having swung his sword in front of such a guardian tree for decades, a thorn bush firmly stood in Griffin's inner self too. A steadfast giant tree that merely followed its master's wishes. That was Griffin's idea of a knight. His imagery extended along his sword. The giant tree grew a bit more, now swinging a thorn bush over 5 million tall. There was no escape. To prevent being pushed back like before, Griffin swung his sword from above downward. And then it happened. Nadjan, who had been fleeing, suddenly stood still. Standing still, Nadjan inexplicably raised his sword above his face. Griffin recognized that posture. It was a stance habitually taken by some knights, or knights of Atanga, before drawing up their sword aura, a gesture to compose oneself through the sword salute. As the sword salute concluded, white particles blossomed over Nadjan's sword. It seemed no different from before, but Griffin felt a change. Nadjan's sword aura, which had dimmed, was scattering light again. Indeed, it was scattering light. White particles blossomed around Nadjan's sword like stars shining in the night sky. In that moment, Griffin's eyes widened. It wasn't just a cluster of light, but sword aura with form. Although still unstable and incomplete, it was clear that the young man's imagery was contained within. He had touched the fringe of Sword Seeker. In a dire situation, walking the tightrope between life and death, Nadjan had finally stepped into a realm he hadn't reached before. Clash! The red thorn bush and the pure white star collided. Until now, Nadjan's sword had been hopelessly overpowered, but not anymore. Scattering particles, Nadjan's sword cut through the branches of the red thorn bush. Just one of the many branches was broken. However, the fact that it was cut was significant. Realizing he had made a cut, Nadjan's eyes widened. He had found a means to counter. That meant he could now fully utilize techniques he hadn't been able to use before. Nadjan pushed off the ground and charged at Griffin. Swoosh! Cutting through the branches of the giant tree, sometimes bleeding, Najin closed the distance. It cost several bleedings just to take one step, but Najin didn't care. However, there was one thing Najin was mistaken about: the difference in experience. Najin had just touched the fringe, but Griffin had been in the realm of Sword Seeker for over 10 years, a true veteran. Despite his astonishment, Griffin swung his sword diligently. He was still in a superior position. The imagery contained in Najin's sword was slowly evaporating. Its sharpness was evident, but he was still a novice in wielding a sword filled with imagery. The difference in experience dictated the outcome. Najin fought valiantly, but when the blade reached its target, it no longer bore sword aura. Time was up. It's over. That's what Griffin thought as he was about to deliver the final blow. Then, with a whistling sound, an arrow flew from somewhere. Griffin, with wide eyes, swung his sword to deflect the arrow, but the impact forced him back. The arrow, lodged in the ground, was suitable for a great bow, a weapon too powerful for ordinary strength to draw. Griffin's mind went to a renowned knight of the Trebash Marquis family, a knight who had reached the realm of Sword Seeker, skilled with a great bow. It was clear that the arrow had been shot by him. Following that, the sound of horse hooves echoed through the forest. "Stop!" The approaching horseman, the echoing voice. Griffin looked around. Arriving on horseback were knights of the Marquis family, their swords drawn at Griffin. Their arrival was quicker than Griffin had anticipated, signaling his defeat. Griffin exhaled deeply and slowly lowered his sword. With the Marquis' knights present, he could no longer continue the battle. Just as he was about to lower his sword, Griffin glanced ahead inadvertently. There stood the young man, bloodied and still in the same posture as before. The young man, holding his pose, exhaled. Watching that posture, Griffin couldn't help but chuckle. He lacked foresight or the talent to predict the future through an opponent's movements. Yet, he had enough insight to recognize Najin's stance. It was a technique from the Order of the Sword, optimized for counterattacks at close range. A technique that destabilized the opponent's stance by striking with the sword hilt, devoid of sword aura. At the very last moment, did he assume the stance for a counterattack, anticipating the sword aura to fade? Had he struck down as intended? Could he have taken the young man's life? He couldn't be certain. Uncertainty led Griffin to feel a chill. Even if he couldn't secure victory, he would at least avoid defeat. The intense will to survive emanated from the gasping young man. Griffin silently lowered his sword. Though they met as enemies, the young man's fighting spirit deserved respect. Griffin, still facing the unyielding Najin, said, "I have been defeated." Only then did Najin lower his sword. Griffin sighed and looked at the knights surrounding him. Now, he had to fight with words and justification, and such a battlefield was far too disadvantageous for Griffin. Chapter 65, Moonlit Night's Escape Drama 6. Night of the Trebash Ducal House, Wolfhild. He, as always, sat atop the castle walls, gazing down upon his domain. It was one of his few hobbies. The domain was peaceful as ever, with no apparent issues. It was during such moments, as he basked in the blowing wind, lost in thought, someone was approaching the gates. An unexpected visitor, and she was a girl with a peculiar appearance. Limping towards the gate, she seemed to be fleeing from something. The soldiers guarding the gate noticed her too. They approached the girl, helped her up, and asked why she had come to the ducal house. Wolfhild, silently observing, narrowed his eyes the moment the girl pulled something out of her possession. It was a piece of letter paper. Despite the distance between the girl and Wolfhild, his vision surpassed that of ordinary humans. He saw the emblem on the letter, the emblem of the Trebash ducal house, a symbol that only the lord of this domain could bear. The moment he confirmed this, Wolfhild leaped from the walls. Despite jumping from such a height, the sound of his landing was surprisingly soft. A light thud. Wolfhild, recognized by the saluting soldiers, approached the girl. He bowed slightly to her. The letter was only sent to esteemed guests of the Duke. That alone was reason enough to show respect. Are you a guest of the Duke? Allow me to escort you to the mansion. The letter, if you please. It's not mine. Interrupting him, the girl spoke. Wolfhild, with narrowed eyes, looked at her. Taking a deep breath, the girl enunciated clearly. An adventurer from Cambria. Ivan, that name was also in Wolfhild's memory. The Duke had once noted, to think such a person still exists, it's quite astonishing, regarding this adventurer. Moreover, he was the person who had accompanied his colleague in their last moments. He is the owner of this letter. Where is he? Wolfhild asked, and the girl replied. Despite her urgent appearance, her explanation was concise and sufficient for understanding. Wolfhild frowned as he summarized her words. Are you saying that the knight commander of the Albania ducal house attacked you and that adventurer while you were visiting the ducal house? It was a summarized and omitted story. The girl hadn't told everything. She only summarized the situation, leaving out the details. Yet, it wasn't a matter that could easily be overlooked. To threaten a guest of the Duke near the ducal territory by a knight from another domain. This was a disregard for the Trebash ducal house's name. Even if the opponent was a knight commander from a ducal house, the fact remained unchanged. Wolfhild felt displeased by the situation. However, he knew it wasn't a situation to act on displeasure alone. He had to inform his master and discuss how to proceed cautiously. That would be the normal and universal response. If the person in front of him had committed a grave crime in the ducal house, the justification would lie with the ducal house. However, the situation was too urgent to consider all aspects. Tell me the location. Thus, Wolfhild made his choice. Let's hear the details on the way. Guards, bring the war horses, summon the nearby knights, and then inform the Duke. He chose to act without consulting his master first. He had the authority to make such decisions, and he was confident that, were his master here, he would have made the same decision. Understand without being told. Move first. Understanding the intention. Always advise the best course to your master. That was Wolfhild's definition of loyalty. He was the knight commander of the Trebash ducal house, a knight granted autonomy by Duke Edelmer. Duke Edelmer respected and trusted Wolfhild's judgment. Wish, thud. He firmly secured the great bow on his back, instead of a sword. A quiver with arrows long enough to be mistaken for longswords was tied to his waist. The girl, Dieta, who realized who the man standing before her was, knew it was fortunate for her. The knight commander of the Trebash ducal house. The knight who wielded the great bow, Wolfhild. It was lucky for Dieta that he had been sitting at the gate of the castle walls. As Wolfhild, carrying Dieta on a warhorse, moved with the knights, his eyes widened at her story. Are you Miss Dieta? He recognized the identity of the girl who had been speaking to him, the lady of the Albania ducal house. Though called a forsaken child, she was undeniably a part of the ducal house. Of course, to Wolfhild, the name of a merchant from Cambria was more familiar. He couldn't be certain, but if this girl's identity as Miss Dieta was true, the situation was more complicated than he had thought. Wolfhild frowned and spurred the warhorse. Why would the knight commander of the ducal house? It's complicated, but once we reach our destination, the justification will be on my side. All we need to do is rescue Ivan. Listening to her, Wolfhild couldn't help but wear a bitter expression. It was too late, and that was all he could say to the lady. The knight commander of the Albania ducal house. The Red Thorn Griffin. Wolfhild knew him well. Griffin, who had reached the realm of Swordseeker, and even mastered the war heroes, utter Trigadian swordsmanship, was a formidable opponent even from Wolfhild's standpoint. That adventurer Ivan is a sword expert, though his skills are exceptional. It was unlikely he could last long against a commander-level powerhouse. He was probably dead or in no condition to wield a sword anymore. Wolfhild felt regret at this thought. He had consoled the spirit of his colleague. a young man who possessed a rare knightliness in this era. It wasn't a pleasant sight to see such a young man broken in this place. Wolfhild swallowed the bitterness in his mouth and drove the warhorse forward. As he raced down the forest path, Wolfhild suddenly narrowed his eyes. Thump, 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 the ground was trembling. Sounds were approaching. It was the aftermath of a battle. Wolfhild dismounted the warhorse, sending the following knights ahead. He climbed a tree to gain a higher vantage point. With his feet firmly planted on a thick branch, he widened his eyes. The expanded view showed the forest landscape and an artificially cleared glade in the middle of the forest. In the center of that glade grew a red thorn bush. Is the battle still ongoing? The thorn bush had grown to about 5 meters. It meant that Knight Commander Griffin was seriously engaged in the battle. Yet, the fact that the battle had not been decided surprised Wolfhild only momentarily. Flash. The light created by the sword of the young man facing Griffin caught his eye. A cluster of light blooming white, like a star, the pure white sword aura. Wolfhild was captivated by that sword aura for a moment, the pure white sword aura. It had sliced through the red branches. Wolfhild's eyes widened. To have cut through even a part of a sword seeker's sword aura. He understood what that meant. With a chuckle, Wolfhild reached for his back. He grasped the great bow and firmly secured his military boots on the thick branch. He steadied his breath and pulled the bowstring of the great bow to its limit. Watching the fight, Wolfhild released the bowstring at the optimal moment. Until that moment, he couldn't take his eyes off the momentum displayed by the young man. What a madman! Wolfhild let out a laugh. The reputation of having cut down a demon knight was not exaggerated at all, and perhaps it might have been understated. He saw it clearly with his own eyes. Halt! The knights lined up, their blades fiercely aimed at him. Griffin sighed and raised his hands above his head. This is the domain of the Trebash ducal house. More precisely, we're near the domain. Aren't we? I'm aware this place doesn't fall within the domain's bounds. That's not what matters. Even if we're near the domain, this area is still under Trebash's influence. Griffin looked at the knights lined up. The knights of the Trebash ducal house were formidable. Duke Edelmer of Trebash, their lord, was devoted to nurturing his knights. Facing all of them would be overwhelming. Moreover, it shouldn't even come to that. It would mean declaring war on the ducal house. This far is enough. Just as Griffin was choosing his words, a voice came from deep within the forest. Wolfhild, a knight who had arrived late on horseback, spoke up. "What brings you here, Sir Griffin?" Griffin's expression hardened. Behind Wolfhild on his horse was Dieta. Realizing the situation had turned against him, Griffin let out a long breath. "Lord Osman of Albania commanded me to punish the criminal who infiltrated the Albanian family's villa and kidnapped Miss Dieta, and to bring her back. Is that so? The story I heard is a bit different." Wolfhild narrowed his eyes. With his help, Dieta dismounted from the horse. "It's the opposite. Sir Griffin," Dieta spoke up after dismounting. "It was the Albania ducal house that kidnapped me, and this man is my hired escort. He acted to rescue me. The crime of damaging the villa is not minor, but there are matters to discuss before that." She spoke clearly. Wolfhild, who had heard the situation, took over. "This man is an esteemed guest of Duke Edelmer of Trebash. The Duke has ordered that should he ever visit the domain, he is to be welcomed. The matter of damaging the villa can be discussed later. Can it not?" The accusation of kidnapping the lady was false. All that remained for Najin was the crime of damaging the villa during an escort mission. Griffin realized he was at a disadvantage in terms of justification. "That's Sir Griffin," Wolfhild said. "I have a duty to escort the Duke's guest. There's justification for it. Of course, you wouldn't know that, Sir Griffin, so I can overlook the commotion up to now." But Wolfhild played with the arrows in his quiver. "If you continue to attempt to snatch the Duke's guest in front of Trebash's knights, we will have no choice but to act. Each has their own stance. After all, is that Duke Edelmer's will? It's my judgment. Griffin narrowed his eyes. I am the Knight Commander of the Arbinia Ducal House. I'm aware. This matter was directly ordered by the Duke, emphasized as a must-do. So, I ask you, can you handle it? What would Duke Edelmer think about this? Clang. The knights of Trebash unsheathed their swords violently. Their demeanor changed instantly. Wulfhild was no different, gripping his great bow tightly with wide eyes. Do not dare to interpret his will. Interpreting the Duke's will is not your job, but ours who serve him. It's not a matter for a knight from another domain to interfere in. Wulfhild warned, I have been rude, I apologize. With a sigh, Griffin stepped back. I merely advised that this incident could escalate into a complex issue between families. Your advice is appreciated, but my stance remains unchanged. Wulfhild spoke briefly. I request that you leave this place. Griffin, stroking his face, then moved on. Further confrontation here seemed unlikely to change the situation. Pausing his steps, Griffin looked back for a moment. There stood Nadjin, looking at him. A young man who, until the end, didn't bend his will and won in his own way. Looking at the young man, Griffin thought to himself, they would meet again soon. And by then, that young man would be a knight, not just an adventurer. That was what Griffin thought. A desirable talent, yet not one he could obtain. Griffin smiled bitterly. Miss Dieta. Griffin looked at Dieta. You have a good escort. He had no choice but to acknowledge his defeat. With those words, Griffin walked away, leaving Trebash's knights behind. Huff, who? Nadjin breathed heavily. His insides, ravaged by an overuse of mana, were in disarray, and his vision blurred from pushing his mana to the limit. This was the first time he'd felt such exhaustion since facing Ivan in the underground city, feeling like he'd collapse with just a bit less strength. Thus, Nadjin didn't let go of his tension until the situation was fully resolved. Only after Griffin turned and left did Nadjin collapse where he stood. I feel like I'm going to die. Of course. You filled your sword with spirit recklessly without being ready. How could your body withstand it? But you said I had reached the right moment before. That was then, this is now. Merlin chuckled. You just started walking, and you ran without stumbling. It's odd if you don't fall, but still, she whispered to Nadjin. It was quite, no, not bad. Was she about to say it was cool, as always? She's not straightforward. Nadjin smiled bitterly and bowed his head. His consciousness was fading. He'd probably need to rest for a while, but with Trebash's knights intervening and Dieta's safety assured, he could probably afford to close his eyes. Through his blurring vision, Nadjin saw someone running towards him. It was Dieta, limping towards him. Are you okay? Dieta's voice came in sobs. Between the intermittent voices, Nadjin closed his eyes. He couldn't resist the exhaustion any longer. What? What to do? Nadjin thought he heard the sobbing voice grow a bit louder just before he lost consciousness. Chapter 66. After the moonlit night ends, 1. Nadjin's consciousness sank beneath the waters. It was the backlash from using mana to its limit, and the price for recklessly wielding the nascent fringes of his spirit. Feeling his body sink beneath the surface, Nadjin closed his eyes. How much time had passed? Chirp, chirp. Awakened by the chirping of sparrows, Nadjin opened his eyes on a sunlit bed. The maid, startled upon making eye contact with Nadjin, bowed hastily and scurried out of the room. Soon after, a knight entered. Have you awakened? It was Wulfhild, the knight commander of the Trebash ducal house. How long have I been asleep? About a night. Nadjin blinked a couple of times and lifted his arm to inspect it. It was bandaged at the shoulder, and the minor wounds that remained on his body had almost healed. Such rapid recovery wasn't solely due to Excalibur's regenerative abilities. Give thanks to Duke Edelmer for his grace. Wulfhild briefly recounted how his lord had gathered the priests and physicians of the domain to aid in Nadjin's recovery, extending his grace. Thank you. Your thanks should be directed to the Duke himself. I shall do so. Good. Wolfhild smiled satisfactorily. Then he suddenly stroked his chin. That aside, your recovery is unnaturally swift. The physicians and priests tending to you were taken aback. They only administered first aid, yet the wounds were healing. Wolfhild murmured, to which Nadjin remained silent. He couldn't reveal it was thanks to Excalibur's healing power. They said you should have been bedridden for at least 10 days. Yet you woke up fine in just one. It's certainly surprising. It wasn't a minor injury. My body is rather resilient. Is that so? Wolfhild squinted his eyes, but soon chuckled and shrugged. Must be a unique constitution. It's not my place to pry. I have my peculiarities too. He tapped his temple lightly. Like himself, there are others born with unique constitutions. Thus, Wolfhild chose to attribute Nadjin's unusual recovery to such things. Anyway, I've instructed those who saw your condition to keep it under wraps, so no worries. That's much appreciated. You are the Duke's guest, after all. It's only right that nothing harmful befalls you at Trebash. Proudly pointing to the Trebash emblem on his uniform, Wolfhild laughed. Once you're able to move about, you should visit the Duke. The servants will guide you. Ah, Wolfhild sighed briefly. It seemed like something he felt compelled to say. With a playful expression, he whispered with his palm before his mouth. Your lady is in the room next door, so perhaps show your face. She must be quite worried. Excuse me, lady. Ah, not in that sense yet. I thought you were rather close, assuming you were involved. What did he mean by involved? Confused, Nadjin tilted his head, and Wolfhild muttered, Miss Dieta must be having a hard time, under his breath. Anyway, Miss Dieta was quite concerned about you. Is that so? Indeed. After you collapsed, she wept so sorrowfully. Don't die, please don't die, she cried, burying her face in your chest, scratching his neck awkwardly. Wolfhild continued. It felt a bit awkward to just say, he seems to have lost consciousness. We had to sweat it out too. What else did Miss Dieta say? Just as Wolfhild was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. Without waiting for permission, the door creaked open. There stood Dieta, her face flushed red, as if she had been eavesdropping from the other side. Sir Wolfhild. Her voice trembled slightly, with her ears burning red. Dieta glared at Wolfhild with a reproachful look. You promised to keep it a secret. Oh dear. Wolfhild quickly rose from his seat. I shouldn't intrude on your conversation. Please, talk amongst yourselves. I'll be waiting outside. He greeted Dieta politely and swiftly left the room. Despite the fierce glare from the embarrassed girl, a knight who had reached the realm of Swordseeker couldn't be followed so easily. When they regained their composure, only Nadjin and Dieta were left in the room. After an awkward silence, Dieta approached Nadjin hesitantly and slumped into a chair beside the bed. She bowed her head, hiding her face, but her ears peeking through her hair were still vividly red. Are you, feeling better? Dieta's voice was awkward. Nadjin simply nodded for now. I'm fine. There's no trouble moving around. That's a relief. And how about you? Nadjin glanced at Dieta's ankle, wrapped in bandages. Her walk earlier seemed natural enough, suggesting some recovery. I can walk around. They say the scars should be gone in about a week or so. That's good to hear. Nadjin smiled. As Dieta slightly raised her head and met Nadjin's smile, her ears reddened even more. She seemed unable to meet his gaze directly, her eyes darting elsewhere. I heard something from Sir Wolfhild. Despite feeling shy, Dieta had to speak up. Forget about it. Just forget it. Quickly. Sorry. Forget what? What I said before. Forget about it quickly. It's embarrassing. Was that something to be embarrassed about? Why was she so red-faced? Although Nadjin didn't fully understand, he nodded anyway. In the mansion's reception room, where the emblem of the Trebash ducal house was engraved, a man who appeared to be in his early 30s awaited Nadjin and Dieta. The Lord of Trebash, Duke Edelmer. Despite losing his father at a young age and taking over as Lord, he had solidified Trebash's reputation as an excellent politician and power broker within just a decade. He smiled at his guests. "Welcome, Miss Dieta and Ivan, be seated." With that gesture, Duke Edelmer began to speak. "I've heard the gist of it from the knights and Sir Wulfhild. What a story!" Sipping his tea, Duke Edelmer let out a long sigh. Was he about to express anger at the ducal house's forceful merger, or was it a sigh of lament? Dieta was observing Edelmer's reaction when he said something unexpected. "What a romantic tale!" The unexpected comment almost made Dieta reflexively question him, but she managed to hold back. "A splendid rescue operation where a lone man sneaks into a villa to save a woman kidnapped by a ducal house," the Duke exclaimed, with exaggerated gestures. Surely, he must have offered his back to the incapacitated lady. Despite the knight's pursuit, they fled under the moonlit night. His exaggerated tone and gestures were like those of an actor introducing a play. With sparkling eyes, he looked at Dieta and Najin. And then, the final ordeal. A life-threatening duel and unyielding will, but the protagonist falls and the woman weeps. A story that could have ended in tragedy. But fortunately, the Duke smiled. "This tale won't end in tragedy. Glad to see you've recovered, Ivan, and you as well, Miss Dieta. Thank you for your consideration." "Thank you," Najin spoke formally, and Dieta, with a trembling voice, expressed her thanks, barely containing her embarrassment. Duke Edelmer whistled at her reaction. "Moving on." He clapped his hands. "I have a rough idea why you've come. The fact that the Arbinia ducal house tried to forcefully take over Dieta's trade guild and attempted to secure Dieta's identity in the process. I've confirmed it all." Duke Edelmer had sent his knights to gather information. "This is unjust, an unfair act. Of course, the world is full of injustices caused by the disparities in power and status." But his eyes narrowed. Such things should not happen in Cambria, the city of opportunities, especially not in the city where the great King Arthur began his journey. Fairness and equality must be ensured there. That's what the Cambria Foundation is for. The three powerful families at the heart of the Cambria Foundation, of which Trebash, the most influential, was represented by its lord. I, Edelmer personally, and the Cambria Foundation will not stand idly by. If the guild had been built with the ducal house's power, there might have been some justification, but I know Miss Dieta did not do so. The ducal house's abandoned child, the stain left by a courtesan in the ducal house. Dieta Arbinia was the one who built her company from scratch despite such stigmas. Of course, had you not come to my domain, it would have been difficult to intervene. But now that you're here, the justification is on our side. I'll help you regain your guild. Thank you for your grace. There is no need for thanks. Duke Edelmer responded plainly to Dieta's gratitude. It's my duty to act. Performing one's duty should be a matter of course. Accepting thanks for doing what's expected would make the world too harsh. Wouldn't it? Above all, he paused to take a breath. I enjoy watching plays, but I can never quite stomach tragedies. I hope for the characters who have overcome hardships and trials to be able to smile in the end. The Duke enjoyed plays, and he had likened Najin and Dieta's escape to a play. Smiling, he continued, I hope you can smile when all this is over. It's been a while since I've heard such a good story. After finishing his story, Duke Edelmer took a moment to breathe. His gaze shifted from Dieta to Najin. Miss Dieta, would you mind stepping out for a moment? I have something I'd like to discuss with Ivan alone. Of course. After Dieta left for a while, Duke Edelmer looked directly at Najin. There were no exaggerated gestures or tones, just calm and settled eyes and voice. The Duke spoke. Gilbert, the Knight of Trebash, the knight Najin had encountered during the demon night hunt. My knight and my conversation partner. You were with him at the end. I heard you honored Gilbert's last wishes. Najin nodded quietly. He had listened to Gilbert's last words, pursued the demon knight, and ultimately, Najin had slain the demon knight. There is one thing I'd like to ask. Please go ahead. Was Gilbert a knight until the end? Was he a knight until the end? That was the final phrase left by the Night King, the epitome of knightly philosophy. Since a knight is also a human, they cannot be noble at every moment and always act with honor and pride. Ultimately, a knight is faced with choices at every moment. That's why I ask, what will you choose in your final moment? Will you be an ordinary human swayed by desire and instinct, or a knight moved by pride and honor? What will you remain as in the end? So, in the very last moment, I will ask you, were you a knight until the end? Recalling those words, Najin thought of Gilbert, who, even in his dying moments, pointed with his fingertips towards the fleeing demon knight. With that image in mind, Najin said, "Yes." Najin nodded firmly. "Until the end. Sir Gilbert was a knight." "Is that so?" Duke Edelmer smiled wistfully. Then he could have smiled in his final moments. He sighed deeply. "Thank you. I'm grateful that someone who knows honor and pride was with Gilbert at the end." "Forgive me." But Najin spoke awkwardly. "I still do not know honor. I have not possessed it." "You have pride. Then I am striving to possess it." Duke Edelmer laughed out loud. "The honor and pride you speak of seem much heavier than what others mention. Indeed, they should not be taken lightly. In this era, they have become too light. Yet, there stands someone before him who wishes to regard them as heavy. A young man in this era, rare for his knightly nature, made the Duke smile pleasantly. Helping a lady in distress, keeping promises, doing what one believes is right, honoring the last wishes of the honorable, wielding the sword against evil, risking one's life to keep an oath. Stories about the young man named Ivan. Chewing over this information, the Duke clapped his hands, not in mockery, but in respect. "You are already an excellent knight, not yet knighted, but already a splendid knight," Duke Edelmer stated. "I hope you find a lord to whom you can pledge your loyalty and become a great knight, or perhaps become a free knight who upholds the knight's code. I truly wish it." The Duke rose from his seat. Najin, too, stood up, bowing his head and about to kneel before the approaching Duke, who stopped him. He extended his hand to Najin, not with the formality of a noble, but simply as a gesture of camaraderie. Even though Edelmer valued decorum, he deemed the young man before him worthy enough to set aside those formalities. As Najin cautiously took his hand, Duke Edelmer, shaking it vigorously up and down, smiled. Chapter 67. After the moonlit night ends, too, in the languid afternoon sun, Najin strolled through the Duke's garden. The case had come to a resolution, and what followed was not his stage to perform on. By bringing Dieta here, he knew his role had ended, and sifting through the complex imperial laws to stab opponents with a metaphorical dagger, it was a battle fought by politicians with their 3-inch tongues and a few lines of text. Najin was ignorant of such matters and had no intention of getting involved. There are experts for that sort of thing. After all, the snake that swallows gold, Dieta. Now back to her cold merchant self. She was preparing a counterattack with the help of Duke Edelmer. She mentioned it wouldn't take long to reclaim her trading company. "Don't worry, this is my stage. I'll definitely repay you when we return to Cambria." Not all battles required wielding weapons and shedding blood. Dieta had her own battlefield. To avoid disturbing the busy Dieta, Najin often walked around the Duke's estate. With the medal given by the Duke, he received warm hospitality wherever he went. While sitting on a bench during his walk, Najin suddenly looked in front of him. There stood a tall tree. Although it wasn't a thorn bush in front of him, looking at the tall tree reminded him of the battle a few days ago. Griffin wielding the thorny sword Aura. He was a formidable opponent, one who repeatedly pushed Najin towards death. He was also the knight who had firmly imprinted what it meant to be a sword seeker. Sword seeker, mental image, inner landscape. Najin mulled over these words. Then, he blinked. Najin closed his eyes, focusing inward. He could sense the mental image that had barely sprouted during his battle with Griffin. It was a space no larger than a few steps. The landscape of the underground city Artman was set in a pitch-black space. There, two stars were placed in the sky and on the ground, respectively, and a girl was sitting on a fence, gazing at the star in the sky. Najin walked through the landscape within him. One step, then another. The girl sitting on the fence and swinging her legs turned her head to look at Najin. Her hair flowed like a wave in shades of blue and white. Her eyes, calm like a still lake, curved as she met Najin's gaze. "What's up? You came," the wizard of the lake Merlin, the one within Najin's inner self, greeted him. "It feels like it's been a while." "Well, it does feel like it's been a while since we've seen each other face to face. About 4 months, or 3. It seems so." Merlin patted the space next to her with her palms. Najin climbed up the fence and sat next to Merlin, where the star hanging high in the sky could be best seen. "Is it now possible to meet like this?" "Not often, but it's possible if you close your eyes and concentrate," Merlin replied. "My consciousness resides in your mental image, and the clearer and more concrete your mental image becomes, the clearer I will appear. It's still a bit blurry, isn't it?" She leaned towards Najin. Indeed, Merlin's figure was still blurry, as if reflected on the water's surface, different from when they had met in her star domain. "Speaking of which," Merlin turned her head to look around, the inner landscape of Najin. She sighed briefly as she observed the most strongly imprinted scenery in Najin's mind. "It's a desolate landscape." "Is that so?" "Yeah, there's no forest, no lake, no sunlight coming through. It's dark and dreary. This must be the scenery of the underground city you lived in." "That's right, although in reality it's a bit brighter." Najin smiled bitterly. "In front of the tavern there, many lanterns made of sunset ore are hung. Every day, Big Sis Epali comes out to clean the signboard and check the lanterns." With a blink, lanterns appeared around the tavern. A faint glow of dusk spread around it. "That way leads to the counter. It seems it hasn't been drawn beyond that path yet. Beyond that road is a bit more glamorous. It's the brightest place in the underground city." The road stretching into the darkness. Light leaked from that path. He hadn't fully realized it beyond there, but he could imagine the leaking light. "Really?" "Yes, and over there. Is there such a thing? People here long for the upper city. They probably wanted to draw a landscape that resembled the upper city, even a little. I'm not sure." Though, as he talked with Merlin, Najin looked around the landscape. The city, once only dark, now had large and small lamps hung, transforming into a more intricate scenery. Of course, if Najin lost focus even a little, all of it would disappear. These were not yet fully settled in his mental image. Najin felt a bittersweet and somewhat nostalgic emotion as he looked at the landscape within him. "It feels strange," Najin murmured. "I thought it was a shitty place. A place I didn't even want to remember, but looking at it now, I feel a bit nostalgic. That's what hometowns are like. Is that the same for you, Merlin? Even though my hometown was a shitty place, after it was burned down by a witch and turned into ashes, I did miss it a bit." Merlin smiled bitterly. "Anyway, it's good to occasionally refine your mental image like this. If you don't keep it in mind, the mental image will gradually erode and eventually crumble." She took a deep breath. "What you should fear most is oblivion and wear. So cherish this landscape you've created for the first time." Merlin rested her chin on her hand and looked at the scenery of the underground city Otman with distant eyes. Her eyes seemed to be recalling something, reminiscing. "Once you lose it, you won't even be able to regret it, because you won't remember." "I'm not that bad with memory." "What are you talking about? This is different from memory." Merlin laughed as if it was ridiculous. "There are definitely those who want to corrupt your mental image. Bastards who mess up your memory, stirring your mind with their fingers, so be careful. It still feels like a distant story to me. Who knows, it might be closer than you think." Well, Merlin jumped down from the fence. "Walking the streets of the underground city, Artman," she said, "your landscape isn't bad. It has a cozy feeling." Merlin looked back at Najin with her hands behind her back. It would be nice to have a lake too. If possible, try to create one sometime. I'll try. Najin smiled faintly and blinked a couple of times. The landscape of the underground city disappeared, and the scenery of the Duke's garden came into view. After looking at the tall tree for a while, Najin moved on. In Duke Edelmer's office, the captain of the knights, Wulfhild, expressed his subjective opinion after reporting to his master. It's close to that of a sword seeker. Is that true? Yes, objectively speaking, Sir Griffin, the knight commander of the Arbinia ducal family, is a strong opponent. Wielding a sword aura over 5 million long with the swordsmanship of Arta Trigadian, Sir Griffin is by no means an easy opponent. Wulfhild continued. If it's a close-range battle, it would be my loss. And even from a distance, I cannot guarantee victory alone. It's no coincidence that Sir Griffin is called the ducal family's first sword. Griffin was a strong opponent. He was not a novice sword seeker who had just awakened his mental image, but an experienced swordsman who fully controlled his own. That young man countered the sword of such a strong opponent. He even managed to cut through the fragments of sword aura. It's a feat impossible at the level of a sword expert. That's. He must have approached the level of a sword seeker, or he has grasped a fragment of the mental image. It seems his physical abilities have already reached the realm of seekers. Wulfhild had witnessed the confrontation between Griffin and Najin. He was a knight who wielded a great bow, an individual who had honed his observational and insight skills for decades. The Duke trusted his eyes. Trusting him, Duke Edelmer couldn't hide his astonishment. The Duke sighed deeply. Remarkable to reach such a level at that age. Although his official age is 28, even at that age, he would be the youngest sword seeker. His talent is reminiscent of the sword saint Sir Karen, or perhaps surpassing Sir Karen. If the story became known, it would surely cause a significant uproar. For now, the young man's tale was circulating only within Cambria. Before long, he will stand out, even outside. He was not one to stay within Cambria. Soon, he would step onto a broader stage. A talent like his couldn't be confined to one place for long. Duke Edelmer laughed incredulously. Where did such a talent spring from, I wonder? His origin, real name, actual age, all of it was concealed. Even digging around brought up no information. Could he be from a family whose records were erased? There's no one else whose information has been so cleanly wiped. An unknown identity, a youth who values chivalry and possesses exceptional talent with the sword. Mulling over that information, the Duke laughed inadvertently. Hearing his master laugh, Wulfhild tilted his head and asked, "Why do you say that? Maybe I've been enjoying plays too much lately. A ridiculous thought occurred to me." Blinking, the Duke laughed along with a sigh. It was a nonsensical fantasy, but pondering over it, it seemed somewhat plausible. Doesn't that young man seem just like King Arthur? Excuse me. Unknown identity, a figure who suddenly appeared from nowhere. He values chivalry, honors, and pride heavily. He possesses exceptional talent with the sword and is at a high level despite his young age. The characteristics of the young man. Moreover, the place where he started to stand out is none other than the city of opportunities, Cambria. Starting his journey in this city, doesn't it remind you of the chronicles of King Arthur? Each characteristic, taken separately, is common, but when combined, they form a rare story. A young man resembling King Arthur appearing in the City of Opportunities after hundreds of years. Ah, what a thrilling tale this is. The Duke looked at his knight with shining eyes. What do you think? Sir Wulfhild, with all due respect, I believe you should reduce your play viewings. Is that so? Indeed. I have been frequenting the theatre quite a bit lately. Perhaps I should cut back, and maybe reduce the support for the theatre as well. Oh no, that's not possible, the Duke frowned. That's a project I'm promoting. If the theatre grows, it can boost tourism and elevate Trebash's name, so it's beneficial in the long run. Well, whatever the case, muttering to himself, The Duke looked at the documents on his table, sent from the Central Guild of Cambria. At the top of the documents was written final approval for promotion. Duke Edelmer silently scanned the contents of the examination. The adventurer in question hadn't been active for long, but each of his deeds was significant, and he scored nearly perfect in the promotion exam supervised by experts in various fields. At this point, the promotion was as good as confirmed, especially since becoming a red rank adventurer meant being recognized as a skilled individual by Cambria. It was customary to receive formal permission from the Foundation's representative. The Duke smiled as he looked at the name Ivan on the document. Unknown identity, no known information, risk of identity fraud. Ignoring the risk factors section, the Duke signed his name on the document. Then he stamped it with the seal of the Duke's family. It was the moment when Najin's promotion to Red Rank was confirmed. Days passed, and the incident was concluded. Dieta, who had danced in the dirty political arena, filled with complexity, stickiness, and nitpicking, sprawled out on the bed, exhausted. Yet the incident was resolved. Her return to the position of trading company leader was confirmed, and in a day or two she would head to Cambria to return to her daily life. Of course, she would face opposition from the ducal family in the future, but that was a problem to be tackled later. Lying on the bed and looking out the window, a brilliantly shining moon hung in the sky. Gazing at the bright yellow moon, Dieta smiled to herself. The moon is beautiful. The bright yellow moon she had seen while fleeing with Najin flashed through her mind. Involuntarily, the solid back of Najin came to mind, as did the arms that had lifted her, making Dieta twirl her hair around her fingers. Come to think of it, before leaving the territory, didn't the Duke say he would host a banquet? Dieta, who generally didn't favor noble gatherings like banquets or festivals, always received nothing but contempt there. But this banquet would be different. It was hosted by the Duke, and she would attend as a guest along with Najin. No one would dare insult the Duke's guest in his presence. A banquet, meaning dance. Dieta swallowed nervously. A banquet and a ball, and dancing, scenes often found in sweet romance novels, couples dancing under dazzling lights. The climax of the banquet. Thinking of such scenes, the Duke's image, winking slyly, came to mind. It seemed like he was shouting, "You know who you'll be dancing with, right?" Fitting for the Duke, who loved theater, he had prepared a stage to conclude the moonlit escapade. Although the intention was obvious, if asked whether she disliked it, the answer would be no. Feeling her face heat up, Dieta washed her face with dry hands. Dance, meaning I, with that person. Dieta's heart raced. Burying her face in the bed, Dieta aimlessly kicked the bedpost. Chapter 68. After the moonlit night ends, 3, on the eve of their departure from the Duchy of Trebash. A small banquet was held under the name of Duke Edelmer. It wasn't a gathering that drew in external nobility, but a modest affair filled with the Duke's own people. However, the banquet itself was anything but modest. The hall was filled with food and splendid lighting, all set up for dancing. Musicians from the theater began their performance with violins and pianos, filling the hall with lively music. As the atmosphere warmed up, Duke Edelmer stepped onto the balcony of the banquet. Duke Edelmer, his hair neatly combed back, swirled the glass in his hand and gave a toast. To the two guests who graced Trebash, cheers. With his brief toast, the music resumed, and one by one, people started moving to the center of the hall to find partners to dance with. Among them were nobles affiliated with the Cambria Foundation, people of the Duke. And is it always this uncomfortable? Formal wear tends to be like that, doesn't it? Najin was also getting ready to step into the hall. Unfamiliar with the formal attire he was wearing for the first time, he fidgeted with his collar when someone placed a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Duke Edelmer standing there. Now, the star of the stage shouldn't be lurking here. Isn't your lady waiting for you? Excuse me. With a click of his tongue, the Duke gently pushed Nadjin's back. With a bewildered look, Nadjin turned to find the Duke winking at him, as if to say, "Do well." What's all this? Everything felt alien, the atmosphere, the lighting. Feeling awkward, Nadjin began walking towards the center of the hall, aware of the many eyes on him, though he couldn't fathom why. Unbeknownst to Nadjin, the escapade involving Nadjin and Dieta over the past few days had spread far and wide, embellished by the Duke's influence. The more the tale spread, the more justification it gained. The story of a woman imprisoned by the ducal family and the man who dared to rescue her alone, romanticized for the audience. Thus, it was no surprise all eyes were on him. Among the focused attention, Nadjin crossed the hall, presumably towards Dieta, who awaited him as the Duke had implied. With the music playing lively tunes, it was time to find a partner for the next dance. Dieta stood at a corner of the banquet, hands clasped, smoothing over her hands. It's strange, as expected. Though she had attended banquets before, no one had ever asked Dieta to dance. It was to be expected. Dieta was a discarded child of the ducal family, and asking her to dance meant becoming a laughing stock. Thus, she always watched the banquets from the sidelines. She had never stepped into the center of the hall to dance. She had never been the shining protagonist on the stage. As a child, she had envied those who danced at the center of the hall. It's all in the past now. Dieta let out a thin smile. She was of age now. Wasn't she, already 20? It would be embarrassing to have her heart flutter at such a dance at her age. Thump, thump, embarrassing, truly embarrassing. Yet why was her heart pounding so loudly, swallowing her nervousness? Dieta looked towards the hall. Nadjin should be standing on the opposite side. Would he find her amidst the crowd? As she entertained such silly thoughts, she noticed the other attendees of the banquet stopping one by one, their gazes fixed in one direction. There, across the center of the hall, walked a figure, with hair tied neatly back in shades of gray and white, eyes resembling the hue of sunset, and dressed in formal attire. Dieta's eyes widened as she belatedly recognized the man as Nadjin. His appearance was so different from usual that she hadn't recognized him immediately. He was quite handsome to begin with, but dressed up like this, he seemed different. With everyone's attention focused, Nadjin crossed the hall directly towards Dieta. The attention that had been on him naturally dispersed towards Dieta, who stood where he was heading. And then, finally, thump, Nadjin stopped in front of Dieta. He extended his hand and bowed slightly, just as he had been taught by Wulfhild for a day. It was a gesture of invitation to dance. "May I have this dance?" Staring blankly at Nadjin. Dieta soon smiled and nodded. "Yes, I would be delighted." Dieta took Nadjin's hand. Together they moved towards the center of the hall. As the protagonists of this banquet, the attendees naturally made way for them. In the brightest spot under the lights, Dieta stood at the center of the hall. As the current tune neared its end and a new one was about to start, there was a brief silence. Only the loud beating of Dieta's heart echoed in her ears. But soon, even the pounding of her heart was drowned out by the start of the new performance. All she could hear was the lively music, and all she could see was Nadjin, holding her hand. Her face flushed, but taking a short breath, Dieta cautiously took the first step. Neither she nor the man before her had properly learned to dance, so it was bound to be a mess. To avoid falling, she had to move carefully, that's what Dieta had thought. So, it was somewhat of a stutter at first until Nadjin, after carefully observing the most elegantly dancing couple, suddenly became adept, before he even knew it. As the tune ended and a break ensued, Dieta, sitting at a tea table in a corner of the banquet hall, caught her breath and glanced at Nadjin. Initially, Nadjin had awkwardly matched his steps with hers, but at some point, as if he had learned the dance, he led confidently, leaving a strong impression. Is that even considered leading? Adjusting her waist, pulling her arms, and even twisting his body to correct any odd movements. Though Dieta had never properly danced before, Being led around by Najin, they received a round of applause by the end of the song. Even professional dancers were impressed, indicating a high level of skill. It was absurd. Dieta chuckled and spoke. "You haven't taken dance lessons by any chance, have you?" "I haven't. Really, it didn't seem like it was your first or second time." "It was my first time today." "Really?" "Yes." As Najin nodded, Dieta laughed. "The first time." He said, "It's an honor. To have become the first dance partner of a future sword master seems like quite an achievement." "Sword master? Aren't you aiming to etch your name among the stars, to reach the highest place, if not a sword master?" At Dieta's question, Najin laughed. "Well, it's not incorrect. Becoming a sword master is indeed a goal. It seems there's more to it. A sword master is a part of the journey, not the destination. A realm unreachable even if one dedicates their entire life to it is merely a step in the journey. Always." Even as she laughed, Dieta couldn't deny it. The man before her was indeed special, a person who aims for heights unimaginable to ordinary people. A step in the journey, not the destination. Mulling over his words, Dieta stared intently at Najin, resting her chin on her hand. "Maybe I should dream a bit higher myself. There's no harm in that. For example, my original goal was to create a trading company big enough to engulf the Armenia ducal family, to reach the pinnacle as a merchant. But," Dieta murmured, "if I look higher, there is something. A tower built of gold coins. Sitting atop that tower, there would still be higher places to reach. If she had reached the peak with gold, it was time to scatter those coins and seize power. Should I become a pillar of the empire?" The words were spoken lightly, but that goal was anything but light. What is a pillar of the empire? Higher than a duke, with only the emperor above, the absolute power holders. Recognized by the emperor, sometimes even purging members of the imperial family, not bowing to anyone, truly the pillars that support the empire. The 5 pillars of the empire, known as the imperial pentagons, represent the highest position a power seeker can attain. In some ways, it's a title comparable to a sword master. Indeed, the empire's first pillar was sword master gird, so it wasn't an inaccurate statement. If you become a sword master, Dieta looked at Najin and smiled. "I would need to be one of the imperial pentagons to stand on equal footing with you." "Is that so?" "That's how it is." She leaned back in her chair and let out a contented sigh. "It's still a distant story, but as you said, there's no harm in dreaming big, right? Well, that's one thing." Dieta mused and looked straight at Najin. "I enjoyed tonight. I felt like I was the protagonist of a fairy tale. I never imagined I'd be dancing in the center of the stage. It was quite a magical feeling. Everything was so wondrous. Tomorrow, she would return to being the snake that swallows gold, dealing with complex issues, and facing off against the Armenia ducal family. But at least for tonight, Dieta could enjoy herself as Dieta. Pleased with that fact, Dieta smiled warmly, and she felt a slight pang of regret. Special times feel special precisely because they must return to the routine. But still, Dieta glanced at Najin. Not everything would return to routine. This feeling for him seemed unlikely to fade. In his presence, she could always be herself. Thump, 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 the loud heartbeat. This fluttering rhythm was entirely her own, and she wouldn't let anyone take it from her. The snake that swallows gold never lets go of what it sets its eyes on. With the lengthy ordeal concluded and the Duke's farewell, Najin and Dieta boarded the carriage headed for Cambria. The carriage smoothly cut through the wind, moving forward. What followed was simple. Upon returning to the city, Najin would dye his badge red, claiming his place among the highest-ranking adventurers, and Dieta would reclaim her position as the head of the trading company. Despite the numerous obstacles and incidents, things had come to a satisfactory conclusion. Everyone believed this without a doubt. What they hadn't anticipated was the first child of the Armenia ducal family's tenacity, and that the rumors that had reached him were not to be trusted. I challenge you to a duel. The first thing that greeted Najin and Dieta upon their return to the city was Prince Aegizio and a line of knights behind him. Despite receiving orders to return to the ducal family, Aegizio had postponed his return, waiting for Najin and Dieta instead. He couldn't accept it. The fact that Dieta, an abandoned child, had outsmarted him, and that all his plans were thwarted by a mere adventurer. Even if he had to step back, the ducal family's honor had to be restored. That was Aegizio's thought, his chosen wrong answer. He didn't know how to accept defeat or endure humiliation. He had never been defeated, nor had he ever endured humiliation. Of course, Najin didn't necessarily have to accept the duel. There was no justification, no reason. You wouldn't refuse a duel, would you? A man aspiring to be a knight can't decline an honorable duel, or he wouldn't be worthy of knighthood. Isn't that right? But if you understand honor and pride, the moment Aegizio lightly uttered those words, Najin found his justification, his reason. I accept the duel. Before he could finish his sentence, Najin drew his sword. The blade, pulled out with a harsh scrape against the scabbard, gleamed menacingly. Accepting the duel was what that meant. As one of the knights took a step forward, Najin chuckled and flicked his drawn sword. Responding to the cheap provocation, Najin too hurled a cheap taunt at the knights. Do you need to come at me one by one? Najin threw his sword scabbard to the ground. Chapter 69. After the moonlit night ends. 4. Do you need to come at me one by one? Wouldn't it be more balanced if you all came at once? Najin's words were a clear provocation, and Filion, the knight who had stepped forward, responded. He was the knight who had been kicked by Najin and slammed into a wall before. The humiliation he had endured in front of his master. Filion had not forgotten that humiliation. It was a blow allowed by his own carelessness. If they fought again, the outcome would be different. He truly believed that if he faced Najin with a sword in a proper place, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Denying, not enduring, was how he chose to protect his pride. And of course, that was the worst of choices. Filion had been given several clues to understand the situation properly. First, Najin's mana manipulation speed was unusual. Second, his physical abilities were extraordinary. Third, there were rumors that Najin had survived a clash with the Knight Commander of Armenia. However, Filion denied what he had seen, dismissed the rumors as false, and ignored the information he could have considered. It was a mistake born out of a knight's pride and stubbornness. You're incredibly insolent. Filion approached Najin with a grim expression. From the beginning, he held his sword, drew his sword aura, and circulated mana in his body, standing at the forefront beyond his glaring comrades. The Knight of Armenia seems quite weak. You talk too much, interrupting Filion. Najin threw his sword into the air. It was a bizarre act to let go of his sword in front of an opponent who had drawn his sword aura. Before Filion could guess the meaning of this action, Najin stepped forward, the longsword spinning in the air. Najin stepping forward, Filion thrusting his sword at Najin. Rather than understanding Najin's odd behavior, Filion aimed to attack the approaching Najin. Filion swung his sword at Najin, intending not to kill him in a duel but not minding if his sword drew blood. Swoosh! Filion swung his sword, using imperial swordsmanship. The long sword, swung in a clean trajectory, aimed for Najin's shoulder. It was a sufficient strike to slice through an unprotected opponent who hadn't even drawn his sword. That's what Filion thought. Denial, not acceptance. Ignoring, not acknowledging. Thus, he chose the wrong answer, the worst of the wrong answers. Naturally, choosing the wrong answer in a duel does not come lightly. Thud. The cleanly swinging sword stopped in its tracks. The reason was Najin's casually extended left hand, which had grabbed Filion's hands, holding the sword hilt. Filion's eyes widened as he tried to move his arms, but they wouldn't budge. What kind of strength? Filion's captured hands screamed. Filion's brows furrowed. Just as he thought to kick Najin and create some distance, Najin was already moving. Crack. Najin kicked Filian's knee. With a snapping sound, Filian's knee bent inward. Sparks flew in Filian's eyes, and unable to stand any longer, he knelt down. His posture lowered, and naturally, Filian found himself looking up at Najin, with his hands captured and a knee brought to the ground. Now, the one left defenseless was not Najin, but himself. Filian realized this too late. Once again, sparks flew in his vision, but this time the pain came from his face, not his knee. Cough! It was a questioning groan. Blood spurted out. The blood was coming from his nose. Filian frowned at the sharp pain on the bridge of his nose, belatedly understanding what had happened. With his left hand, he had pinned down both of Filian's hands. With his right fist clenched, he was striking Filian's face. Crack, crack, crack. Filian's vision flickered several times. His head was repeatedly jerked back and then returned forward with each punch from Najin, causing blood to spray from his face. The watching knights widened their eyes, and Aegizio, Filian's master, gasped. What Najin was displaying was not a duel. It was certainly not a sword fight. It was a one-sided assault. At some point, Najin had let go of Filian's hands, but Filian didn't even think to swing his sword. His eyes had already lost their clarity. Only then did Najin stop his fists, grabbing Filian by the hair to meet his gaze. Najin's long sword, which had been thrown into the air at the start of the duel, finally came down and stuck in the ground with a thud. Are you done? This is a duel. Until one side admits defeat, the duel does not end. The moment Filian met Najin's cold eyes, he finally understood. There was no special meaning in Najin throwing his sword upward at the start. It was simply a statement. I don't even need a sword to deal with you. Filian felt humiliated by this realization, but more than humiliation, he felt fear. In Najin's eyes looking down at him, Filian sensed a chill. By lowering his head, Filian responded without words. Aegizio's servants dragged Filian away, and Najin silently watched him and his escort knights. Najin's gaze spoke volumes. Who's next? If they still wanted to come at him one by one, he wouldn't stop them. The knights weighed their options: revenge for personal pride or for the honor of Armenia. Those loyal to Armenia chose the latter. The remaining 4 knights stepped forward simultaneously. Only then did Najin draw his sword from the ground. A white sword aura bloomed around the drawn sword. Some say the difference between a martial artist who has awakened a fragment of their heart's imagery and one who hasn't is stark. This isn't just about sword aura. Awakening one's heart's imagery is a process of solidifying the soul, your own landscape, your own color, your own mana. Over the years, humanity has built up much. All martial arts eventually become imitations, and truly new things have become rare, but heart's imagery remains always new, unique, and original. It's something that belongs solely to oneself, not imitated from anything else. Only those who are true to themselves can possess it. This firm belief influences the flow of both the body and mana. It means the soul is colored, and mana takes on special forms and properties. Again, to say, the difference between a martial artist who has touched even a fragment of their heart's imagery and one who hasn't is stark. Najin, who was unmatched as a sword expert from the beginning, had now awakened a fragment of his heart's imagery. Cough, cough. You weak. Terrain, special conditions, first strike, grappling techniques. Even in a straightforward duel without these factors, Najin could overpower multiple experts. Proof of this lay before Najin's eyes. Knights clutching their stomachs and falling to the ground, fingers snapped and knees shattered. While a priest's aid could heal such injuries, they were not minor enough for immediate combat readiness. Unlike the fallen knights, Najin only had minor scratches. How is this possible? Aegizio of Armenia, who had witnessed the entire event, had his eyes shaking. It was unbelievable, even though he saw it with his own eyes. He had never heard of an expert who could take on 4 knights at once and subdue them. He must be at least at the level of a sword seeker. The rumors that had recently been circulating around Aegizio were about the adventurer in front of him, who had allegedly withstood a fight against the knight commander of the Albanian ducal family. Aegizio had considered those rumors to be exaggerated. It was a natural assumption. After all, if the formidable Sir Griffin had been serious, there wouldn't have been a fight to begin with. Aegizio had assumed that Griffin arrived late or that the Knights of Trebash had joined from the beginning. But 5 knights lay defeated, especially since one was subdued barehanded. Seeing such a dire state, it couldn't just be dismissed as a rumor. Aegizio looked at the adventurer before him. Najin, too, was looking at Aegizio. Aegizio felt a chill in those eyes. He staggered backward. At that moment, without anyone left to protect him, Aegizio realized he was alone, facing an adventurer who wouldn't adhere to noble etiquette. Stop, stop it. Fear was what he felt. Stop, I command you. But Najin didn't stop, despite Aegizio's loud protests. Eventually, Aegizio stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground, no longer able to flee. As he looked up at Najin, his eyes were shaking. Do you know who I am? I'm not interested in who you are. Najin leaned down to meet Aegizio's gaze. I'm giving you a warning. His amber eyes glinted like the eyes of a beast. Don't speak lightly of honor and pride. They're not light enough for someone like you to talk about. With those words, Najin stood up. He left the fallen knights and Aegizio behind and walked away. As the sound of his footsteps faded, Aegizio gasped for breath and bowed his head. A sense of relief that it was over, and the humiliation of having felt fear in front of a mere adventurer. Both feelings coexisted as Aegizio clenched his teeth, forced to acknowledge his complete defeat and failure. Click! The sound of footsteps made Aegizio look up. Dieta was approaching him. She stood before Aegizio with an expressionless face and then smiled down at him. What a mess. Lord Aegizio, don't look down on me. A disgrace to the family, Lord. I am no longer affiliated with the Albanian family. I have no reason to endure such insults. Dieta cut him off. She had completed the process of changing her family name at the Trebash dukedom. She was no longer Dieta Arbinia, but a merchant of Cambria. Lord, you challenged my escort and me to a duel and lost. There are plenty of witnesses to this spectacle, so no need for further proof. She smiled as she gestured around them. The place Aegizio had chosen to humiliate Najin and Dieta had now become a stage for his own greater humiliation. The victor has rights, she whispered, and the loser has consequences. The snake's eyes glinted, the yellow snake's eyes half opened. That's what a duel is. Even a mere merchant knows this common sense, so surely the great lord of Arbinia wouldn't be unaware. So, let's talk about the consequences you must bear. Duels are for knights, but the consequences and collection are for merchants. Dieta had no intention of letting this easy prey go. After all, shaking him down would spill a fortune in gold coins. The gold-swallowing snake smiled. What is this? Your share. What else? In the office of Dieta's company, Najin pointed to the hefty purse and various documents laid before him, looking puzzled. Dieta, with a smile still on her lips, explained. The consequences of the duel. See, a little shake and everything comes pouring out. How thankful. The spoils from Aegizio. Laughing softly, Dieta seemed fully back to her merchant self. Anyway, Dieta took a long breath as she looked around the office of her trading company, which she had missed, even if just a little, during her time away. I'm back here again. It felt like coming home. The staff of the trading company also breathed a sigh of relief when Dieta returned, and Paisian, who had been guarding the office, even broke down in tears. It's truly a relief, recalling the time it took to calm Paisian down and send him off to wash his face. Dieta smiled bitterly. Give me your coat. I'll have it mended for you. Dieta pointed at the coat Najin was wearing, made from the hide of a blood troll. It was durable enough not to tear easily, but considering the opponents Najin had fought, it was natural for it to be in tatters. I'll pay back the debt slowly, So look forward to it. You'll receive more than you ever expected. I wasn't looking to receive anything. I know. You were just keeping a promise. If it makes you uncomfortable to receive it, think of it as an investment, if you say so. As Najin responded, Dieta paused for a moment and then shut her mouth. Her title had returned to trading company owner. Somehow, it felt a little disappointing. She was technically back to being the owner, but it felt like drawing a line. Come to think of it, has he ever called me by my name? She thought hard but couldn't recall a time. Najin naturally respected others and never casually used someone's name. She didn't dislike his personality, not really, but somehow she wanted to be called by her name by him. It was embarrassing to say it out loud, so Dieta thought of a clever way. Hey, how about? In the office, with just the two of them, Dieta looked at Najin and cautiously spoke. Shall we drop the formalities? Pardon, let's speak informally. We don't seem to have much age difference. I'm 8 years older. That's a fake age. See, it is a fake age. Dieta tapped the table with her palms as Najin averted his gaze slightly. Don't tell me. You're younger than me. Wait, are you really younger than me? Seeing Najin avoid her gaze, Dieta let out a long breath. Technically, Najin was 18 and Dieta was 20, but she had no way of knowing that. No, let's just consider it about the same. 8 years isn't much of a difference. You're really sticking to that story. Ha, Dieta sighed and spoke again. Let's just speak informally anyway. Do we really need to? Yes, it would be even better if you call me by my name. After a moment of hesitation, Najin sighed and finally spoke. Dieta, Dieta's shoulders jerked. Is this how it's supposed to be when we drop the formalities? Ah, Dieta fumbled with her words. Her face flushed red and her eyes darted around, lost. Let's, let's save the informal speech for later. Why the sudden change? Just being called by my name is enough for now. If that's what you prefer, take care on your way home. I have a lot of work to do. So, Dieta mumbled in a barely audible voice, her head bowed low. Najin tilted his head, puzzled, and reached for the doorknob. As he opened the door, he ran into Paisian, who had just returned. Oh, leaving already. We could have talked a bit more. Paisian was about to start a conversation with Najin when he saw his master, her ears red to the tips. Head bowed, Paisian silently looked back and forth between Dieta and Najin, the strange atmosphere, the peculiar mood. Paisian broke into a cold sweat. He was not an oblivious knight. A thought of could it be flashed through his mind. The talking can wait for another time. Be careful on your way. Paisian stepped aside to let Najin pass. It seemed his master, who appeared a bit unsettled, might need a moment to herself. Chapter 70, Hunter, or Hunted 1. Congratulations on your promotion. Najin accepted the certificate and nameplate handed over by the supervisor of the promotion exam. The nameplate, which had been black just a few months ago, was now shining red. It seems to be made of a different material too. Unlike the green rank nameplates, the red rank nameplates were different in both material and shape. As Najin fiddled with the nameplate, the supervisor continued his explanation. Becoming a red rank adventurer means that your reputation is not limited to Cambria. If you show this nameplate outside, you will be treated accordingly. Above the red rank, there were only 5 adventurers of the white rank. Essentially, reaching the red rank meant that one could be considered among the top adventurers in the city, and naturally, top-ranked adventurers were entitled to corresponding privileges. As for the privileges you can enjoy from now on, the supervisor's explanation went on for a while. After hearing about everything from the privileges to the detailed description of the quests he could receive in the future, Najin was finally able to leave the Central Guild. The moment he stepped out of the Central Guild building, the eyes of the adventurers gathered in front of the building poured onto Najin. More precisely, onto the red shining nameplate he was wearing. Seeing the nameplate sparkle in the sunlight, the adventurers clicked their tongues. Having set foot in the city just 4 minutes 5 months ago, To them, Najin, who had become red-ranked in such a short period, was a source of astonishment and awe. What is the red rank? It's a level many adventurers dream of reaching once they enter the city, a symbol of success for them. Considering that many remain at the green rank even after more than 10 years, reaching the red rank in just 5 months was indeed remarkable. When something remarkable happens, some will admire it, and others will envy it. However, few felt the latter towards Najin. Envying a genius would only tire themselves out, and the rumors circulating about Najin's qualifications were evidence enough. He knocked down 5 knights of a duke's house, even facing 4 of them at once, and surviving a confrontation with the captain of the duke's knights. Whether all the rumors were true or not was uncertain, but it was undeniable that Najin was among the top within the sword experts. If the rumors are true, won't he reach the white rank soon? Do you think becoming a sword seeker is easy? One must become aware of their own essence, and even if they do, but to face 5 sword experts at once, it was 4 or 5. The adventurers whispered among themselves. Ignoring their voices, Najin moved on. He had no intention of taking on any quests immediately, but he had things to do. Whether his nameplate was black, green, or red, Najin's daily routine remained unchanged. Upon returning to his lodging, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. It was time for training. Again. After the incident involving Dieta was resolved, a new process was added to Najin's training, the process of calming his mind. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, he focused inwardly. The mental training that martial artists who have reached a certain level undertake is usually very static and boring. It's a practice of looking inward and regulating one's breathing. But in Najin's case, hey, have you ever thought about manifesting a lake? What are you talking about now? You saw my sanctuary last time. Right, it's a lake, a beautifully blue lake. His mental training was not so static, because there was already one constellation residing in his mind. When he closed his eyes and focused inwardly, before seeing the landscape of the underground city, a girl with blue hair would appear in his vision. The wizard of the lake, Merlin. She sat on the fence, swinging her legs, and let out a long sigh. Having lived by the lake for over 1,000 years, I kinda miss it. It was my hobby to dip my feet in the lake. Splashing around in the water would calm my mind. So, you want me to create a lake? Yep. Is it possible? Merlin nodded vigorously. Although she hadn't wished for anything when the scenery was just a dark void, now that the mental image was beginning to form, she decided to be a bit greedy. A small lakeside wouldn't be too bad, right? Merlin spread her arms wide, drawing a circle. If we were being strict, it was more the size of a large basin or well than a lake. Najin wondered what she meant, but then thought that this might be part of the training. After all, mental imagery is about manifesting imagination. The process of manifestation itself could be considered training. Even if it's just a lakeside, in any case, Merlin must have her reasons for asking. With that thought, Najin closed his eyes and concentrated. He hadn't seen many lakes. There were none in the underground city, and he had only seen them a couple of times while traveling by carriage. The only one I can think of, the lake he saw when he first met Merlin. Najin quietly recalled that blue lake. Oh! As he concentrated with his eyes closed, applause came from beside him. When Najin opened his eyes, Merlin was clapping and pointing in front of her. There was a tiny, basin-sized lake. You actually made it. Merlin smiled brightly, seemingly pleased to see the lake after a long time. It was a proud expression. After taking off her shoes and socks in a hurry, she cautiously approached the lake and dipped her toes in, just as she was about to immerse her feet in the lake. As soon as Merlin's bare feet touched it, the lake disappeared with a fizzling sound. Merlin, who had been full of anticipation, was left tapping the dirt floor of the underground city with her toes. Merlin turned her head sharply to look at Najin, whether she was truly disappointed or not. She pouted and stomped on the innocent dirt floor. It's not easy to maintain it. Well, it makes sense. You haven't seen many lakes, though he said that. Disappointment was evident. Merlin sighed deeply as Najin looked at her with a bitter smile. Anyway, Najin moved on to the main topic. Since awakening his mental image, Najin often spoke face to face with Merlin in this manner. It helped with his mental training, and it was more comfortable than just talking with voices. Najin drew a picture on the dirt floor of the underground city. I've become a red rank adventurer now. Yep, that's true. It's faster than I thought, but now it's not so surprising anymore. The types of quests I can receive have become more diverse now that I'm red rank. Especially, I can now take on named quests. He drew 3 pictures on the dirt floor. Many were interested in Najin now that he had newly ascended to red rank, and a few of them had sent named quests his way. First, a bandit subjugation quest, then an escort mission. After pointing to the first 2 pictures in turn, Najin pointed to the last picture. A quest to search for and subdue a dark mage. That one. You definitely have to take the last one. I thought you might say that. Merlin pointed to the 3rd picture without a moment's hesitation. The quest to search for and subdue a dark mage. The details would be known once the quest was accepted, but Najin was planning to take on the 3rd quest if possible. I've never fought a mage before. Right, it's better to gain experience now. You'll have to fight them over and over again later anyway. With mages. Yep, dark mages are just the beginning, and demons are generally similar to mages. That's probably why there are so many mages who have made contracts with demons. Merlin sighed. Mages are a breed that would sell their souls to demons if it meant gaining knowledge. Especially nowadays. When they're holed up in towers conducting research, there are plenty of them who have gone mad. Aren't you a mage too, Merlin? Look at you. Mages in my time were different, holed up in towers for research. We hid in forests, conducting our research while greeting intruders morning and night. Anyway, Merlin brushed her hair back and continued. Even excluding the Witch of the Abyss as an exception, you'll have many encounters with demons, dark mages, and the like. So, you mean to take this opportunity to gain experience? Something like that, especially with magic. Experience and knowledge are important. How should I explain this? She pondered for a moment before snapping her fingers with an R. If you don't know, you get hit. Excuse me. That's the basics of a magic battle. Don't know the counter, then you get hit. Of course, this applies to swordsmanship and other areas too, but it's especially severe in magic battles. That's not good news. Najin clicked his tongue. He knew nothing about magic. After all, Najin had lived his life completely separate from magic. As Najin sighed, Merlin looked at him with an incredulous expression. What's there to worry about? Excuse me. Have you forgotten who's by your side? Merlin wore a confident expression. The first archmage in history to reach the realm of 10 rings. The great sage who was the first to define mysteries, the constellation with 11 stars. The one who had awakened to all the magic in the world. Merlin crossed her arms and smiled. I guarantee, as long as I'm here, you won't suffer from ignorance. It's like carrying around a magic-specific strategy guide. That makes sense. Right. Najin circled the 3rd picture, the quest to search for and subdue a dark mage. It was the moment when the first quest after becoming a red rank adventurer was decided. In a cabin deep in the forest, the man was scratching his neck. Even as the skin peeled off and blood flowed, the man did not stop scratching his neck as if it were itchy. Thought my neck was itchy, the man sighed. What brings such a distinguished guest here? The visitor to the cabin. The man sighed and welcomed the guest. The urge to shoot an arrow right into that unlucky face surged, but the man barely restrained himself. It wouldn't solve anything. I've come to entrust a task. The guest sat on a chair in the cabin. Without even taking off his robe, he spoke. Just as he was about to explain the task, the man became serious. It's troublesome if you order people around just because you found one weakness. Don't test my patience. It's an important task, probably the last one. The last one. You say, that's sweet. The man chuckled. If it's not the last one, remember that it will be your last breath. I'll remember. Let's hear it then. What's the task? It's simple. I'll be the judge of that. Just explain, briefly. I'd like someone killed. The guest laid down a portrait. The man frowned as he picked up the portrait. You want this person killed? Yes, as quietly and cleanly as possible. That might be difficult, if I remember correctly. Isn't this person quite famous in the city? The man pointed to the person in the portrait. He knew of this individual, a person who had recently stirred up Cambria, someone who had risen to red-rank adventurer in a short period. Adventurer Ivan. The man tapped on the portrait of that person with his finger and asked incredulously, "The reason? I cannot tell you." Well, there's no reason to tell a hunting dog, is there? The man let out a self-deprecating laugh, gripped the portrait, and stood up. It meant he was accepting the task. I hope your words about this being the last time are not false. I'm not fond of being dragged around at this age. Indeed, not just for you, but for your— Don't say any more. In the dimly lit cabin, where light barely penetrated, the man's face was hidden in the shadow, but his eyes glinted like a beast's in the darkness. It was a chilling gaze that seemed ready to pounce and tear out throats at any moment. I understand. All right. The man began to gather weapons hanging on the wall, throwing knives, hunting traps, various drugs, a machete painted black, and a great bow and a large crossbow. Weapons that could not be drawn by human strength, designed only for those close to superhuman warriors, with thick bowstrings and arrows almost as large as long swords. The man gathered them all and pulled his poncho down deeply, planning to carry it out immediately. There's no harm in being quick. The guest watched the man and said, I'll trust you, Captain Theses, one of the 5 white adventurers in the city, former ranger of the Teco mountain range. Hawk-Eye, Captain Theses did not respond to the guest's words. Chapter 71, Hunter, or Hunted 2, the snake that swallows gold, Dieta. Having cast aside the noble family name Arbinia and become a commoner, her daily life had surprisingly not changed much. As always, she organized documents in her office and maintained friendly relations with her business partners. Her daily life as a merchant remained unchanged. What had changed was her life as Dieta. Whenever she took a break from work, sipped her coffee, or absent-mindedly looked out the window, Dieta found herself unwittingly sighing. Ha! The employees of the trading company interpreted her sighs as she must be tired from all the work. But to Paisian, the knight who guarded Dieta closely, those sighs seemed far from the sort related to work. Dieta, with a melancholic gaze, looked out the window. Her gaze was that of someone longing for someone else, a girl anxious because she couldn't meet her lover. Since her master usually didn't make such expressions, Paisian found Dieta's current state both unfamiliar and refreshing. She must have really fallen for him, Paisian groaned. It had been over 13 years since Paisian started guarding Dieta. Initially, he guarded her at the request of Dieta's mother, but as years passed, Paisian came to think of Dieta as his younger sister. A cute younger sister with a significant age difference. It seemed like this younger sister had someone she liked. Paisian, who adored Dieta terribly, would normally go find the man Dieta seemed to have fallen for, interrogate him, and assess him. But knowing who the other party was, Paisian couldn't do so. It must be Ivan, that young man. Who was this young man named Ivan, talented, hardworking, and skilled? Moreover, he was a rare romantic aspirant knight in this era, valuing the pride, honor, and loyalty of a knight. Even from the perspective of Paisian, a knight, it was impossible to score him lowly based on these qualities alone. And furthermore, he infiltrated the villa and rescued Dieta. He fought against the knight commander, risking his life, and he ultimately brought Dieta to Cambria. He was truly someone Paisian should kneel and bow to in gratitude. Imagining all these, it was only natural for his master to fall in love. Patience swallowed his saliva. He's indeed a prime candidate for marriage. His future is bright, making him an unmatched suitor. However, it seemed like this young man named Ivan had no interest in romance. There's nothing more regrettable than unrequited love. Sigh. Watching his master sigh for the 37th time today while looking out the window, Paisian broke out in cold sweat. Eventually, Dieta murmured in a small voice, "I miss him," a very soft murmur. Yet, the superhuman hearing of a night caught even that. Paisian was contemplating bringing Najin over seriously when there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. The voice of the secretary announced a visitor. Dieta wasn't expecting any visitors today. She thought, just as someone entered after the door creaked open. Any time. Freely. Really comfortably. The person Dieta had emphasized several times to the staff to just quietly send up if he visits, was standing at the door. "I came because there's something I need to ask." So Najin was standing there. Dieta's eyes widened, with slightly parted lips as if she had been stunned. Dieta blinked. "Dieta!" Najin called Dieta's name. Though they had agreed to drop formalities, calling each other by name was part of the deal. Najin called her by name, wondering if she wouldn't respond otherwise. But hic! In this case, Najin's call was a critical hit. Dieta, with her ears turning bright red, started hiccuping. After gulping down tea and taking several deep breaths to recover from her status ailment, Dieta spoke up. "So, you came to ask about the city of Regionov." "Right," the reason Najin came to see Dieta. It was to gather information about the location where he was to carry out his quest. After hearing Najin's brief explanation, Dieta tapped her fingers on the table, organizing her thoughts. Regionov City was once dominated by dark mages. It's a story from decades ago, but there was a fairly large group of dark mages that had seized the city. Marauders. Regionov. The city was known by such a name decades ago. Recalling information about the city, Dieta continued. Did they say the dark mages had swallowed the city whole? They brainwashed the Lord, took hostages, and even spread a perception-inhibiting barrier over the entire city, trying to establish some foundation. That's quite a large scale, isn't it? So it's also recorded in the imperial history books. What became of that in the end? Muttering to herself, Dieta clapped her hands with an ah. Then they got caught by the Empire and led by the royal guards. The palace knights and mages swept through the city. I heard the Red Tower Master burned the city to the ground. Burned the city. That's how deeply rooted the dark magic was. Dieta stood up, rummaged through a bookshelf, and handed a book to Najin. It was a contemporary history book of the Empire. Here it is, the Regionov Annihilation Campaign. Annihilation. It was a section with a rather chilling word. As Najin skimmed through the history book, Dieta continued her explanation. That's a story from about 60 years ago, and the city was rebuilt with a new lord taking office. Since then, it's been quite famous as a commercial city. It seems some troublesome event has occurred, right? Najin nodded. A quest to subdue a dark mage has come in. That would indeed provoke a sensitive reaction. Just when they managed to shake off the derogatory title of Den of Mages, getting entangled with a dark mage again would be bothersome. Najin looked into the history book, the Regionov Annihilation Campaign, an event where a group of dark mages led by the Seven Circle Dark Mage, Kefalon, was purged, and all related matters were annihilated by the central government of the Empire. Seven Circles Dark Mage. As Najin glanced through the book, Merlin spoke up. "Do you know him?" "Not a clue about this guy, but Seven Circles is pretty high up there, right? In today's terms, that would be almost Tower Master level. Circles or rings." Najin knew it was a way to differentiate the stages of mages, but he wasn't clear on the specifics. How powerful is someone with 7 circles? Close to a sword master. Merlin explained. Think of 8 circles as sword master level. It's not a precise division, but from 8 circles. They are called archmages. So 7 circles would be close to sword master level. It still didn't quite click for Najin, since he hadn't yet experienced what a sword master could do. That realm still felt like grasping at clouds to him. If we were to compare you to a mage right now, you'd be around 4 or 5 circles. Really? Roughly around there. As Najin flipped through the history book while listening to Merlin, he stopped his finger. There in the middle of the book was a name he couldn't just skip over. The commander of the operation, Gerd. Najin had heard the name Gerd before. The Empire's first pillar, known as the strongest human, the sword master. Ah, I heard Sir Gerd, who was then a royal guard, also participated in the battle. It seems he was a sword seeker at the time. That sword master Gerd. It must be. He was originally from the royal guards. It must have been a significant event. Najin felt that much. It was still an unexplored territory for him, so he could only imagine in his mind. There shouldn't be anything in particular to be cautious about when going to Regionoff. Maybe just be careful if an Inquisitor accompanies you for the quest. Inquisitor. Najin narrowed his eyes. Inquisitors. Naturally, his alertness rose due to their connection to religion. Yes, the Starblood sect will probably send an Inquisitor. Dealing with heretics like dark mages is their role. They are quite fierce people, so it wouldn't hurt to be careful. It's not the Starlight Order. Then it didn't matter much to Najin. He exhaled shortly and closed the history book. Thank you for the information. Was it helpful? Yes, very, Dieta smiled. But what should I do with this? It's still too early to be thankful, she signaled, and the secretary brought a wooden box. Inside the box was Najin's armor and various equipment that had been sent for repairs, all packed in an adventure bag filled with our trading company's goods. It's a gift. The adventure bag is filled with our trading company's goods, so please make good use of it. Dieta, who stood up, unfolded the repaired armor and approached Najin. Stay still for a moment. Raise your arms. Then she busily helped Najin into the clothes. After checking the fit and adjusting the length of the straps, Dieta smiled faintly. It suits you well. Handing over the bag filled with adventure goods, she waved at Najin. Then take care on your journey, and please share your stories when you return. Oh, you must be that adventurer, Ivan, on the carriage to Regionoff. In front of the carriage stood a knight who had come to meet Najin. He was a knight dispatched by the lord governing Regionoff. He offered his hand to Najin. I've heard of your fame. My name is Ilef. Pleased to meet you, Sir Ilef. The two shook hands and boarded the carriage. As they rode towards the city, Najin was able to hear stories related to the quest from Ilef. Lately, suspicious movements have been detected in the city's slums and sewers. Traces of dark magic were also found. It's being assumed to be related to the dark mage, Fove, who fled from the Inquisitors. Do you have more information on the target? Of course. Ilef continued his explanation. Fove is at least a 4 circles mage with an unknown school. However, considering she killed 5 Inquisitors, she might be of a higher level. And as for special notes, muttering to himself, Ilef spoke up. She possesses a masterpiece, Shadow Flame. The dark mage Fove owned a masterpiece. Hearing this, Najin immediately murmured inwardly, do you know anything about it? I don't know this masterpiece either. Not all masterpieces were discovered in my time. Even Merlin didn't know this masterpiece. Hoping for more information, Najin waited for the knight's further explanation, but Ilef just shook his head. I don't know its effects. Only the name, Shadowflame, was revealed from the unearthed ruins. However, according to the testimony of an inquisitor who survived a battle with Fove, he briefly stated, don't trust what you see. Click-clack. The sound of high heels echoed deep in the sewer. Click-clack, click-clack. The sound was accompanied by someone's screams. Someone was screaming as if their throat was being torn apart, but the scream didn't spread far. Several layers of soundproof magic were in place. Only one person listened to that scream. The owner of the high heels seemed to find the scream in her ears delightfully sweet, humming a little tune. The owner of the high heels, Fauve, dragged a mutilated human deeper into the sewer, humming cheerfully. She was actually in a good mood right now. The great predecessor really laid a solid foundation. Don't you think so? The dark mages following her nodded. With 3 dark mages and 2 sacrifices in tow, she descended deeper into the sewer. Decades ago, the damned empire may have ruined the great predecessor's plan, but even that effort wasn't entirely in vain. The hidden workshop of the legendary dark mage who conspired to overthrow the state, built deep under the city by the great Seven Circles dark mage, Kefallen, survived the empire's scrutiny. Even the flames ignited by the Red Tower Master couldn't burn down the workshop located at the very depths of the city. A hidden workshop of a legendary dark mage who attempted a state coup. Isn't that a drool-worthy tale? Deep in the sewer, Fauve waved her finger. Black mana rose and seeped into the wall, click, with the sound of something being pressed. A path leading underground was created. Click-clack. Just as she was about to step onto that path, a disturbance was felt from the other side of the sewer. A soldier patrolling the sewer. The soldier, with wide eyes, attempted to signal the knight the moment he moved. He, Fauve chuckled. She flicked the lantern at her waist with the back of her hand. As the lantern swayed, shadows were cast in the sewer, defying the common sense that fire doesn't cast shadows, and engulfed the soldier's vision. Then, splash, the soldier abruptly threw himself into the sewer. He drowned with his head submerged in the water. There were no screams or noise in his death. Swoosh, only the sound of flowing water echoed. Chapter 72 Hunter, or Hunted, 3. Dark mages and dark magic are like a plague, in the sense that they are extremely harmful to people and, if left unchecked, can ravage a domain in no time. These were lines from the Imperial history books. Numerous dark mages who read these lines rose in protest, claiming defamation. But their voices never reached the scribe who had inscribed that sentence in the history books. The reason being, those dark mages were all dead. Killed by whom? By the knights and inquisitors of the Empire. The Empire applies a principle of zero tolerance to dark magic and demons. Regardless of the purpose or the perpetrator, the rule was to annihilate everything associated without question or hesitation. This rule proclaimed by the Empire disregarded not only social status, but also national borders, because that was the Empire's mission. Why do you think it's called dark magic? Najin, who was meditating in the carriage, listened to Merlin's voice. Merlin, sitting on a wall, spoke in a bored tone with her chin propped on her hand. Fundamentally, magic is a discipline that requires a tremendous amount of time. Unless you're a genius like me, starting from the basic characters of magic to the intricacies of circuits, understanding of circles, the structure of spells, and so on, there's a lot to learn. Merlin shrugged her shoulders. I, being a genius, understand it all at a glance, but normally that's not the case. Let's skip the part about Merlin and get to the point. Have you been a bit cold to me lately? I've just learned when to cut you off. As Najin murmured that, Merlin grumbled but continued her explanation. It was about dark magic. The point is this: dark magic shortcuts the complicated process, and significantly so. What was that method? Merlin answered with a sigh. It uses live sacrifices. It shifts all the costs and processes required for casting magic onto someone else. The more sacrifices, the more powerful the effect. She drew on the ground. A human finger, ornaments made from human bones, and sometimes flasks containing living humans. These are things that dark mages always carry around. Just hearing about it made one's brows furrow. Najin clicked his tongue and murmured, "There's a reason it's called dark magic." Exactly. Anyway, Merlin muttered, "That's the key to countering it. What gives dark mages an edge over ordinary mages? It's the shortcuts and enhancements in spell casting through sacrifices. Destroy all the sacrifices and items they use as mediums, and it's over. Then go boom, boom like this." Merlin flicked her fingers as if setting off an explosion. This precious insight comes from dealing with numerous dark mages, so engrave it firmly in your mind. Merlin shrugged her shoulders, seemingly pleased to show off her knowledge. Regionoff City. Stepping out of the carriage and following the knight's lead, Najin arrived at a conference room where those participating in the operation had gathered. Entering the room, Najin was greeted by a middle-aged man who seemed to be the employer. "I've heard of your reputation, adventurer." The man warmly welcomed Najin. The man, introduced as Height, was in charge of commanding this operation on behalf of Regionoff City's lord. After Najin's arrival, people continued to arrive one by one, and once the Inquisitors gathered, Height explained the outline of the operation. "Our target is the presumed four circles, Chinese letter, dark mage Fauve. A notable point is that she possesses the masterpiece, Shadow Flame." The explanation continued for a while. The information about Fauve was not much different from what Najin had heard from the knight. As Height spoke, Najin surveyed the individuals gathered in the conference room. Knights, mercenary leaders, and then the Inquisitors. Najin's gaze lingered on the Inquisitors for a moment, clad in white priest robes with blood-red embroidery. They were the battle priests of the Starblood sect, carrying sharp longswords and spears instead of the usual scriptures and maces of ordinary priests. The last confirmed location of Fauve is the sewer system. Along with sightings, traces of dark magic have continuously been found there. "I think that's enough to hear." Interrupting Height's explanation, a priest stood up. He seemed to be the leader of the Inquisitors, and he briefly explained to Height. "Will operate individually centered around the sewer system. The Starblood sect has its own ways." He didn't seek approval. However, neither Height nor anyone else present showed any resentment, simply nodding in agreement. After all, dealing with dark mages had always been the business of the Starblood sect. They were the experts in this field, so it seemed like they were respecting the opinion of the experts. After the sect's inquisitors left, Height continued. "Although the priests from the sect are well aware, for those of you unfamiliar with dark mages, I'd like to share some cautionary points and strategies. Does anyone have any knowledge they'd like to share?" Najin raised his hand. "I heard that destroying the sacrifices or mediums used by dark mages is effective in countering them." It was information from Merlin. Information from an expert who had dealt with numerous dark mages was bound to be accurate. However, upon hearing Najin's response, Height showed a somewhat peculiar expression. "Yes, not incorrect, but that's a rather outdated method. It's hardly used these days." He awkwardly smiled, struggling to phrase it politely, but it meant that it was an old-fashioned method from long ago. Najin inwardly murmured. "Strategies against dark mages, you said." Merlin fell silent. After a moment of silence, Merlin spoke up. "He doesn't know because he's ignorant. That's how it was done in my time." Najin realized the need to filter the information from Merlin, who had been active almost 1,000 years ago. "If you're looking for information useful in dealing with dark mages, I've summarized it here. It might be helpful to read through it once." And, after distributing some documents, Height took a deep breath. "Adventurer Ivan, please come this way. I have something to discuss separately." Najin nodded. After the mercenary leader and knights left, Height shared the special conditions tied to this quest with Najin alone. "So," Najin summarized what he had heard, "you're saying it would be best if the job were done as quickly as possible, preferably faster than the Inquisitors." "Exactly," Height nodded. "The faster the speed, the higher the reward for the quest," he promised. "Why hire you, an adventurer, when the job could have been left solely to the Inquisitors? To resolve this matter as swiftly as possible." The reason he explained was mostly as follows. 5 Inquisitors had already been killed by Fauve. If that number increased or Fauve's estimated threat level rose, it would be very troublesome. It would be troublesome. Najin inquired about the reason. With a deep sigh, Height responded. The Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect would take action. The Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect, that was a being even Najin was aware of. The Inquisitor General, Yul Razian. Yes, that's correct. The Starlight Order has the Lighthouse Keeper, the Starbuddy Order has the Star Embodiment, and the Starblood sect has the Inquisitor General. Sword Master, Yul Razian. Najin had also come across information about this being known as a murderer. Yul Razian was among the candidates who could pull out the Excalibur. If there's a dark mage of a certain threat level, she takes action personally. Even though it's not an issue warranting the movement of a sword master, Yul Razian would move. If she finds a reason to stain her sword with blood, she would gladly take steps. And if that happens, everything is over. The Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect possesses immunity and extrajudicial rights, including the right to execute summary judgments, even greater than those held by the Pope of the sect. The moment such a person sets foot in a domain, it turns into utter chaos. It's not for no reason that there's a saying about burning down a domain just to catch one dark mage. The Lord wishes to wrap up this matter cleanly before the Inquisitor General takes action. The moment Yul Razian moves, the domain would become a sea of blood, and all businesses in the thriving commercial city would be frozen. Height was explaining that he had hired Najin to prevent such an outcome from spreading. Then, am I not enough alone? Hearing the story, Najin tilted his head. Not that he doubted his own skills, but if what Height said was true, wouldn't he alone be insufficient? If they were so worried, shouldn't they have hired more people? Ah, no need to worry about that. To Najin's question, Height smiled. We've hired another very skilled adventurer from the City of Adventurers to work with you. Ivan, you should probably move together with that person. He's probably waiting for you. Saying so, Height opened the door and stepped outside. Following him, Najin arrived at a spot where a man with a deeply hooded poncho was standing. The man looked at Najin without a word. The moment their gazes met, Najin felt a chill run down his spine. It was a chilling gaze, akin to that of a predatory animal. Feeling such eeriness for a moment, Najin narrowed his eyes. Najin recognized the man's appearance. He had seen it in a portrait hanging in the central guild. The moment their gazes met, Najin recalled the man's name. Capman Theses. Hawkeye Capman Theses, one of the 5 white-tranked adventurers in the city. Hawkeye Capman Theses. Najin was well aware of the stories about this adventurer, who was once a ranger of the Techo mountain range. The white-tranked adventurers of the City of Adventurers were all celebrities, and Najin had a personal interest in Capman, a man said to be a ranger. And when it comes to rangers, the first thing Najin thinks of is Horus, one of the rulers of the underground city. Of course, he's incomparable to Horus. Apart from that, Najin had some interest in the combat style of those called rangers. While gazing at each other, Capman approached Najin first. With each step he took, the nameplate hanging on his neck swayed. A pure white nameplate. It was proof of being a Whitehorn-ranked adventurer, the pinnacle of Cambria. Confirming that his guess was not wrong, Najin also stepped towards Capman. Thump. Capman, who stopped in the middle, extended his hand to Najin first, seemingly offering a handshake. Najin took his hand. Capman was the first to speak. I've heard the stories. Red-ranked adventurer. Ivan, it seems, will be joining forces this time. I am Capman Theses. Do I need an introduction? Najin shook his head. I'm well aware of the stories. I look forward to working with you. Good to hear you're quick on the uptake. First off, we'll also infiltrate the sewer system to pursue the Dark Mage. You've heard about the quest, right? The employer says speed is of the essence, so plan to move quickly. Capman pointed to the entrance leading to the sewer system. We'll outpace the Inquisitors. We'll swiftly assassinate the Dark Mage Fove before she causes more casualties. Understood. He quickly summarized the key points. Najin nodded. Good. Let's get moving. There was no need for further small talk. Just as they were about to pass the entrance to the sewer system, Capman loaded an arrow into his ballista and asked Najin, "Do you need a lantern? I have good night vision, so I don't need one, but you might. I tend to see well in the dark too, so I think I'll be fine." "Is that so? Well then," Capman looked at the darkness enveloping the sewer and let out a slight chuckle. "Either way, be careful." Click. The heavy sound of the crossbow being loaded echoed. Chapter 73, Hunter, or Hunted, 4, Ranger. Najin didn't know much about them. The basic knowledge was that rangers perform dirtier and darker tasks than knights. That was all he knew about them, including their excellence in undercover operations, assassinations, setting traps, and ambushes. Rangers are tricky, and to add a bit more, indeed tricky. It's hard to put into words, but rangers are troublesome. You know that famous saying, right, not all battles are divided by realms. That's bullshit in most cases, but not when you're dealing with rangers. It was information he had heard from Ivan and Afen. They are hunters. Rangers are hunters. Does a hunter confront a beast head-on? Facing a wild boar and swinging a sword directly at it is just crazy. Not hunting. Hunters thoroughly hunt, knowing the target's habits, characteristics, movements, routes, quirks, and even the slightest weaknesses. Ivan pointed his finger at Najin's temple. Bang! Ivan made a gesture of firing a crossbow, chuckling, and finally pulling the trigger. Click! Najin turned his head at the sound of loading from behind. There stood Capman, loading an arrow into his crossbow. Although the crossbow wasn't aimed at him, Najin felt an eerie chill. "What's that?" "It's a unique crossbow." Najin changed the subject. "I've never seen such a large crossbow before." "Of course, it's usually mounted on walls." What Capman held was a large crossbow. It was similar in size to a ballista used for interception on walls, but Capman moved around with the crossbow slung over his shoulder as if it wasn't heavy at all. Ordinary strength wouldn't suffice. The image of someone holding such a large crossbow with both hands without a stand, shooting arrows, didn't quite fit in Najin's mind. The recoil would likely knock them back or cause them to fall. An impossible feat for an ordinary human. Such acts were done with ease by superhumans, and sword-seekers were close to superhumans. For a martial artist of their caliber, it probably wasn't difficult. Najin and Capman walked silently along the sewer. They needed to go deeper into the underground sewer. Swoosh! The sound of water flowing in the sewer was audible, but their footsteps were not. Both of them were skilled in concealing their presence. Najin, leading the way, did not notice Capman's gaze closely observing his footsteps from behind. "Were you part of the covert unit?" Capman, who had been observing Najin, asked curtly. Najin stopped walking at the sudden question. "Keep walking. We can talk while walking." "I asked if you were part of the covert unit. Your walk resembles that of the Order's covert unit. It's similar, no, even better than theirs," Capman muttered indifferently. "You seem to have quite a story." "Why bring that up all of a sudden? Unknown identity, no records, age, name, and even realm unclear. It's just because a noble of some significance from the Cambria Foundation vouched for you," Capman murmured, and then chuckled. "Otherwise, you would have had a tough time. I'm speaking from experience. I also suffered a bit when I entered in disguise. Eventually, it all came to light. You know who I am, right?" Saying so, Capman exhaled a long, very long breath. "Don't expect a response to that question. No need to rack your brain. Just think of it as an old man's rambling." "Is that so?" "That's how it is. When you reach my age, you'll find yourself talking more. Even when there's no need to share stories, you end up chatting away." The underground sewer stretched endlessly downward. Is it because it's so quiet? Or does it make people more sentimental? Sometimes I even find myself talking to the targets of my assignments. As there was still some distance to the deeper parts of the sewer, Capman continued the conversation. It was more like talking to himself than seeking communication. "You get curious, right? Ah, how did this guy live his life? What kind of life did he lead to end up in this situation, just listening to their stories? Click, and Capman aimed the crossbow at Najin. Like this, aiming a crossbow. That is such a bad hobby. A bad hobby indeed, but if they have any last words before dying, I should listen, right? No matter how miserably they've lived, a person should be able to leave some last words. Capman looked at Najin's hands, even though he playfully aimed the crossbow. Najin's hand resting on his waist had already half drawn his sword. If Capman were to fire the crossbow, Najin would respond immediately. He has quick reflexes. Capman lowered the crossbow with a smile. Of course, dark mages are an exception, so don't worry. Why are dark mages an exception? You're asking the obvious. Didn't I say it? If they're a person, they can leave last words. Najin blinked, and Capman answered. Dark mages aren't human. They're beastly bastards, like dogs that don't know gratitude. Capman spat out as if chewing on the words. The voice carried venom, a muttering filled with deep resentment. It seemed he had had some unpleasant encounters with dark mages. That's what Najin thought. It's starting to appear. That iron grate looks like the entrance. Lead the way. I'll cover the back. As they continued their conversation and walked, they eventually reached the deepest part of the underground sewer. Passing through a twisted iron grate, Najin thought to himself, it's damn wide. Was it because it spanned the entire city? The size of the sewer was terrifyingly vast. Not just that. This sewer was constructed when the city was occupied by the circle of dark mages, Kefallen, in the past. From the beginning, this sewer was designed to hide dark magic research facilities and foundations, and for Kefallen and his disciples to hide and hold out. Thus, the structure of the sewer was like a maze, reminiscent of spider webs or anthills. How could one find a dark mage in such a maze? The flowing water and damp air erased all traces, rendering the usual tracking skills useless in this space. Where to start? Najin pondered, but his contemplation didn't last long. There was no need to search for traces. Creak, creak, beyond the sound of flowing water, the sound of dragging feet was heard. Najin looked towards the sound. There stood a guard. The uniform was that of the city's guard, but the flesh was bluish and the complexion deathly pale. It was not a living soldier. It was a moving corpse, the magic that moves corpses. In the Empire, it's considered taboo, and naturally, the only ones who violate this taboo are dark mages. Sure enough, beyond the corpse, two dark mages in robes were seen. Clang! The moment Najin drew his sword. The dark mages swung their staffs. The water flowing in the sewer began to bubble, and corpses started to emerge from the water. Their movement signified one thing. They had no intention of hiding or running away. They chose to intercept the intruders as if they owned this sewer. Regardless of their intention, the same thought crossed Najin and Capman's minds as they looked at the horde of corpses. This just got easier. At least they saved them the trouble of searching. The only magic Najin had ever experienced was the blood-based magic used by the alchemist of the underground city, drugmaker Haken. Even that, strictly speaking, was more akin to alchemy, making it a stretch to call it magic. So, strictly speaking, this was his first time seeing proper magic. Najin looked beyond the moving corpses. The reanimated corpses were merely a front line. Behind them were dark mages preparing their magic. Dark mana surged. The surging mana coalesced in the air. What appeared as the mana came together were two rings. The rings, or circles, as mages call them. The moment the strange characters engraved on the rings sparkled, Najin's body reflexively moved. Swoosh! What shot through the air was a stake made of bone. A stake resembling a human spine thudded into the spot where Najin had just stood. Typical of the necromancy school, a voice echoed in Najin's ears. Controlling corpses, sacrificing their bodies to cast magic, very typical of necromancers. Listening to the voice, Najin assumed his stance. He wasn't sure how the magic was shot, but he could see the flow of mana vibrating the air. The basic means of attack are bone stakes. See them pulling out bones over there. The corpses blocking your way are not only a front line, but also a medium for their dark magic. Sword aura formed on Najin's sword. The next magic coming is. Aha! He bent his knees and lowered his stance. With his sword drawn back, Najin narrowed his eyes. Bone swamp. Jump. The moment Najin kicked off the ground, bone stakes sprouted from the floor almost simultaneously. A spell to block a swordsman's approach. Transforming the terrain into a trap, intercepting from a distance, a very standard tactic. But if you know about it, it's not hard to counter. As he kicked off the ground, Najin began to run along the sewer wall. Physical abilities close to those of a sword seeker and innate balance allowed him to run on the wall almost as fast as if he were sprinting on the ground. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bone stakes belatedly sprang up on the sewer wall as well, but again too late. By the time the stakes had emerged, Najin had already leaped into the midst of the corpses. The dark mages hastily swung their staves. The corpses swelled up, and then, with a thud, exploded, scattering their bone fragments in all directions. Necromancers of the necromancy school become more troublesome the more corpses they have to use as mediums. With this many corpses, they could easily grind down a warrior. As the corpses exploded, the dark mage thought so. Until, that is, they saw Najin hanging upside down, having driven his sword into the ceiling. When did he? The dark mage's reaction speed couldn't keep up with Najin's movements, and by the time he cast his spell, Najin was already not there. As if he knew what was going to happen. It's over. What now echoed in Najin's ears was Merlin's voice. What he saw were the flows of mana. He knew when the magic would be shot, and Merlin whispered to him the form of that magic. In other words, it was as if he knew in which direction, what trajectory, and at what moment the opponent's sword would come. If he knew, there was no reason he couldn't counter. There's no losing to a dark mage. Hanging upside down from the ceiling, Najin bent his knees. Is this what you meant? You shouldn't lose to a low-level mage out of ignorance. Well, you probably could have done without my help anyway. And then, bang, Najin kicked off the ceiling. Diving diagonally towards the dark mage, he was like an arrow shot from a bow. The dark mage tried to shoot bone stakes, pulling corpses, but Najin twisted his body in midair, swinging his sword. The moment the sword aura-laden blade touched them, the bone stakes turned to dust and disappeared. The moment the spinning sword swept by, the corpses blocking the way were all split apart. Sword aura, capable of slicing through stone walls and even steel, couldn't possibly be stopped by mere corpses. Squeak. The view opened up in an instant. The moment Najin landed right in front of the dark mage, the dark mage's eyes widened. The moment a swordsman is allowed to approach, the battlefield becomes disadvantageous for the mage, and the dark mage had no means to overturn this disadvantage. Najin's sword sliced through the dark mage's wrist. Blowing away the wrist holding the staff, Najin reached out his hand. To cast magic, a mage needs fingers, a staff, or a mouth, as Merlin said. Unless they're an archmage, they're bound by syllables and circuits. Block all of that, and they can't cast magic. Right, the hand and staff were blown away. What remained was the mouth. Najin slapped the dark mage's chin with his palm, silencing that mouth. Then, gripping the dark mage's face, Najin immobilized him. The dark mage's eyes fluttered as he was subdued in an instant. Regardless, Najin glanced to the side. There were two dark mages welcoming them. One was subdued by Najin, but what about the other? The answer lay a short distance away. Cough, cough, a dark mage embedded in the wall. A giant arrow was lodged in his abdomen, piercing through and deeply embedded in the wall. The arrow, having passed through the abdomen and stuck in the wall, made the dark mage look like a pinned insect. The scene created by a single arrow was chilling. Following the trajectory of the arrow, countless bodies were split into upper and lower halves. It looked as if they had exploded, but upon closer inspection, It was evident they had been pierced by the arrow. Capman stood expressionlessly at the end of the arrow's path. He loaded another arrow and stepped forward. Click! The sound of heels echoed in the sewer. Nadjin's head whipped around. The sound came from a path turning to the right. The path was bent, so the figure wasn't visible, but the shadow cast on the wall was. The presence of a shadow meant there was light. Holding a lantern or something, the shadow flickered. As Nadjin was about to step towards the shadow, discarding the subdued dark mage, swoosh! An arm stretched out from the bent path, hiding the body. Only the arm of the shadow's owner reached out. In that hand was a lantern burning with blue flames. The blue flames flickered. The flickering flame imprinted on Nadjin's retina. Burning flames, a flickering lantern, and the giant shadow cast. The shadow cast on the sewer wall took the shape of flames. The shadow of fire covered the sewer. And then, whoosh, the shadow flame engulfed Nadjin. Chapter 74, Hunter, or Hunted, 5. Nadjin's exceptional reflexes turned out to be a double-edged sword. When an arm stretched out from the curved path in the underground sewer, Nadjin instinctively widened his eyes to identify and prepare for what was held in that hand. Indeed, his reflexes were remarkable and his intention succeeded. But success doesn't always mean it's the best outcome. Nadjin saw the lantern held in the outstretched hand. The flame burning eerily blue within the lantern flickered. The moment the flickering flame was reflected in Nadjin's eyes, he felt as if the world had turned upside down. He could see the eerily burning flame. The burning flame cast shadows. The shadow flame was imprinted on Nadjin's retina. The change occurred in an instant. First, his sense of balance was lost. Second, the scenery he saw with his eyes distorted. And third, his internal sensations became a mess. Am I standing? Have I fallen? Or is it something else? A confusion of sight and sensation. Nadjin. Yet the voice echoing within him remained undistorted. It was not heard with the ears, but was a resonance of the soul. As Merlin's voice echoed, Nadjin clenched his teeth. Even amidst the chaos of his senses, Nadjin felt something approaching him. Trusting his intuition, Nadjin extended his arm and kicked the ground. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bone stakes shot towards Nadjin, embedding themselves in his body. However, the bone stake aimed at his face was blocked by Nadjin's outstretched hand, and his kick off the ground prevented the stakes from piercing any vital points. An astonishing movement given the disarray of his vision and senses. But that was all. Nadjin, who had leaped without seeing his surroundings, plunged into the waterway of the sewer. Splash, and then swoosh. Almost simultaneously as Nadjin fell into the water, an arrow was shot. The arrow, flying through the air, burst through the corpses blocking the way and headed towards the hand holding the lantern. Yet the arrow did not pierce the arm. Creak, creak, creak. A protective spell cast over the arm caught the arrow. Soon, with a loud crack, the spell shattered. That a single arrow could destroy a mage's protective barrier was astonishing, but it didn't improve the situation. Click. And then she revealed herself around the bend, holding the eerily burning lantern and adorned with ornaments made of human bones. The dark mage Fauve smiled. Quite impressive. A bracelet snapped and fell to the ground. It was a bracelet that had absorbed the impact of the protective spell. A bracelet that could withstand 4 strikes from an average sword expert was destroyed in 1 hit. An impressive force. But Fauve seemed merely amused, not significantly perturbed. She still had many relics on her person. Fauve looked leisurely at the ranger aiming a crossbow at her and smiled. But is that okay? Your companion has already fallen into the sewer. Aren't you going to save him? With that, she tapped her staff on the ground. Rings of magic appeared behind her. Fauve swayed the lantern she held, smiling. Falling into the water after being affected by this once, you'll never be able to climb out. If you don't go save him now, he'll drown. Shouldn't you dive in after him? A single ring. Bone stakes. Swoosh. As the bone stakes shot through the air towards Capman, he pulled the trigger of his crossbow. With a loud thud, his poncho fluttered from the recoil. Crash! The arrow shattered the bone stakes. The arrow, slicing through the cloud of bone dust, stopped right in front of Fauve. This time, the arrow could not break through Fauve's barrier. The focused barrier in front of her caught the arrow. So cold-hearted. I'm not fond of men without loyalty. Fauve clicked her tongue, aiming her staff. But what to do? There's nothing more helpless than an archer without a vanguard. One, two, three. 3 rings of magic rose behind her. Not just the rings appeared behind her, but also 2 dark mages and corpses with their eyes rolled back emerged from the curved path. The corpses were a mix of knights and inquisitors. They were either the first to rush in or those recently defeated by the dark mages. Watching this, Capman clicked his tongue. Things just got more troublesome. Ranger Capman Theses assessed the situation. 2 dark mages of the 2nd circle, 1 dark mage of the 4th circle, and over 20 corpses they could utilize as mediums. This alone would make them difficult to confront without preparation, and they possess a masterpiece too. The lantern-shaped masterpiece, Shadowflame. The precise effects of this masterpiece were unknown. However, seeing how Najin lost his balance and fell into the water when the lantern flickered, it was likely a hallucinogenic or sensory disruption type. The flame in Fauve's lantern was nearly extinguished. Observing the flame slowly growing in size, it seemed the relic required a recharge time. With this in mind, Capman exhaled deeply, a challenging opponent, and this was their territory. They had yet to fully assess their prey and were at a disadvantageous battlefield. But so what? Capman was a ranger, and before that, a soldier. He had fought more in unfavorable conditions than favorable ones. What mattered was turning the situation around. The corpses rushed towards Capman. The knight and inquisitor corpses stood guarding Fauve, while the dark mages behind the advancing corpses chanted their spells, setting up a vanguard and preparing powerful magic. Even as dark mages, they resorted to conventional tactics. Tusk! Capman clicked his tongue and pulled the trigger of the ballista, letting his body go with the recoil. There was no need for precise aim against the corpses charging head-on. Thud! With the recoil, Capman was pushed significantly back. As he retreated, he let go of the ballista. The ballista fell to the ground with a thud, and Capman's hand had already reached inside his poncho. What emerged from the poncho was a throwing dagger. The dagger thudded into the corpses, significantly reduced in number by the large arrow. Between the corpses that fell with pierced heads, Capman gained a clear view. Fauve and 2 dark mages gathered together, with her pointing a staff at them. Blood droplets floated above the staff Fauve aimed. Capman knew what that magic was, a favorite of blood alchemists and necromancers. Blood-based magic, requiring a large amount of blood, difficult for anyone but those of the blood sect to use, but not for dark mages. They didn't need to use their own blood. There were corpses that hadn't been hit by the dagger or arrow. Their skin shriveled up, as if all the blood had been drained from them. The blood extracted from the corpses swirled above Fauve's staff. 3 rings of magic, 3-circle magic. Blood ray, the spell came as its name suggested. A ray of blood shot from the tip of the staff. Capman was well aware of this spell, favored by dark mages, and he knew how to counter it as well. As he lowered his stance, Capman flicked his fingers. The throwing daggers embedded in the corpses glowed a pale blue. Capman might not have been a mage, but he knew how to handle magical artifacts. The more weapons at his disposal, the better. The spell engraved on the 5 daggers was refraction. The pale blue glowing daggers refracted the blood ray, dodging the zigzagging ray. Capman extended his arm forward. His target was the dark mages standing beside Fauve. Thwack! An arrow shot from the crossbow mounted on his forearm. The arrow disrupted the dark mage's chanting. With the few seconds gained, Capman drew the great bow slung on his back and knocked an arrow to the string. The action, repeated thousands, if not tens of thousands of times, was smooth, and the bowstring was pulled to its limit. Screech! The refracted blood ray, melting the sewer walls, circled back. The deadly ray returned at a terrifying speed. Before the ray could reach his back, Capman aimed to thin their numbers, just as he was about to release the bowstring. Gurgle! An unexpected sound was heard. Something burst through the water, breaking the surface tension. Splashing water droplets, Najin emerged from the sewer, bone stakes embedded in his body, already wrapped in sword aura. Spinning in midair, Najin planted his sword into the sewer ceiling. Securing the sword in the ceiling and retracting the sword aura, Najin then planted his feet on the ceiling. All this happened in 1 second. The sword, once again wrapped in glowing sword aura, was drawn from the ceiling. With the sword in hand, Najin kicked off the ceiling, charging towards Fove. Fove, who had been aiming at Capman, swiftly redirected her staff towards Najin. Just as the blood ray, scraping the sewer walls, was about to target Najin. Swoosh! Capman released the bowstring in an instant decision. The arrow targeted Fove's staff. The ray of blood, emanating from the staff's tip, began to melt the arrow, but before it could completely dissolve, the arrow struck the end of the staff. The trajectory of the staff, aimed at Najin, was altered. The blood ray narrowly missed Najin by a hair's breadth, and he, twisting his body, swung his sword. A brilliant arc of white sword aura traced a semicircular path. The sword aura, swung in an arc, struck down upon the protective spell around Fove. The spell, which could have easily withstood 4 blows from an expert, could not withstand Najin's strike. Crack! Najin's sword strike broke through the defense. Just as the tumultuous sword aura was about to reach Fove's neck, a loud explosion of the protective spell occurred. 2-circle spell, barrier of rejection. The resulting repulsion force pushed Najin significantly backward. He was propelled back to where Capman stood, exhaling deeply. There, Capman looked at Najin with a bemused expression. "You've managed to survive. Impressively." A murmur of disbelief. Najin didn't mention how, upon falling into the water, he had instinctively thrust his aura-wrapped sword into the wall and moved blindly against the current. He merely relayed brief information. That hallucination lasts about 1 minute and 30 seconds. From the moment his senses twisted, Najin had been silently counting the duration of the masterpiece's effect, whatever it was that caused the shadow flame. Sharing this timing, Najin gasped for breath. Bone stakes were still embedded in his body, and his breathing was harsh from holding his breath underwater. His condition wasn't great, a result of receiving a critical hit during their first encounter without any information. As Najin removed the bone stakes from his body, he regulated his breathing. "Capman, sir, speak. How many can you handle? You first." Najin, sword in hand, gazed ahead. The 2 dark mages gathered with Fove, and their summoned corpses seemed somewhat challenging to handle alone. This crazy bastard. While the 2 conversed, Fove glared at Najin, eyes wide with fury. Despite using the barrier of rejection, Najin's sword aura had managed to graze her skin just before she was pushed away. Blood dripped from her neck as she pressed her palm against it, grinding her teeth. She cursed under her breath while roughly tapping the lantern at her waist. The fully recharged shadow flame flickered eerily blue once more. As Capman was about to close his eyes at the sight of the flickering lantern, Najin's voice reached him. "I'll take care of her." Capman heard Najin's voice. "Handle the rest as you see fit." "What?" A tone of command. Before Capman could retort, questioning the sanity of such a statement, Najin stomped on the ground. A loud thud resonated, and cracks spread across the sewer floor. A burst of acceleration. Najin surged forward. Capman, with his eyes closed, didn't see it, but he gasped. The fleeting presence he felt was too ferocious. With the ground as his launch pad, Najin sprinted forward. Rapidly drawing mana, Najin's speed rivaled that of a sword seeker. By the time they realized, Najin was already upon them. However, the corpses of the knights and inquisitors managed to react to Najin's movement, albeit belatedly. They swung their swords at Najin, and Fauve extended her lantern towards him, but Najin had already closed his eyes. He could feel their presence even with his eyes shut. Najin took another step forward, maintaining his momentum and swinging his sword. As the barrier of rejection shattered, attempting to push Najin back, he reached out with his hand. The repulsion from the barrier of rejection occurs twice. The first instance focuses on the weapon that broke the barrier, occurring instantly, and the second, a wider repulsion, follows shortly after. Having heard this from Merlin and just experienced it, Najin seized the opportunity. Having experienced it, he swung his sword with one hand. The sword that broke the barrier and his left hand holding the sword were flung back, but his right hand remained. Najin's extended right hand grasped Fauve's collar. As the repulsion force began to push Najin back, Fauve's neck tightened in the grip of her robe. Gak! Her breathing disrupted, her magical power scattered. Najin wouldn't miss this opportunity. He drove his foot down, leveraging the repulsion to hurl Fauve away. Fauve was thrown far into the distance. She was separated from the assisting dark mage and the protective corpses. The knight corpse swung its sword, and the inquisitor brandished its spear. But by then, Najin was already sprinting towards the isolated Fauve. Najin charged at Fauve, still with his eyes closed. Fauve clenched her teeth as she watched Najin, who was running towards her with his eyes still closed. Was he planning to fight blindfolded? Let's see if he could manage that. As she caressed her neck and swung the lantern vigorously, she thought to herself, the shadow flame was a masterpiece. If simply closing one's eyes could neutralize it, it wouldn't be called a masterpiece. The moment he falls for it again, this time, she would pierce his torso with a beam of blood. As a smile formed on Fauve's lips at this thought, Najin opened his eyes. He then stared directly into the flickering flame. His eyes, wide open, were tinted with a platinum hue. Chapter 75 Hunter, or Hunted, 6. There are things called masterpieces. They are the 47 weapons forged by the primordial blacksmith, artifacts that can cause miraculous phenomena. There has always been debate on whether to classify these as mere weapons or as sacred relics. It's no wonder. Some took the form of spears and swords, while others resembled lanterns, monocles, and even decorative timepieces. However, everyone agreed that masterpieces were dangerous because they harbored mysteries. The concept of mystery was only defined thousands of years after the masterpieces were created by the grand sorceress Merlin herself. According to her, mystery meant the following: unbound by rules, beyond the realm of common sense. Rules as natural as fire burning and ice being cold, or shadows falling opposite to the light. Mysteries break free from such constraints. In other words, they are things that defy common sense. Concepts beyond common sense. Weapons imbued with such concepts. Such items could not be anything but dangerous. Take, for example, a child holding a masterpiece, bookmark, that killed a warrior of sword-seeker caliber. The peril speaks for itself. Masterpieces disregard power disparities. They shatter norms and turn the tide of battle. If one does not understand the mystery within a masterpiece, battling an opponent armed with one becomes exceedingly arduous. Hence, most warriors preferred to avoid confrontations with those wielding masterpieces, especially the less-known ones. This was a logical decision. The usual way to learn a masterpiece's mystery was through direct confrontation, which often resulted in death for those who faced it. The fourth masterpiece, bookmark, it took the lives of 68 knights before its mystery was uncovered. Naturally, no warrior wished to be among those 68. It was wiser to wait for someone else to decipher the masterpiece's mystery at the cost of their life. Of course, It goes without saying. Mirages. Exceptions always exist in the world. There are those who can perceive the mysteries with just one glance, without needing to face them repeatedly. The Grand Sorceress is one such individual. The mystery within that masterpiece is mirages. Merlin, who defined mysteries, explained to Nadjin, it confuses your sight and senses, but not both simultaneously. If you stare into the fire, sight gets disrupted, and if you step on the shadow flame, your sense of touch gets jumbled, see or step on or swallow. Unfortunately, you can't avoid the shadows here. Merlin clicked her tongue. There were many reasons the opponent hid in the sewers, but this underground waterway was too advantageous for using that masterpiece. But it's not without a solution. Do you remember what I told you before? As Nadjin charged towards Fauve, he thought to himself, he remembered, and he knew what she was about to say. Nadjin opened his eyes, which he had shut. As soon as he did, he became aware of the flow coursing through his body. It was the starlight that had been within him since that day, hidden and invisible to others, but undeniably present within him, shining more brilliantly than anything else in the world, was the starlight flowing within Nadjin. Your body is no different from Excalibur's scabbard. It might have been hard to perceive when you were an expert. Merlin smiled. Do you feel it now? He had awakened fragments of imagery. He was at the threshold of becoming a sword seeker. During this process, Nadjin's soul and body had undoubtedly grown, and growth was also a process of becoming aware of the hidden aspects within oneself. Now he could feel it, the light that dwelled in his soul, something beyond his control, vast and intense starlight. But he could grasp a small handful of it, enough to wield it. He couldn't clothe his entire body with a handful of starlight. The use of starlight was limited to a certain range, and where to use it had already been decided. Starlight resided in Nadjin's pupils. His platinum blonde eyes stared directly into the flames burning on the lantern. When swallowed by the cast shadow flame, his senses were shaken, but his vision remained steady. Excalibur exists above all masterpieces. The sword of the star stands above all. How could any mere masterpiece compare with Excalibur? Since Excalibur was a concept above masterpieces, Merlin smirked, and Nadjin surged forward. His senses may have been jumbled, but his vision was clear, though his body moved contrary to his will. Adjusting was not difficult since he could see the movements with his own eyes. Boom! Nadjin accelerated with a leap from the ground. Fauve's eyes widened as she saw Nadjin, who dared to charge head-on even after gazing at the masterpiece. This madman! Fauve swung her staff. Above her, circles of magic flickered, casting spells, bone stakes, bone swamp, spells to halt the charge and buy time. The instantly cast spells attempted to block Nadjin's path, but Nadjin didn't slow down in the slightest. He could see them. If he could see, then slicing through was the solution. The bone stakes were swept away by Nadjin's sword aura, turning into dust. The bone swamp that covered the floor, walls, and ceiling was no different. Nadjin didn't stop to swing his sword. The motion of swinging and stepping forward were indistinguishable. Swoosh! With each swing of his sword, chunks of bones were swept away. Fauve's spells couldn't hold back Nadjin's steps for even a second. Fauve felt a chill as she saw Nadjin, with wide eyes, charging towards her. What is this? What exactly is this? Fauve felt a chill. Despite her efforts to throw off his senses and vision with the masterpiece, he charged forward as if unaffected, shattering her restraining spells with terrifying speed. What is this? The spells meant to buy time for chanting higher circle spells didn't grant her even a second. By the time she blinked, he had already closed the distance. Kang, Nadjin's sword shattered Fauve's barrier. As the barrier broke, a repulsion field was generated, but the situation remained unchanged. Gah! Fauve was thrown aside, the delayed repulsion force making her drift further from her group, pushing her into a corner. This madman, she cursed inwardly. Normally, the repulsion barrier isn't something to be used lightly. Maintaining protective spells consumes circles, reducing combat effectiveness and computational capacity for spells. That's why, for most mages, protective spells are merely a precautionary measure. Carrying multiple layers of protection is only possible for archmages of the sixth circle or higher, overflowing with computational capacity in circles. But Fauve could use the repulsion barrier multiple times because of the artifact she wore. The relics hidden by the seventh circle dark mage, Kefallen's workshop, hidden in this sewer, overflowed with such relics. The artifacts she had acquired in just a few days of exploration were impressive. Such relics could only be worn by a tower master's apprentice. Relics of this caliber obtained in mere days. That's why Fauve was reluctant to abandon this workshop. Greater relics must be hidden deeper within. Therefore, she chose to intercept her pursuers. She believed she could advance her realm here if she bought enough time. Buy time, elevate her realm, and then leave this city. That was Fauve's original plan. But now, that plan was crumbling due to the mad swordsman charging at her. I shouldn't be losing. Why? Fauve sweated coldly. Her threat level was known to the public as a fourth circle, so at best, a sword-seeker-level warrior was expected to come after her. And she was confident she wouldn't lose to a sword-seeker. With the masterpiece, numerous relics, her following of dark mages, and the undead army at her disposal, she believed she could easily handle a sword-seeker. But what was happening now? Kang, another repulsion barrier, was stripped away. Ah, thrown again. When she came to, nearly all the relics she wore were shattered. The price of maintaining the repulsion barrier had taken its toll. Only 4 uses left, and even that number was rapidly dwindling. Fauve gritted her teeth and chanted a spell. Harassment was useless. It was better to assume the barrier would break and land a heavy blow. Fauve's circle glowed blood red. 3-circle magic. Blood ray. There was still blood extracted from the corpses. The swirling blood shone and was launched towards Najin. The blood ray dyed the sewer red. As expected of a 3rd-circle spell known for its exceptional power, its destructive force was incomparable to the harassment spells. Screech. It melted everything in its path. The surface of the sewer, scorched by the blood ray, boiled and steamed, and the walls it touched melted. A spell that inflicted fatal wounds with just a brush. Capman had countered it with a magic-imbued dagger, but Najin had no means to deflect it. Fauve thought so, but she overlooked Najin's physical capabilities, reaction speed, and dynamic vision. The moment Fauve's staff glowed blood red, Najin was already moving. The blood ray was fired from the tip of the staff, predicting its path. He moved ahead of it. As the light flashed, Najin crouched and leaped, the ray and its scorching heat passing just above his head. But Fauve wasn't just a passive observer. She moved her staff, adjusting the ray's trajectory. However, it was futile. Najin's eyes were fixed on the tip of Fauve's staff. Predicting the blood ray's path from the staff's movement was not difficult. Running up the walls, Najin closed the distance once again. And then, Kang, another repulsion barrier, was stripped away. Only 3 barriers remained. Fauve's eyes began to waver. She sensed it. If things continued this way, she would be defeated. He's insane. It was supposed to be her with the upper hand, holding the variables, but instead, the other side was creating variables. They were far from the main force, and no one could come to help her. The distance from the corpses she could use for magic had also increased, preventing her from firing any more blood rays. The advantages she had were disappearing one by one. Death was approaching. The mad swordsman was coming to cut her down. As she continued to retreat, she discovered a passage leading to Kefallen's hidden workshop. Using this passage now would leave traces and eventually expose the facility. But there was no time to consider such things. She struck the wall with her staff as she fled. Black mana coiled around the wall, and the passage leading underground creaked open. Fauve leaped towards the passage. As she passed through, The door that began to close was met by Najin throwing himself at it. Then, Quoom. The door leading to the workshop closed firmly, dark, damp, and unsettling. As Najin entered the workshop, his senses immediately went on high alert. The aura pervading this space was ominous. All workshops of dark mages are like this. This seems to be the workshop hidden by that Kefallen or whatever his name was. Ignoring Merlin's words, Najin pursued Fove. It was pitch black without a single light, but Najin could clearly see Fove fleeing. Thud. Najin, leaping from the ground, swung his sword towards the fleeing Fove's back. Now accustomed to the repulsion created by the repulsion barrier, instead of being thrown, Najin kicked Fove's back. Ah! Fove tumbled to the ground, hitting something and causing it to break. Then a crunching sound followed as a relic shattered. Two left. Merlin, counting the relics, commented. Najin, sword in hand, approached Fove. The tide had turned, and the effects of the masterpiece were wearing off, returning his senses to normal. It was time to end this tiresome chase, Najin concluded. Heh hee hee, then laughter echoed. Najin narrowed his eyes. Fove, slowly rising, let out a laugh. Had she lost her mind? No, that didn't seem to be the case. You shouldn't have followed me in here. It wasn't just bravado. Fove chuckled and slammed her staff down. Behind her, circles began to rise. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Fove revealed all 4 circles. The light emitted by the circles brightened the surroundings, and the revealed scene was filled with horrors, traces of biological experiments. Materials for black magic lay scattered around. Didn't you hear that stepping into a mage's workshop won't end well for you? A mage's workshop. Their domain, prepared with countless spells. Moreover, this was the workshop of Kefallen, a 7th circle dark mage. It's all over, you crazy swordsman. Fove smirked and swung her staff. Mana spread out from her, and the mediums scattered around the workshop began to sparkle. The 4 circles spun wildly, quickly weaving a spell. Sparks flew from the spinning circles, assisted by mediums and relics. Here comes. A massive spell with the power of the 4th circle or higher, but in front of the spinning circles, Najin remained expressionless. Who wouldn't know it's disadvantageous to enter a workshop? Yet, he had chased after Fove, confident he could win despite the disadvantage. King, the noise of surging mana echoed, but Najin didn't pay attention to that noise. The voice he listened to was the one ringing inside him. Pulling out Excalibur seems a bit much. Such a facility can't hide the light of Excalibur. It would take the power of a high-ranking demon to obscure its light, even for a moment. But Merlin laughed. It's enough to obscure your sword aura. Najin exhaled shortly. Closing his eyes, he raised his sword high. Grasping the fragments of imagery and wandering through his imagery, Najin realized his imagery was somewhat peculiar. The landscape at the heart of his imagery. The vivid memory manifested as sword aura, while it should typically be one. Najin's imagery contained 2. One was a pure white star hanging low, and the other, a platinum star hanging high. The one I've always summoned. The pure white star. The pure white sword aura. The remaining one shouldn't be revealed in front of others, and the pure white star was more fitting for knightly conduct. But what he was about to do, cutting down a dark mage, dealing with something cunning and vile. Najin knew that the pure white sword aura wasn't suited for such tasks. What he was summoning now was the highest hanging star. The platinum sword aura he had never had the chance to summon before. Merlin, within Najin's inner world, saw it. The star hanging high in the sky shone fiercely before being sucked somewhere. Watching this, Merlin closed her eyes. The star was drawn into the sword Najin held. The sword aura transformed. The nature of the sword aura changed. The platinum blazing sword aura was like a star itself. In a place devoid of stars, the sword aura drawn by a boy yearning for the stars was beautiful yet poignant. In the dark mage's workshop, filled with poignant starlight, Fove's eyes widened the moment she faced the platinum sword aura. Even someone ignorant about swords knew what platinum sword aura meant. Sword aura granted to only one person in history. The sword aura wielded by King Arthur was there. Its meaning was simple and clear. Facing the platinum sword aura, Fauve realized the roles of hunter and prey had been reversed. From the beginning, she was merely the prey. Chapter 76, Hawkeye, Capman Theses. 1. Platinum symbolizes the stars. The brilliant stars in the night sky, a blend of pure white and gold, are platinum-colored, as is the blade of Excalibur, known as the Sword of Selection. Thus, people often associate platinum with stars. Platinum symbolizes the stars and is also sacred. The constellations in the night sky are all great beings, and the orders that serve the stars also hold starlight sacred. Therefore, platinum, resembling starlight, was considered divine, resembling stars and being sacred. Thanks to these symbolic elements, platinum was used in various places. In the lighthouse of the Starlight Order, in the Platinum Tower at the Empire's center, in the imperial family's emblem, and in countless precious things. However, there were places it was not used. Flames fueled by souls. Platinum mana, circles, sword aura, many aspired for platinum, but no mage or swordsman could ever ignite platinum flames. It was a color granted to only one person in human history, the great hero, Arthur. Only he possessed the platinum flames. Only Arthur could wield the platinum sword aura. It was a well-known tale, and with no exceptions arising in the hundreds of years since Arthur's death, it became an established truth. It surely must be so. It definitely should be so. Fauve's eyes shook wildly. She saw the sword aura burning before her, emanating from Najin. If her eyes were not deceiving her, it was unmistakably containing platinum. Fauve swallowed dryly before the distinctly platinum sword aura. Deception, illusion, misunderstanding. Numerous possibilities flashed through her mind. However, her intuition denied all of them. But, Fauve clenched her teeth. Even if that was indeed the platinum sword aura, she knew there was only one thing she could do. Kneeling and bowing now would only lead her to death. Above her, 4 circles spun wildly. Having voraciously consumed the mediums prepared in the workshop, Fauve's circles were ready to unleash a spell. Feeling her mana churn, Fauve forced a smile. There was only one option given to her, to kill the opponent before her. That was the only way for her to survive. Fauve aimed the tip of her staff at Najin, enveloped in platinum sword aura. It was the most powerful spell she could cast, and the spell's power, amplified by the workshop's full mediums, was comparable to that of a 5th circle. 4th circle magic, hunger of the dead. A pulse emanated from the tip of the staff. Following the radially spreading pulse, the grasps of the dead surged forth. The risen grasps clawed, contaminated, and shattered everything they touched, ultimately turning them into the dead as well. The rotting dead, forever unable to satiate their hunger, are doomed to eternally gasp in starvation. The intense resentment, the soul's echoes of corpses and live sacrifices, made the power of hunger of the dead far from trivial. If one hadn't received the church's baptism, their flesh would rot and crumble upon contact with those grasps, ultimately turning into the dead. Dr. 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 The grasps of the dead filled the view, leaving no place to escape. Watching the spell unleashed by Fauve, Najin clicked his tongue. Indeed, a 4th circle spell's effects are menacing. Of course it would be. From the 4th circle onwards, they're like siege weapons. Merlin whispered, "Normally you shouldn't let such spells be cast. In a battle of this level, using a 4th circle spell is almost decisive." Merlin was right. If a typical mage had manifested a spell with similar power, one would have to be prepared for a fatal injury. The spell that surged broadly without giving a place to escape seemed threatening even to Najin. Is this what it feels like to battle a mage? With that thought, Najin steadied himself. Even though it might seem like he was cornered, his breathing and gaze remained coldly calm. Well, A fourth circle spell being menacing is a story when typical spells are involved. The opponent before him was a dark mage, and as usual for dark mages, Fove's spell wasn't righteous and tainted the principles. Then Najin judged. It's not a problem. Clank. Lifting his sword high, Najin took a step forward. Without backing down, Najin charged straight towards the grasps of the dead. The moment the reaching grasps were about to touch Najin's body, SSSHH. Najin's sword sliced through the hands of the dead. Fove's eyes widened. It wasn't impossible to cut through a spell. However, this case was different. The grasps touched by the platinum sword aura were burning away. HSS. The spell was burning away. The grasps of the dead were cut by Najin's sword and burned away by the starlight as soon as they emerged. Wherever the platinum sword aura touched, the grasps crumbled away like shadows retreating. Platinum symbolizes the stars and is also sacred. The platinum sword aura, possessed only by Arthur in human history and known by many names like the Dragon Slayer's sword, the star's sword among demons, it was called this, the judgment sword aura. It burns what it touches, it severs, and thus it judges the wicked and vile. It burns the flesh of demons, hinders regeneration, and outright denies corrupted mana. It's all about compatibility, after all. Watching the scene unfold before her, Merlin chuckled dryly. It was an absurd situation even for her. The day Najin's platinum sword aura was first seen. At that time, it seemed unlikely, and not being certain, Merlin decided to withhold judgment until the Sword Seeker test, where the sword aura's nature would become evident. Now, as Najin approached the realm of the Seeker, Merlin had no choice but to acknowledge it. It was merely imbued with a fragment of imagery. It's not yet complete, yet it possesses the qualities of a star. The sword aura feared by demons, hated by witches and dragons, and cursed by fallen stars. The sword aura blooming on Najin's sword is of the same kind as Arthur's. Is it because he drew the Excalibur that he possesses such sword aura, if not that? Is it because the star he wished for, the star he envisioned was Arthur's star, that he possesses such sword aura? Which one it was remained uncertain. Uncertain, but looking at Najin's mournfully shining star, Merlin bitterly smiled. The starlight wrapping Najin's sword resembled Arthur's, yet it was different. The spell was severed. The grasps were burning away. Fove's gaze wavered, and the staff she extended forward also shook. At this moment, Fove felt fear. Her fourth circle spell was being shredded. Her most powerful spell was being cut through so effortlessly. Each time Najin swung his sword, a mass of hands was swept away, and with every step forward he took, the distance between them closed instantly. How? It was incomprehensible. It defied all logic, but the hands, turning to ash in the starlight and screaming this reality to Fove, were undeniable. SSSHH. The chilling sound of slicing echoed. The sound resonating in her ears was the sizzling of the severed parts burning away. The dead were being consumed by the starlight, drawing nearer. Before she knew it, all the numerous grasps were cut down and gone. Only wisps of mana, like mirages, rose from the tip of her now powerless staff. And then, thud, the sound of steps rang out right in front of her. Najin, having demolished the fourth circle spell head-on and closed the distance, had finally reached right before Fove. Swoosh! Najin swung his sword. The swung blade cut through Fove's staff. Cutting the staff and soaring up, the blade fell diagonally, smoothly slicing through Fove's protective barrier. There was no resistance, no repulsion. The blade, cutting through the barrier and reaching Fove's neck, shone mournfully even in the darkness with its platinum sword aura. That was the last scene Fove saw. SSSHH. The end of the dark mage, who had dreamt of grand ambitions, was pitiful. Her severed head tumbled to the ground. Leaving Fove's falling body behind, Najin let out a long breath, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him, draining his strength. It's still quite tough, isn't it? You're not a sword seeker yet, after all, Merlin remarked. The sword aura isn't yet shaped to properly contain imagery, and forcing imagery into it without the right form is bound to be straining. Listening to Merlin's muttering, Najin flicked his sword lightly and sheathed it. Indeed, he hadn't yet reached the realm of a seeker, so the duration he could maintain the imagery-infused sword aura was short. It seems to run out much faster than the white sword aura. The sword aura containing the pure white star ran out several times faster than the one with the platinum star. It was still a power that was difficult to handle. With that thought, Najin surveyed his surroundings. This place has a foul vibe. Kephalan's workshop, where he had planned something in this city decades ago. Capturing the workshop scene in his sight, Najin frowned. Even Najin, who wasn't easily disturbed, couldn't suppress the nausea from the objects placed around. It's strange how dark mages don't change their ways even after hundreds of years. The unpleasantness remains the same. Merlin also showed a disgusted reaction. Najin thought it would be best to report this place and have it dealt with separately. It wouldn't do any good to have such a thing remain beneath the city. Huff! Exhaling deeply, Najin pulled out a stake embedded in his body. He took out an emergency potion from his pouch, sprinkled it on the wound, and then poured a potion with the Dieta Trading Company's mark into his mouth. Did you only pick out the high-quality ones? It seems like the effects are kicking in already. Najin dragged Fove's body. It needed to be shown to the client. Finding the passage he had entered through, Najin moved on, the passage leading upward. The door was firmly shut, but after bringing Fove's face close to it a few times, it creaked open. Thud. Stepping outside the open door, the first thing Najin encountered was Capman, aiming a crossbow at him. Najin emerged into the passage and locked eyes with Capman. Lowering the crossbow, Capman approached Najin. I expected Fove to come out, but it's you. Didn't I say I would handle it? I thought it was just bravado, who'd charge at a circle's dark mage with holes all over their body. I would, Capman chuckled. He pointed at the body of Fove that Najin was dragging. You won. I take it. It turned out that way. Well, damn, how did you manage? What else is there for a swordsman? I charged and cut her down. That's rather straightforward. Capman let out a long, very long sigh. Well, it made things easier for us. With Fove out of the picture, dealing with the rest was simple. See those holes I made? I see them clearly. Now we just need to report back. Capman fiddled with his neck as if it was itching. He trailed off, then looked at Najin. Do you remember what I asked you last time? What are you referring to? The question about whether you're part of the Order's secret division. I remember. Do you need an answer? It was a question that didn't need an answer last time. Something Capman had dismissed as thinking out loud. Capman shook his head. No need. It seemed unlikely after observing you. What does that mean? The Order's secret division doesn't fight like you do, but it seems like you're related to them somehow. Can I ask you one more thing? Najin nodded, and Capman asked. Underground City, Artman, how's it these days? An unexpected question from an unexpected person. Najin's mind momentarily froze. Why this person was asking how much he knew, and what his intentions were, all these thoughts flashed through Najin's mind, and he came to one conclusion, which was to do something immediately. Najin let go of Fove's body and drew his sword, but the time it took to draw the sword was a second slower than Najin's usual decision-making time, due to the turmoil in his thoughts, and 1 second was, I thought so, enough time to lose the initiative. Chapter 77, Hawkeye, Capman Theses, 2, arrows pierced Najin's abdomen. 1, 2, 3 consecutive arrows lodged themselves in quick succession. Najin's eyes widened in surprise, as there had been no precursor to the fired arrows. Capman had not made any motion to draw or wield a weapon. It was only when the fourth arrow was shot that Najin realized it came from a small crossbow attached to Capman's wrist. Despite the confusion clouding his mind, delaying his reaction, allowing 3 arrows to hit, Najin was determined not to permit a fourth. Swinging his sword, he deflected the arrow and took a step towards Capman. The distance was short. A single step was all it took for his sword to reach. Why Capman attacked him, how he knew about the underground city Artman, such considerations were postponed. Action was imperative. With a swift motion, Najin closed the gap and swung his sword. At such a range, a swordsman held the advantage over an archer. An unseen ranger is to be feared, but a visible one is less so, as even Ivan had mentioned. Najin's judgment was not mistaken. However, what Najin overlooked was that Capman Theses was not an ordinary ranger. Capman's arm, emerging from beneath his poncho, held a rugged machete. As it clashed with Najin's sword, a loud clang forced Najin's arm backward. Capman's strength surpassed Najin's. As Najin repelled the blade, leaving his abdomen exposed, Capman kicked it. The arrows, previously halted by armor, were now crushed under Capman's boot, breaking the shaft and driving them deeper. Najin grimaced and clenched his teeth, gripping his sword anew. He crouched, aiming to thrust his longsword into Capman's leg, but then, engraving release, burst. With a thunderous explosion, the enchanted arrowheads detonated, scattering shrapnel into Najin's body like buckshot. The blast sent him flying, creating another opening. Capman, now wielding a throwing dagger in his right hand, launched it while swinging his machete with his left. The nearly simultaneous actions made it exceedingly difficult for the unbalanced Najin to counter or dodge. Yet, it wasn't impossible. With bloodshot eyes, Najin predicted Capman's attack and, despite his stiff body, managed to retaliate. He parried the machete and ducked under the thrown dagger, but couldn't avoid them all, as one dagger lodged itself into his shoulder. Realizing the glowing blue of the embedded dagger, Najin leaped backward, pulling it out and tossing it aside just in time. The thrown dagger exploded upon removal, and Najin gritted his teeth. His abdomen throbbed painfully, and he coughed up blood. Spitting out the blood, he frowned. He had misjudged the situation. He had allowed too much distance. Creating distance when facing an archer is a critical mistake. Najin caught sight of Capman's great bow aimed at him, with an arrow gleaming at its tip. With a twang, as Capman released the bowstring, Najin also swung his sword. The collision with the massive arrow felt like his shoulder was being torn off. The stopping power of the arrow, shot from a great bow nearly as thick as a longsword, exceeded Najin's expectations. Sparks flew between the sword and the arrow. Despite firmly planting his feet, Najin was pushed back, his shoes scraping against the ground. When he finally managed to shake off the arrow, another was already on its way. Unable to duck or jump, the arrow flew at a height that made evasion impossible without sacrificing a part of his body. Najin gritted his teeth and twisted his body. The arrow grazed his side, ripping through the flesh with a loud tear. Blood poured from the wound. Despite the pain contorting his face, Najin kept his eyes open, allowing him to see Capman drawing his bow once again. The hunter never releases prey once captured. Ultimately, Najin chose to flee, realizing he couldn't turn the tide against Capman here. Exposing one's back to a ranger and giving them time is a grave mistake, but survival necessitated escape. As Najin narrowly dodged another arrow, he sprinted deeper into the sewer. Watching Najin flee, Capman took a long breath before initiating the chase. The hunter's eyes glittered in the darkness. Capman Theses was a seasoned hunter, having served in the Techo mountain ranges, bordering the Empire for many years. Hunting those who opposed the Empire's name, he was adept in the art of hunting. Imperial knights seeking asylum abroad, mages attempting to sell imperial secrets, countless fugitives, and occasionally, kingdom soldiers. Capman, who hunted various individuals under diverse conditions without discrimination, knew better than anyone how to commence a hunt, especially against formidable opponents. Understanding the prey's habits, Minor quirks, movement, response speed, weaponry, and combat style enriched the hunt. Thus, Capman gathered all available information on the adventurer, Ivan, rather, the young man named Najin, and observed him with his own eyes. A real madman. During the information gathering, Capman couldn't help but be astonished. According to the client, the young man was 18. Approaching the realm of a sword seeker at such a young age was unfathomable, an extraordinary talent beyond common sense. Even Karen, a genius among geniuses, only became a sword seeker in his 30s. An 18-year-old sword seeker was beyond Capman's comprehension. And there was more. Surviving a duel with the commander of the Armenia Ducal Knights and the Demon Knight, challenging and living through encounters with stronger opponents. Such feats were impossible for those intoxicated by their talent. Thus, Capman observed with his own eyes, and he had to acknowledge the truth. The young man possessed more than just talent, instantaneous decision-making and bold action. He was undoubtedly a youth climbing to great heights, and Capman had to kill him, because he had accepted the commission and he couldn't refuse it. Lighting a cigarette from his waistband as he pursued the fleeing Najin, Capman cursed. Taking a long drag, he spat out the smoke and clicked his tongue. Regardless of his foul mood or the desire to smash the client's face, the hunt had begun, and it must be seen through to the end. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. Capman never let his guard down. Even if he seemed to have the upper hand, even if he felt like the stronger party, he had experienced and caused enough reversals to know better. Above all, the young man he pursued possessed the talent and judgment to turn the tables. Managing to deal a critical blow to Fauve despite being gravely injured himself was no ordinary feat. He took down the dark mage Fauve head-on. There must be more tricks up his sleeve, so press on relentlessly. With that thought, Capman tracked Najin's trail. With the way up blocked by Capman, Najin had no choice but to descend deeper into the sewer. And there, a deafening explosion shook the sewer, tossing the spent cigarette into the water. Capman scratched his chin. It seemed he had triggered a trap. Capman had arrived in the city the night before, and the hunt had begun from that very night. He had laid traps throughout the sewer system. He had hoped to catch the dark mage, but it didn't matter who got caught. Whether it was the dark mage or Najin, both were prey in Capman's eyes. A scratch on his neck peeled skin, drawing blood. As he scratched the mark on his neck, Capman moved towards the source of the sound. Rangers are truly bothersome creatures. Why, you ask? Their traps are a real pain in the neck. Setting such traps is a talent in itself. From what I've seen, a ranger's skill is determined by how effectively they can set these annoying traps. Horus, that guy, knows how to set a trap like no other. Ah, it's quite creative. Really, it's hard to mess with people like that. I'm generally a mild-mannered person, but just seeing one of his traps makes my blood pressure rise. What? You don't think I'm that mild-mannered? Tusk, just the fact that I'm not smashing your head in right now should prove how gentle I am, right? Ha, punk, anyway. A ranger is most dangerous when you can't see them, and if they've shown themselves, the hunt is already prepared. You know what they call Horus. Right, land spider. That's similar to the derogatory term used for rangers in the upper districts, actually. Some of my seniors used to call rangers spider bastards, spreading their webs and slowly drying out their prey. Then, when the prey is completely drained, they strike with their fangs. That's why they're called spiders. It's similar, isn't it? The hunting method. That's the way of the rangers. Well, you probably won't have to fight Horus, but just keep it in mind. The longer you fight a ranger, the more disadvantageous it becomes. Either decide the battle quickly or run far away. One of the two. If you can't do either, well, what can you do? You might as well gamble. Najin exhaled deeply, clutching his side. The accumulated fatigue from his battle with Fauve and the injuries sustained in his fight with Capman gnawed at his spirit. Blood flowed from the arrow wound in his side. his abdomen, directly hit by the explosion and deeply embedded with arrow shrapnel, throbbed with every step. Groaning, Najin pulled the shrapnel from his body and continued forward. His injuries weren't limited to these. Stepping on a trap during his escape had compounded them. Now, he had to be cautious with every step. Traps filled this sewer. Their operating mechanism was a mystery, and they were hidden everywhere, invisible to the eye. The mental exhaustion from being constantly on guard doubled. Yet, he hadn't given up thinking. Najin mulled over everything he knew about Rangers and the information Ivan had shared, searching for a way to turn the tables. Don't play by their rules on their game board, even if it's madness. You have to flip the board. Ivan and Afen had taught Najin much, casually sharing stories over drinks, but to Najin, those tales were his world. Thus, he remembered every word vividly. Hey, Afen, remember that story? Which one are you talking about? The one where you got screwed over by a ranger? No better story for a drink. I've lost count of how many times I've told it. Najin hasn't heard it yet. Tell it again. The stories from the outside world, shared by Afen, with Ivan interjecting and applauding, exclaiming how utterly mad it was, under the twilight glow, clinking glasses with his two mentors, and munching on snacks. These memories swirled in Najin's mind. There was a clue in those stories. Najin made his choice. Merlin, tell me, show me the way. To Merlin, who shared the same scenery and thoughts, Najin, seeking guidance, requested a path to success for his plan. The rough outline of Najin's plan formed only in its basic structure. Merlin fleshed it out, completing the unfinished picture. That was her role, after all. Chapter 78, Hawkeye. Captain Theses, 3. Hunting down prey once it's cornered is an easy task. Captain Theses knew this all too well. Silently, Capman walked through the underground waterway. What's the specialty of a ranger? It's precisely chasing and eliminating prey. Even if the visibility is poor due to the adjacent water flow and the humidity, it poses no issue at all. Bloodstains, footsteps, traces that remain despite efforts to conceal them. No matter how hard one tries, it's impossible to escape the seasoned eyes of a ranger. Following the remaining traces, Capman moved quietly, never letting his guard down even while pursuing. His vision broad, his ballista always loaded. The moment he sensed Najin's presence from afar, Capman pulled the trigger. The arrow, whistling through the air, grazed the thigh of the fleeing prey. Blood splattered, and a suppressed groan echoed. Thud, the prey kicked off the ground and fled. Bleeding and stifling groans, it ran off into the distance. Even then, Capman did not run. He merely pursued Najin with steady steps. At first glance, it might seem like he was taking it easy, but in reality it was far from it. The prey was already wounded, bleeding, and cornered. Moreover, the path the prey was heading towards was endlessly laden with traps, wasn't it? Then, there's no reason to give up the advantage of being the pursuer. Allow no opportunity for counterattack. Press on relentlessly. Never relinquish the upper hand once gained. That's Captain Theseus's philosophy of hunting. There was no reason to close the distance and give the prey a chance to counterattack. Devour them until they're utterly exhausted, until they can no longer move. Only then, after pressing them to their limits, would finishing them with a bolt to the forehead conclude the hunt. At this point, the hunt was essentially over. It was just business as usual. For a hunter, it's nothing out of the ordinary. The hunter pursued the bleeding prey. The sound of footsteps of two people echoed quietly through the deep underground waterway. Chasing, pulling the trigger, and chasing again. Amid this recurring pattern, Capman had the luxury to be lost in thought. Despite knowing that indulging in stray thoughts during a hunt is foolish, he couldn't ignore the thoughts swirling in his mind. Huff! He sighed deeply and walked on, keeping his senses sharp. He pondered. Why had he fallen to such depths? The years spent in the rugged mountains bordering the Empire, the years spent bleeding for the Empire, are now all in the past. The honorable soldier who once laid down his life for the empire is not here. What remains is an old, weary hound. A hound that is dragged along as the leash is pulled, biting whatever it's commanded to, simply living that way. Of course, if the Empire had been the one holding his leash, Capman would have considered this duty honorable. Dedicating one's life to the homeland is a matter of honor for a soldier. However, it's not the imperial family that holds his leash. Therefore, naturally, there's no honor or greater cause in what he does. Capman felt bitter about this reality. For the Empire, for the glory and well-being of the Empire, memories of shouting such slogans in the past swirl in his mind. Of course, he doesn't regret leaving the Teco mountain rangers behind and walking away on his own. He found a lover who he cherished more than his country, so it couldn't be helped. The problem lies in what followed. That was the real issue. Damn bastards, Capman muttered as if spitting out the words. Perhaps it's a common story. A group of dark mages seeking revenge on a retired soldier. An accident that resulted in his wife's death. And all that's left in the end is his child. Emergency treatment has been administered, but it won't last long. It's a terrible curse. There's nothing we can do, a life ruined, a story shattered. Yet something remains. To protect what's left, a person can throw everything else away. Oh, of course, we must help, but to break such a curse, we'll need his grace. And he appreciates those who serve him beautifully. What will you do? The options to cling to were limited. They demanded the unimaginable. You've made a wise choice. He will respect your decision, but there was no way to refuse. Damn it! Capman scratched his neck. Bastards, he scratched roughly, not minding the flesh and blood peeled off by his fingernails. Capman gritted his teeth. Ha! I didn't think you'd be able to investigate so thoroughly. The truth revealed at the end of the chase. Yes, it's true. I was the one who informed the dark mage who killed your wife of your location and instructed them to do so. But what can you do? Will you file a complaint? Go ahead. Try. A few words from a retired soldier might catch someone's ear, but then what? His life was toyed with, and what he thought was a tragedy turned out to be a meticulously planned conspiracy. But by the time he realized this, a leash was already around his neck. Your daughter. The only ones who can get your daughter out of the underground city Otman are us. Make a wise choice. Capman, don't you want to protect what's left? What remains is a pathetic hound. Capman clutched the contract in his arms, a contract made with their souls at stake. Fulfill the task, and he'd be freed from everything, just this once. Just succeed in this task. Just one more time. Capman gritted his teeth. He recalled Najin, who reacted to the word, underground city Artman. Capman knew how that city came to be, how people lived within it, born and raised in such a city, and the boy who finally made it out. His role was to trample that boy, smash his head, gouge out his eyes so he'd never see the light again. Capman felt disillusioned by this fact. Damn it, muttering so, Capman pulled the trigger of his crossbow. The sound of it cocking resounded heavily. Shaking off his stray thoughts and gathering his emotions, Capman walked on. Bang! Boom! A sound came from afar. The sound of a trap being triggered. The sound did not stop at once but continued to echo. Listening to that sound, Capman muttered, "It's over." The accumulated fatigue and injuries, the sluggish movements making it impossible to avoid traps, the blurred judgment due to pain. Such a vicious cycle leads the cornered prey to lose its judgment completely. The consecutive triggering of traps was proof of that. It's no longer a situation where one can detect and avoid traps. Heading towards where the sound came from, Capman saw it. Bloodstains scattered here and there, traces of something rolling on the ground. Those bloodstains extended far into the distance, traces as if dragging feet. This tiresome chase was finally coming to an end. Following the bloodstains, Capman moved on, to finish off the prey that could no longer move. Thus, Capman closed the distance. He closed the distance after all. The hunter, who had always maintained a distance and chosen only the correct answers, chose the wrong one at the very last moment. Now, a voice inaudible to Capman, but audible to Najin. The moment he heard the voice, Najin moved. Hidden in the darkness of the waterway's ceiling, Najin silently jumped down. Googluser content. com/Elbap Diasb Mvuptipt NMF 658 Irgate, a 971 AIM3, an NGD GLFI 6, and 5B5 MCVBZ IRPESV, 8QQ16 KBJFAB UPU, a 98 YBV to 74 CGY 7X9, a ZH UCAD 1 UFC 1Q4A or HT PAV 86P, my BQWS JPO, Odar CC DDD Row IPL Bay 31 CS4 in the darkness, where one can't see even an inch ahead. No one knows who will become the hunter and who will become the prey. As if to prove that saying, Najin's eyes shone in the darkness. The moment a hunter is most off guard is when they're about to finish off their prey. Even the most experienced hunter shows an opening at that moment. A story a Fen had shared. It was in such a situation that the ranger, who had been hidden all along, finally showed himself. And that was the only chance for a counterattack. He said this while shaking a bottle of liquor. Draw them in. Act like a bug caught in a web, struggling in the traps on purpose. Behave and act as if you've lost your judgment, as if you're cornered. Deceive. The hunter. Wait until the spider, thinking you're sufficiently weakened, reveals itself in front of you. That's the moment. The moment that spider reveals itself to sink its fangs into you, that's your last chance. Afen smiled as he sipped his liquor. Bite back, with all your might. With eyes ablaze, Najin saw the hunter who had finally revealed himself in front of him. And thus, what he seized was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The moment Capman's gaze was fixed on the arrows and daggers Najin had thrown on the ground and stepped deeper into the fray. Now, the voice echoed in his ears. Najin, who had been hanging from the ceiling, jumped down. The attack was silent, but Capman, with almost superhuman senses, detected even the slightest hint of presence. Capman's eyes widened as he swiftly turned his crossbow toward Najin, but it was already too late. Najin, holding a dagger in his left hand in reverse grip, thrust it into Capman's ballista. Crack! The dagger was thrust into the ballista before the crossbow's trigger could be pulled. As the ballista misfired, Najin's right hand, holding a longsword, swung. Due to the accumulated fatigue and injuries, as well as the sword aura extracted during the fight with Fove, the longsword bore no sword aura. However, even so, the blade was more than sufficient to tear human flesh. A surprise attack, and a longsword backed by considerable force. The longsword struck Capman's shoulder, tearing through the poncho and splattering blood. As the blade dug deep, aiming to sever the arm from the shoulder, Capman clenched his teeth and thrust his arm forward. Crunch! Regardless of the blood flowing from his palm or the blade digging deeper, Capman gripped the blade to prevent it from penetrating further and kicked out towards Najin. Crack! Despite the kick landing directly on his previously injured abdomen, Najin did not let go of the longsword. Even as he was pushed back, he forcefully twisted the longsword, widening the wound on Capman's shoulder and deeply cutting the fingers of Capman's hand that gripped the sword as Najin retreated. Thus, a stalemate was formed. Maintaining distance, the two looked at each other. "I've never seen such a crazy bastard." Capman laughed as if in disbelief. Blood flowed from the torn shoulder. The torn poncho fell, revealing the contents inside, and the destroyed crossbow was rendered unusable. Deeply cut fingers and shoulder. This hand won't be able to draw a bow anymore. However, from Capman's perspective, Najin's condition was several times more serious. His body was covered in wounds, his clothes soaked in red, and several arrows and daggers still lodged in his back as if not all were removed. Eyes blazing with rage, harsh breathing. Even if he had managed to draw him here, that bastard's condition was far from normal. It was a wonder he could still move. Yet, he showed no intention of releasing the longsword. Observing Najin, Capman acknowledged, "No one here is the prey. Here, they are merely hunters to each other." Capman's upper body, revealed as the poncho fell off, was covered in scars on his forearms, and various daggers hung from his leather armor. With one hand, he drew a dagger, and with the other, he unsheathed the machete from his waist, the scent of blood vibrating in the air. The only sound was the water flowing along the waterway, a moment of silence and a single breath. The time it took for each to assess the other's condition was merely a few seconds. During those few seconds, both had calculated how to kill the prey standing before them. It didn't matter who moved first. Almost simultaneously, the two hunters charged at each other. Najin's thrown dagger and Capman's swung dagger clashed in midair and were deflected, and as they parried the flying objects, the longsword and machete collided. Clang, sparks flew. Blood spurted from the wounds opened by the violent movement. The eyes of Najin, blazing with rage, and Capman met. The only reflection in their eyes was the intent to kill. Reasons, stray thoughts, such trivial emotions had long been discarded. Hesitation meant death. Chapter 79, Hawkeye. Capman Theses. 4. Blades clashed against blades. A marksman unable to draw a bow due to deep cuts in his hand and shoulder. A swordsman covered in wounds, unable to summon sword aura. Both were far from being in a normal state, and the injuries and blood loss they suffered were severe. Drip drop. The wounds opened by their fierce movements. Blood spurted from those wounds. Normally, the sight of such battered individuals spilling blood in combat is either pitiful or unsightly. However, this fight between the two was different. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blades clashing and scraping. The noise, occurring several times per second, was not just spectacular but also elegant. Sparks flew as the metal collided, mixing with the blood. Their feet tangled in a complicated dance, advancing one moment, retreating the next, and then suddenly darting to the side to strike from an angle. Both hunters, their eyes bloodshot with desperation to find each other's weaknesses, were relentless. Whoosh! Najin swung his sword as he stamped his foot down. Despite blood spurting from a hole in his thigh at the moment of impact, his posture remained unshaken. The longsword swung with swift precision. Capman angled his machete to deflect the longsword, letting it slide off the blade. Before becoming a ranger, Capman was a soldier of the Empire, well versed in imperial swordsmanship. He hadn't used his sword much simply because sniping was more advantageous. But Capman was a ranger, and Najin was close to being a sword expert, almost a sword seeker. Though Najin might be outmatched in strength, he held the upper hand in swordsmanship. Having witnessed the pinnacle of swordsmanship by a sword saint, Najin could clearly see the flaws in Capman's technique. If he could see them, there was no reason not to exploit them. Najin's sword, which had been sliding off Capman's machete, suddenly twirled, wrapping around Capman's blade. The change in the force and direction caught Capman off guard. Snap! Though Capman twisted his body in reaction, Najin's sword still grazed his face. Splatters of blood made Capman curse. Sword fighting was to be avoided. Capman created distance and threw a dagger. Cling, clang. Najin deflected the incoming dagger, and in the moment he advanced, Capman clashed his dagger and machete together. Enchantment release, bullet of darkness. The target was the blue dagger in Capman's hand. The daggers that had been repelled behind Najin glowed a bright blue, and then, with a bang, fired, blue beams struck Najin's back. Rat-a-tat. Caught in a blind spot and at high speed, the bullet of darkness hit Najin. Although the spell was weak and didn't penetrate Najin's body, the impact was enough to disrupt his stance. Najin staggered. A hunter wouldn't miss this opportunity. Capman advanced and swung his machete. As the blade aimed for Najin's shoulder, Najin somehow moved his body. The forced movement, despite his stiffened muscles, made a crack sound. Najin barely managed to block the attack, but Capman didn't let go of the momentum. He relentlessly pressed Najin. Refusing to fight in an advantageous domain for the opponent is the basics of combat. Capman didn't intend to give Najin a chance to use proper techniques. The ensuing fight was closer to a brawl than a duel, swinging swords one moment, kicking the next, elbowing the temple, striking with knees, using swords, hands, feet freely, and occasionally throwing daggers to introduce unpredictability. Najin wasn't just passively receiving hits. Despite his slowed reactions due to accumulated injuries, his eyes accurately followed Capman's movements. He absorbed hits that couldn't be avoided, avoiding fatal wounds, and immediately countered. Clutch. Najin seized the momentum Capman had grasped and turned it into his own. He had no intention of refusing a brawl if Capman initiated it. I'm not the only one confident here. Najin was confident in a dogfight too. After all, wasn't he fundamentally a hunting dog? The moist air and darkness of the underground waterway reminded him of the underground city Atman. Memories of the past, of days spent fighting for survival, of brawling with adults twice his size with bare hands, flashed through Najin's mind. A dogfight, then. Bring it on. Will you bring me down first, or will I tear your throat out first? That's something we'll find out by fighting it out. As the dogfight continued, Capman felt a sense of strangeness. Through the eyes of a soldier who had spent over 50 years on the battlefield, this situation made no sense. How is he even moving? Capman retreated, bewildered by Najin's relentless assault. To Capman, Najin seemed like a walking corpse, arrowheads embedded in the abdomen, skin burned from explosions, pierced sides and calves, with blood flowing freely from the wounds and arrows still stuck in the back and shoulder, unremoved. The numerous minor injuries were too many to count. With such injuries, dying from blood loss wouldn't be surprising. Of course, Capman had seen soldiers drag a few more down with them, even in near-death states. But even they didn't flail for this long. At most, they lasted a few seconds. But the opponent before him, those few seconds had long passed. Now, it was turning into minutes, yet he was still swinging his sword, seemingly even faster than before. What in the world? Despite being stabbed, swept up in explosions and kicked, he got up and charged again. Doesn't he feel pain? No, that doesn't seem to be it. Capman saw the blood seeping through the tightly clenched jaw muscles and teeth of Najin. He was literally gritting his teeth and enduring. The sight of him closing the distance despite such injuries was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Capman clicked his tongue in awe. The thrill of battle, an extreme state of focus, or perhaps it could even be called immersion. Clang! Capman blocked the sword just in front of him and locked eyes with Najin. The bloodshot eyes and pinpoint pupils were intimidating enough to overwhelm anyone who saw them. Capman laughed incredulously. Swoosh! Najin's sword finally nicked Capman's calf. Capman felt his own condition gradually deteriorating. The number of wounds had increased. The bleeding was severe. Now, he too had to be cautious of blood loss. A decision had to be made. A variable had to be created, risking his life. When was the last time he was cornered like this? It seemed to be the last time he carried out an assassination mission on a royal guard attempting to defect to another country. The scenery of that time briefly crossed his mind. Why was he thinking of that now? The reason was simple. The trump card he had used back then seemed applicable even in this moment. Recalling the operation from decades ago, Capman made his move. Clutch. Capman gripped a dagger. He slipped 4 daggers between his fingers all at once and struck them with the machete in his other hand. The 4 daggers shone brightly with a screeching sound. Najin flinched at the sight. Having been subjected to enchanted daggers several times, Najin was wary of what might come next, uncertain of the exact nature of the threat. Capman had carried various enchanted daggers, each designed to trigger different responses. The nature of an enchantment is such that its specific effect remains unknown until activated. While expert mages might deduce the spell from the inscriptions on the blade, he's a swordsman. He wouldn't have a deep understanding of magic. Likely, he'd prepare for one of the previously seen effects, making him already ensnared. Enchantments were Capman's traps, and Capman had no intention of letting a prey caught in his trap escape. As the daggers glowed and the spells were about to be unleashed, Capman threw two of them. Enchantment release burst. Right in front of Najin, explosions erupted with a deafening noise. Two explosions. Between the rising smoke, Najin's figure emerged. It seemed he had reacted swiftly enough to minimize the damage, with only some soot marking his shoulder. But two more daggers remained. Capman threw the last two daggers. As he released them, he closed his eyes. Enchantment release, flash. Enchantment release, resonance. A blinding flash followed by a rending noise that shook the eardrums. The more skilled a warrior, the more they rely on their sharpened senses, often leaving them wide open. Against such individuals, these spells are akin to natural predators, spells that momentarily rob sight and hearing. Among the daggers imbued with direct attack spells, these were hidden as a trump card to create variables. Even the renowned royal guard had fallen into this trap and met his end. You'll be the same. Capman opened his eyes, which he had preemptively closed. Though he couldn't hear, he had maintained his vision. What Capman saw as he swung his machete was Najin, with his eyes also open. And as if he already knew Capman would come at him, Najin's longsword extended straight towards him. How? The question barely had time to form in his mind. Thud. Capman's body was pierced by the longsword. Despite struggling to avoid it, he couldn't evade the fatal blow. As his shoulder was impaled, Capman's stance crumbled. The prolonged battle had reached its conclusion. His stance collapsed. Capman slipped on the blood-soaked ground and fell. One shoulder was deeply slashed, the other completely pierced through. He was no longer in a condition to wield anything. He might manage to throw a dagger if he tried, but regrettably, he had run out of enchanted blades. Capman let out a hollow laugh. You're a real madman. Unable to stand, he sat on the ground and looked up at Najin approaching him, sword dripping with blood. He had lost. The hunt had failed. Capman had no intention of begging pathetically for his life. If the roles were reversed, he would have scoffed at any plea for mercy. He closed his eyes and bowed his head, as if to say, strike if you're going to. But no matter how long he waited, the sword did not come down. Instead, there were sounds of uncorking and drinking. Lifting his head, Capman saw Najin pouring a potion into his mouth. What are you doing? What do you mean? Why aren't you killing me? Killing is one thing, but it seems we can wait a bit for that. Najin exhaled deeply. Steam rose from his body. Capman furrowed his brows. The superficial wounds, except for the penetrating ones, were healing rapidly. Even the most expensive potions wouldn't produce such dramatic effects. The thought of a homunculus crossed Capman's mind. A forbidden technique in the Empire. Capman recalled the bioweapons created by the madmen of the Magic Tower, but soon shook his head. A homunculus wouldn't engage in natural conversation like the young man before him. Besides, hadn't the Empire's sword master personally hunted down and killed all homunculi? The idea that any homunculus could have survived the terrifying old man's sword seemed unlikely. Are you delaying killing me to ask me something? You catch on fast. But you were aiming for my neck earlier. If you died, you died. If you lived, I had questions. That's quite rational. The longsword still pointed at Capman's neck. Capman grimaced at the cold touch of the metal. With the sword still aimed at him, Najin spoke. It was a story Capman had once told Najin. Even if you're going to kill, you should at least hear how the person lived. That's quite the hobby. Is that your line to say? Muttering so, Najin asked briefly. Chapter 80, Hawkeye, Capman Theses. 5. The Starlight Order. A faction that venerates the constellation, lighthouse that illuminates all things as its deity, responsible for matters related to starlight. Compared to other constellatory orders, it is known for its moderation and peaceful approach, boasting the largest following of believers. Yet, Najin knew they were not as pure and incorruptible as commonly believed. While the followers might be unaware, he was well aware of the rotten core within the Order's leadership. Did the Starlight Order send you? Thus, Najin boldly posed the question. Mere utterance of it could be deemed a blasphemous insult to the Order, punishable by severe sanctions. But if he had been concerned about such matters, he would have never escaped the underground city in the first place. Seeing the Order's name come up so quickly, you seem to have quite a deep feud with them as well, Capman chuckled. From his reaction, Najin could infer a few things. Capman did not hold the Order in high regard, and he was not affiliated with it. Yes, the Order sent me. Capman lifted his chin, pushing away the longsword at his neck with his fingers, and began to unravel the bandage wrapped around his throat. They promised to release a hostage if I killed you. From the underground city, Artman. Najin frowned. The brand on Capman's neck was familiar. He had seen it before. It was the same mark found inside Ivan's eye patch and branded on drugmaker Hakon's arm. A mark branded on those cast into the underground city. Afen had said, even if one managed to escape the underground city by sheer luck and coincidence, as long as this brand remained, the Order would hunt them down until death. You too? Sorry, but I'm not from Artman. This is a leash they've put on me. Perhaps one hostage wasn't enough for them. Capman shrugged and muttered. A hostage? My daughter. A common story. I guess makes you wonder why soldiers even bother having kids. Capman's laughter was rough and bitter. I'm not looking for sympathy, nor am I begging to be spared. After all, if I don't kill you, I die, but would you let yourself be killed by me? Najin remained silent, signifying his refusal. See, I've lost to you, and I don't think flailing here will let me win against you. Then what? The victor should enjoy their rights, he stated. From what I see, your feud with the Order seems extraordinarily deep. Well, if you're from Artman, it couldn't be shallow. I don't know why they're hell-bent on killing you, but Capman looked at Najin, then suddenly burst into knowing laughter. Ah, I see. A monster close to being a sword seeker at 18. They probably thought you might actually become a sword master. At that level, you could potentially dismantle the Order. So, they deemed you a threat. Najin didn't deny it. It was true that the Order saw him as a threat. Anyway, Capman sighed deeply, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Do you plan to overturn the Order? Yeah, Najin answered without hesitation, his response devoid of any pretense or falsehood. Swearing on the name of Ivan, who had sent him above the city, he vowed to demolish the Order. I intend to do so with my own hands. You seem to have quite the story behind that face. As do you. Yeah, well, doesn't seem like you're lying. Capman reached out, pointing towards his poncho lying some distance away. Najin moved towards where Capman had pointed. You'll find a document if you search it. It's the contract I made with the Order. Might come in handy for you somewhere. As he spoke, Capman laughed, but Najin sensed something off in that laughter. Just as Najin was about to approach the poncho, don't come closer. Capman extended his arm to stop Najin. Najin's brows furrowed. Capman didn't seem to be preparing anything, nor did he show any sign of counterattack. Then why? Hey, Najin. Even as he pondered the reason, Najin halted his approach, maintaining distance to understand the discomfort he had sensed in Capman's laughter. The Starlight Order is more vile, more thorough, and more insidious than you think. Remember that. With that unexpected advice, Capman took a long breath. They have many words at their disposal. Many. Whether the hostages are taken, brainwashed, or just purely fanatical zealots of the religion. Capman pulled out a necklace from under his clothes. A trinket dangled from the necklace, and as Capman gazed at what it contained, he grimaced. I'm just the beginning. Plenty of those star-crazed lunatics will come after you. Better be plenty of them. Anyway, what a pain. As he spoke, Capman applied pressure to his hand. With a snap, the necklace broke. Well, do your best. Capman threw the necklace he had carried all his life towards Najin. Thud. Najin caught the necklace thrown by Capman, sensing no magical presence from it. Capman smirked and said, "I'd appreciate it if you buried that necklace with me." Before Najin could respond, a searing noise came from Capman's neck. The brand turned red-hot. Blood flowed from Capman's eyes, nose, and ears. Silence. No. Why would he? Before a puzzled Najin could utter a word, Capman, spewing blood, forced out his last words, as if determined to pronounce the name of the damned person. Or land, someone's name. At the mention of that name, Capman's body swelled. Najin, with eyes wide open, grabbed the poncho and jumped into the waterway. As Najin plunged into the water, a thunderous boom shook the underground waterway. Emerging from the water, Najin looked towards where Capman had been sitting. Capman was gone. Only pieces of flesh and bloodstains remained. It was a silent spell, Merlin said. A spell triggered by certain words or names, usually paired with a spell that causes the body to explode. Even as she explained, Merlin couldn't hide her discomfort. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. It was a forbidden spell even in my time, because it was used in this manner. Najin gazed at the charred wall. Capman had died without leaving a body behind, exploding into nothing but blood and flesh scattered around. Silently, Najin spread his hand. In it lay the necklace thrown by Capman. Inside the trinket attached to the necklace was a photograph. It depicted Capman, his wife, and a girl who appeared to be their daughter. Najin stared at the photo for a long while. He had tried to kill him. Najin knew all too well that dwelling on the deaths of such individuals, feeling sorrow and guilt, was unbearable. Thus, he attempted to look away, but upon seeing the photo, he couldn't help but feel a stir of emotions. The young girl in the photograph was someone Najin recognized. During his cleanup of Trixie's involvement in human trafficking, which Ivan had prohibited, Najin had come across a list and products Trixie had been dealing with. He remembered scoffing at the destinations where these products were sent. Najin's expression darkened as he recalled those memories. This fucking, Najin cursed out loud. Despite not having eaten anything, something seemed to churn in his stomach, rising up as if to come out. Grinding his teeth, Najin felt a surge of intense emotion. Merlin remained silent, sharing the same intensity of feelings as Najin. Merlin, speak. I thought. I thought the surface would be different. That the world under the stars, unlike the underground city, would be different. But now I'm starting to doubt that. The underground city was filthy because the stars did not shine upon it. Najin had believed so, but after experiencing a series of events, doubts had begun to sprout within him. Do the stars not care about this world? At the very least, shouldn't the orders serving the stars not engage in such deeds? Do you want an honest answer? Yes, Merlin exhaled deeply. Most constellations don't care much about this world, especially not about the central continent. Najin asked why. Merlin responded with a bitter tone. Because we are, in a sense, entities that have ended. The ancient constellation spoke. We achieved our feats, hung our stars in the sky, and met our end. Unless it's a place where the boundaries between heaven and earth blur, we cannot intervene. There are those among us who try to intervene, but they only end up regretting it. After all, we are merely onlookers. The constellations are not as grand as you think. The battlefield of the stars, the abyssal land of Camlan. We are akin to the dead, trapped by our stars, continuing an endless journey. Najin remained silent, and Merlin continued. The majority of constellations have no interest in how the world turns. Most stars are more concerned with their own well-being and shining brighter than others, hunting other stars in the battlefield of the stars, creating avatars to roam the battlefield of the stars, longing for the next chapter of a story that has already ended. That's the essence of what constellations are. Perhaps I'm not much different. before Nadjin could respond. Merlin chuckled. Longing for what comes after an ended journey is something I share as well. Merlin took another deep breath. As much as it might disappoint you, who admires the stars, not all constellations are grand and flawless beings. Many are uglier than humans. The truth Nadjin didn't want to hear. That's why Merlin hesitated to share it. As he spoke this truth, Merlin observed Nadjin's inner image. He wondered if the star floating in Nadjin's psyche might change. But the star remained unchanged. Nadjin's inner star continued to hold its place. Soon, Nadjin's voice was heard. Then all the more reason to climb higher. What? The constellations that the Order serves. Does that lighthouse star know about this? Probably. I can't be certain about Excalibur, but it's unlikely that the star is completely unaware of the Order's misdeeds. Nadjin, having pocketed the necklace, stood up. Then I must question it as well. To take the star and ascend higher. Nadjin had one more question to pose to the Order. Clutching Capman's poncho, he moved forward. Orland. Nadjin mulled over the name Capman had uttered last. Ironically, it was a name Nadjin was familiar with too. He had come across it while investigating the Starlight Order. High Priest Orland of the Starlight Order, sitting at the highest place in the Starlight Order's main church, built above the underground city Otman. Nadjin realized whom he needed to confront.